Going live now. Well, a very good morning to all dignitaries, delegates, esteemed faculties, and all the viewers who have joined us live on different platforms from across the globe. I am Dhwani Mittal, your host for the day, and I take immense pleasure in extending a warm welcome to everyone for this e-conclave on prevention and elimination of violence against women and girls. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is brought to you by Foxy in association with Shelkel Mom, which is powered by 100% Wedge DHA. And this e-conclave is programmed with insightful topics, heartwarming experiences, and learning-based messages that too coming straight from eminent and highly experienced faculties from different sectors. I request you all to kindly stay with us throughout the event. Let us strengthen India's stand and let us all come together to break the silence and say no to violence. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you all to Dr. Niharika Malhotra to flag off this very wonderful event here. Dr. Niharika is a consultant at Rainbow IVF and is also chairperson of Foxy YTP committee. Please put your hands together for Dr. Niharika. Doctor, over to you.
Thank you, Dhwani. As our name suggests, our first step as Foxians was to recognize the full scale problem, to drive this away from the shadows and to light the path forward. United Nations defines violence against women as any act of gender based violence that results or is likely to result in physical, sexual, or mental harm or suffering to the woman, either in public or in private. Today, Foxy is here to stand up with all of you for this cause strongly. It gives me great pleasure to invite all our Foxy office bearers of ICOG with our President Dr. Alpesh Gandhi for the lighting of the lamp. It is also my privilege to invite our chief guest of honor, and representatives from different associations like surgery, pediatric, and psychiatry to the dais. Let us all join hands for Saraswati Vandana. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels darkness, similarly, blessings from all bring in happiness. Om Shanti to all of you. Before I begin this wonderful program, let us take 1 minute of silence to tribute for all Foxians and Corona warriors who have lost their lives. Thank you, everyone. A visionary and a true inspiration to all. Let me invite you, our Foxy President 2020, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi sir, for his vision today. Dr. Alpesh Gandhi sir has also been the Vice President of Foxy and also the past chair of Practical Obstetric Committee. He is one of the resource person in establishment of obstetric HDU and ICU for the government of India and also been the key person of establishing guidelines for the same. We welcome you, sir.
Neharika, can you please ask technical support to allow sharing of my slides?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Neharika, for the kind words, generous introduction. Respected chief guest, Sri Rekha Sharma ji, Chairperson, National Women's Commission, Dr. R.P. Sonawala sir, mentor, guide for an inspiration for all of us, all the office bearers of FOXY, office bearers of ICOG, esteemed invited faculties, dear coordinators, and all the viewers across India. A very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to welcome you all on behalf of FOXY. FOXY, let me introduce all of you about the FOXY. FOXY is the Federation of Obstetric and Gynecological Societies of India. We have 259 societies like Mumbai Society, Ahmedabad Society in India. It is the organization of 38,000 practicing obstetricians and gynecologists all over India. And it is one of the largest organizations of any medical specialty across the world. FOXY's primary mission is to reduce maternal mortality and neonatal mortality in India, and it is committed to provide ethical women's healthcare services. We are taking care of 50% of population of India from adolescent, teenage, reproductive, from menopause to geriatric age group. And FOXY endorses, advocates, supports sexual and reproductive health and rights of girls and women of our country. The theme for this year of FOXY is Safety First, and which involves safety of whom? Safety for Indian women and FOXYians. So Indian women means Indian girls and women, and safety of not only of their health aspects, but also safety, overall safety. Violence against women and girls has been prevalent since ages and across all civilizations. And India, the struggle for survival for a girl child begins right from the day she is conceived. The statistics reflect the underlying gender bias, the obsession for a male child, the patriarchy in our society, and the social bigotry prevalent in our society. A woman in India can barely walk through a street without a nervous glance over a shoulder in many parts of the India. Our dreams to call ourselves a progressive nation lies shattered by the NCRB, National Crime Records Bureau data. It states that rape vulnerability of women has doubled over the last 2 decades. This is in spite of statutory reforms that came into place post Nirbhaya. Every year, thousands of women are victimized. The survivors suffer numerous indignities in their often futile attempts to get justice. Violence against women and girls is not necessarily sexual, but the consequences are equally damaging. It has a profound impact on physical and mental health with both immediate and long-term consequences. It also affects the social well-being of the women. The purview of gender violence is wide and includes every aspect of girls' life, from the poor sex ratio, her education, her nutrition, early marriage, care during pregnancy, her reproductive rights, her right to contraception, protection from STDs, forced abortions, domestic violence, domestic abuse, to sexual violence, and besides many more. Not every issue gains prominence or makes headlines, but it does not mean that they should be ignored. Women need to recognize that they can opt for a better life, empower themselves to walk away from danger, often stemming in their own household. Violence against women and girls is a gross violation of human rights and remains largely unreported due to impunity enjoyed by the accused and a culture of shaming and blaming the victim. It has been a neglected area of research. The available data are scanty and fragmented. It needs to be nipped in the bud. Intensive awareness drives and concerted efforts from every quarter is the need of the hour to squash this evil. FOXY, which is the Federation of Obstetric and Gynecological Societies of India, is not merely an academic society, but is an organization with the magnus social responsibilities. It is committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of the women of this country. It has taken a determined stand to unite its hands with all the stakeholders to improve the status and ensure the safety of women. Another malady that infects our country is the unprecedented rise of violence against the healthcare professionals. While Indian doctors are winning accolades worldwide for their work, they have been facing lots of hostility at home. It continues unabated despite their sacrifice in the line of duty and despite being designated as corona warriors in the current corona pandemic. According to a study by IMA, over 75% of doctors have faced violence at work. Defensive, fearful doctors are not in the best interest of a country that still suffers from deficit of doctors. There is an immediate need to rectify this also. FOXY's theme for current year is Safety First for Indian Women and FOXians. In a unique initiative, it has planned a Community Connect E-Conclave on International Day for Prevention and Elimination of Violence Against Women. The International Day is on 25th November, but we have decided to organize this Community Connect program today on 22nd to sensitize the mass. We have the whole day program from 9:30 to 6:30 p.m. We have tried to cover almost all the topics related to violence to women and girls. There would be talks from experts in the different fields and interactive discussion to seek remedy to this grave problem. There shall also be several activities such as essay competition, slogan competition, and to conduct several surveys and opinion polls to sensitize the community. We urge every individual and every organization, government and non-government, every school and college, all societies to share their perspectives on how to deal with this menace. We need to come on one platform to stall this evil from spreading its fangs. We need to join hands and curb it before it reaches epidemic proportions. Violence in any form is not acceptable. It is not negotiable. Let us say in one voice, big voice, strong voice, no to violence against women and girls. A smiling woman is the face of a healthy society. Let us pledge to make our women safe, strong, healthy, and smiling. Let us inspire a new behavior and a new era. And this is FOXY's vision. Of course, some maternal mortality, neonatal mortality, all issues we are targeting, but also at the end you can see reduction in preventable women's cancer and no violence against women and girls. So these are the targets of FOXY, mission and vision of FOXY. With this, I would like to conclude my talk on FOXY's vision on no to violence against women and girls. I am thankful to all those other organizations like UNICEF, Psychiatric Association, Indian Academy of Pediatrician, Surgeon Association, all those who have joined in this movement, in this initiative. I am also thankful to all the NGOs who have joined for this initiative. And I am also thankful to all the faculties for sparing their valuable time. Thank you very much for joining with Foxy. Thank you very much for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alpesh sir, for always motivating for all of us for doing something different. This conclave is being done under our Vice President 2020, Dr. Archana Baser Madam, who has left no stone unturned to make it touch every corner of India. She is also the organizing secretary of AICOG 2021 Indore and a fellow representative of AICC RCOG West. She is the Imaging Science Committee Chair, VAWG. I invite Madam to say a few words and also introduce our chief guest for the same.
Good morning, everyone. Respected President, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, all my fellow vice presidents, all the Foxy office bearers, ICOG office bearers, chief guest, Mrs. Sharma, and Dr. R.P. Sonawala. We have heard our president's vision, and he has rightly said that every parent's wish is for their children to be happy and safe. When our daughters go to work, it should not feel like we are sending them to the front lines of a war, but this is the truth. There is a significant chance that they will face violence every day they step out of the door. That is unacceptable, especially in 2020 when we are going fast into the future. We should not be taking backward step when it comes to the safety of women. I'm extremely happy that Foxy has taken up this opportunity to spread awareness of how prevalent violence against women is and what we can do to put on an end to it. As a gynecologist, we have unique relationship as trusted advisors to millions of women. We can empower them to demand from society their basic human right, the right of peace of mind and right of safety. I urge you all to take what you hear today and turn into action. It will take all of us to achieve our goal, safety first. And with this, I take proud privilege and it is my pleasant duty to introduce the chief guest for today, Mrs. Rekha Sharma. Can I have her CV, please? Mrs. Rekha Sharma, she assumed the charge of chairperson, National Commission for Women on August 7, 2018. If one takes a closer look at her style of working, the two distinct virtues that pop up are leadership spirit and willingness. If National Commission for Women is known for working round the clock for addressing women's issue, it is because of her pioneering effort to be ever ready for women in need. She has been associated with the Commission as a member since August 2015, and she has held the additional charge as chairperson of NCW with effect from September 29, 2017, before becoming its chairperson on August 7, 2018. So, ladies and gentlemen, all the attendees, all the Foxy members, I present to you our chief guest for today, Mrs. Rekha Sharma. Welcome, Mrs. Rekha ji, for the program, and please address the audience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Archana, for introducing me. Good morning to everyone, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, Dr. R.P. Sonawala. I'm really thankful for inviting me to such a important program where so many eminent doctors are there, and I was told to give an inspirational speech. So I was thinking what to give because people who inspire us day out and day in, how to inspire them, because doctors are not only working these days only on medical field, but like Foxy, they are also working socially also. They are doing, especially Foxy, I've been reading about the work Foxy has been doing a wonderful job in social platforms. You have been screening the cervical and breast cancer of the wives of paramedical forces. I read that 40,000 of the women were screened by you, or by the organization. And then the work which is very close to my heart, Beti Badao, Beti Padhao, and Beta Sambhalo. I always say that yes, everybody is talking about Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, but how about the betas who need guidance if we need to change the society? So you people are doing wonderful job. Let me congratulate you all, and for especially for making this possible, the big awareness program where so many people are joining in different platforms, because the need of the hour is to make people aware what is happening in the society and how we can change it, especially when today we are talking about violence against women and girls. So I was listening to Dr. Alpesh, and I was also listening to Archana, Dr. Archana. Uh, it is not only outside home that women are not safe. It is also inside homes that women are not safe. We can make number of laws, and we have all the laws at our place. In India especially, I think not in many countries the stringent laws which we have are there, but laws will only act when an incident happens. We always say that prevention is better than cure, but how to prevent them and eliminating it is a very, very big task, and only we as a society members, as a member of the family, can make it happen. uh, Let me talk about the first thing is which happens inside the family. As Dr. Alpesh said, that women and the girls are not even have right to born. Uh, we struggle even to give birth to our daughters in the society. So what to talk about the violence outside on the streets? Domestic violence is one of the major concern of NCW, because the number of complaints we receive in NCW are most of the domestic violence, and a huge number of complaints are coming in NCW about domestic violence. Whether it is UP, Bihar, or especially from the northern states, but now we are also getting from southern states and even northeast states which were untouched by these domestic violence. It is across the nations. Even if you talk about America, domestic violence is there, and it comes, I think, from the mindset and patriarchal mindset which the society have. I will not say the men have, but the society have in general, and even women have this patriarchal mindset and the gender biasness towards another woman, or girls. And because of it, I think these things are happening starting from the family. When a girl is born, it is the problem of not only the family, even the mother thinks, oh, beti ho gayi. So if we are talking about educated families, even in educated families, people are facing from these problems where girls are always secondary citizens. When the education of a girl comes, I think boys are always given the preference. But let me tell you, I have not seen gender biasness in one profession, and that is doctors. I think women are equally participating, they are equally doing well, and when a patient goes to see a doctor, they never see if the doctor is a woman or a man. So this is one profession which can be leading to the society where we say that we should have equality of genders. And this inequality starts from the very first day of the birth, when we choose and we differentiate between two colors, blue and pink. And that only start differentiating whether it is the dress code of a girl, or what she plays with, the toys we differentiate. We always give an engineering set to a boy, and a girl will be provided with the dolls. And all this thing trickle down to the thinking that when she says no, or when she doesn't listen to a man in the family, or even to the senior ladies, she is been thrashed by the members, especially husbands. She is not only physically but verbally, but psychologically pressurized to do things which they think is better for her. We have equal rights for the women, but have we seen in the society that women have got equal rights? Across families, I have seen, even if women is earning her money, she has to ask from the family, कि मैं ये खर्च लूं? Should I go out and spend this money on myself? When we are asking somebody, that means we don't have right to take decisions. And that is how all these violences, that you men especially cannot say take no from a woman. So these things starts from there onwards, and that's how this domestic violence starts. So we need to somehow change the mindset. When we are talking today, I've been told that there will be around 30,000 people who will be listening. So we should talk about the mindset, how we can change the mindset of the people. In other countries, they say that because of culture, it happens, and we need to change the culture. But in Indian culture, it was always that women were like devis. And I always say that don't worship us like goddess, but treat us like human being. And that is the requirement of the day, that we don't know or don't want to be devis. Don't make us sit on a pedestal, and don't even we can't even make mistakes and learn from our mistakes. Let us be human being, let us make mistakes, let us and treat us like any individual, men or women. Because unless we think beyond gender, I think these violences against women, whether it is whether it is rape, molestation, sexual harassment at workplace, this all comes, and this is all the result of the mindset which says that women are secondary citizen. They don't have equal rights, and we need to change that kind of mindset. It starts from home. It starts when we teach our sons how to treat their sisters, when the husband will treat equally to the wife, and then only children will learn. And if we start working on these problems today, I think the next generation will be a better generation, and in coming days, the society will be better. If we talk about the crime on the roads, women always are target on the roads. If she's wearing some kind of dress, she's not allowed to sit in a pub. If she's sitting and something is happening to her, it is always the victimization of the victim. People will always say that, oh, usne ye kapde pehne the. She was drinking in the pub. Why she was sitting in the pub for late at night, and all these kinds of things, and the mindset. If we want to change, and if we want that violence should go on from the roads, I think we better tell our sons to behave on the roads rather than telling our daughters not to go out at late at night, because they are not the one who are creating problem on the road. The boys are creating problems. So let us now start teaching our sons how to respect another gender. Also, we need to change our women also need to change our mindset, because most of the time we have seen women playing against women, and unless we handhold another women and pull them up when we are sitting up, we also need to pull them up and make them equal. I always say a leader is the one who leaders like herself or himself, not the one who is always, dictating terms to others. So let us pull another women who can be leaders in the society, and then only I think what we need, the gender equality in the society, and a safe society for girls and women, will be able to achieve that. I was told to talk about acid attack. This is one of the very, very gruesome crime against women, and this is not decreasing even after the Supreme Court has banned the acid attack, sale of acid attack, but it is increasing. And I have I have attended those patients, I have closely monitored these cases, because NCW is a nodal agency from PMO who is handling these cases. We are taking up with the states. We are looking after many things like the treatment, the compensation, the rehabilitation of the victims. But first of all, why cannot we ban the acid sale still after Supreme Court's banning this sale in across the states? So states are responsible when this is being available off the shelf very, very easily. This also comes from the mindset that a girl cannot say no, and if she says no, we can treat her and we can show her our manhood as per these people who are doing this. So I have seen that recently we have taken a meeting with all the nodal officer from the states, and we saw that the compensation is not being provided in many states. Treatment is not being given by the state, and even the victims are spending money from their own pocket. And there come the role of the doctors, and especially you people who are sitting here, that if you see that the victim is spending from their own pocket, can you send us a mail and we can take care of that, because we can always take up with the state government on that, and we have been taking and providing the compensation from the states. Rehabilitation will be another problem, and we are working on rehabilitation of these people. And I have met many survivors who are very courageous, but they are very few who come out and talk about it. Even their own families don't want them to come out and see the daylight, because they are ashamed of them, whereas this is not their problem. They have not done anything wrong. So we must handhold them to take care of themselves, and we should tell them that they can spend their own life, and if we can provide them jobs, that will be the best thing, so that they can stand on their own feet and come out of that stigma. The way people look at an acid attack victim, they are stigmatized. So we always as a society need to work on them. NCW, as I told you, is a nodal agency, and anyone who is listening and they know somebody who needs help, they can reach us at any point. just drop in an email and we work on those cases on priority basis. So with that, I think I wrap up my address. There are many wonderful speakers here. I read the list of speakers you have throughout the day, and I would also like to join in between the day and listen to them. First of and let me thank you all again for inviting me to this platform where we can, I think together we can make a change in the society if we start from our own families, from our society, from neighborhood. I think things will change with the positive mind, like you people are working on it. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Only forceful law and legislature won't stop violence against women. A social awakening and a change in attitude is what is needed. With these thoughts in mind, let me invite the powerhouse of energy and ideas. I invite Dr. Reproductive for the initiation of Dhira, a social campaign to eliminate violence against women. We welcome you, ma'am, and we want you to say a few words and also introduce our guest of honor.
Thank you, Niharika. Good morning. Friends, we have just heard the wonderful points which our chief guest, Dr. Rekha Sharma, has told us. Well, friends, no to violence against women is a social responsibility for all of us as gynecologists taking care of women's health. In fact, when Dhira was initiated to say no to violence against women in 2016, people asked me, why is it that as gynecologists you're going to do this? Because we had introduced this in India and Foxy and Figo. We said, because we are the first point of contact for any obstetrician or gynecologist when the patient come to us. And so it makes us socially responsible for this evil, I can say. And we were very happy to have with us Dr. Mrs. Lalita Kumaramangalam and Tripurana Venkatratnam when we launched Dhira. And friends, it's indeed my proud privilege actually to introduce our own Padma Shri, Dr. Rustam Sonawala sir, as the guest of honor. We are very lucky to have Dr. Sonawala, who I think is a very apt person as the guest of honor for this program today, who has actually worked immensely for women's health. He was the one who has actually contributed to the sexual and reproductive health of a woman. He has realized that contraception and safe termination of pregnancy are the rights of every woman in our country. And I think that has made him one of the finest gynecologists, and that has made him a person very close to the heart of the women he treated. So friends, when he actually introduced the intrauterine device, which is named after him, those days in 1963, when actually many countries across the globe have really never come across or stated the importance of the sexual and reproductive right of women. India was way ahead, and we have proved that gynecologists and Indians actually have a lot of empathy for our women. Sir, if we start talking about the awards and rewards which you had, I think we will have the whole day. He has got innumerous awards, and he was the recipient of the Dhanvantri Award and Padma Shri. Sonawala sir, you have been a source of inspiration to many of the gynecologists, and I'm sure that you will be able to tell us a few words about our responsibilities as gynecologists. Thank you, sir. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Am I clear? Everybody is able to listen? Good morning to everyone. First of all, let me thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to take part in a very important issue which is facing our country at the moment, is violence against women. I would like to say a few words. As a medical student, as a young student in a college, I had a very hot temper. I used to participate in boxing and wrestling, and my main enemies were the Bombay taxi drivers. Because we had a motorcycle and the taxi drivers would cut across, putting you at risk. So I used to get so irritated that I would stop the taxi driver and give him a punch, landing up in a police station. But luckily, the police were very kind. They would not register a complaint, fire the taxi driver. But as I grew up more and more and finished my medical study, I realized that violence is not the right way to express yourself. Violence is an instinct nature has given us, mainly for self-protection and for procuring food in the animal kingdom. And if we just look at nature very carefully, a small animal, when being attacked, raises its fur, it looks double the size. And that is the way this protection is. So self-protection and violence to protect yourself is necessary, but I'm sure in a few more decades, it will go, because violence is not the way the earth or the world is going to grow. The second issue that I would like to mention, I'm glad the guest chairperson mentioned about boys and girls. We are, as gynecologists, more interested in the welfare of the women folk and the young girls. But at the same time, I had examples of boys being maltreated, sexually harassed at a young age, later in life. That trauma has damaged their permanent life. They were not sexually potent. They had all the time some fear lurking in their mind. So I would say let's treat both the sexes when they are young with equal importance, because that is the setting steps of their life. And any experience at that time would not be a good experience if it is associated with any sexual condition. We in India should be proud, because anti-violence or non-violent movement was started by Mahatma Gandhi, one of the men who is being praised all over now. His pictures are put up in UK, in USA, in all countries as an emblem of non-violence. And with him, his followers, Martin Luther King from US, and our Nelson Mandela in South Africa, who also were champions of Mahatma Gandhi's teaching, no violence at all is required in this world. Now, the harm that it does is not only physical violence, but sometimes verbal violence is more harmful. And the person will remember it for years and years. And you lose a friend because you might be tempted, irritated, and say something which is harmful, which was not so important or necessary, and then you lose that friend forever. Now, I cannot take long time, but so only what I would like to say, the last thing, is about rape, the rape that is taking place in the country. It has to be treated very systematically because it is for just that 5 minutes of pleasure. They destroy a life. They rape a girl, it would be not person, but burn the person alive, or they throw them in the river, or lake and drown them so that there is no evidence left. It is too heinous for us to accept. And something very practical and strict has to be introduced. The mindset of those raping boys is very wonky, and we have to look into it and somehow get this heinous crime out of our country. Because at the moment in the world, it is mentioned that India is the center of rape and the biggest number of rapes taking place, which is a very disgraceful condition for our country. I thank the organizers once again for giving me this opportunity, and it is always a pleasure to be associated with Foxy. Anything, whether it's any part of, say, Foxy venture, I'm very, very happy to join and wish the conference all the best, all the good luck, and the amount of knowledge it will partake to so many people is creditable. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Yes, the society is slowly awakening towards this responsibility. She Means the World was a goal promoting empowerment of women. But the aspect of violence against women is very crucial for the success of several social reforms. For it was said by Jawaharlal Nehru, you can tell the condition of a nation by looking at the status of its women. With these thoughts in mind, let's welcome our dynamic Secretary General of Foxy, Dr. Jaideep Tank Sir, for his words of wisdom. He is also the president of Mumbai Obstetric Gynec Society, and he has been a key resource person in issuing Foxy statements against PCPNDT, ART bills, and surrogacy bill. He is also the Deputy Secretary General of VAWG. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, Niharika. Besides making comments, I would also like to acknowledge that Dr. Alpesh Gandhi asked me to give a small vote of thanks at the end of the inauguration, and that is exactly what I am setting out to do. In Decoded, Jay-Z writes, I believe you can speak things into existence. And it is my firm belief that every time a CAB is organized, knowledge, wisdom, and experience are indeed spoken into existence, and we would like to acknowledge all those who have made this possible. We want to make a special mention of all the office bearers, the committee, the managing committee of Foxy, the judges, the faculties, and for this particular CME, acknowledge the work of our dynamic president, Alpesh, our president-elect, Dr. Shanta Kumari, the vice president who's been driving this CME, Dr. Archana Baser, Dr. Sunil Shah, Hemant Bhatt, and all the various committees of Foxy which have taken upon themselves to coordinate sessions. The Adolescent Health Committee with Dr. Girish Mane, Public Awareness Committee with Kalyan, Young Talent Promotion with Niharika, Family Welfare Committee with Dr. Shobha Gudi, Sexual Medicine Committee with Neeraj, Breast Committee with Sneha, Safe Motherhood Committee with Preeti, Clinical Research Committee with Meena Samant, Medical Legal and Ethics Committee with Manish Machwe, and all the coordinators who have put in so much hard work to make this event come to fruition. Apurva, Ruchi, Prerna, Niharika, Apurva Palan Reddy, Priyankur, Amrita, Arti, Rohan, Archana, and Jyoti and Munjal. We have a wonderful program, and we are very pleased to express our gratitude to our eminent faculty, national and international. Our eminent guests of honor and chief guests, you honor us by your presence, and we thank you with open arms and grateful minds. As the Coldplay song goes, you are a sky full of stars. Attendees, you are the heart and the soul of the conference, and we are so ever grateful for you to take time to be here. There are no shortcuts, it is said, to any place worth going. Our partners, you have made a difference. Thank you so much, and we hope that we have kept pace with what we set out to achieve together. In particular, we'd like to acknowledge IAP, ASI, the Psychiatric Association, UNICEF, and a special thanks to our industry partner, Torrent. I would like to end by quoting from the bard William Shakespeare. I can no other answer make but thanks and thanks, and hope that the CME is only the first step taken towards an inclusive, nuanced, and comprehensive discussion on the topic, which will drive societal change. Thank you very much, Niharika.
Thank you so much, sir. A change in the perception of society towards dignity of women and treat them as equal will abolish majority of domestic violence issues. With this thought in mind, I now hand over to Dhwani.
Thank you, Dr. Niharika, for the wonderful start of the special E-Conclave. Ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are, you really need to clap because I have to really salute everyone here for such a wonderful moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's now time to begin with the first segment of E-Conclave, which is on violence against girls and women. Ladies and gentlemen, Foxy and Sherkel Mom offers 100% RDA. Strengthening India's stand is not merely a line, but it defines the ethos of what Sherkel stands for. With that, let's begin our first session, which is on selective violence in childhood and adulthood, for which I'd like to introduce the coordinator, Dr. Apurva Kumar Datta. Well, he is a consultant obs and gynae at Sri Durga Clinic and Fertility Center, Jharkhand. Welcome, Dr. Apurva Kumar Datta, and over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dhwaniji, for the brief introduction. Now, I welcome you all in this unique Community Connect conclave on Say No to Violence Against Women and Girls. It is a brainchild of none other than our own visionary and dynamic national president, Alpesh Gandhi sir. Is always known for his unique initiative, which is directed toward the general public health. To start with, it is my privilege to introduce our chairperson for the first session. Can I have the slides, please? Now, our first chairperson, it's my privilege to welcome Mala Arora ma'am, known to all of us. She is chairperson ICOG 2017, vice president Foxy 2011. She is editor a lot of book. She has been a speaker in a lot of national and international conferences. Our next please. Our next chairperson is Aruna Suman ma'am. Okay, next chairperson is Dr. Manu Bhatnagar ma'am. She is gynecologist and public health specialist and CMO Ghaziabad, FICCI FLO awardee in 2016. A lot of awards in her credit. Our next chairperson is, next please, Dr. Aruna Suman ma'am. She is associate professor, Osamiya Medical College, Hyderabad. She is Vice President, Obs and Gynae Society of Hyderabad. She is Joint Secretary Foxy for the year 2021 and 22. Welcome to all of you in this unique conclave, and over to our chairperson. Thank you so much. Mala ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Apurva. May I introduce to you the moderators for a very important session on violence against women in childhood and adulthood. I proudly present to you Dr. Nozer Sherier, a very senior practicing obstetrician gynecologist from Mumbai, who has served Foxy as a Secretary General and served FIGO as the scientific chair. He is the member of the Technical Advisory Group on MCH of Southeast Asia region of WHO, and he has been the governing board member of many organizations, including the Guttmacher Institute and the Center for Catalyzing Change. The next moderator and a very important senior member of Foxy is Dr. Ashwini Bhalerao Gandhi. She has done phenomenal work as the Adolescent Committee Chairperson of Foxy, and she has been the Vice President of the association. She has reached out to many, many adolescent girls during her tenure and tried to protect them from various issues as well as educate them. Over to you, chairpersons, for the introduction of the panelists. Dr. Aruna Suman.
Aruna ma'am. Yeah. Aruna Suman ma'am. Are you here?
Yes, yes.
Okay, ma'am.
Yes, I'm there. Yes.
They're very senior panelists in this panel, and Aruna is going to introduce you the first panelist.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Apurva. Now, I'm delighted to introduce Soledad Herrero, UNICEF. She's a lawyer with a business administration degree and an LLM, and graduated with distinctions from a mid-career public policy master at Johns Hopkins University, has published a number of articles related to humanitarian rights and conflict management issue, and speaks Spanish, English, Arabic, and French. UNICEF Chief of Child Protection India, Regional Emergency Specialist, UNICEF Eastern and Southern Africa, Senior Protection Coordinator, South Sudan Refugee Crisis, Child Protection Specialist. I welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your introduction. I hope everybody can hear me. And it's such a great pleasure to be this morning, this afternoon, and through the day with all of you. UNICEF is a very proud partner of FOXY. So this is...
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. First, ma'am, we introduce all the panelists, then we will invite you.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
extremely sorry to interrupt. Thank you so much.
My apologies.
And Dr. Rajiv Seth. Yes. Dr. Rajiv Seth, he is a medical director, Child Health and Development Center at New Delhi, national lead, Indian Child Protection Medical Professional Network, past chair, Indian Child Abuse, Neglect and Child Labor Group, and Indian Academy of Pediatrics, President-elect, and International Society for Prevention of Child Abuse and Neglect, USA. I welcome you, Dr. Rajiv, sir.
May I ask Dr. Manu Bhattakar to introduce the next panelist?
Thank you, Dr. Mala. Good morning, all viewers watching alive. FOXY brings to you Mr. Amrish Andrew Chandra, an educationist, illustrator, designer, anchor is how he describes himself. He is the director of Chandra EduLinks Private Limited and CEO of GEMS Foundation India. He is immensely involved in the global initiative of eradication of domestic violence as the Indian Ambassador of Education. I am proud to introduce Dr. Girish Mane, the director of Mane Hospital, Yavatpur, Maharashtra. He is the current chairperson of FOXY Adolescent Health Committee. Under his able guidance, Yavatpur Obs and Gynae Society was the best AMOC society, won the best AMOC society in 2016-17. He is also the winner of the FOXY Talent Singing Award. I'm honored to introduce the FOXY Vice President-elect 2022, Dr. S. Sampata Kumari. She is the Chief and HOD Gynae of Muthu Kumaran Medical College, Chennai. She was past President of FOXY Adolescent Health Committee 2016-18. Thank you. Looking forward to hearing all eminent panelists in this session.
Over to you, the moderators, Dr. Noser and Dr. Ashwini.
Thank you, chairpersons. Mala, thank you so much for the kind introduction. And it's a privilege being paired with Ashwini to moderate this session. Mainly because Ashwini has such a long history in working on this subject, going all the way back to her chairing the Adolescent Health Committee of FOXY when way back we had actually partnered UNICEF for a whole year when Dr. Hansotia was the president. And Ashwini is probably responsible for the way we've structured the program today. I just like to start by quoting Jacqueline Carey, who said, "Why is this perverse cruelty in humankind that makes us hurt most those we should love the best?" And it's just impossible for us to fathom this kind of cruelty to children, to girls, to adolescents, and to women. It just doesn't make sense, but it is a very, very bitter reality we have to deal with. And it's great to have this panel. We'll get on with the panel immediately. We've got about 35 or 40 minutes to cover a lot of ground, and I'll let Ashwini start off with the panel. We'll invite all panelists to join in, but we'll try and direct questions to a specific panelist. Ashwini?
Yeah. Thank you, Nozer, for your kind words. Let us start with the first question. At least we see in India that day by day, the abuse against children and adolescents is growing. Because if you open a newspaper, you listen to any news, we get worried and frustrated. So I would like to ask our panelists that how common is sexual abuse in children and adolescents in other countries? And do they feel that even in other countries, it is on rise, or it is only our problem? Anybody can answer out of the
Ms.
panelists.
Nehru would probably be the best person to start this conversation, considering the multilateral responsibilities that she's had.
Thank you. Thank you very much again for the question and this opportunity to contribute to this important dialogue. So yeah, this is a fantastic question to start thinking through what is the current situation in terms of violence against women as well as against boys and girls globally, but also in the context of India. And it's a very good question for a simple reason. The truth is that violence against women and against children, it is a global pandemic from which no society is free from. And this is a very important realization that we all have to do from our different areas of expertise. Globally, the figures and, as other members of today's session have already explicitly highlighted, the evidence is very scattered, but it still clearly indicates that violence against women and girls is a very prevalent phenomenon. Probably the closest estimations that we have at hand indicates that around 18 to 20% of the girls will be suffering some sort of sexual violence before they attain the age of majority of age, whereas for boys will be around 8%. Now, we know how challenging it is to really have a close and realistic estimation about those figures. And we know that what we know in terms of reporting is really a tip of the iceberg. If I put this also in the context of India, what we'll see is that every hour, I mean, I'm going to be joining for a little bit less than an hour, right? But every hour that passes in India, there is 5 cases of sexual abuse reported. And every day, there is on average 88 cases of rape reported in the country. And once again, the figures in terms of sexual abuse, particularly for children under the POCSO, that, as we know, is the national legislation on this matter for the prevention of sexual abuse, has been on continuous rise in the past years. The key question here is that I want to leave before moving to the next question and back to the moderators is that there is always a dichotomy between knowing whether the reporting figures is a bad news or good news. And frankly speaking, what the practice has shown us is that it might be actually more of a better news than bad news. We know that it's a shadow pandemic. We know that it's highly prevalent, as I mentioned, in every society, India, globally. And normally, an increase in reporting of numbers tends to be not that really there is an increase in the reality, but rather that we are creating an enabling environment for victims to come forward, which I really believe is a critical responsibility that we all have, from UNICEF side, from other practitioners, from the child protection realm where I come from. but definitely as well from the perspective of health providers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soledad. I think you set us on the path to this panel by telling us the disturbing extent of the problem. I mean, 18% is a number, but when you project 18% against the fact that India probably has the largest number of adolescents in the world and 50% of adolescents are girls, and we are talking about a population of 1.4 billion, that figure is absolutely mind-blowing and staggering. And it's something that probably made the organizers have this as the first panel discussion of the day, right after the inauguration, which is always prime time. So you've given us an idea, and I've looked at systematic reviews of many different countries, different definitions, but pretty much tell us the same. So I know India does tend to be in the spotlight because of our numbers, but then the numbers are also because of our population. Now, I would like to ask our other panelists, we know that this is a problem and gender-based violence is a problem, but specifically we want to focus on the child and the adolescent because these groups are particularly vulnerable, and we're not talking about female or male. Dr. Soonawala very clearly said that a boy child is as vulnerable as a girl child, and sometimes more so, because maybe society gives them a little less protection than maybe they might try to give a girl child. So I'd like to pass on to other panelists, and maybe I can give this question to Rajiv first, considering that IAP is responsible for the health and care of children. What is it that makes that child an adolescent? Because adolescent does come into the definition of children now, more vulnerable. Why are they at risk? We've talked about patriarchy, we've talked about gender when it comes to gender-based violence and violence against women. But this seems to be a very distressing, perverted kind of a problem, particularly when it comes to these most vulnerable. And while we are at it, could we just also ask the other panelists to quickly tell us who is it who is the perpetrator in these cases, particularly when it comes to child sexual abuse? So Rajiv, if you could tell us, why are children and adolescents more vulnerable?
Hey, thank you, Doctor. It's such a pleasure, this August gathering, and I'm wanted to thank the FOXY for involving Indian Academy of Pediatrics. For a number of years, I've chaired the Indian Child Abuse Group of the Indian Academy of Pediatrics. And you know, to answer this question, all doctors need to step out into the communities and then address. And you know, the insights that you get from the communities are starking, and they are more evident when you work with the marginalized communities. As doctors, we are working in hospitals, that's great. But that's tip of the iceberg. What we see in the communities, and particularly marginalized communities, is there's too much of violence against children. Both children and adolescents are vulnerable just because their age, just maturity, their development, their education, and lots of other socio-cultural factors which the esteemed speakers have already highlighted. Patriarchy, you know, the cultural mindsets, religion, whatever you may say. But what we find when we go into the communities are these extreme social determinants of health which need to be addressed. You know, India has signed the UN Convention of Child Rights in 1992, and we are almost in the 30th year. And India has made tremendous progress in protecting rights of these children. But you know, we still have a long way to go. We have the National Commission for Protection of Child Rights. We have the Juvenile Justice Act of India, which has been amended recently. And we have the protection of children from sexual offenses. Yet we find that the violence against children continues. And talking about the risk factors, the questions that you've asked me, sir, is that this occurs, there could be maternal, you know, family and maternal factors, There could be problems related to a community and regarding our child protection systems. And that makes these children and adolescents very vulnerable. Sexual abuse occurs predominantly more in situations where all these factors are intermingled. And it really needs a multidisciplinary input in order to manage these children. So if I may highlight that sexual abuse is more common in vulnerable, marginalized families, in street children, in single moms, and where there's violence, where the mothers and fathers are on drugs themselves, or they have mental health consequences. But what is it's important for us to know that it occurs in all strata of society, whether you are rich, you are middle class, or where you are poor. And sexual abuse is one such abuse that takes place in all these communities. So if you are working in the elitist groups of parents, well, this occurs. And then there are other factors which if there are migrant families, they're in child labor conditions, it occurs. As child marriage is one of the biggest amount, I would say, sexual abuse and exploitation situation. I mean, why should a girl be married before 18? We have Child Marriage Prohibition Act, yet this takes place. And this is something alarming, as we medical doctors should pledge that child marriage is a public health problem and we need to address that. And that makes these children vulnerable. And I've seen empty examples working in the communities for the last about 20 years. It is something that you cannot do despite the law. Nobody reports, whether in the villages, the panchayats don't take responsibilities, the child protection marriage professionals don't take up this thing. And what happens eventually is these girls actually produce children when they're still children. And that leads to high prevalence of prematurities and intrauterine growth retardation that all of you know, and which burdens our public health systems. So all these things that we're talking of, violence against women and violence against children, are really a public health problems, and the societies. And then why they are vulnerable is that our child protection systems are there, but they do not work. The Juvenile Justice Act has child welfare committees. In each and every district should have one functional, but it is not functional still all over. There is no juvenile police. The people are not handled sensitivity. There's no sensitivity. There's no training of juvenile police. And we have done trainings for judiciaries and child lawyers and judges, and there is no sensitivity. So all these, so while the sexual abuse takes place, what the child goes after that is also a nightmare, because they go through re-trauma, and we have very few one-stop centers which are very well functioning. So the OB/GYN societies, the Indian Academy of Pediatrics need to join hands and then work together in this particular field. I'm sorry I've taken some time, but I will be very glad if you have more questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. It's a good idea that FOXI and IAP should work together. Now coming back to Dr. Girish Mane, who is the present chairperson of Adolescent Health Committee. Girish, can you tell us that who commits this child sexual abuse? It's whether, because there are a lot of parents who must be listening to our panel discussion. So yes. How do we suspect that maybe this is the person who is involved in this crime?
Correct. First of all, good morning to all of you, and thank you very much, the organizers, for this wonderful opportunity. Dr. Raju has elaborated about the victims, regarding the victims who are the vulnerable victims. So I would initially I would like to add something in it, that poverty, literacy, the home environment, the drug abuse, and I think easy availability of the media, especially. These are the factors which are probably, these are the factors who are increasing, or because of these factors, there is increased like incidences of child sexual abuse. And one more thing, whatever figures we are pointing out, they are the cases who are reported to the law, but there are thousands of cases where the children, they are facing the sexual abuse and they are not reported because of the cultural or because of the social burdens, isn't it? And now coming to the next question, the person or the people who can do this. So because most of the parents who are listening this panel, they are well aware of the Hindi, and that's why just for the sake of those parents, I would like to talk in Hindi. कि बच्चों के अंदर में जो चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज होता है, बहुत बार हमें ये पता भी नहीं चलता। बच्चों को अलग तरह से उनको डराया धमकाया जाता है, उनको बहुत सारे थ्रेट्स दिए जाते हैं, और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है कि चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज जनरली सबसे ज्यादा वही इंसान करता है जो बच्चों से वेल नोन हो, या तो रिलेटिव हो या तो वो बच्चे के साथ में रहता हो, बिकॉज ही और शी समटाइम्स द फीमेल्स और आल्सो डूइंग द चाइल्ड सेक्सुअल अब्यूज। तो जो भी इंसान अपने बच्चे के साथ में ज्यादा से ज्यादा रहता है, उसको उस बच्चे का माइंडसेट पता होता है, उसका क्या नेचर है, उसके पेरेंट्स का क्या नेचर है। इसलिए हमेशा एक बात ध्यान रखना चाहिए कि अगर आपके बच्चे के बिहेवियर में अगर कुछ डिफरेंसेस आपको लगे, फॉर एग्जांपल अचानक से आपके बच्चों को जो हॉबी में ज्यादा इंटरेस्ट था, इफ ही इज लूजिंग द इंटरेस्ट इन हिज और हर हॉबी, या उसका स्कूल में जाना थोड़ा सा डिस्टर्ब हो रहा है, या उसके स्टडीज में प्रॉब्लम्स आ रहे हैं, या कुछ भी उसने अगर बोला, तो आपने इस चीज को एक्सप्लोर करना चाहिए। एंड द पर्सन हु इज वेल नोन टू योर चाइल्ड are in most of the cases they are the perpetrators in the child sexual abuse, in my opinion.
Rajiv, Girish,
Yes.
Thank you so much. Basically, you have brought out what makes these children vulnerable, and you've also pointed out that very often, in fact, in a large number of cases of abuse of children, the perpetrator is often someone who's known to the family. And then the whole issue gets complicated by stigma, by shame,
right,
and by wanting to cover up. And nothing can be worse than that. And probably that's where the role of the professionals come in, because professionals could be the frontline workers when the child manifests with other symptoms, and we need to be very sensitive to try and pick up signs which tell us what we are dealing with. I'd like to quickly ask Amrish. Amrish, there are two issues that bother me. One is today children have become suddenly very vulnerable to cyber predators. I mean, it's amazing that we let our children be accessed by strangers in the safety of their houses and their rooms. And this is something that parents need to be more aware of and grapple with. And I'd like to have some of your inputs there. And while you are at this, what can we do in terms of empowering children and girls and making them more aware, smarter, and more capable of protecting themselves by reaching out to them maybe in schools and colleges? After you finish, I'll probably ask Ashwini to tell us something about what Foxy has done over the years in terms of championing this. Unfortunately, organizations like ours can only show the way, but the country has to take this up on a national footing and make this our first priority if you want to make a difference to the health of girls, women, boys, men. So Amrish, cyber protection against cyber predators, what can we do?
Is Mr. Amrish there?
I can answer this if
yes, Dr. Rajiv.
Yes. See, before I even answer that, I really appreciate what Girish has said. The child sexual abuse takes place with someone the child already knows, and someone the child has trust in. They have responsibility and power of this child. But two things the doctors need to understand is the effects of grooming. These offenders of these crimes groom this child. They achieve access to these children through building trust by giving them toffees, candies, engaging with the parents, asking them they can babysit while the parents are working. So this grooming is basically an act they do so that the child sexual abuse is not revealed, and they can continue their in secrecy and privacy and enjoy without any disclosure. The other concept that we as doctors need to know is about disclosure. Like what Dr. Girish has really mentioned very beautifully, that there could be hidden this thing. If a child comes with recurrent urinary infections, recurrent genital infection, has psychosomatic complaints, is not doing well in school, falling grades, all those mental health and other kind of depression, anxiety, or regression of developmental milestones that you see in children, then you need to have a high index of suspicion. And we as doctors need to give this time in our busy OPDs, give them privacy, confidentiality, and give them the time to reveal. But what Dr. Nozer has really, and Dr. Ashwini, thank you for highlighting, what is happening is that the online child sexual abuse and exploitation has really, really increased now. In fact, we have data to show it is more than 100% higher levels occurring in the times of COVID, where there's only online work going on. And how this happens is also through the chats and you know, at a very early age, you know, children are given mobile phones and internet connections, and there's a lot of, you know, uses. They're very good uses, but they are very misused. And the offenders of these crimes, they have a whole network. They have processes of grooming a child over the net and making advances. And many times, about 25% of these online sexual abuse and exploitation, where they share pictures, naked pictures, they actually make the child perform sexual acts and all. But 25% of them, they actually meet offline and continue that. It is also seen in areas where travel and tourism is common, and there have been, you know, these perpetrators of these crimes are believed to have some kind of even a you know, a genetic kind of or urges and or whatever it is, you can say that, you know, where they actually continue to offend through where their travels and tours. So you know, they need to be picked up, and there is a lot going on. There is a cybercrime department in the Department of Police. There is instructions, information, education going on, and about safety for children. So as doctors, if we can make sure that the children are safe, that would be the best thing. So prevention of child sexual abuse, both offline and online, is our responsibility. And it is known as the pediatricians. We can tell you a child is ready after the age of 3 years. And personal safety and body information should be given right at the time by a pediatrician when they come for their well child examination. So okay and not okay touches, telling them what their private parts are and what are the names of those private parts, and not to keep secrets from the parents, and immediately inform the parents if anybody touches these private parts. And these are things that they need to tell, and they have to tell 2 adults immediately. If it happens in school settings, they have to tell other 2 adults, because there have been cases where teachers have been sexually abusing children and fondling and kissing, and also you know, doing a lot of trauma while in the school settings, school drivers. So these are the few things that and also the parents need to monitor what net access this child is. I mean, there's so many. I mean, even I don't know so many web platforms and so much social media going on, which is a real huge hazard for these children. And they need to monitor and make inroads with the child, engage the child in empowering them and the knowledge of sexuality and keeping them safe. I hope I answered that question. The time is short, but this can go on, and we have had webinars for hours and hours. And I can link with you with agencies and societies who are exclusively working on online sexual abuse, exploitation, and prevention.
Thank you, Dr. Rajiv. VAWG has done tremendous work in area of sexuality education. And after I say a few words, I'm sure Dr. Sampath Kumari can add on what projects she also had taken when she was chairperson of the Adolescent Health Committee. Way back 2005, and before that also, we had started school programs growing up, and under the leadership of Dr. Durusha. Then as Nozer also pointed out, Dr. Hansotia did a lot of work in her year as a president for adolescent girls with UNICEF. Then we have done other programs like Smart Diet for teens, for college going girls, Let's Talk, for adolescent boys also, because the school teachers were telling us why you are not talking to the boys. So we came out with a program for the boys when Dr. Parag Biniwale was the chairperson of the Young Talent Promotion Committee. So we have been doing a lot of school and college going programs for the adolescents and creating awareness and telling them how they can protect themselves. And I would request Dr. Sampath Kumari now to tell her experience about sexuality education in her tenure.
Yes, madam. Thank you. Good morning to all. And I thank Dr. Alpesh for the wonderful program, the organizer. See, the school health program, as Dr. Ashwini told, the FAWG is doing the fantastic school health program for all schools. In my experience, we used to tell them previously what is the good touch and what is bad touch. Nowadays, we tell what is safe touch and unsafe touch. Most of the time, Girish, as Girish told, it is from the 72% is from the uncle and 30% from friends and 30% from neighbors. So we should teach the children what are all the safe parts. We cannot tell safe parts like this and all. If anybody touches your private part, if anybody touches your hip, if anybody touches your breast, we should be specific in the anatomical words. So that should be told. Then the children will be there. The parents, most of them, whether it is rural or urban or middle, they will be going for housework. Most of the time, they don't have time to monitor the children also. It is our duty to tell them that they should monitor, but they don't have time. So it is better we make the children to be aware of everything, and they should get confident. Which the person, whether it is a NGO, whether it is a doctor, whether it is a gynecologist, they should get the confidence. I will tell only one example. Whenever I go for a school counseling program, I will sit after my talk for 30 minutes and I will ask them to give the feedback. Without writing the name, they will ask about the question. They will ask a lot of questions. The person is like my brother, can I talk to him? And how can I use the easy pills for a month, like this and all the questions. And I give my phone number. If any problem, you can contact me. In one incident, one girl gave me a call after 2 days. She told that her stepfather is sexually abusing her every day. And if she is going to let out the problem, the finance will be the problem. So she don't know whom to tell. So finally, she gave me a call and she was afraid how to tell. If the finance is going, her school will be dropped out. Most of the incidences with a single parent, without parent, school dropout, rural, like that. So finally, what I told, her grandmother is nearby, that is around 10 to 15 kilometers. So without informing the mother and father, I called the grandmother and told her the incidents, but don't let it out. Finally, with some way or other, she took the girl to her house and she made her the education. Now the girl has finished her BE engineering and she is working in a very good company with good income. So the girl should get the confidence. Rather than whatever the way we talk, they will get the confidence. And they will. Another one incident I will tell, it is in Chennai only. One of the boy, he is doing 9th standard and the girl is doing 8th standard. He was always going behind him. So as I told you, I'll give the phone number. So I called her, she gave a call. See, the girl should have a pride to tell no. It is her right to tell no. She should tell the no in a polite manner. And she can refuse and she can tell him, say, I have a lot of commitments. I want a lot of ambitions. So we'll finish this work and then we can decide. So when they want to tell no, she should tell no. That is the reason. Then she got the confidence and she was talking to, and she brought that boy also to me. And I told them similarly, see, you should shine in life. There are a lot of things in future. Then finally, you won't believe that girl has got the state first in the school first in her +2 exams. So the way we counsel, we should tell them with the anatomical parts, she should not touch. And the mother should be a friend to the daughter. And father should be a friend to the boy. Every day when they sit in morning and afternoon, they can eat everywhere. Morning they make it, night dinner. All of them should sit together. This I will tell to every school. Parent, mother, father, sister, brother. And they should share the knowledge. And the parents should make them, stimulate them to put the question. How about your friend? What was the day? How was the day? Then they will get, most of the time they are afraid of the mother. Mother will be the last person to know that the girl is having a boyfriend. Yes. The whole world will know, the mother may not be knowing because they are afraid. You should be friendly. You cannot tell, when I was adolescent, I was afraid of my father. If my father look out, I'll get afraid. This is not the situation. This is the generation, it's different. So you should be friendly and you should make them talk. And this is the way. There are some girls, if you ask them who is your best heroine, she will tell, my mother is my heroine. So we should make them to understand the situation and do the counseling. Thank you.
So
Thank you, Dr. Sampath
Just
Kumar.
2 minutes. I just wanted to just share that the Indian Academy of Pediatrics has brought out certain videos which are 1 or 2 minutes long, which we want to circulate to you. We also wanted to just show you this book which has been made. It's a small handbook. We had 3 major, TOTs, and this was by the support of the UNICEF. It has standard operating procedures. How did you child sexual abuse examination and reporting under the protection of sexual offenses guidelines? Tanishta Datta from the national office and the whole team has been working, and UNICEF has contributed the support for where we had the national workshops. We have expert mentors, and we lead a India Child Protection Medical Professionals Network. Anita and Dr. Team here who are there, a part of the FOXY, just took a webinar for us. So I think I'm very excited that the projects with FOXY is actually going to. So if you can give me emails, I will send you the links to this book as well as to the videos. Thank you.
Madam, only one thing I want to tell. Not only rather than counseling the students, you should counsel the parents. You should counsel the teachers. The best day to approach the school is parents school meet, parents teacher meet. That day you can do in just 10 minutes. You can give the counsel. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. We are
Norris,
almost,
sir, sorry to interrupt.
Apurva, we are almost out of time. We'll do a quick wrap up. You'll have to give us 2 minutes for
sir.
the wrap
Thank
up.
you, sir. Thank you so much.
So this has really been interesting. Many important things have been said. Dr. Sampath Kumari, I would also like fathers to talk to daughters and mothers to talk to sons.
Addressing men, exactly.
I think today, making it a men-women issue, not on,
yes.
I think that's exactly what you meant. I believe, yes, we have to reach out to all stakeholders. I'd like to now wrap up by asking each of our panelists to just give us a few lines on maybe some important subjects. Ashwini had drawn up a lot of other areas we were to speak on. So I'll first ask Soledad. Speaking on behalf of UNICEF, and FOXY partnered UNICEF in 1998. It was the second time we had a theme year. It was the adolescent girl education and empowerment. When we did age appropriate education for girls in the 6th and 7th standards and 8th and 9th standards, I think Ashwini was the chair at that time, and I can't tell you how appreciated this is. Something that governments must take forward. What can we do to make this institutionalized as part of your national commitment? Why do organizations like FOXY and IAP, whose role is mainly to show it can be done, but finally do not have the wherewithal of doing it? Because this has to be done year on year. We can't do it 1 year because new girls are coming into the system next year, new boys are coming to school next year. So what can we do to convince governments that they have to go beyond politics, beyond divisions, and just make it a part of routine?
Thank you. So that's a big question to try to answer in a few minutes, but I'll try to highlight a couple of things that I hope will be a useful food for thought. First, Dr. Nozer, on the question of how we can convince, right? I think everybody here today is deeply convinced, and I was, getting tremendously excited by hearing my colleagues in the panel about the level of sort of commitment and feelings towards this agenda. But we need to realize that we need to sort of turn this into a policy priority. And we've been starting this discussion indicating how much of invisibility this issue has. And therefore, I think a critical issue is to bring awareness, to build and invest on evidence, and then make sure that there are arguments that are of interest also for policy and decision makers. There are global statistics that indicate that violence against children costs the global economy around $7 trillion. That could be as much as 8% of the global GDP. We need to start moving from probably the dialogue around ethics and human rights only, which is extremely important. I mean, I'm talking from the perspective of a human rights lawyer here, but we need to also bring the developmental implications of this continuing to affect children and women. And we are here, the second argument that is extremely critical is that this is a public health crisis. I mean, we are now completely preoccupied in COVID, but this is a silent public health crisis that has been affected India as well as other countries for very long. And only unless we also treat this from the perspective of public health, we are going to make strides on this agenda. One point I wanted to bring, in addition to the other very valid points that my colleagues have done in the panel, is how much there is also linkages of this agenda with the mental health agenda, which is another agenda which is highly, highly invisible. WHO estimates that in the world, 1 out of 4 people will be suffering some sort of mental health issue in the course of their lives. More than 50% of those will develop these mental health issues before the age of 14. Now, because of the parenting practices, because of the implications for children, again, you render the child more vulnerable to being exposed to violence, and you perpetuate the cycles of violence again because of not being equipped with tools to address mental health issues as a child and then later on as a parent. So these two dimensions are extremely important if we want to commit a nation, really, a government, a nation into this agenda. Final point, I mean, you asked me to focus on sort of how we can turn this into a national agenda. I mentioned about the role of the governments, which is absolutely critical, but let's not forget, as other colleagues have mentioned, that this is deeply rooted in social norms. So unless we really make an impact in harmful practices, in gender stereotypes, and that has to be done in a multifaceted way. It is extremely critical that every single sector in society, from the perspective of education, there was a reference to school health programs, health providers, an absolutely critical role. They're the frontliners, and they're oftentimes one of the most trustable institutions. But also we need to involve other community leaders and generate much more dialogue around that. I will just conclude by really emphasizing that no violence is ever justifiable, and it will always be preventable. And with that thought, I will, want to leave this panel today. Thank you.
So that pretty much a wrap up. I'll let Ashwini have the last word. We've covered so much. There's so much more to be covered. FGM, reality in India. Foxy has a position statement on it. Education, empowering young girls. I've always said young girls and boys aren't going to come to us to ask for permission. So prepare them for life, and they'll probably make the best decisions. POXO Act, important, but also has come in the way of some healthcare delivery, where we have a problem, where you've criminalized all sex under the age of 18, which is unacceptable in the modern world. Issues for maybe another day. Ashwini, your last words. You've been someone who's been involved with this forever. Foxy, Family Planning Association of India, your own work and your practice. I think you can probably give us a summation statement best.
Thank you, Nozer. I think throughout years, what I have seen is that now girls are changing. They are coming up with their problems. They are now speaking out to the doctor, to the parents, and maybe with efforts, what Foxy has done and IAP has done, I think now I can see change, and they are now coming up with their real issues, and we can tackle it in a proper way. And Foxy has trained our gynecologists, which is very important. Giving them skills how to deal with adolescents is very important. And I think this work will be taken forward by Dr. Girish. So Girish, you just tell us in half a minute that how you intend to go ahead, and we give it over to the chairperson.
Yeah, madam, actually, we are having more than 50 very active members in Adolescent Health Committee. And because of COVID, actually, we are not able to go to the school. But in last 1.5 years, we could reach to more than 3 to 4 lakh girls. And we have conducted various programs for the girls in the schools. And I am so grateful to all the members. They are doing really very nice job. And we just had one program on National Youth Day, also International Youth Day. And we could talk with 1,20,000 boys and girls. And really there is need to sensitize the boys also for not doing these kind of things. And in the last, other than the child sexual abuse, there are different types of abuses also. For example, the family abuse, the social abuse, the mental abuse, even the academic abuse. There are so many different kind of abuses we should be taking care, and we should talk about it to the society also.
So just the chairs, please. The message should go that we as societies will do prevention work. We have 440 million children in this country, 27 million born every year, and we don't do prevention work. We have child lines in several cities now, 1098. You can connect them to the social and the legal services. If you are very busy doctors and practitioners, you need to have lists of all the government agencies, the child welfare committees on your desk, so you can immediately refer if you can't handle, and what are the nearest one-stop centers that are available. So prevention work is very important, and we need positive parenting teachings for our parents, because they are the first systems of protecting these children. So well, a lot of work, the byword should be prevention, response, and legal thing for every cases will take huge number of challenges. So if we can prevent, we don't have a vaccine for prevention of child sexual abuse yet, but if I had, I would give that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Only one thing, madam.
Dr. Sampath Kumar, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Before Apurva pulls the plug, Mala, thank you so much. Chairpersons, back to you. Just one word. Clinicians, please be sensitive. Please be welcoming. Please be open. Please be, like have a sixth sense radar, and don't be embarrassed to stand up for that brave young person who comes to you and probably will either ask you or won't ask you for your help, but will definitely need your help. Thank you, Mala.
So
thank you.
It was an enlightening panel, Dr. Nozer, Dr. Ashwini, and the panelists. We really benefited. I wanted to just add one last comment to this and sensitize that socially, violence is the last resort of the mentally weak. And I think to build the confidence in our young children is very important for the person who's being abused, but even more important for the person who resorts to violence, because he is mentally insecure and weak. With this, I thank you all and hand over the mic to the MC for proceeding to the next session.
Thank you so much, Mala ma'am. Thank you so much to all the great panelists. Even this topic, I think, can go whole day, even the single topic. So, but we have 70 more faculties with us, and all are waiting to give their inputs about this violence against the women and girl. So, just have to be very quick in our things. Thank you so much to be here. Thank you so much to all the distinguished panelists, moderator, and chairperson. Hand over to Dhwani ji. Introduce the next coordinator and we'll start the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Apurva. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, what an interesting session this was. As similarly, all our sessions are going to be very, very interesting. So do stay with us till the end. With that, let's quickly move on to the next session, which is harassment at workplace. Let me now go ahead and introduce our coordinators for the same. Dr. Ruchi Pathak, Department of Preventive Oncology, MPMM Cancer Center, Varanasi, and Dr. Prerna Keshan, Consultant Ops and Gynae and Infertility Specialist, Horizon Maternity and Fertility Clinic, Assam. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ruchi and Dr. Prerna. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dhani. We move on to our next very important session, which is on harassment at workplace. And I take the privilege to introduce our chairpersons for the session. Can we have the CVs, please? So our first chairperson for the session is Dr. Chandra ma'am. She needs no introduction. We all know her so well. She is the Director of Krishna Medical Center, Lucknow. She is Professor Emeritus, Department of Obs and Clinic, AGMU. She is Secretary of an NGO, and she papers and publications in her name, and she has organized many national conferences. And I would now like to introduce our next person, who is very well known to all of us, Dr. Hrishikesh Pai sir, who is the President-elect FOXY for session 2022-23. He has been awarded with Esteemed Fellowship of RCOG. He has been past Secretary General, Vice President, Deputy Secretary General FOXY, who is the Medical Director of Bloom IVF Group, and also an administrator of FOXY Manyata Initiative.
Hello.
I now take the privilege to introduce to our esteemed moderators and panelists, Mrs. Sudha Sharma. Dr. Sudha Sharma, she is a former professor, postgraduate Department of Gynecology and Obstetrics, Government Medical College, Jammu, and she is the Secretary-elect IMS. Most welcome, Sudha ma'am. And I now hand over the session to our chairpersons to kindly introduce the moderators and take over with the panel. So, can we have Dr. Basab Mukherjee's slide?
Dr. Chandravati said that she was a little busy 15 minutes ago. She may join a little late. That's what she has mentioned.
We have, yeah, Dr. Pai, can you?
I'll introduce Basab. Dr. Basab is known to everyone. He has done a fantastic work for FOXY over the years. And this is my observation, before I read the official thing, that is done a lot of work for family planning, family welfare. And, he's our future, one of our future prospects, very big prospects for the Federation in the future. Coming to he has been the chairman of the Family Welfare Committee of FOXY, joint secretary of the Bengal Obstetric Gynec Society, which is one of the 4-5 main pillars on which the Federation has been created and is sustained at present. She is the honorary secretary of the ISOPA, Kolkata chapter, and fellow representative of the AICC RCOG East Zone. So we all know him. So he is there who will be moderating this session. Along with, I think someone else is there, or you are moderating?
Dr. Girija. Girija is here.
Girija, yeah. So would you like to, madam, my
yes,
co-chair, would you like to introduce her?
Yes. Can you hear me, Dr. Pai?
Yeah. Yes, madam.
Okay. A very pleasant morning to all of you. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Girija. Dr. Girija has been to Jammu many times, and she is the professor, Bharati Vidyapith University Medical College, consultant, Apollo Hospital, Pune. She is director, Girija Hospital Fertility Center, and member of the steering committee, World Organ Genosis. And what I was reading, that she has many awards to her credit. So over to the moderators. Thanks.
Thank you. Prerna, who introduces the panelists?
Yes. Can we? Yeah, you can introduce Basab.
Okay.
Chairpersons are introducing panelists, please.
Chairpersons, please. Chairpersons. Dr. Pai, Dr. Hrishikesh Pai can.
Panel, Dr. Jaideep Tang, no one needs to have introduction, but he's our present Secretary General of FOXY, a very dynamic person, and he's really, along with our great dynamic President, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi. This year has been a fantastic year for all of us. This is the President of the immediate past President of the Mumbai Obstetric Gynec Society, Chair of the International FIGO Chair for Safe Abortion. Very landmark work he has done, very highly acclaimed all over the world. Deputy Secretary General of AOFOG, and ex-chair Publication and Newsletter Committee, AOFOG, Reproductive. And of course, he has also been, has held a lot of posts in the Federation. I will not go in. And he's also besides his obstetrics, he's also a very dynamic ART specialist. So can I have the next, this thing? I think Dr. Sudha, you can introduce Mona Desai.
Okay, Dr. Pai, thanks. Dr. Mona Desai is practicing pediatrician, neonatologist, and adolescent and child counselor since 31 years. She's past MBBS in 84 from BJ Medical College, Ahmedabad, passed MD in 1987 from Ahmedabad, received gold medal in physiology in first MBBS, university highest in surgery in third final MBBS, and became Miss Regius 79 at All India Medical Meet, won personality contest, and so many other things to the credit. So the next panelist.
I can introduce Hema, who is my, Dr. Hema Divakar. Who doesn't know Hema Divakar? It's a really heavyweight panel, I must say. Consultant at Divakar's Hospital, past president of the FOXY, and I think she's the vice chair of the FIGO GDM working group. See, and a very important organization called Artists, which she heads along with her husband Divakar. And technical expert in the Institute of Public Health, Government of India. Of course, as I told you, she's been the past president, senior vice president of FOXY, honorary secretary of the ICOG, and landmark receipt of FIGO International Women's Achiever Award, which is a very highly acclaimed award. And of course, she's my boss in the Manyata program. She's the convener of the FOXY Manyata program.
Thank you, Rishikesh. Dr.
Sudash, Dr. Chamila is all yours.
Okay. Dr. Chamila, she's Director at Aditi Hospital, Trichy, and she's Chairperson of Clinical Research Committee, FOXY. P of Menstrual Hygiene Management, Tamil Nadu. She's Executive Director of NGO Women and NGO for Women Support Groups, and she's winner of many FOXY awards and member RAWS, WEAT, and WISH. Over to you, Dr. Pai, for the next.
Is there of course, Jairani Kamraj, again, another dynamic dynamo from Tamil Nadu, Chief Consultant at the Akash Fertility Center. She is the WS Advisory Committee member elect, Managing Committee of the OXY, and lot of medals and awards, Rajmani, Janaki Raman Prize in Obstetrics, etc. So I'll not go through all the medals, but Best Doctor Award given by Tamil Nadu MGR Medical University in 2012. So very dynamic person from Tamil Nadu.
Okay, so we are done with the introduction. We can start with the panel.
Yeah, thank you. I have a few slides here in the panel, unlike the last one. So we will be showing. Can you see our slides, please? Yeah, fine. So Dr. Girija is around. So it's harassment at workplace. Over the next 40 minutes, we would like to have some discussion on harassment at workplace involving women. And of course, we would like to have most of the inputs from our esteemed panelists about what they feel about the issue and what their inputs should be. So this is our star-studded panel or session. As Dr. Rishikesh said, it's a heavyweight participants. They're all big names in FOXY. And we also are proud to have Dr. Mona Desai from the National Chair Women's Wing of IMA joining here and for her inputs here. So how common is harassment of women at workplace in your opinion? Let's start with some opening questions. Let's go back. Let's go back to our panelists. Dr. Girija, would you like to help the discussion?
I think, yeah, we will start initiating this with Dr. Mona Desai for the simple reason that she represents the IMA, and that would really set the stage. And I would like Dr. Mona Desai to comment on this as to being in this particular position of women's wing. Have you been at the the receiving end of any such kind of complaints? Maybe through that particular perspective, we would be talking on our workplace issues and other things in a time to come, but we would want to know this first, because let's start from our own homes, I feel. And on the IMA perspective, how have you dealt with this particular responsibility in this context?
Yes, Dr. Girija, thank you, first of all, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, for giving me this chance to be on this wonderful conference of violence of women and adolescents and girls. Well, you are quite right. Being the national chairperson of Women Doctors Wing, I am on a different perspective. And first of all, I would like to tell you that I think there is always some exploitation everywhere. And I'm sure Dr. Pai is there, but we women, we have always realized that reaching a point, we have to work much harder than what the male counterparts have to do it. And that is, I think, everywhere, at every stage, we just have to go on proving that we are intelligent, we have something in our brains, not just the beautiful faces. So maybe I think every woman would accept that. And yes, there is been exploitation everywhere, especially I think it is not that even in hospitals also we see, but the worst thing is, even though we had the Vishakha guidelines, I think none of the hospitals, the corporate hospital, most of them, I think 90% of them don't have ICC, that is internal complaint committees. And these women are being exploited in and out. It does not matter whether she comes from a very poor strata or is very affluent. So I think this is a very common thing, and now it is time that we women have to be brave enough to come out with it and not tolerate. But I think usually they tolerate because of some financial crunches or afraid of the society that people will always blame the female. But I am sure we can take up this issue. Women Doctors Wing can make it a major project, and we can counsel it everywhere and see to it. And I can even advise our national president that ICC is made in each and every corporate hospital or middle phase hospitals where there are more than 10 employees in the hospital. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam. I think Basav,
Yes.
I would like to take
Basav, can I say something?
Yes, Dr. Jaydeep, come in, please. Jaydeep wants to come in.
Okay, yeah.
Get his input. Yes, Jaydeep, please, your inputs, please. Yes, Jaydeep, your inputs, please. We're waiting for you. Yeah. Dr. Jaydeep Tank?
Dr. Jaydeep, I think, have we lost him for a while? So
he has to unmute.
Unmute, Jaydeep.
No, he's unmuted. He's frozen.
Yeah, I think his computer is hanged up.
Okay,
Basab, Basab and Girija, you know, when you raise this question of how common is harassment of women at the workplace, as in every other scenario, we don't have the data. There is more than what meets the eye. That's the least I can say, because neither we are asking nor they are telling. And there is no, you know, ground to actually get it. But we all have intuitively a perception, a sense that it is there, it exists, and it needs to be tackled. And that's why we all are here. So I think this key question should haunt us every single day and prompt us to do something about it.
Yeah, very eloquently put, Dr. Hema. And Dr. Jaydeep, can we just hear you before we go to the Dr. Jayrani? You have to unmute.
Yeah,
Dr. Jaydeep was wanting to come in. Dr. Jayrani, we'll just hear from Dr. Jaydeep, and then from Dr. Jaydeep Tank, the floor is yours. We want to hear from you.
Basab, okay, I'm here. I've come back.
Yes, yes, Dr. Chandravati, ma'am, please be a part
Namaste,
of
ma'am.
Namaste.
Thank you, Chandravati, madam. Thank you for coming.
Namaste.
Namaskar.
Hi, Girija. Namaste.
Hi.
Yes, Jaydeep, Dr.
Basab,
Jaydeep.
I think Dr. Divakar has already pointed out to the lack of data that we have as regards how common is harassment of women at workplace. I have no doubt that it exists, but there is limited data to show that it is quite pervasive. I'll refer you to this 2017 survey done by the Indian National Bar Association, which surveyed 6,000 employees. It's the largest survey done in India so far. And they found that sexual harassment was pervasive in different job sectors, ranging from lewd comments to an outright demand for sexual favors. Unfortunately, they also found that most women chose not to report sexual harassment to management, and they chose not to report it because of stigma, fear of retribution, embarrassment, and frankly speaking, a lack of faith in the redressal mechanisms which were existing at that time or generally exist in our country. They say in our country sometimes that the process of going through the whole sort of a legal gambit and going through committees and inquiries itself is the punishment.
That's more
I think
we
need a very nuanced discussion on this particular issue more than anything else before we start talking about any reasoned kind of a discussion on the commonality, if you will, of harassment of women at workplace. And I would also like to point out here that the POSH Act is gender neutral. So I think it should be harassment at workplace rather than harassment of women at workplace. I think that's a point which is quite important because there is, I will not say, for example, there is this study which is reported from the US in the wake of the Me Too movement. And they found that from all the cases of hashtag Me Too that were reported in the US, almost 16 to 18% cases were of men. And there were a large majority of cases where there were women, and they even looked at harassment in the workplace, sexual harassment in workplace through the LGBTQ lens. So I think this whole perception of being only harassed because you're a woman needs to be adjusted. Again, I'm not saying that it needs to be tilted towards one gender or another, but the discussion in essence has to be gender neutral.
Thank you, Jaideep. Thank you. I think Dr. Jairani wants to say something, then we'll go back, Girija.
Well, one comment I want to complete with Jaideep, that survey has interestingly noted that the maximum harassment happens in some industry. And when they look into the medical industry and the medical field, we ranks lowest. And that is very happy about it, because in the medical field, there is 14% has been harassed. But when compared with other companies like food and hotel management, they have more harassment. So when you look into the different categories of harassment, medical field, we have less harassment, and we are very happy about it as a professionals.
Yeah. Basab, I know that we have very short time, but I just want to add that all these surveys should also take into account the end point of the harassment. For example, how many women had to leave the workforce because of sexual harassment? I think that is also an important endpoint, which these surveys sometimes don't address at all. So I think this is an important point which needs to be brought up.
I just want to Basab, take a cue from this. Chamila, just 2 minutes. This is something that I want to ask you also, and all the panelists is, Dr. Desai mentioned about the Vishaka guidelines, and just now Jaideep mentioned about neutrality. And what I wanted to bring across is even the Vishaka guidelines, they are mentioning sexual harassment. I think we are talking about workplace harassment, and that has a wider connotation. And the moment if you decide, because we have had these experiences in our organization, whenever anything comes under workplace harassment, it goes under the Vishaka committee. And the Vishaka committee then says, have you been sexually harassed? If it is not so, then we don't fall you under this purview. Then where do the workplace harassments go? They may be sexually neutral. They may be for the men as well as the women. And therefore, I think we require to have clarity. And that is where people like who are sitting at the helm of these affairs, who are opinion leaders like Jaideep, like Dr. Hema, have to really give us guidelines and make, some sort of an, because as now we are working, we require to have this clarity, because it gets connotated as sexual. So anything, Charmila, you can start saying something about it, and we can have.
Ma'am, actually, I'm in the internal committee of an NGO in Trichy here, and we have gone through the complaints which have come to us. We have actually got a 5-member committee. We have got more of ladies there. We've got 1 male in that committee. And what observations we made was the awareness among the middle class people. The elite group knows about the Vizaka committee and the Banwari Devi, all that episodes they know through the media and everything. But the lady who really goes to work does not have any awareness about the help she can obtain from the government or any self-help group there. So this awareness has to be brought into the purview of middle class women who really need it. The elite group already are all enlightened, and they know something about it. These ladies do not know what they have for help. So that awareness is not there definitely. And the other point is, if the employee himself is a predator, what are you going to do? What is the committee going to do when the employee himself is a predator? And the third thing is what Dr. Jaideep said of men also get harassed, and we have got wrong complaints coming from women also, and that almost makes up 10% of the complaints. So you really need to go into the in depth before you can decide about what can be done, because this is very pervasive. Women who do need it cannot get access, and men are wrongly implicated in many instances also. That also we see in this complaints which we get through the committee.
Thanks, Dr. Sharmila. I just want to put some legal framework, which is just to get the context in place. Before 1997, the IPC section 354, which looked at criminal assault of women to outrage women's modesty, and IPC section 509, which punishes individuals for using of a word, gesture, or act intended to insult the modesty of a woman, were employed before the Vishaka guidelines came in. How the Vishaka guidelines came in, the Bhanwara Devi story, that's another story we'll keep for another day. But from 1997, this was stipulated by the Supreme Court and was followed. But from 2013, we have the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act. And this has superseded the Vishaka guidelines. And this is what is being followed now, the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act. And this has sort of ironed out what constitutes sexual harassment. Like in the Vishaka guidelines, it was physical contact, advances, demand or request for sexual favors, sexual colored remarks, showing pornography, and any other unwelcome physical, verbal, or non-verbal contact of sexual nature. And this has been a little bit fine-tuned in the Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act in 2013, where you get sexually suggestive remarks or innuendos, serious or repeated offensive remarks, inappropriate questions or remarks about a person's sex life, display of sexist or offensive patients, MMS, SMS, WhatsApp, emails, intimidation, threats, blackmail. So it's and also flirting, unwelcome social invitations with sexual overtones, commonly known as flirting. So a lot of things which was mentioned that may not be sexual by itself, actually looks like a lot of things are sexual here. Most of the things, if it's targeted toward a woman, could be looked into a sexual purview. So then we come to our next question. What are the other facets of harassment of women at workplace? Dr. Girija, would you like to take this with the panelists, please?
Yeah, so I will just give you an sort of an example which we had to address with through such kind of associations. There was this wonderful sort of an association, a company which was running, and there all the women workers were asked to come wearing short clothes. So this was meant, and they were counseled that this is meant for business upliftment, and that's how the society is, and we are a multinational committee. Anybody here from Jayarani wants to comment on this?
Yes, madam.
Other facets of harassment of women at work.
Yes. So women is not being used as a gender. Here, they are used for some improvement in their business, in their workplace, to show as a model. They are being used as a, I mean, it's like an ambassador they use, but it is for the sex exploitation as a gender biased ways only it is happening. So definitely gender here has to be given a proper modesty among the women, which is very important, that we as a professionals, we should look into it, and definitely we should raise our voice against such exploitation of the women.
Dr. Hema, can we have such kind of a categorization? Modesty, bias, what is femininity, what is exploitation?
I raised my finger, Girija, because I fondly recalled the first prize in Foxy when it was put up for a slogan contest. Dr. Narendra Malhotra announced and also displayed it to us. This is my dress. It does not mean yes. You know, so that was the kind of thought process which was displayed in that slogan. Therefore, it's a common mindset that the way a woman dresses is automatically inferred as something beyond that. So that was very well portrayed in the small slogan, and I would like to allude to that because the contrast also is happening in some of the South Indian medical colleges. For example, they said no, girls should wear full dress with dupatta, this, that, and there was a lot of protest from the community of the students regarding that. So again, the mindset change of dress means this or that. And, lipstick inside the burqa, for example, that was a great movie. So, there are many things which automatically people connect, but we have to, somehow bring in that disconnect with what women wears in the Indian context and Indian society. Maybe at the moment, some things which we say non-permissible does not mean that we're impinging on their freedom as such. But, till the safety levels are achieved, maybe we need to rethink about how we address this problem. We haven't got all our answers yet, but we have to begin thinking on these commonplace mindset changes.
Can I come in here?
Yes, Jaideep. Yeah.
So I think a lot of important issues have been raised in these discussions. And if I may, I believe that there are 4 important issues that have been raised. One is the issue about unverified claims or false claims, as we have said. The second is what about the role of men? And lastly, I think it essentially boils down to interpretation. And the interpretation comes from essentially respect for each other as persons and the element of intent. I was just speaking to my son before this panel. My son is a law student in his 3rd year of law. And I was just asking him that if I make a remark which I feel is appropriate, but a woman at my workplace feels is inappropriate, how do we address this kind of a imbalance? And the answer that he gave me was, well, it depends on whether you are a superior at work or an equal at work. I think this element of being a hierarchical in terms of intent is quite important. And it essentially stems from the respect that we have for each other at the workplace. So if there is an element of respect and there is no element of sexual intent, then, for example, flirting, it can be taken to mean nothing at all, or it can be taken to mean absolutely in poor taste. The question is, where is the line between this? And frankly speaking, it's very difficult in our country to run to committees and run to courts for each and every kind of a remark, etc. And with this is essentially the problem, isn't it? And therefore, I think it's very important that the workplace fosters a culture of respect for each other and make sure that there is an adequate amount of education amongst everybody who's in the workplace. Let me just very quickly, I'm sorry I'm taking a little time, but I think it's important also to say that let's not, with all due respect, let's not use unverified claims or claims where men have not been found guilty to discredit the entire movement. You see, this is exactly what happened with Me Too. Over a period of time, so many people started saying that there were so many unverified claims. And we understand that the justice system is typically tilted towards the victims. It's not tilted towards the person who's accused. But that is the case with all justice systems. And unverified claims actually make it harder for the feminist movement. And so, when we as advocates for women are talking, I think we should not let unverified claims or what have been proven to be false claims detract from the fact that there is indeed a problem and we need to face this problem. So rather, I would say that we need to put better mechanisms in place. And I think there is a question later on what we need to do. But I thought this is quite important to bring about in this kind of a discussion.
Thank you. I'll just run through a few of the slides which we have here. So an aggrieved woman, whether she's working in the place, visiting the workplace, or is a student in that place, would be looked at similarly. So there's idea for all this. This is what Dr. Mona Desai was putting up. ICC's Internal Complaints Committee. This is something which is mandatory for any organization which has more than 10 employees irrespective of gender, and it needs to be set up. It's headed by a woman, as Dr. Sharmila said, and more than 50% of that constituents women. And a local complaints committee this is when Dr. Jayarani said when the employer is under fire or the employer has been accused. In that case, it doesn't go to the internal complaints committee, it goes to the local complaints committee, which is done at a district level formed by the government. It's all there on paper, but sometimes it may not be there in real life. And if there's a complaint received, there's various stages of the complaint, as put by Dr. Jaideep, that sometimes the entire process gets so complicated that the woman would be saying that the entire embarrassment is much more through this entire thing rather than by the event itself, incident itself. So how to file a complaint at sexual harassment at place. Just a few points before we move on. A written complaint is not mandatory. That's something which is very important. All reasonable assistance will be given is what has been very clearly said. And if at all she can complain, her legal heir has also the right to complain. The time limits of complaint Well, within 3 months from the date of the incident has been written there. But if it's a repeated incident over time, then you take the last incident, and you can have the discretion of extending the time limit in which it can be done. So, so there is an offer of conciliation where people are talk to themselves to settle the matter, but again, without a monetary involvement there, or it goes straight to the police. And then there are other discussions out there. So what are the challenges faced by women after encountering harassment at the workplace? I think some of it has already been answered, but I think we can again bring it back to this discussion. Girija, would you like to take it through our panelists?
Basically, I think that as India is always been proposed to be a young country, which has just started growing and it's now getting its workforce into place, and now we are looking at equality in every aspect. I think what is very important is what Jaideep brought about is mechanisms as to how do we go about doing anything about it. One of the very important things he said was fostering a culture of mutual respect. Now that is something that we require to stress upon. And I would like Dr. Mona Desai to just give us in a short word, what would be her sort of an perspective as to how do we go about this particular thing. And then I'm definitely coming back to Jaideep about this, because we want to have equal on equal, even if we are not talking of gender discrimination, we require to have perspectives from all sides. So Dr. Mona, if you can just give us your insights.
Yes, Dr. Girija, before I tell you what we can do about it, I just want to say two things. One is, as Dr. Jaideep said, that there has to be a mutual respect. But I think Dr. Divakar or somebody said that, you know, women in so many of the industries, like if you see marriage industry and all, where there is catering and all, they are being used as sex commodities. They have been allowed to, they are wearing such short clothes, looking more sexy. If you take them in any hotel industry, any female in the reception, you will never find an ugly fat female standing on the reception desk. So when they are employing this kind of places,
I think Mona, I would like to stop you here just to say that we have to be very careful with the use of words, because that can be body shaming.
Okay, fine. So I personally feel it is we females who has to draw a line and say no. It is like we have to stop the harassment. We have to have that internal strength within us. So that is the only way we can stop it. Because I always feel that any of your problems, nobody else can solve it. It is only you yourself who can make a stop to it. So, and secondly, your attitude in the workplace should be such that nobody should have that power or strength to harass you sexually, because I think males do get and signal that this female is not available.
Okay, so Mona wants to say that women have to empower themselves and have a very high self-esteem. I want Charmila to give an, sort of.
I'm sorry, I have to disagree with you, Dr. Mona. A lady who's working in a place does not have that empowerment. That is a bottom line in our country. And we have seen in places where when the girl goes and complains to a superior, she's told to adjust. She says, this is not a sexual harassment. He's just making a comment on you. Please accept and go on working. That is not acceptable to any lady at any point of time. If she makes a complaint, it needs to be taken very, very seriously, because if she's going to come out of such a culture where she's being told to stop talking outside and then she makes a complaint, it's real serious. You need to go into the background of that, because many times you'll see much more predatory work going on behind the scenes. And we have seen that practically also.
So that is what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Girija. 1 minute. That is what I'm saying. What is real empowerment? Empowerment is when we women have to be heard properly, in a proper sense of place. Like whenever something has been said by women, they are not properly heard. They are just been thought that, okay, she would just go and complain. No, it is not so. Her complaints have to be heard in a proper way, and proper steps have to be taken.
Yeah, I think Dr. Rishikesh Pai wanted to pitch in, or it's Jaideep who wants to speak? Jaideep, sir.
Yeah. So Rishikesh, would you like to say something, or should I?
No, I am actually learning a lot from all of you.
So I think there are
it's a very good learning experience. Yeah. Fantastic deliberation.
Thank you, Rishi. I think there are two challenges here. Okay, and let's outline those two challenges. the first challenge is the structure of what women have to do when they are faced with harassment. I'll refer you to a study done in 2018 by the Martha Farrell Foundation and the Society for Participatory Research in Asia. They filed an RTI in around 655 districts to ask them whether those districts had established the local committees or not. They did not receive a reply from 56%. And from the ones that they received a reply, 29% said they had formed local committees and 15% they said they had not formed local committees. Now, when they went back and looked at the places which had formed local committees, they tried to find information on the local committee on the websites or IEC material which had been published by those particular local authorities. And it was impossible to find. I tried myself when I came to know I'm going to be part of this panel. I went to the Bombay Municipal Corporation website and I tried to find where I could contact the LCC in Mumbai district. I could not find it. And it's not surprising, therefore, that although the LCC in Mumbai has been formed in 2018, up to May 2020, only 5 complaints have been received by the Mumbai LCC. Can you imagine, in the last 3 years, 5 complaints have been received by a body which has been set up exclusively to receive complaints. The other is there are gaps in the POSH Act. Let's face it. For example, the biggest gap, according to me, is what to do with the informal sector. And we know that the informal sector contributes to a huge amount in our economy. A domestic worker, for example, if she wants to file a complaint, she cannot file a complaint to the LCC. Did you know that? She has to go directly to the police station. And it is so difficult to report rape in a police station for a woman. Imagine how that domestic worker will go and say, my employee was looking at me with lewd eyes. You know what? How will the police take her seriously? So these are systemic issues, legal issues, which need to be addressed. I think the other issue also, as I said, is this whole culture of respect. And within that, I'm sorry to say that because of our patriarchal nature, sometimes men and women don't even realize that they are sexually harassing other people. They think, "Arey, मैं तो school और college में ऐसे ही बोलता था, तो मैं अभी भी ऐसे ही बोलूँगा." You see, and this is the problem. There is absolutely zero awareness of what can be construed as sexual harassment and what could be construed as inappropriate. And for this, I think it's very important to raise awareness amongst employees, particularly when there is a hierarchical kind of a issue. So for example, if I have an equal at my workplace, saying something to that person will be taken differently than saying something to someone who is working under me or in the hierarchy of the organization is below me. So I think, these are all these issues which need to be addressed before we can actually say that we are doing something very concrete for, preventing harassment at the workplace.
Yeah, thanks, Jaideep. I think we'll just run through the last part, some of the presentation slides which we have. What happens if the victim's complaint is found to be false? I think this was mentioned. So section 14 of the Act works upon the false complaints. If ICC finds a complaint to be false, it may recommend action against the woman or person who has made the complaint, but it's made clear that a mere inability to substantiate the complaint or provide adequate proof may not attract legal action. And so no action can be recommended against the complainant unless it shows a malicious intent on part of the complainant. And so preventive steps, I'm sure we'll be discussing more about that, but sexual harassment should be affirmatively discussed at workers' meeting is what we think. Guidelines to be prominently displayed and create awareness for the rights of female employees. I think that's a very important point that we've mentioned through this panel, and all our panelists say there's no awareness. And of course, when there's awareness, there's stigma, and that's a problem which comes in the way of complaining, which is the first step of taking it forward. Employers should assist persons affected in case of sexual harassment by outsiders, often not the case. Central government, state government, and then of course it's their challenges. We already have discussed this, that women believe that her objection will disadvantage her in connection with her employment or her work. Adverse consequences may occur if the victim does not consent to the conduct or raises objection, and the police may refuse to put an FIR. I think this is where the important question, where we'll be ending our panel, but we want to hear from everybody. what can you do as an individual and part of an organization to address the issue? I'll start with Dr. Hema. Dr. Hema Divakar, if you can really come in, because if for Manyata, if you can do so much with the state government and all, why can't we do it with violence against women and children? So can you just describe how easy or difficult it is to work with the government? And as we have discussed throughout this, it's not something which Foxy can do alone, but it's something about making this buzz, which is there today, to a road tomorrow, and to make sure that we can move the policymakers, move the stakeholders, and make policy change at a bigger level. But that is just by lobbying and by making a move. Dr. Hema, from you first, and then the other.
Thank you, Basab and Girija, because I think the leadership position in Foxy is really crucial, and we have a whole bunch of leaders with a similar intent, and the force therefore amplifies and multiplies. So the three things that I wanted to say was, one is we all agree that the girls and women need to speak up, but the next question is to whom she'll speak up. And it's already a given in our own minds that the response will be this, and the other. So she'd better not to speak up and keep chat. That's already kind of in a vicious cycle. It is ingrained. So that barrier needs to be broken, because what happens next after she speaks up is the big question. So the building of the capacity of the response to these girls and women who speak up in an informal sector as well, because everything should not be looked from the legal framework, because that doesn't probably, most of the cases land up anywhere. So that's point number one. Both individuals and organizational, we can do something about it. And in fact, if you do remember 2013 Nari Samman program, I said it is the Foxy CSR, Foxy's corporate social responsibility to ensure a VSR. Now, what is VSNR? We labeled the program as such. We said value, safety, and respect. CSR for VSR. That's what Foxy stands for, because we value her life and beyond. We have to ensure her safety, and we have to respect. So this needs to be strengthened in a tangible way. It's an abstract thing that we're just saying it, but we have to move towards doing something about it. And lastly, I would like to say that everything cannot be solved in a legal framework. Yes, they are there, but without teeth. So we need to, in some segments, yes, it needs to be implemented, but just like in the family, the dispute, how it gets resolved, like that, we have to create something and incubate something where very confidentially, very anonymously, approach and redressal is possible on the whole. And in some way, if Foxy leaders joining hands can, in a gender neutral way, the respect and other things that we talked about, we can brainstorm and build a system. I think that will be having a far reaching impact than the already existing legal redressals.
Can we have something as objective as a thing like we are talking of NABH Manyata, where we have to have certain accreditations? So you have a workplace. As Jaideep observed, that there is nothing seen in the major working bodies. So can we have, like we have so many acts, so many numbers, registration numbers, can we not have something like, sort of a framework maybe?
Thank you, Girija, for raising this, because just as we speak, there is an offer from, one of the organizations which is already partnering with Manyata, the Swasti as a catalyst organization, because they said, we want to add a module, which we already have ready, to empower everybody in the workplace, men and women, with all of these components. So the Manyata leadership will again look into this. And if in the workplace, for us, the workplace, at least let us tackle the segment of hospitals as a workplace. At least let's start somewhere in a tangible, concrete manner. So we will need to study what they have in that course, because it speaks about all of these. So that is where we will take it forward from.
But we are getting instructions that the time is up. So let's
Dr. Mona Desai, Dr. Mona, can we hear from you? Your final words before we close up. I think we're taking the last points, Dr. Girija, and then we'll wind up. Yeah.
Yes, I personally feel that Dr. Girija and Divakar is right. We have to have an ICC everywhere, at least at all the hospitals, the corporate or the middle stage hospitals. It has to be a compulsory. And I think even the FICCI can take it up, because this time we have a female president, Mrs. Sangeeta Reddy. So even she can take this up. So maybe if this type of ICCs are made in all these places, the question of whom to complain will go away. And just a closing statement, every woman has to be empowered to say no, and you have to stop that at the first instant. If you don't do that, the counterpart is going to be encouraged and it will go on and on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jayarani. Dr. Jayarani Kamaraj, can we hear your?
I agree. I agree with Mona.
Jayarani, can you say something in Hindi if possible?
Sorry, ma'am. I'm
It's
not good in Hindi. I'm not good in Hindi.
It's okay. We'll do it in English.
I just want to say, as Madam was telling, that we have to have a very important module in every setup when you give an accreditation, that we should include this type of ICC or a complaint, where to make, how to make, who will do the assessment, who will do the, all these things has to be done. And secondly, there should be a module to educate every staff to have an individual responsibility to make sure that they behave in a proper way. Because usually when an offense happens, it happens as a group or individual, and who is the accused person will be supported by others. So that type of an attitude should change. So that needs a lot of education and a lot of empowerment on the person who is being affected, as well as who has been involved in this victim. So victimization has to be changed. That is very important. When a victim comes with a complaint, it should not be a victimization. We have to support, encourage, and also we should give them a proper resolution. All these things should be given in that module. Then only a person who has a complaint can come over without any fear of being, will not have any fear of this complaint, so that they will have a solution for the complaint. So that is very important to make in the module.
Dr. Sharmila, your thoughts?
Yeah, actually, I am a member of an organization called Women. It's an NGO. We've got 2 lakh members. I rang them up yesterday to talk to them that I'm in this panel. They first said we have to thank Foxy for bringing out this problem, because when an empowered group like a gynecologist group can talk about it in the public forum, it's going to create much more awareness. And I'd like to thank Foxy and the other people who have brought this into the open, because this needs to be talked about. The awareness is totally lacking in many of the women. And it will be a thanksgiving from my side that Foxy has put up this program, because people need to talk about it so that it reaches the women who really need it. And gynecologists form a major group of helping such women. Thank you so much for that.
Basanta, sorry to interrupt. We are getting out of time.
Jaydeep's last word, and then we hand over to our chairpersons for the final comments.
So I would just a very limited point, that harassment at the workplace.
Can you say in Hindi, please, Jaydeep? Something in Hindi.
I'm from Bombay, and you're asking me to speak in Hindi.
Yeah, please.
तो मैं ये कहूँगा कि जो harassment है workplace में, वो एक vacuum में नहीं होता, या वो अपने आप एक अलग बात नहीं है. ये हमारी society का reflection है. और अगर ये बात को हमें अच्छी तरह से ध्यान देना है, या अच्छी तरह से इसके लिए कुछ करना है, तो ये जरूरी है कि ये सिर्फ वर्क प्लेस में बात ना हो, लेकिन सोसाइटी एज अ लार्ज पे बात हो. जैसे कि जो रिस्पेक्ट की बात हम कर रहे हैं, जिस मेल और फीमेल की, या फीमेल और मेल की जो रिस्पेक्ट की बात कर रहे हैं, ये सिर्फ वर्क प्लेस में लिमिटेड नहीं होनी चाहिए. मेरे हिसाब से जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन एक्चुअली स्टार्ट्स इवन एज अर्ली एज सेक्स सिलेक्शन. और ये एक कंटिन्यूम है, या ये एक बात है जो पहले से ही चल के आ रही है. और अगर इसको हमें तोड़ना है, तो इसको जड़ से तोड़ना पड़ेगा, सोसाइटी लेवल पे तोड़ना पड़ेगा. तो सिर्फ वर्क प्लेस में बात करके नहीं चलेगा, हमें सोसाइटी एज अ लार्ज से बात करनी पड़ेगी. थैंक यू
जयदीप.
गिरजा हिंदी में सुनना चाहती थी. तो मेरा तो ये कहना है कि हर लड़की को शुरू से पता होना चाहिए कि उसकी लिमिट क्या है. उसे अपने क्लासमेट से भी बात करने का एक तरीका, तमीज और समझ आनी चाहिए. वहां भी उसको कहने के होना चाहिए कि ये बात तुम गलत बोल रहे हो, इस तरह लड़कियों से नहीं बात की जाती. एज वी गो इनटू द जॉब, जहां हम जाते हैं, हर जगह हर औरत हर को पता होना चाहिए. और सबसे पहले उन्हें अपने जिससे उन्होंने बात की है, जिसने उनसे गलत बात की है, उसी से सॉल्व करे, उसी को बताए कि ये तरीका बात करने का गलत है, या ये एक्शन गलत है, आप इसको सुधार लें. और नहीं आए तब जो उन्हें आगे बढ़ के इसकी कंप्लेन करना चाहिए. सो दे शुड बी एम्पावर्ड. औरतों को खुद एम्पावर होना पड़ेगा अपनी हद बनाने के लिए, अपनी रेस्पेक्ट लेने के लिए. उन्हें अपनी इज्जत खुद कमानी पड़ती है. ठीक है.
So I think last two important words would be Paraspar Adar or Jagrukta.
बस वही चाहिए.
These are the two things that we have to do.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, all the conveners, the panelists, and Basabda, and everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
sir.
Girija and Basab, for a wonderful discussion.
Thank you,
Thank you so much. Namaste.
Thank you, sir, for a wonderful panel. Thank you all the respected chairpersons, moderators, and panelists for such a great session. It was truly a star-studded panel, and it would have been a treat to listen to you throughout the day. But because of time constraints, we have to move on to the next session. And I invite Dhwani again to take over for the next session, please. Dhwani.
Thank you, Dr. Ruchi, and thank you, Dr. Prerna, for the very, very illuminating discussion. You're a big hand, wonderful discussion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Foxy with Shalkel Mom, powered by 100% veg DHA and offers 100% RDA. Cheers all strong women who have stood up for themselves or supported their colleagues, take a firm stand against harassment at workplace. We salute all of you here. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our next session, which is on acid attack, a deep scar on soul, for which I'd like to invite Dr. Niharika Malhotra to initiate the session. Welcome, Dr. Niharika, once again, and over to Dr. Niharika.
Thank you so much, Dhwani. And I think we are having such a wonderful program. Young Talent Promotion Committee is extremely proud to bring this session today ahead. Acid attack has been a burning issue, and especially in the current scenario, and many of these acid attack victims go unreported. Today, we are going to talk about this very sensitive issue with our seniors and stalwarts. For this session, I would like to invite my chairpersons for today, Dr. Archana Verma, Vice President-elect, and also the India Book of Award winners, Dr. Vidya Thobi, Food and Drug Committee Chairperson from Vijaypur, and Dr. Kalyan Barmade, Chairperson Public Awareness Committee, Foxy. I welcome our chairpersons and I invite them to take this session forward.
Thank you, Niharika. And please, welcome everybody, and a big congrats to our president, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, for arranging this very vibrant discussion. And I've got privilege to introduce Dr. Jaideep Malhotra. Everybody know her. She's a most compassionate and passionate and committed person for women health and care. And I know her as a most dedicated person. And she is a director, ART Rainbow Hospital, and she is the immediate past president of Foxy in 2018. And she worked a lot for women health, and I still remember in Delhi when she arranged a great and huge public forum on even acid attack victims, where we really met that Lakshmi Foundation also, and we could meet many acid victims. And उनका एक ही कहना है, सिर्फ हंगामा खड़ा करना मेरा मकसद नहीं, सारी कोशिश ये है कि सूरत बदलनी चाहिए, मेरे सीने में नहीं सही, तेरे सीने में ही सही है आग कहीं भी, लेकिन आग जलनी चाहिए. Dr. Jaideep, welcome.
Thank you, Archana.
I would thank you.
And
thank
next.
you. Yes.
Vidya, can we just introduce?
Yeah. I would thank Foxy President, Secretary, and all the office bearers for such a wonderful initiatives. Since morning, we are listening so wonderful sessions. Now, I thank Niharika also. This is a wonderful session she has brought in about the acid attack. And now I invite our most energetic, enthusiastic, Dr. Shaila Jamal. She is an associate professor in RMI Bareilly. And she has so many awards. If you go through India Book of Record holder, the North Zone in charge of Young Talent Promotion Committee, Foxy, then we have been seeing her in various role plays as well. Okay, so we would like to witness now the wonderful session by Dr. Jaideep Malhotra and Dr. Shaila Jamal.
Yes.
Welcome, Dr. Jaideep, ma'am. You can start the session.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just sharing my screen. Shaila? Thank you so much, Alpesh, and the whole team for this opportunity. It's, we've been discussing on a lot of issues which are very, very close to our hearts and also to Foxy. I'm so happy and so proud of this organization. I can't even explain that every day we are evolving, not only on the medical aspect, but also on the social aspect, which again, the onus lies on us. But खाली बात करने से तो काम नहीं चलेगा ना, बात करने के साथ साथ प्रैक्टिस करना बहुत जरूरी है। जो भी बात आज हम कर रहे हैं वो अपने ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से ही शुरू करके और सब नीचे तक लेके जाना है, चाहे वो फॉक्सी है या आपका हॉस्पिटल है या आपके बच्चों का स्कूल है, कहीं पे भी जहां पे भी आप हैं, आप उसको अपने हर रग रग के अंदर जिएंगे और उसको एक अपने आप को एक रोल मॉडल बनाएंगे। अभी जब इससे पहला सेशन चल रहा था तो मुझे एक डॉक्टर चंद्रावती की उससे बात याद आई कि जब मैं स्कूल में पढ़ती थी, आई वाज इन अ कोएड स्कूल, आई वाज क्वाइट अ बोल्ड गर्ल, and a lot of boys used to come and make all kinds of passes. So one day I caught hold of one boy in front of our most aggressive teacher, and I just told the teacher, I said, I'm going to give him a slap. Now the teacher actually was totally taken aback that what have I done, but I that was all I did. And the teacher was there behind me, and he said, yes, he should not be doing this, but he took me aside. Now imagine the role of a teacher here. He took me aside and he said, yes, you were right, whatever you were doing, but the way you did it was wrong. Because that is something which instigates, vendetta. That is something, now these boys will come after you. Now, when we are talking about acid attacks today, acid attack is also something like that, because somewhere, somebody is having a problem with someone, and the way it comes out, it is an aggressive way of coming out, and that can leave a lifetime of an impact on the person who's going to suffer, not only physically, emotionally, psychologically, and not only to that person, but to the whole family and to the whole people around. And this one acid attack not only has an impact on just that family, but on the whole women, or on the community as a whole. Now we keep on talking about a lot of things, Shaila, and we have a wonderful panel here. I'm so happy to have Mrs. Rekha Sharma from the National Women's Commission, whom we heard before also. We have Dr. Abhay Dalvi, who is the Vice President of the Association of Surgeons of India. We have our own Dr. Nandita Palshetkar, a very good dear friend and past president of Foxy. And we have Preeti Kumar with us, and plus we have Tripti Saran, who has been writing books left, right, and center on all these issues. So I'm going to really, go ahead and call Shaila to just put a little base on our discussion.
Thank you so much, Jaideep ma'am. And thank you so much to the entire community of obstetrician and gynecologists and entire community of viewers and listeners that we have today. So I feel that this topic was needing discussions from long before. So just yesterday only, I was looking out for what does acid attack, its impact in India and those kind of things. So the moment I hit on my search button, I could find these news reports. So every 5th day, we are reporting one incidence of acid attack in our country, and unreported cases are just lost in between. So next we can see that, yes ma'am, can we have next slide? Okay. So we are dwelling in South Asian region which witnesses the highest number. UK, France, even they have high incidence. So it's not just the region that unites us in this crime that is committed against humanity, but the gender, the motives, and lot many things. Our country is witnessing around 300 new cases of acid disfiguration per year. More than 80% victims are females, and rest 20% victims who are males. We would have a discussion certainly at some other time. As I said earlier, some cases are reported, some are not, because some people even die before reporting. We need to redefine our roles, our role models, our heroes. अंजलि, तुम मुझे भूल जाओ, ऐसा मैं नहीं होने दूंगा. तुम हाँ करो या ना करो, तुम मेरी किरण हो. We always need bahubalis. We are, breeding a whole genre of superheroes in Bollywood, but not superheroines. So let's have a discussion around this. And over to you, Jaideep ma'am, for the first point that we will be having our discussion on.
Yeah, actually, what I was saying initially, that once such a case happens, like one Nirbhaya happened and it shook the whole country. Similarly, once acid attack happens, it shooks the whole society. Now, when we say that the society has been shaken up, but what role does society have? I mean, the society has a role. Society has a role as a causal factor, and also has a role as a preventing factor. So I'm going to go ahead and talk to Nandita about it. Nandita, can you just, tell us, like, how can we really prevent the causal factor as a society? Not as a society as Foxy, but otherwise as a society.
Humanity. I think, first of all, Jaideep, thank you for having me here. Alpesh, congratulations. And the last discussion was superb. I mean, so very close to all our hearts. Society, if you see as a whole, I think, you begin as a child, and I think children are cruel. They tend to be cruel to each other. And I look at acid attack as a heinous act. It is cruelty. I mean, there is some kind of a mental disturbance. That person has some kind of a, anger issues or something which really drives, or maybe passion, as was said. So I feel as a society, you can actually teach your boys. I mean, we're talking about women here. So I think the education has to begin with mothers teaching their boys that they have to respect women and respect them for their wishes. I mean, usually these things are because the boys are spurned by that girl. She doesn't agree to marry him for sexual favors or whatever. So I think the change has to be brought about in the society, and it has to be brought about in our houses, where we as mothers teach the boys to respect the girls, and also the society in not shunning that woman. She dressed up badly. Yeah, she was this. She only attracted his attention. So I think we have to be more kind to each other, and COVID has taught us that. This COVID epidemic has taught us to be kind to each other. And that is what that kindness, that tolerability, the sensitivity has to really percolate. And I feel the woman is the most important part in this. She can bring about the change. So Jaideep, educate that mother.
I know, Nandita, you're very passionate about Beta Samjhao, and that's very, very important aspect. But, still, many of us women are always of the thought process, and I'm sure Shaila will agree with me, that we, women are only responsible for what happens to them. And you should know your limits. I know a girl who acid was thrown on her face by her own brother, because the girl was beautiful. And every time she would stand in front of the mirror, the brother would hate it. And the mother would always say, "Tum baar baar शीशे के सामने क्यों खड़ी रहती हो? और ये lipstick क्यों लगाती हो? तुम्हें कोई अच्छा लगने की जरूरत नहीं है." And the brother was dark. And one fine day when they had a fight, the brother threw acid on his own sister. Now, I'm going to come back to Tripti here and say that now can we prevent such actions and how?
Hi, thank you, ma'am. First of all, thank you for inviting me and giving me the privilege to talk here. As Nandita ma'am just said, she talked about how as a family we can prevent. As a society, I believe philanthropy is very good. अच्छा है, हम सब अच्छा सोचते हैं, सब अच्छा अच्छा चाह रहे हैं. But then somehow it has to, as you said, it has to come into action. And we know that if I talk about metros, Delhi has the maximum number of acid attack victims. I read and I was very surprised. We have such educated people here. So it is all about patriarchy. It is all about, male entitlement, about control. And as I said, the inability to accept the rejection. Tumne mujhe reject kiya, ab now the whole world will reject you. So somehow our boys and our fathers, I agree with what ma'am said that mothers need to teach their sons, but the father's role is equally crucial. And the society, as we've all been talking, we need to be less regressive. I'll tell you, ma'am, I was so surprised. I opened Facebook these days and I have a stream of novels coming there because I read quite a lot. So a lot of novels, and I'm surprised they're so regressive that they should be banned. It's about the caveman practice, a man lifting a woman. As Shaila just very beautifully said, tu hai meri karan, tu haan kar ya na kar. We need to get away from these kind of things, and we have to accept that a woman has the right to say no. I told my son that what is no? I went to see this movie Pink, and very innocently he tells me कि अभी तो मैं 18 का नहीं हूँ, जब मैं 18 कहूँगा you tell me again. So, as mothers, as fathers, somehow I believe that as sons grow up, they try to emulate their fathers. So the role of father is very, very important here. And yes, as a society, we need to prevent this. And prevention, if it is only about society, then it is also about prevention of acid attack. I'm sure we'll come to about sale of acid. So I'm sure we'll come to it later on. But yes, as a society, we need somehow to remove the patriarchy and misogyny in our society.
Jaideep, that is the problem.
Yeah,
so older generation is brought up saying that the man is superior. So that is why we need to start making the change as mothers into our sons. My son today respects his wife. He would not, so you can see that change in generation, all our daughters, all our children, because the husbands respect us. So that thing has to come now.
I think I don't know whether they or we are the lucky few, but the change has to come on a larger society, because when we say that society at large, society does not only mean doctors, society means everything. Now when these women go, like for filing a report, they come to a doctor, they come to a hospital. It's a whole lot of paraphernalia where they will need help. I would like to bring in here Abhay Dalvi. Now, how do you really go about as a doctor? I'm sure all these women must be coming to surgeons for a lot of treatment, and also what is it? How do we change, Abhay, and help them out? First is for surviving and second is for prevention.
Yeah, now, first of all, let me congratulate Foxy for an excellent program on behalf of ASI, and I thank you for involving the Association of Surgeons of India. Let us see this in broad perspective. I will tell you about the victim first. The early thing that happens as far as the victim is concerned is a lot of tissue loss and bone loss. As a surgeon, I would like to know what acid has been used. Just for your information, which may not be really of interest, nitric acid and sulfuric acid are the two easily available acids in the market. There is no cap. Anybody can go and buy these. Hydrochloric acid is seldom available. So these two acids are the most important ones which are used for this disfigurement. Sorry. The second thing is simple caustic soda can give rise to this. Now, what happens as a surgeon is twofold. Number one is you got to look at the early effects and the delayed effects. The early effects are the patient requires surgical support, immediate surgical support, because there is tissue loss, bone loss, etc., including blindness. The second important thing is the psychological support that this patient requires. This is in the early phases. let us say the patient recovers a little later. This is the time psychological report comes into picture. The patient has to undergo multiple surgeries for cosmetic effect. The patient requires legal support because there is constant hounding that takes place. Then comes the rehabilitation of the patient. This is the most important challenge, and I think both the associations should take over, that the patient requires professional training and skill development in some form or the other so that this person can become economically viable. This is where the entire rehabilitation would end. There are many attempts which have been made, not only in India, but by some agencies, one of them known as Acid Survivors Trust International from UK, which was formed in 2002. And in one of the surveys which have been conducted by Cornell Law School, they have studied particularly 3 countries, which includes India. The 2 other countries are Cambodia and Bangladesh. Let me tell you, Bangladesh is the only country which has brought down the incidence of acid attacks by bringing in legislation which increases the punishment and desists the perpetrators from doing this. Unfortunately, India has only formed an expert committee which is considering increase prison time by amending the existent IPC. The second problem with India is implementation of law. Investigations, protection of victims, prosecution and punishment take a very, very long time. And there is a lot of suppression of this victim that take place during this period. And third is we have to gear up for victim redressal because this victim is going to require support for a very, very long time. Thank you.
I think that's a fantastic point, Abhay, which you have brought in. I was just reading through Shella. I think you will give us the figures. The conviction rate in these acid cases is to the tune of only 3%. And absolutely taken aback by this. Now, can you imagine? And when we are talking about sensitivity of the judiciary, of the police, of the doctors, I think we need to take some action here. And that really brings me, I'm sure that a lot of these social and psychological implications have been there. But this is something, unless mental conviction is there, I don't think it's going to happen or, the reduction is going to happen. So let us just go to Preeti first and understand the psychological implications. And is there how do we really help them out? Preeti from Lucknow.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jaideep. Thank you so much, the Young Talent Promotion Committee, for making me part of this program. A lot of discussion about the role of society, what Dr. Nandita has said and what Dr. Abhay has just now mentioned. It's a real burden. It's a inhuman crime, and in our country, it's more of a women-centric. If you see the statistics, I think Sahila will just now mention, 85% are the female victims. They are psychologically deprived. They are depressed. They have anxiety. They are ostracized by the society. They are left alone. They feel very isolated, and a lot of suicidal tendencies as well. We have never been a part of the treatment protocol of these females, but yes, we have spent much time with these girls because we have a She Rose Cafe here in Lucknow that is run by the acid victims. And we also honored them in the North Zone Yuva Foxy conference, and we invited them in a forum. So what we need to do is how we can psychologically support them is the role of the society. There is a role of family, where you, Dr. Jaideep, just now mentioned that the acid was thrown by her own brother or husband. In these kind of situations, you have to also counsel the families, and you have to give them protection, make them self-dependent. So there is a lot of role of the government, there's a lot of role of the organizations like us, there's a lot of NGOs, because it cannot be a single responsibility of any organization. The society as such has to come forward, the judiciary has to come forward, the government has to come forward. and the organizations have to come forward. And then we have to make them psychologically independent. They will have to make them self-dependent, offer them the employment so that they can relish their life. So it is very important. There's so many people to have this. So FOXI definitely will go a long way. It's a just start. I think Dr. Jaydeep worked a lot, but definitely society right now very insensitive for these issues. If you see, आज पेपर में हम लोग को सब मिलता है. अभी अगर हम बात करें, just 2 comment हम बोलना चाहेंगे because what Dr. Nandita has said. अगर छपाक picture की बात करें, तो Deepika Padukone was the actress which portrayed Lakshmi's character. इतना important issue, इतना sensitive issue, वो जब आया field पे, तो Lakshmi became a star. She was accepted, she was given a platform. But step जो Deepika Padukone का JNU में गया, and the whole thing was destroyed. So the mindset of the society is not sensitive at all to this issue. We talk about we become sensitive and then become insensitive. Same what happened with Nirbhaya Kand. कितने लोग सड़क पे आ गए थे जब निर्भया कांड हुआ था. दिन रात नहीं देखे लोगों ने. सुबह 4 बजे रात भर लोग खड़े रहते थे. लेकिन वही हाथरस का जब कांड हुआ तो इतनी सेंसिटिविटी नहीं थी. So society has to be very sympathetic, and once we want to support these females, everyone should have to come forward. So अगर ये लोग की वर्जन देखें, अगर हम लोग के कमेंट्स देखें, जस्ट एक कमेंट साइला और देना चाहिए. अगर लोग इन लोग के कमेंट्स देखें तो ज्यादातर लोगों का ये कहना है कि एसिड से हम एक बार प्रताड़ित हुए, लेकिन सोसाइटी से, फैमिली मेंबर्स से हम बार-बार प्रताड़ित हुए. So it is a time to think again about this.
I think Preeti, this is important because ये जो ऊपर के स्कार्स आप देख रहे हो, ये तो 2, 4, 5, 6 सर्जरीज 20 के बाद ठीक हो जाएंगे, लेकिन जो इनसाइड सोल के स्कार्स हैं वो तो जिंदगी भर ठीक नहीं होते, और वो साथ में जितने लोग हैं उनको भी लेके डूबते हैं. I can't see Rekha Sharma ji अभी हमारे पैनल में I think है नहीं है. Shaila, I would like you to ask, take this question up.
Jaydeep, before you talk, Abhay talked about the treatment and all. I just want to tell you, see, we are looking at 400 victims per year, as Sela said. Not more than that. I think we have enough people, Abhay. I think D.Y. Patil also, I know the medical college treated a girl, and there were a lot of NGOs which came and supported her and all that. So I think what we can do as a society is 400 is not too much. We must see that we spend maybe 10 lakhs, 20 lakhs, whatever through NGOs, whatever, and get them this help. And of course, we will talk about prevention, but remember that people like Abhay and his association, there are lots of plastic surgeons who are willing to do a lot of work. So I think that best treatment should be made available to those who are affected by it.
Yes, Nandita, I totally understand your sentiments.
Can I come in here?
Yes, sir.
I was going through the statistics of Government of India as far as specialized centers for these sort of patients, and there are dismal number of them. The dedication of it has to be one plastic surgeon and one patient. You cannot have a second plastic surgeon coming in and trying to treat cosmetically this patient who has been already treated by someone else, because it is a multi-stage procedure that is required, because usually there is a bone loss, etc., etc. So the problem is we require dedicated surgeon to patient ratio. If that we can have, Nandita is talking of 400 patients, so we'll require maybe 200, one plastic surgeon treating 2 patients. But if at all the victims are in different places and we have very few centers, it becomes really difficult to, because it's a long thing. In my residency, let me tell you, I have seen one patient through the residency being corrected in the Department of Plastic Surgery by one surgeon. And this boy was ultimately rehabilitated as a ward boy in KEM hospital. So there are ways and means of doing these things, no doubt about it. Thank you.
I think there are a lot of recommendations which have come up. We need to be a little short and crisp in our deliberations, because a number of points I want to bring in. Shaila, very quickly, can you tell us the role of police and Mahila Suraksha Wing? How can they assist in such a
that problem? Is a totally dedicated cell. And for this, I would like to invite Dr. Tripti Sharan to give her inputs. How can we be benefited by them?
From the dedicated cells, I couldn't get it. Can you please elaborate again, Sheila?
Mahila Suraksha Wing of Police. That is a dedicated team.
See, Sheila, even when this Justice Verma recommendation came, they very clearly said that the spate of crime is because of failures from the part of the government and the police. So if once an attack has happened, you not only fear the attackers, you also fear the police. So the police has to be receptive. And now there are so many reforms that the police cannot refuse to file an FIR. They have to come forward and help them. And there has to be a very holistic approach. Like you cannot keep shunning the patient here and there. You have to somehow, they are the ones who are, you know, 100 number, okay, sabse pehle emergency, police are the ones who come. And they are the ones who have to facilitate it, you know, like providing medical care, no private hospital for, I have forgotten the act which came in, they cannot refuse treatment. All these things, somehow the law enforcement office agencies and the Mahila Suraksha police committee, aapne bola, they have to be sympathetic. They have to be trained how to deal with them very, very emphatically and in a very, very congenial manner so that they are not more disturbed than what they already are.
So actually, when an acid attack happens, the woman has to rush to a hospital for sure, you know, with all their first aid and all. Now, there has to be a cell in the hospital itself, which will deal with the medical, legal, and, you know, the medical problems. So I think that each hospital, one dedicated hospital, because when we talk about 400 cases, Abhay, but India is such a huge country. Where is this case going to happen and where is the dedicated help going to be? Those are the major challenges which we have. Yeah.
We hardly have burn centers. Man, we do, most hospitals do not have a burn unit, so you keep referring the patient.
See, the important aspect you try and understand is at the time and immediately after the attack, the patient requires resuscitation and resuscitation only. After stabilizing the patient, which takes about 2 days, this patient can be sent to a dedicated center.
Yes.
So we have one in Mumbai, a dedicated burn center, and the patients are usually referred there or kept in institutes which can cater to this sort of patients.
So it's a very important point which you have brought in, that first maybe 1 or 2 days or a week or whatever, stabilize the patient, and then we should have identified, I am sure there are at least on the websites, many dedicated centers, at least 6 of them I could identify, which are there, and the patients can be referred, because it is impossible for medical fraternity to establish many centers when the demand is limited. But another very important thing, I only did not say Mahila Suraksha Cell, I also said National Commission for Women, because I thought that Rekha ji is going to be with us, because National Commission for Women also has to bring in a lot of points, like especially the sale of acid. Why is acid, in spite of having all the legal things in place, is so freely available in our country? Now, these are the things which we should, along with all these people, should be bringing in the changes, so that acid, whoever is selling acid, whoever is buying acid.
Hello?
Sehla, I think Jaideep's signal is a little this.
Yeah.
Sehla, I feel that.
Yes, ma'am. आपसे ही पूछने वाली थी मैं, because हमारे जो दर्शक हैं वो हिंदी भी सुनना चाहते हैं. So मैं ये पूछना चाह रही थी कि what are the inputs from the side of panelists, कि क्या हम लोग को एक quick reaction team बनानी चाहिए probably हर medical college में, कि हम इस तरह के cases को cater कर पाए और उनमें कोई delay नहीं हो, वहाँ पे legal aid भी हो, वहाँ पे doctor भी हो, जैसे अभय सर ने कहा कि एक surgeon भी हो. So what is your take on this? I would like to ask Dr. Nandita first.
सहला, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि पहले जब वो आए तो जैसे डॉक्टर अभय ने बोला कि उसे जिंदा रखने की कोशिश कीजिए, फर्स्ट एड दीजिए, पानी से धोइए. एसिड सिंपल चीज है कि पानी से धोएंगे तो एसिड की इंटेंसिटी कम हो जाती है, लेकिन उस वक्त सेंसिटिविटी दिखाना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, बिकॉज वो मेंटली बहुत ही अपसेट होती है. तो वो जो सेंसिटिविटी है वो अपने टीम में इकट्ठा करना बहुत जरूरी है. जैसे फॉक्सी मान्यता प्रोजेक्ट कर रहा है, ओके, हम डिग्निटी ऑफ अ वुमन, रिस्पेक्ट फॉर अ वुमन कर रहे हैं. आई थिंक ये सिचुएशन भी डिग्निटी और रिस्पेक्ट का बहुत ही जरूरी है। जो लोग पुलिस आते हैं, जो डॉक्टर्स आते हैं, जो वो पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ जो है, उनको बहुत ही सेंसिटिविटी दिखानी चाहिए। और फिर जब ये स्टेबलाइज हो जाती है बच्ची, उसके मेंटल हालत को हम सवार लेते हैं, तब हम स्पेशलिस्ट को ढूंढ सकते हैं। तो प्राइमरी केयर जो है वो बहुत ही सेंसिटिविटी से करना बहुत बहुत जरूरी है। और ये एसिड, मतलब हमारे देश में बहुत सारे लॉज है। ब्रेस्ट फीडिंग का लॉ था कि चाइल्ड न्यूट्रिशन हमको देना नहीं चाहिए वगैरह, मालूम भी नहीं है, हाफ द गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट को मालूम नहीं है। तो बहुत सारे लॉज है जिन्हें हम यूटिलाइज नहीं करते हैं इन इट्स स्ट्रिक्ट फॉर्म। बट ये जो क्राइम है ये बहुत गिरा हुआ चीज है। माय हिंदी इज वेरी सैड, बट ये बहुत ही भयानक क्राइम है। तो उसके लिए आई थिंक ये लॉ हमें सबको मिलके, 400 लेडीज हो तो भी क्या हुआ, हर एक लाइफ इज इम्पोर्टेंट। तो ये लॉ हमें पुश करना चाहिए। एंड आई थिंक फॉक्सी और नेशनल विमेन्स कमीशन तो बहुत सारा काम कर रही है। मैं मिस शर्मा के बारे में पढ़ रही थी, तो वो तो बहुत ही एक्टिव है इस दिशा में। तो आई थिंक सब लोग अगर हाथ मिलके काम करे तो अच्छा होगा।
Yes, ma'am, so true. प्रीति मैम, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहती हूँ, रोल ऑफ कम्युनिटी लीडर्स। हम लोगों ने बोल तो दिया है ये करना है वो करना है, किसे करना है? रोल असाइनमेंट्स होने चाहिए कम्युनिटी लीडर्स को, दोज हु आर इन्फ्लुएंसिंग कम्युनिटी इन अ बिग वे।
सैला, जो हम लोग के जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के जो रोल है वो ये है कि जो, जैसा कि अभय सर ने कहा, पहले तो प्राइमरी बेसिक केयर हर सेंटर को ट्रेन करना चाहिए। हमारे जितने हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स है, इवन प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स, अगर सपोज करिए आपके घर के सामने या आपके क्लिनिक के सामने कोई एसिड अटैक हो रहा है, एवरी सेंटर शुड बी ट्रेन फॉर द बेसिक मैनेजमेंट, जैसा अभी नंदिता बोल रही थी। तो ये बेसिक केयर जो पहला फर्स्ट स्टेज है कि आंख में आईज को प्रोटेक्ट करना है, वाटर से धोना है, ये बेसिक चीजें जरूर बतानी चाहिए। अगर फैसिलिटी इक्विप्ड नहीं है देन इट हैज टू बी सेंट टू द हायर सेंटर। दूसरा जो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज सहला है, अभी हम लोग को ही अवेयरनेस नहीं है कि इन पेशेंट्स को भेजना कहाँ है, किस जगह कहाँ पे फर्स्ट एड देना है। क्योंकि कई बार, जैसे अगर रिपोर्ट्स भी देखें, हम लोगों को ये प्रॉब्लम होती है कि पुलिस में भी ये होता है कि एफआईआर नहीं लॉन्च हो पाई तो पेशेंट को प्रॉब्लम बाद में होती है, दे हैव टू प्रूव देमसेल्व्स इन द कोर्ट ऑफ लॉ। देयर आर लॉट ऑफ इश्यूज विद दिस। तो सबसे पहले वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग इज द बेसिक ट्रेनिंग ऑफ ऑल द हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स, एंड एवरी प्राइवेट सेंटर शुड आल्सो बी encouraged. The treatment of such women should not be denied at any center.
Exactly.
So wind up in last 5 minutes now.
Yes. So Dr. Tripti, आपसे थोड़ा सा पूछना चाहूंगी, because you have been working a lot in this direction. We are talking a lot about equality चाहिए, equality होनी चाहिए, all are equals. Let's talk about equity now. Let's talk about shunning subordination now. इसका क्या रोल है इस तरह के जो acts of passion है, crimes of passion है, उनको कम करने के लिए?
See, Sheila, कहते हैं ना कि each time a woman stands for herself, she stands for all women. If you look back at Lakshmi case and all these landmark जो judgmental cases हुए हैं, like Bhavri case and acid attack में Lakshmi case, उसके पहले females आके बताती नहीं थी। They would say कि मेरा face जल गया, pressure cooker जल गया, pressure cooker गिर गया, आग लगे, कुछ हो गया. So now they have started coming up. But I'll tell you कि I formed an organization called Roshandan, where we worked with acid attack victims. I went to Shiro's Cafe in Agra, and here I went to meet Lakshmi Agarwal. See, there I was zapped by her. She did not at all behave like a scarred woman. She was a radiant woman looking after her children. What was her problem was that she had no finance. उसको awards बहुत मिले, उसको recognition बहुत मिला, उसको appreciation बहुत मिला, but she was struggling to pay the rent for her 2-bedroom flat. And I believe उसको वो भी छोड़ना पड़ा. She had a small baby. So somehow I believe that we need to, even if we come to the preventing part, we need to teach our daughters to be empowered enough to walk away from a situation जो कि घर में ही हो सकता है. Domestic situations, as Dr. Jaideep was telling कि brother ने डाल दिया. So that can be happening at home. Empowerment is a long process. Even a gynecologist may not be empowered. It is not only about your, I've seen gynecologists suffering domestic abuse, all kind of things. Empowerment takes 2 generations. of parents, of society, and everyone. So we have a long way to go. We need to get out of this caveman tactics ki, वो आपके पीछे पड़ा है तो लड़की तो मानी जाएगी, ultimately. And about judges who say कि तुम राखी बांध दो rapist को और somehow you do a compromise. So I believe
I think it's important. I think it's very important for us to understand that, like this story of Pragya, I wanted to tell you that she herself was an acid victim. Her husband did not leave her. She went ahead and had 2 children, and today her organization has rehabilitated 250 acid burn victims. So we need to really empower them, and they can be the role models. And I'm sure there are many other things, but we need to also put some regulations in place. Which is important, I think, and especially the role of media, because the media basically look what happened in the Hathras case. Similarly, these representations of the media on sensationalizing the news, I feel that the media has to be a little more sensitive about it. And that is something which our organizations or National Commission for Women or FOXY need to take. I want to tell everyone that FOXY has adopted an acid victim also. We have adopted a brave heart. We have adopted an acid victim. We have been adopting, a lot of these role models, so that our role as a healthcare provider only is not restricted to medical, but psychological and social. And that's very, very important for us to understand. But can we really do something on how to make women speak up? Now, it's all about empowerment, but how, Abhi, I would really like to start with you, because as a man, how do you really feel when women speak up?
Ma'am, we would like to wind up.
That is something which is not taken well.
It's a very interesting question. My wife is sitting by my side. She's one of your gynecologists, and she speaks up whenever she wants. So same thing, I think, and I listen. So similar thing should be applicable. I would just like to say 30 seconds. Number one is we require a stringent law, and our associations with Dr. Harshavardhan sitting there, we should go ahead and put it in his mind that we require a harsher law, which has been rejected by India as per the UN Commission. Number two is availability of acid that you said. The law is in place, but is not implemented. So awareness has to be there to the companies, industrial companies which are manufacturing these acids. Third is treatment. We have already talked about the early treatment. What is very interesting is rehabilitation. I'm very happy to know that FOXY has adopted people. There is a wonderful restaurant in Mumbai situated at Powai known as Mirchi and Mine. All the waiters are there are dumb and deaf. They cannot. Maybe these people, even after cosmetic surgery, are not looking too well. They can be given a mask and they can be employed. So there are a lot of people who are ready to help. We have to identify these people and go after them. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, that's a wonderful point. In fact, I had some slides which I had put in. Delhi. Government has made provision for employment for acid victims as a part of they are employing disabled people, and acid victims are part of it. Similarly, I think we need global advocacy, and there are a lot of lessons to be learned from our neighboring countries. Like Bangladesh has many cases, Pakistan has, so they have dedicated tribunals who are looking after. Cambodia has very harsh punishments and earlier judicial probes and some legal laws to be in place. So these are a lot of things which we need to have in place, and I am sure FOXY along with other organizations can bring in all these changes. I know that we are running short of time. Quickly, one line from all the panelists, if we have time, on how to go about it.
Quickly. Yeah, I think, Jaideep, educate the girl and empower her is what I would say.
Yeah. Abhay?
I think I have already summarized it. Nothing more.
Okay, Tripti?
Ma'am, most of the things we've said, I would just say we need a political will, which is most crucial. And they are the ones who mess things up. So we need a political will.
So for the political will, we need constant hammering and constant pushing. And for these, panels like these, and also to reaching out and close association with the National Commission for Women and other cells is very, very important. And I'm very, very thankful to Dr. Alpesh Gandhi and his vision for, bringing all this together because this is a big step forward. Thank you very much for this opportunity. And I'm sure this is going to really go a long way as far as women are concerned.
Thank you, Dr.
Thanks to all the panelists.
Thank you, Dr. Jaydeep. Thank you so much.
On behalf of all,
thank you, ma'am.
On behalf of all chairpersons, I thank Dr. Jaydeep Malhotra and Dr. Sheila Jamal for such a wonderful moderation of the panel, and panelists Dr. Nandita Palshetkar, Dr. Priti Kumar, Dr. Abhay Dalvi sir, and Dr. Tripti Sharan. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all my panelists and special.
Dr. Niharika, do we have your permission to play a video?
No, Tripti, we don't have time. We are running out of time.
I think we can do later because Dr. Leslie Reagan is waiting for our talk.
Thank you so much.
So thank you, everyone, and over to Dhwani to take over for the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Niharika. Ladies and gentlemen, women are to be celebrated for life. With Foxy, with Sexuality Mom, powered by 100% VAWG, DHA strongly believes in. On this note, let's have a wonderful video on Sexuality Mom. Can we have the video, please? With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward. And now I would like to invite President-elect of Foxy, Dr. Shanta Kumari, to kindly introduce us to a guest of honor. Welcome, Dr. Shanta Kumari.
Thank you, Dhwani. Good afternoon, friends. It's indeed a pleasure to invite our guest of honor, Professor Dam Leslie Reagan, our dear friend from London. Thank you, Professor Leslie, for joining us. I know a bit too early. And on behalf of Foxy, Dr. Alpesh and the whole team, I really have a great pleasure in inviting you to join us today for this webinar. To put things in short, Professor Leslie is a woman of substance. She was the second woman president of RCOG after 63 years. The first woman was only when all the men went to war. So that shows what a strong lady Professor Reagan is. And we are proud of that. And she is now the Honorary Secretary of FIGO. She's been the chair of the Wellbeing of Women Charity VAWG, co-chair of Women's Health National Strategic Task Force. She's got a lot of honorary fellowships. And the most important aspect of Professor Leslie Reagan is her commitment for women's health. That's what actually brings her very close to the heart of every woman obstetrician gynecologist and her patients. And I think we need to thank her because it's really early in the morning that she's joined us today to give the guest keynote on violence against girls and women, the other pandemic. Professor Leslie, the floor is all yours, and a warm welcome again to be with us.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Shanta, for inviting me, and thank you to all of my colleagues in India. I think you know how much I love coming to visit you and how sad I am that I'm not with you in person to give you a hug and a big kiss and go dancing with you as well. But we can't at the moment, so I'm really thrilled that you've asked me to join you. It is very early in the morning. If you turn around here, it's actually dark outside in London, but that doesn't matter at all. You've asked me to talk about something, and I've been listening for the last 15 minutes or so. So in some ways, I feel a bit of an imposter coming to talk to you about violence against women, because I know that you are all very passionate about resolving this in your country. I'm going to share my screen now, if I may, and I'm going to show you my slides, and I'm going to, don't worry, there won't be too many of them. Oopsie, sorry. I don't want that. Hang on. need to go back to the front. One thing I've learned about this Zooming is that you have to stay very calm when the tech goes wrong, otherwise it all goes wrong. So I was asked to, I suggested that we talk about the other pandemic of 2020, because I expect you, like me, are a bit bored of talking about COVID-19. And there is another pandemic going on, but I would argue that it's just that the pandemic and us all being locked up at home or not able to get on with our traveling and our usual lives has allowed us to reflect on some of the other things that have been going on around us. So I think we may be grateful to COVID-19 that it's given us time to reflect on this. This is not a new problem. In 1993, which is nearly 30 years ago, the UN General Assembly declared the elimination of violence against women should be a key priority for the nations of the world. And you will know that this weekend, the G20 have met, the 20 most wealthy countries in the world have met. Let's hope that they will try and push this thing forward, because one of the topics that they are going to discuss is the extraordinary violence that has escalated against women during the last 6 to 8 months of the pandemic. But more than, this slide is ancient, you see, it says more than 20 years later, I'd say nearly 30 years later, 1 in 3 women are still experiencing physical or sexual violence, mostly by an intimate partner. So this is a slide from UN Women's websites, the shadow pandemic. I don't like the word shadow because I think it suggests that somebody's in the background, and I think what we need to do is to bring this to the foreground, and that's what I'd like to talk to you about this morning. Can I just show you this lovely little clip from the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, which was actually published, a couple of years ago, before the pandemic actually started rather. My only problem with that short video is that I don't think that they give us any concrete ideas about how we can do that. But the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, their website is an absolute fund of useful information. So what is gender-based violence? It includes female genital mutilation, it includes femicide, human trafficking, and violence against women is the 4th on my list here, both in humanitarians and in conflict settings. And note that I don't have the time to talk about the top 3. I'm just going to talk about the last one. Oops, why is this going the wrong way? Always keep calm when the tech goes wrong. So let's talk about this. So this is going to include domestic violence, honor and dowry killings, rape as a method of warfare, trafficking in the sex slave industry. I often reflect on the fact there are more women or the more individuals, men and women, being trafficked around the world now as sex slaves than there ever were on those ships, slave ships going from Africa to America. There's child marriage, and as I said earlier, female genital mutilation and feticide, which I'm not, dear oh dear, it keeps going the wrong way. So the global prevalence we know is about 1 in 3 women. And in this slide, which is somewhat ancient now, dates back to 2013, the percentages around the world were noted here. The highest figures were in Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Eastern Mediterranean region, followed very closely by Africa. I think these figures have changed. There's some very scary figures now to talk about what's going on in North America and also in Europe. So nobody can rest on their laurels. We all have to think about what we're going to do to help. And the first point that I think you will all agree with me, having listened to some of your presentations earlier this morning, is that one of the problems here is that sometimes the domestic part seems to suggest that it's somebody else's business. It doesn't mean it's private. And it doesn't mean it's somebody else's business. It's everybody's business. And we must insist that that is the case. Now, we know that 1 in 3 women face domestic violence and abuse. And that means, and I think this is a shocking fact, that if you're a 15 to 34-year-old girl or woman, you're more likely to be disabled or die from domestic violence than from cancer, malaria, road traffic accidents, or war combined. That is a shocking statistic. But that's what's happening to us from our own families, intimate partners, close colleagues. And 60% of women experience some form of physical or sexual violence by a husband or a boyfriend, an intimate partner. Now, I know that you have had many, many very vocal and very effective protests. This was 2012 in Delhi after the death of the student who was thrown from that moving bus. And look at you, you're all out there protesting and saying something has got to be done about it. I know that you have a problem with femicide and gender-based violence before birth. And I'm not going to tell, as we say in English, granny how to suck eggs. You will know all those data very well indeed. And these are some pictures, or rather snaps from the Times, our London newspaper, looking at things on India. And I don't want in any way to think that I'm pointing a finger at you, because I think that in many ways you in India have actually started to talk about this in a much more open way than we are in the UK, and certainly it's going on in the US. And this is another comment from the Sunday Observer, another one of our newspapers, back in 2018, when this very, very thoughtful piece from Deepa Narayan was published, and it caused an absolute storm in the UK. Everybody was both horrified by the content and really impressed by the fact that you were flagging this up and trying to do something about it. I mentioned earlier about war zones and refugee camps, because we may not have to deal with that on a day-to-day basis. We know that women and children suffer the most, not just because they're displaced and because it's a hazardous place with limited health support, but because they become targets of sexual abuse. And if my friend David Knott was here with me this morning, who works behind the front line in Syria, he would be telling us that 65% of all the emergencies he sees are obstetric and gynecology ones, because of course, when you have a war in the 2020s, if you haven't died in the initial impact, it's the people who can't run away, the pregnant women and the girls, that are left behind and are injured. And the impact of conflict is always underestimated. And here too are two of my heroes, Dr. Denis Mukwege and Nadia Murad, who shared now the Nobel Peace Prize in 2018 for their campaigning work on rape as a weapon of war. I remember when I saw that, and when I gave Denis Mukwege an honorary fellowship of the Royal College of ONG, I can remember thinking how this was an extraordinary time, that we were really possibly turning a corner, that the Nobel Peace Prize was being given to two people, and it was actually specifically stated for their work on rape as a weapon of war. That wouldn't have happened 10 years ago. So perhaps we are making some progress. Now, as you know, by the end of today, our world's going to have another 25,000 child brides. And we know that those teenagers are going to be particularly at risk of maternal mortality and also of abuse in later life. This is a very old slide. It was produced in the state of Victoria, Australia, back in 2001. This is not a new problem. Look, these are all the proportions of the burden of disease attributable to 8 major risk factors. And look here, intimate partner violence was the leading contributor to death, disability and illness for women aged between 15 and 44 years. It exceeded diabetes, high blood pressure, smoking and obesity put together. This was something we've known for 20 years. This is the first world country, and yet still the problem exists. Let's look at the UK figures. Affects 1 in 3 women over the age of 16 years, and we know that's a significant underestimate, because reporting usually only occurs after multiple assaults. Our police say after 4. It accounts for 1 in 3 violent crimes. Of female murders in this country, and I'll go on to show you some more global data about female homicide, 50% are by partners or ex-partners. It's a really complex public health issue, and millions of lives are affected by this. And we know that lifetime partner abuse is about 1 in 3 women compared to 1 in 6 or 7 men. And this has a vast human and economic cost. Now, you'll see this data comes from the crime survey from England and Wales in 2012. And back in 2012, we knew that each week 2 women were killed by their partners in the UK. I've recently had a conversation with the head of the Metropolitan Police, who thinks that this figure's probably doubled or even trebled now. This is just a slide to remind me about how important it is to have advocates for this, not just men, but not just women, but also men. This is Sally Davis, Dame Sally Davis, who was the first female Chief Medical Officer of England and Wales. And this is her annual report that I wrote with my colleague Ed Mullins in 2015. And one of the things in this report was a comment, or rather a whole chapter, about the problems of violence against women. And Sally was brave enough to tell us that when she was married for the first time, that she was married to a very famous diplomat who used to beat her up. And the fact that the chief medical officer stood on a platform to say these things really made it much more legitimate for people to talk about. So advocates and people, particularly in political roles or very high leadership roles, who are prepared to talk about their personal experience is really important. And remember that if it's 1 in 3 women, there are going to be a lot of women in this conference today who've experienced some form of violence against them, whether it's sexual, physical, emotional, financial. It'll be abuse. So it's often a hidden crime, as we know, but the survivors need health services, and that's where you and I come in, because they most frequently present to obstetricians and gynecologists, also to the emergency department, less to psychiatry, and also in this country, in the UK, to general practice or the family doctor. So we healthcare professionals are well placed to identify and intervene, but I would say that obstetricians and gynecologists are particularly well placed because they tend to be better trained at having intimate conversations with women. And also there are examples on a regular basis where they can see them quietly without the abuser or the accompanier being present. We need to remember that pregnant women are particularly vulnerable and that about 1/3 of all cases starts or escalates in pregnancy. The psychology of that is extraordinary. Apparently it's because there are 2 victims now and the perpetrator gets double kicks out of it. And I was always very scared by this poster on the right-hand side of my slide, this woman saying at 18 weeks the baby started kicking, and at 22 weeks so did the father. So after road traffic accidents, domestic violence is the most common trauma in pregnancy. And for women undergoing abortion or termination of pregnancy, it's even higher. It tends to be multiple sites of injury, going back to that strange psychology of 1 stab for you or 1 hit for you and 1 for the baby. And scarily, teenagers are at greatest risk. Now, this is the Duchess of Cornwall, Prince Charles's second wife. She's a little bit like Marmite. You either love her or you hate her, but I do think that she did a good job in 2014 when she discovered that one of her household members had been badly raped, and she decided that she would join Rape Crisis UK. So these are 2014 data, 6 years ago. The police logged nearly 90,000 rape cases. And they noted that this had been an increase of 37%. 37% is a lot. It's a lot. It's nearly 4 out of 10. And so they calculated that this was 240 cases daily. And I would argue that this is probably the tip of the iceberg, because as we already know, and you've already been discussing, most women only report these things after multiple assaults. Now, here's another one of my heroines, Cressida Dick, first ever female chief of the Metropolitan Police. She is a fantastic woman and absolutely devoted to trying to improve domestic violence and violence against women. In 2019, she tells me London's Metropolitan Police Force received a call about DVA every 30 seconds. That means 1 million calls a year. And this is London. London is a small city, relatively speaking, in global terms. We have about 8 to 10 million people in this city. The COVID-19 lockdown, she tells me, has doubled the number of calls. 2 million calls in just the Greater London area alone. What else is going on in this country that you and I don't have the figures for? And I think this is a particularly interesting slide given to me by a historian friend of mine, talking about 150 years of progress in the UK of violence against women. Look at this. 1994, rape in marriage is made a crime. 1994? That's less than 30 years ago. In 1971, the charity Refuge opens its first safe house for women and children fleeing from domestic abuse. 1895, the City of London bylaw makes it illegal to hit wives, but only between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. because the noise is keeping other people awake. We're meant to be a civilized society in the UK. I think this is quite extraordinary. So let's look at the individual factors which are associated with violence against women. And I don't need to tell you this, you know it really well. Affecting the woman's risk of being abused at young age, low level education, maltreatment, witnessing parental violence as a child, depression, use of alcohol, of drugs, acceptance of violence. And I know that that's a very particular point. But let's look at this one. What are the factors that affect men's risk of abusing? They are strangely similar, aren't they? Low income, low level of education, being sexually abused, witnessing parental violence as a child, antisocial personality, harmful use of alcohol or drugs, acceptance of violence. Although I do want to emphasize here with this slide, we can't get away with saying, oh, this just happens to other people. We know that one thing about violence against women is it has no social class and no social barriers. Every woman is potentially at risk. So these are the toxic trio, as it's called, the cumulative risk factors for domestic violence and abuse, parental mental ill health, and parental substance abuse. So those are the three really key toxic trio risk factors. And we know that adverse childhood experiences are particularly important. This is Bellis's work, who did some very important epidemiological studies showing that ACE, or adverse childhood experiences, are really very, very important. If it's almost like the blueprint for being abuser or receiving abuse in later life. Now, I just want to recommend this report to you. Although I say that, I actually cried when I read this report, which wasn't so long ago. It was reported, it was published in 2018 from the UN Office of Drugs and Crime. It's too early, so this is 2 years ago, and it's obviously too early to confirm the scale of the increase of homicide of women and girls due to the COVID pandemic in 2020, but it's likely that all the figures that we see at the moment are going to be underestimates. And this is what that UNODC report showed. This is 100 women, and we're looking here at the percentage of women and girls killed by intimate partners or other family members. And they're the darker pink and the middle range pink here on there. 58%, 58%. And in this slide, also from the same report, we're looking here at the total homicides, and women and girls account for a much smaller share of total homicides, about 20% of those when compared to men. But when it comes to intimate partner or family related homicide, the number shoots up from 20 to 64%, 2 out of 3. And then when we talk about intimate partner violence, the number shoots up again to 82%. They are shocking figures, aren't they? And in this slide, we're looking here, and here is the key. The grey is other female homicides. The deep colour here is the intimate partner, family-related homicide, and the hatched one, the intimate partner homicide. And here you'll see the figures for Africa, America, Asia, Europe, Oceania. So although the figures for Asia overall are high, you will see that they're actually significantly less per total head of population than Africa. That's one of the reasons, because your countries are so populous in Asia. And then this is my last slide from that report. Even though the largest number of women and girls are killed by intimate partners or family members in Asia because of your total population, they run the greatest risk of being killed by an intimate partner or a family member in Africa. So here you've got the overall figures. Globally, 50,000 victims. In Africa, 19,000, which means 3.1 per 100,000 population, whereas in Asia, the number is 0.9 per 100,000 population. So how domestic abuse grew since COVID-19 lockdown. I think this is a particularly scary sort of slide, and it really evokes much passion and feelings in people who see it. But here are some of the figures, and I'm not going to read them out to you. You can take a screenshot. This is data produced by the World Health Organization, UNODC, the UNFPA, and of course UN Women, who always do so much to promote this, but they've been experiencing unacceptably high levels of violence. Almost 6 out of 10 women intentionally killed worldwide in 2017, murdered by an intimate partner. The great majority of women survivors of violence never formally reported. So you'll see that all of the reference points for this table that has been published and released actually predate the pandemic. And what you and I see in our newspapers and hearing anecdotes from our patients and colleagues is that this problem is just, the accounts here are just the tip of the iceberg, and the problem is growing amongst us. It really is the other pandemic, or the shadow pandemic. Before the pandemic, 243 million women and girls aged 15 to 49 experienced sexual and or physical violence by an intimate partner in the past year. Since the pandemic, we know that all of the exacerbating factors for domestic violence have intensified. Security, health and money worries, cramped living conditions because of having to be locked up, isolation with abusers, movement restrictions, you can't get away, you can't flee. In the UK, many refuges have closed, and deserted public spaces. In the past, if you went to a public space, you might be able to get some relief, or actually your perpetrator might not do something quite so overt in a public space for fear of being spotted. But now they're actually deserted with no one there to answer your cry for help. So there have been multiple health impacts of domestic violence and abuse. We know about the disease burden, the reproductive health issues, the injuries, the primary care, the mental health problems. But I think what you and I particularly recognize is the importance on sexual and reproductive health. Women who are victims, or shall I say survivors of domestic violence and abuse, are 16% more likely to have a low birth weight baby, 1.5 times more likely to acquire HIV, or some other form of infection. They're twice as likely to experience depression and almost twice as likely to have alcohol use disorders. Mental health is very, very severely impacted. And of course, death and injury, we've already talked about here. 38% of all murders of women globally were reported as being committed by their intimate partners. I don't excuse for repeating that figure. It is very shocking. And I just want to emphasize again, who is at risk? Well, anyone can be affected. Of course, vulnerable women are particularly at risk. And of course, the perpetrators are very, very skilled at spotting vulnerability, but nobody is safe. Nobody. And as I said earlier, there will be women who are participating in this webinar who will have experienced themselves. And I think it behoves all of us to keep our eyes and our ears open all the time. Of course, there are those women who are particularly vulnerable because they've got a long-term problem, such as a learning disability. There are other women who are vulnerable because of a particular situation. They either find themselves unemployed and locked at home, or they're living in a conflict zone or a war zone. And then there's transient ones that are influenced by alcohol and drugs. But all of them deserve our attention and our understanding. And as I started off by saying, I think OBS and gynae clinicians are uniquely placed. We all need to find our local solutions. I was listening to some of your local solutions earlier. It was many, many years ago in my antenatal clinic at St. Mary's that I discovered that if we put little notices on the back of the toilet doors, the one place where the men didn't go, or the accompanying person didn't go, or the mother-in-law didn't go, which invited the women to put little yellow spots on the bottom of their urine pot, we were able to identify people. It's a very, very tiny little act, but it actually has been developed and has gained great traction. And I think most of our antenatal clinics now use that very simple method to identify people who may need to be taken aside and find some way to talk to them in private. So I think it's all up to us to take action now. This is another thing that's come out of the pandemic, the websites that are advertising or advocating how someone who's on a Zoom call or a Teams meeting or somewhere, or even on a mobile phone, can signal for help, palm to camera and tuck the thumb and then trap the thumb. Simple measures, but it might be the difference if you can instruct the people that you know about that between life and death. Now, I'm an optimist and I've got some hope for the future in 2021. The first ever female Vice President of the United States is an amazing woman, Kamala Harris. You will have seen all the footage the other week when she won the seat alongside Joe Biden. I very much hope that she's going to do amazing things for women, and particularly I hope she's going to tackle this. I show her there in her wonderful pantsuit beside all the other vice presidents, all of whom have been male to date. So let's hope that a woman in the White House or influencing the Oval Office can help us change things for the better. This is the UN Women's Violence during the COVID-19
many
pandemic.
people are trapped in their homes with an abuser. This is the shadow pandemic. In one weekend, calls to domestic abuse helplines in the UK went up by 65%. In the US, Asia, and pretty much everywhere, reported numbers are rising. These aren't just numbers, they're people you might know. If you think someone is in trouble, check in on them. Ask them if they're okay and if everything at home is okay. Educate yourself about domestic violence. Know the details of local services like helpline numbers or shelters. If she tells you or you suspect that her life or the lives of her children are in immediate danger, call the protection units or the police. The shadow pandemic is spreading right now. Let's help each other safely right now. Right now.
So this is my last slide. I'm just going to remind myself of a very wonderful day back in February 2019. I was in Cairo and I was sharing the stage with Mahmoud Fatala, one of our past presidents of FIGO, and he gave the most marvelous talk about violence against women and what a crime it is and how shocking it is that this carries on. But his final words, and the ones that I want to share with you, echo what someone was saying when I first tuned into your conference this morning about empowerment. And what he was saying was that he wanted to imagine a world where no woman was denied her right to health. And he'd also been talking where no woman finds herself a victim of violence, particularly at home. And made the point that it was our profession, our noble profession, who can make it happen. And he finished his absolutely wonderful lecture by saying that empowerment is the enabler to achieve this. And then he reminded us all, because I think sometimes we forget, that empowerment isn't available in pharmacies and women have to find alternative sources of supply. And I think that so many times or so many opportunities in our lives, we can be that alternative source of empowerment by education and support, because we do care and because we see women in our clinics and in our operating theatres who need our help and who can only turn to us for that help. And very lastly, I will say that it's been a pleasure to be with you here this morning. Thank you for listening to me. And I think this is a statement by Patrick Stewart, who's a very famous Shakespearean actor, a man, when he talks about domestic violence, which he does very, very passionately, and violence against women for the Half the Sky movement. He always says, it's not a woman's issue, it is humanity's issue, it's your issue, and it's my issue. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Professor Leslie. That was a wonderful talk, and I think we are all going to walk the talk. Thank you very much for being with us early in the morning on behalf of Dr. Alpesh and Foxy and myself. A sincere thanks, and hopefully we meet soon to give you a hug.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
It's been lovely, lovely seeing you. I've gone through all the faces and I've given you a virtual hug.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Shanta.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you
It was
very, very
really
much.
superb.
Beautiful. All right, ladies and gentlemen, like you can see, the session is getting really, really interesting. Thank you, Dr. Shanta Kumari. Thank you once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I now would like to welcome Dr. Archana Bisset to kindly welcome our guest speaker. Dr. Archana, welcome to you.
I'm here with you. What a wonderful talk by Professor Leslie Regan. It is regarding empowerment. I'm really happy to welcome you all on this platform when we are talking about say no to violence against women. No to violence against women will come because with the empowering the women. At Foxy, we all are empowered women, and women across the country look at us, and we may be role models for many, but we have one role model who is एक जीता जागता उदाहरण है. She is an emblem of empowerment. Mrs. Sumitra Mahajan. Can I have Sumitra Tai's CV here, please? Sumitra Mahajan is popularly known as Tai. She is from my city, Indore, the #1 city in country. She is an Indian politician. She represented the Indore constituency of Madhya Pradesh, and she's the longest serving women member of parliament, and when she retired from electoral politics. She also serves as Union Minister of State from 1919 to 2004. She is holding the portfolios of Human Resource Development, Communication and Information Technology, Petroleum and Natural Gas. She held position of Chairperson of Standing Committee of Social Justice and Empowerment 2004 to 2009, and she was the eldest and senior most among women member of parliament in the 16th Lok Sabha. She is the second woman after Meera Kumar to be elected as the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. She is very humble and she is very, very good when you talk to her. I remember she came to once our program of ICOG annual conference, and what a thing which stuck in my mind when she said that पहले महिलाओं को एक इंसान तो समझो, तब हम आगे सारी बात करेंगे. So let's listen to Sumitra Mahajan. Tai, stage is yours.
जी नमस्कार आप सभी को. And really I liked I heard your discussion, and it is a very wide screen, no doubt. Women, or we can say कि violence against women is a very wide, women and very wide screen. And अभी तो मुझे एक बात बहुत अच्छी लगी जो आखिरी में अभी कही गई यहाँ पर. It is not only violence against women or something. It is not a women problem something. It is a humanity problem. Something about humanity. And actually ऐसी उसी को लेके मैं चलूँगी. When we talk of empowerment, and many a times it happens, when we talk of empowerment, it is not, we think that empowerment means economic empowerment only. That is it. Economically अगर महिला सशक्त हो गई, वो अपनी कुछ कमाई करे और फिर उसको शायद हो सकता है कुछ अधिकार मिले. She will, no doubt, she will have little confidence if she earns something herself. मगर ऐसे मैंने देखा है कि मजदूर क्षेत्र में, खेत मजदूर हो, कोई भी हो, more of women they work. पुरुषों से ज्यादा महिलाएं काम करती रहती एक्चुअली. तो महिलाएं काम तो करती है, महिलाएं अर्न तो करती है, but after earning also, whether she has that much empowerment means mindfully empowerment. That is much important, what I feel. एक और बात है, I have seen so many ladies working in offices, not in खेत मजदूर. I'm not saying about that labor class women, but in offices they were working. And that is my experience, personal experience I have seen. Sometimes when we think about it, हम कोई चर्चा करते थे, कोई charity करना है, कोई कुछ करना है, whether we will have contribution or something. वो बड़ी ऑफिस में काम करने वाली महिला भी अपनी तय निर्णय नहीं ले सकती थी. डिसीजन मेकिंग में थोड़ा सा ऐसा दिखता था. She used to say, okay, tomorrow I will tell you. I will speak with my, no doubt, you have to speak with a husband or parents or whatever it is. I'm not saying that. Discussing at some point with in our family is not wrong. But decision making power, what empowerment I feel is कि महिलाओं को डिसीजन मेकिंग पावर होना भी चाहिए. कई बार हम बोलते हैं एम्पावरमेंट में, वी थिंक हाउ परसेंटेज ऑफ वुमेन वर्किंग इन पॉलिटिक्स, working in some offices, earning member, something like that, economically empowerment, हम उस percentage wise जाते हैं. मैं आपको कहूँगी, मैं उसको नहीं मानती. Politically भी हमारा percentage कितना भी बढ़े, अब तो हम ये देखते हैं somebody's wife is coming in politics. actually the husband does something. No doubt there is reservation in India. You will find up to panchayat level we have a reservation. मगर पंचायत लेवल पे ऐसी कितनी सरपंच, महिला सरपंच वो आगे आकर के अपने गांव के लिए कुछ कर रही है. We'll have to think about it. मैं एम्पावरमेंट इसको कहूंगी, यस रिजर्वेशन इज नेसेसरी, नो डाउट, लेकिन एम्पावरमेंट का अर्थ होता है डिसीजन मेकिंग में हाउ मच आई टेक पार्ट. ये महिला को भी जागृति आना जरूरी है. आई ऑलवेज गिव वन एग्जांपल. हमारे यहाँ होता है बचपन में बच्चे माँ के पास रहते हैं. ओके यस, भूख लगी तो माँ के पास जाएंगे, स्कूल से आएंगे तो माँ के पास जाएंगे. धीरे धीरे यू नो व्हाट हैपन, जब बात आती है बच्चे, लड़का हो या लड़की, आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग समथिंग लाइक दैट, यस इट मे बी गर्ल और इट मे बी बॉय, थोड़े बड़े हो जाते हैं, जब उनकी करियर चूजिंग की बात आती है, व्हाट लाइन वी शुड टेक, ये प्रश्न जब प्रश्न चिन्ह सामने आता है, करियर, व्हाट टाइप ऑफ करियर वी शुड हैव. और उस समय यू विल फाइंड मोस्टली, आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट मिडिल क्लास, लोअर मिडिल क्लास और समथिंग मे बी, और कोई हाई परिवार में भी होता है. दैट टाइम ये होता है कि ये चर्चा बच्चे भी दे लाइक टू टॉक विद देयर फादर और अंकल समथिंग. उन्हें लगता है माँ को क्या समझा, माँ खाना अच्छा बनाती है, बाकी तो ठीक है, मगर ये बात तो उनको ही समझेगी. वाई? ये ऐसा नहीं है कि माँ नहीं समझती, मगर वो महिला ने अपने आप को कहीं प्रेजेंट ही नहीं किया. नॉट इन अवर हाउस ऑल्सो इट हैपेंस. तो घर की बातों में, चर्चा में हिस्सा लेना, झगड़ने की बात नहीं कर रही हूं मैं, चर्चा में हिस्सा लेना. शी कैन से समथिंग, शी हैज सम थिंकिंग पावर. इसका एहसास महिला एक कराती भी नहीं है. तो लगता है लेट देम स्पीक टू देयर डैडी, इट्स ओके. मैं ये मानती हूँ कि एम्पावरमेंट इसको कहेंगे कि जब महिलाएं ये समझेगी, यस दे ऑल्सो हैव सम पावर, दे कैन थिंक, they know what is happening in society, and they can talk about something, they can take part in the decision making process. That is what I will call empowerment. और इसके लिए हमें लगता है ये तो प्रयास करना पड़ेगा. प्रयास कई बार होता है, पॉलिटिक्स में भी मुझे हुआ, आई एम सॉरी मैं अपना पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस बताऊं. It used to happen that when some subject of women development or women issue comes up, my party leader used to say, okay, Sumitra will say, she speaks well, she will take. After 2-3 years, I insisted, no, I will speak on women issues, no doubt. But with that, I will speak on railway, I have studies, I will speak on some other topics also, because I can study it, it's okay. You guide me, I will study and I will speak. I know that also, because I am a public representative. When I am a parliament member, not only women has elected me, all they have voted for me, means I have to work from all of them. I have to work for them. तो ये भाव महिलाओं ने खुद में जागरूक, that is the empowerment what I feel. कि अब और ये आप जैसी जो महिलाएं यहाँ बैठी है, वेरी नाइस डिस्कशन इज गोइंग ऑन इन सो मेनी वेज, मगर उसमें ये भाव कहीं ना कहीं जागरूक करना पड़ेगा कि यस यू ऑल्सो कैन थिंक. और उसमें आपने तो एक ही सब्जेक्ट रखा है, ये भाव तो सोसाइटी में जागरूक होना पड़ेगा. तो आपने एक ही सब्जेक्ट रखा है. आई ऑलवेज से महिलाओं को तो हम बोलते हैं बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ, एजुकेशन दो. व्हाट अबाउट बेटा? आपने एक ही सब्जेक्ट रखा है, बेटा जगाओ. बट दैट इज द मोर इम्पॉर्टेंट थिंग इन आवर हाउस ऑल्सो, कि बेटे में भी ये उसको मान्य करना पड़ेगा, या उसकी जो हम ग्रोथ होती है उस ग्रोथ में ये उसको समझाना पड़ेगा कहीं ना कहीं कि बोथ ऑफ यू आर द सेम, यू आर मैन वुमन. वो मैन वुमन का झगड़ा नहीं है, इट इज नॉट ए फाइट अगेंस्ट मैन अगेंस्ट वुमन और समथिंग. नो, इंसान हो तुम, मनुष्य हो, तुम्हें जितनी बुद्धि परमेश्वर ने दी उसको भी दी हुई है. तो ये भाव जागरूक करना पड़ेगा. और तो मेरे मैं अब ज्यादा नहीं बोलती, आई नो आई हैव गिवन ओनली 5 minutes। मेरा इतना ही कहना है, एम्पावरमेंट की जब हम बात करेंगे तो एम्पावरमेंट दूसरा जो अंग है महिलाओं के अलावा पुरुष भी जो है उनका माइंडसेट भी एम्पावर करना पड़ेगा, माइंडसेट तैयार करना पड़ेगा कि यस शी हैज द पावर, शी इज विथ यू एंड बोथ ऑफ यू रन द society. It is not man run the society or women only can run the society. No, both of them, both of you are part and parcel of the society, of the nation, whatever it is. So both of you equal means maybe duties हर एक के अलग हो सकती है। जब हम बात करते हैं इक्वल तो कई बोलते हैं इक्वल कैसे, नहीं ठीक है अलग अलग काम करो, ये होता है, बट करते समय दोनों की बुद्धि एक है, दोनों में एक ही शक्ति कहीं ना कहीं है, ये पहचान करना, और इसको मैं कहूंगी ये एम्पावरमेंट जो होती है, आई कैन डू, ये आत्मविश्वास, मगर वो सभी स्तर पे आना चाहिए। उसके लिए सामाजिक भाव बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। मैंने कहा जैसे मजदूर स्त्री या जिसके ऊपर अभी बात हो रही है अत्याचार हुआ, तो अत्याचार होने के बाद वो अपने आप को गिल्टी क्यों माने, मगर ये समाज ने देखना है कि तुम्हारी गलती कुछ नहीं है, आप अभी भी आप वैसे ही हो, ये भाव बढ़ाना पड़ेगा। तो कहीं ना कहीं सभी समाज को इसमें सम्मिलित, और इस थॉट से, इस थिंकिंग से you have to empower the whole society that yes, this is not a problem of a women only, this is a problem of humanity, and that is what we have, is humanly thinking जो है वो भी मनुष्य है, वो भी कर सकती है, तुम भी कर सकते हो, दोनों कर सकते हो, दोनों ने मिल करके इस सोसाइटी को बढ़ाना है, इस देश को बढ़ाना है, एंड दैट इज एम्पावरिंग। आई थिंक कि empower to take the decision, take part in a decision making, you may be decision maker also। तो निर्णायक शक्ति अपनी जो है इसका ज्यादा से ज्यादा उपयोग जब महिलाएं करने लगेगी तब मैं कहूंगी महिला एम्पावर होगी। नॉट ओनली थोड़े पैसे कमाने से एम्पावरमेंट नहीं आएगी, थोड़ा सा पद मिलने से भी एम्पावरमेंट नहीं आएगी, कुछ परसेंट महिलाएं राजनीति में या कुछ परसेंट महिलाएं बिजनेस में आ गई, इससे भी नहीं होगी। तो एक तो सामाजिक भाव बनाना पड़ेगा। एम्पावरमेंट तो मैं तो कई बार कहती हूँ पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट की भी तो करना चाहिए एम्पावरमेंट, उनको भी मालूम होना चाहिए हाउ टू डील विथ ऑल दीज इश्यूज, सो मेनी थिंग। तो मेरा आपसे इतना ही देव है, ए वेरी गुड डिस्कशन यू आर हैविंग, but still it should be broad. It is not only women, about the women you have to think, it is for the whole society we are, whatever we are doing is for the whole society, wellness of the society. If women's health is good, it is not only a woman's health, it is a mother's health, then progeny, it affects progeny। ये भाव तो आना चाहिए कि महिलाओं की हेल्थ आगे की प्रोजीनी तय करती है, जैसी पुरुष की हेल्थ भी आगे की प्रोजीनी तय करती है डेफिनेटली, वैसी महिलाओं की हेल्थ आगे की प्रोजीनी तय करती है, कैसी होगी तुम्हारी। सो इट इज ए वेरी बिग कैनवास, और आप अभी वर्ल्ड कैनवास के तरफ से उसका यूज करके ऑल ऑफ यू, मैंने देखा बहुत ज्यादा समझदार है ऑल दीज इश्यूज भी मुझसे, बट कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस, यू आर थिंकिंग अबाउट इट, and really if it goes on and if we have a real dialogue and that dialogue pass on to the lowest part of our society, it should go there up to them, and then only yes, this empowerment सही तरीके से हम सब सशक्त हो सकेंगे, और सशक्त समाज और सशक्त राष्ट्र की निर्मिति के लिए it is very important. Thank you very much.
Thank you Mrs. Mahajan, thank you ताई। हम फॉक्सी के माध्यम से काफी लोगों से जुड़े हैं, प्रयास करेंगे कि आपका जो उद्गार है वो ग्रास रूट लेवल तक जाए, कि महिलाओं को निर्णय लेने की क्षमता हो। केवल सिर्फ मनी से ही एम्पावरमेंट नहीं आएगा, निर्णायक क्षमता से एम्पावरमेंट आएगा। So thank you very much for sharing your thoughts, and I'm proud of you, Tai. I mean, to have Lok Sabha speaker on our platform, it's so nice. For the Foxy, thank you so much, and thank you for sparing your time. Over to Dhwani.
Thank you, Dr. Archana. Thank you very, very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly move on to the next session, and the topic for which is domestic violence, a shameful public health problem. To take this session further, I'd like to introduce Dr. Apurva Pallam Reddy. Well, she is a consultant, reproductive medicine and cosmetic gynecology, Phoenix Specialty Clinic, Bangalore. Let's welcome Dr. Apurva.
Thank you so much. It's not rape or acid attack or sexual harassment at work, but domestic violence is the top crime against women. And nothing can be more distressing than going back to home, which is not safe. And as Professor Leslie has rightly said, between March 31st and May 31st, 2020, India has actually recorded the maximum number of cases of domestic violence as compared to everything that has happened in the last 10 years. And mind you, these are just the reported case. On behalf of the Family Welfare Committee and Team Foxy and Alpesh sir, we proudly present to you our next session of No to Violence Against Women and Girls on domestic violence, a shameful public health program. May I request our chairpersons, Dr. Meera Agrihotri ma'am, Dr. Sharda Jain, and Dr. Anita Singh to take over the session. Dr. Meera Agrihotri is professor and HOD, and Dr. Sharda Jain is a great teacher, and she's had Lifetime Achievement Award from Foxy. Dr. Anita Singh is currently the Vice President of Foxy 2020 and has also been a past president of POGS. May I request all the chairpersons to maintain time so that we can quickly make sure we are on time for the program.
Hello. I'm audible.
Dr. Meera Agrihotri ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you're audible, please.
Right. It's a great honor and proud privilege for me to be wonderful program. I really congratulate our president, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, for his wonderful vision. And you must have seen that by now we have learned a lot from these meetings and conferences. Domestic violence is a shameful problem for us. And Foxy and Family Welfare Committee has come forward and produced a visionary thing like this. I must tell only one thing about it, that domestic violence is one of the most ugly scars on the face of humanity and human civilization. And Leslie Regan has very correctly told that India's activities have been monitored even abroad very nicely, and she has understood that in this COVID era, COVID काल में हम लोग की performance इतनी खराब हो गई कि we must be very much concerned about it. This session, I'll not talk much. We have got wonderful moderators, Dr. Shanta Kumari and Dr. Archana Basil. And I must introduce, there is no introduction needed to Dr. Shanta Kumari.
Thank you, madam.
Shanta ma'am, quickly one point. Our speaker, Mrs. Devki has an emergency, so she has requested to take the first session before Dr. Ragni Agarwal ma'am.
Yeah, thank you
our
very
guest
much.
Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Apurva. And friends, this is a fantastic E-Conclave, and I'm very sorry because we are running out of time. We'd like to quickly run through this session. We have heard how big an part domestic violence plays. It's about 75% of the times domestic violence is there. And friends, let's quickly go to our panelist, Ms. Devaki, who is one of the famous RJ. Thank you for being with us, and you're going to just tell your thoughts on the importance of economic and emotional violence. Mrs. Devaki, thank you for being our guest of honor from Gujarat. And we have heard a lot about you, and we really want to thank you on behalf of Foxy and all of us for sparing your time for being with us and sharing your thoughts. And I'm sure as an RJ, you will take this forward in your programs and make sure that all the listeners will say no to violence against women.
Thank you, ma'am. I think, first of all, I heard Tai, and I think she spoke really, really well. I mean, it was just coming straight from the heart. And while I was listening to her and her experiences, there was so much that I could relate to. I'll give you a very, very recent example that I was just noted as one of the 500 topmost influential people in Asia yesterday. And while I got that, I got a lot of messages saying that, yeah, you are so pretty, it is bound to happen. Now imagine that I'm a radio jock. I don't need to be pretty. I just need to have a sharp brain, you know. Yes. I don't need to have the right face for radio. So this is the same thing that I had heard multiple times during my career across past 19 years when I've been a radio jock. And I've done women and violence, women with domestic violence, women in sexual abuse, women and their issues and their understanding of menopause, of menstrual time, women who are in jail and the jail inmates and what are their experiences. I've done these women diaries and we've been awarded with New York Festival so many times. My entire worry about this whole is there are so many things that happen at home, especially with women's health themselves, which they are unable to understand and unable to share. And even if they share, they are very scared of the reaction that they are going to receive. For an example, during the menopause diaries, I had one of the I'm sorry, I couldn't hear something. Okay. So during the menopause diaries, I had this woman who had spoken to her husband, which is very unlikely that, you know, women open up and tell their husbands what is going to happen with them, the bodily changes that will happen. And she said that my sexual desire might go little low, you know, my libido might go a little low because I'm going to go through menopause. The husband very immediately said that, okay, if that is going to happen, just let me know so that I can arrange for myself somewhere outside. Now, this shocked the woman to the level that, you know, she was so worried that what if I will get into menopause, and what if my husband then starts cheating on me, which is officially, I mean, he tells it on my face, and what do I do with it? This kind of emotional violence is unacceptable. And this kind of anxiety and depression that women go through during that because of such kind of fears is something so shocking. I was saying this very, very important thing. She was saying that, you know, in the villages, in the Majboor class, we see a lot of women running the homes and the husbands staying at home, and still we don't see them empowered. I would also say that women like you and I, who might be making sometimes more money than the men that they generally meet, maybe for marriage proposals, or maybe for you know, within the family with their parents or with their brothers, or even that is such a difficult position. I remember when I was appointed as the head of business in my own organization, I was told by a woman boss that please make sure that, you know, you take care of the ego of your counterpart, so that, you know, he doesn't feel intimidated by your position or by your space that you are going to get now. So there are many issues like this, even with modern women who are working outside, who might be doctors, who might be MBAs, who might be one of the best professionals outside and might be taking the charge outside. But at home, they still have to make sure that they do take care of the emotional egos of the men that they live with, or take care of that, or play little lower. And thinking women have been told that why don't you take care of this so that, you know, it gets easier at home, rather than, you know, get into confrontation. We're saying that you and I both are thinking people, we can take similar decisions, as I was saying. So I do believe that, you know, this is very scary. Also, when I was talking to you about the jail inmates and the conversations that I've had with them, as the Indian jails believe in reformation, the reform of a man who walks outside the jail after they've served their sentence is still a possibility, but for a woman, it is almost impossible to kind of get rehabilitated in the society again. So in so many ways, and why the crime had happened, with what reasons, and that emotional level, I think that understanding of it, and at what level, you know, you lose yourself to get into something like this. Because I've heard and seen, and, you know, I've read this all across, that you see so many men, you know, picking up women and having a gang rape. I've never heard of 6 women, you know, going to a swimming pool, picking up a man and, you know, taking him away just because he is attractive. So being attractive, being beautiful, being rich, being independent, if all of this is going to come at a cost in terms of emotional violence or in terms of economical violence, I think it is time that we all need to wake up and say that this is not only a rural problem, this is as much or maybe bigger an urban problem, because rural women sometimes, you know, even can just abuse or you know, get hands-on with their partners. But with urban women, it's way more difficult and it's way more hidden, because you know, you want to say that ki bahar pata chal jayega to pata nahi kya hoga. So that hypocrisy also that we live of the society somewhere needs to be addressed in this whole thing. Thank you so much for giving me the space. I am only sharing the experience that I have had with last 18 years with 15 lakh people, talking to them every day and what comes my way. And it is surely very scary. I am trying my level best to give a voice to it. But as Tai was again saying, it's not necessary that every thinking woman can only think and talk about women. You know, they have much larger platform, but I've experienced that in 365 days, for 7 days, I talk about women diaries, and I'm considered as a speaker who only talks about women. So, you know, that is the stereotype we all face. And I hope that it changes with great effort that you guys are putting in today.
Thank you, Devaki, for sharing your experiences with us. And it's really amazing that you've been covering, you know, Women Diary, but you have told that it's not only that you're covering women, you are intelligent and you can cover many aspects of the daily problems. And thank you for your time. And I think we move on with our program. And let me invite next the bold Vice President of Foxy, Ragini Agarwal, Dr. Ragini Agarwal, for talking on physical violence. So Ragini, everyone knows Ragini. Ragini, stage is yours. Dr. Ragini is currently sitting Vice President of Foxy, and she is President of Haryana Obs and Gynae Society. She is taken up very many projects in her hand, and she speaks very well, and she's very passionate about this subject, physical violence against women.
Thank you, Archana, for giving an introduction in short, and especially saying how passionate I am for the women health. Namaskar to all esteemed faculty and all viewers. सबसे पहले मैं डॉक्टर अल्पेश को कांग्रेचुलेट करना चाहूंगी, जो आज के प्लेटफॉर्म पे ओपनली वो एक ऐसे टॉपिक को डिस्कस कर रहे हैं जिसके लिए फॉक्सी, जो कि करबद्ध है वुमेन केयर के लिए फ्रॉम वूम टू टूम, उसका प्लेटफॉर्म अगर ये वायलेंस अगेंस्ट वुमेन लेकर के आएगा, यस वी आर गोइंग टू बी सक्सेसफुल. और यही नहीं, एज अ फीमेल obstetrician gynecologist, we are part of a few privileged women of India who are independent, who have right to express, and we have so much God has given to us. We should work for the women from our heart. So should I discuss this thing as a power presentation, or should I go from my heart? After listening Ms. Devaki, I think instead of speaking from a presentation, I should speak from my heart. हम सबको मालूम है कि डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस क्या होता है. डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस जब आप अपने आप को घर में सुरक्षित नहीं महसूस करते हो, आपके अपने घर वाले ही आपके दुश्मन होते हैं. जहां आप सिकुड़े सिमटे से जीते हो, हर पल आपको ये डर लगता है कि आपके साथ कुछ हो तो नहीं जाएगा. वो पवित्र जगह जहां आपको सारी सिक्योरिटी मिलनी चाहिए, वहां या तो आपका वो इंटीमेट पार्टनर जिसके ऊपर विश्वास करके आपने अपनी जिंदगी दे दी, वो या वो आपके इन लॉज, और कई बार आपके अपने फादर और मदर और आपके भाई बहन भी आपके दुश्मन होते हैं। इसको हम डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस कहते हैं। और ये डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस कुछ ऐसा नहीं है कि जिसके लिए सिर्फ औरतें ही प्रताड़ित होती हैं। ये एक इंटरजेनरेशनल चेंज हो जाता है, क्योंकि वो बच्चे भी सहमे रहते हैं और उस माहौल से जब वो आगे बढ़ते जाते हैं तो वो ये क्या देख करके बढ़ते हैं, वही लड़कियां ये देख के बढ़ती हैं कि ये माँ मेरी चुपचाप सह रही थी और मैं भी आगे ऐसे ही सहूंगी। और वो लड़के ये सोच के बड़े होते हैं औरतों की प्रताड़ना ही उनका हक है, और वो औरत चुपचाप आइसोलेशन में जीती रहती है, उस पावर और उस कंट्रोल के अंदर जीती है जो कि वो पुरुष समाज उसको देता है या उसके घर के बड़े उसको देते हैं। Lack of financial resource, yes, it is a very, very big thing. It is not the only thing, but yes, financial resource and shame in the society. और सबसे बड़ी चीज होती है वो माँ अपने बच्चों को बचा के रखना चाहती है, उसके लिए वो पता नहीं क्या क्या सहती रहती है। तो ये फिजिकल अब्यूज जो मारने से, पीटने से, दबाने से आता है, वो एक बहुत ही बड़ा घृणित अपराध है, जो कि मैं ये कहूंगी हर एक संगठन की ये सबसे बड़ी नैतिक जिम्मेवारी है कि वो इससे हर एक औरत को वो सुरक्षा दे कि वो इसको सह करके ना आगे बढ़े। और ये ऐसा ही नहीं है, ये एक विशियस साइकिल है जो चलती चली जाती है और उसके अंदर वो विक्टिम दबता ही चला जाता है और वो एक ऐसे माहौल का शिकार होता है, उससे बाहर निकल करके आना उसके लिए इतना आसान नहीं होता है। इमोशनल प्रॉब्लम भी बढ़ जाती हैं। कई बार क्या होता है, बीमार औरत को दवाइयां नहीं मिलती हैं, उसको सोने नहीं दिया जाता है, उसको घर में दिन भर काम करना पड़ता है, चाहे वो कुछ भी हो। ये सब भी एक फिजिकल अब्यूज ही है ना। आप छोटी सी छोटी चीजों को देखिए, पढ़ी सी पढ़ी लड़कियां भी पहले घर में उठेंगी, सारा काम करेंगी, सबके डब्बे लंच पैक करेंगी और उसके बाद दौड़ते हुए वो अपना बस पकड़ेंगी या जो भी पकड़ेंगी, काम पे जाएंगी और लौट करके आके पहली चीज उनको सुनने को मिलेगी, अब आ गई तुम, अब चलो फटाफट एक कप चाय बनाना। अरे क्या वो इंसान नहीं है? उसको रुकने का हक नहीं है? चलिए इसको डिस्कस करते हैं थोड़ा कुछ और अपने हिंदुस्तानी कंटेस्ट में, जहां पर औरत कितनी भी पढ़ी लिखी हो फिर भी वो आजाद नहीं है। कहां से शुरू करें हम इसको? फीमेल फिटिसाइड, वो अपने माँ के गर्भ में ही सुरक्षित नहीं है और उसको गिराने में हर किसी का हाथ है, चाहे वो उसकी दादी हो, चाहे वो उसकी माँ हो, चाहे वो उसके कोई भी हो। फोर्स्ड मैरिज, ऑनर किलिंग, शादी के बाद रोज का मारना प्रताड़ना, डिप्राइवेशन ऑफ द फूड एंड एवरीथिंग, थ्रेट्स, तुम्हें हम निकाल देंगे, घर पे भेज देंगे। और जब वो लड़की पढ़ रही है स्टॉकिंग, किसने इन मर्दों को ये दिया हुआ है कि वो उसको स्टॉक कर सके और उसको सड़क पे छू सके, उसको धक्के दे सके? मैरिटल रेप इंडिया में आज भी वो लीगली परमिटेड है। अभी हमने मैडम लेजली को सुना, यूके में वो बैन हो गया, लेकिन हमारे कंट्री में भी मैरिटल रेप के लिए कोई लेजिस्लेशन नहीं। होमिसाइड, वी हैव सीन मोस्ट ऑफ द होमिसाइड इज फॉर द फीमेल्स, एंड डाउरी डेथ, दैट इज टोटली अनएक्सेप्टेबल, टोटली अनएक्सेप्टेबल। आज भी डाउरी डेथ में 5-7 साल में लोग छूट जाते हैं, निकल जाते हैं, क्यों? और उनको दूसरे लोग शादी के लिए अपनी बेटियां भी दे देते हैं। कितनी गलत बात है। एसिड अटैक, उसके ऊपर हमने सब कुछ सुना। एसिड अटैक इज अनदर थिंग जिसमें ये हमारी समाज की मानसिकता दिखाता है। और यही नहीं, ये सब कारण है जेंडर इनइक्वालिटी का। हमारे जो प्रीवियस स्टीम्ड स्पीकर जिन्होंने 2 पॉइंट निकाला है, वो बहुत ही जरूरी और बहुत स्पेशल पॉइंट है। ये एक वुमेन इशू नहीं है, ये ह्यूमैनिटी का इशू है। आधी ह्यूमैनिटी को आपने सप्रेस कर रखा है इस वायलेंस के से। और दूसरा, इक्वालिटी इन समाज, तब तक समाज में इक्वालिटी नहीं होगी, कोई वायलेंस नहीं रुकेगा। ये तो आदम युग है जहां पर हर बलशाली एक मासूम को जो उससे कमजोर है उसको पीट करके दबाना चाहता है। सो हम अपने आप को एक विकसित समाज नहीं कह सकते हैं, जब तक नहीं कह सकते हैं जब तक एक इक्वालिटी नहीं मिलेगी। और औरत को, जो कि 50%, औरत और बच्चे ऑलमोस्ट 50% ऑफ द पॉपुलेशन है, उनको बचने के लिए और उनको एक इज्जत के साथ समाज में बराबर से जीने का हक नहीं मिलेगा, तब तक हमें विकसित कहलाने का कोई हक नहीं है। और बचपन से ही हमें दबाया जाता है, हर जगह पे रोका जाता है, खाने को बराबर नहीं मिलता, एजुकेशन बराबर नहीं मिलती है। और ये इनइक्वालिटी औरत को तो समझ में आ जाती है, लेकिन बच्चे आई एम गोइंग टू फिनिश इट।
सो नाइसली एक्सप्लेन द इम्पैक्ट।
सारी जगह ये सब कुछ बढ़ा है और ये दिखाया गया है कि कोरोना में भी जो है ये और ज्यादा से ज्यादा बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। सो ये मेरे थॉट हैं। संगठनों में भी आज भी महिला विंग क्यों होती है, मेल विंग क्यों नहीं होती है? क्या हम डॉक्टर बराबर नहीं है? व्हाई देयर इज अ वुमेन विंग टू टेक अस आउट? तो ये छोटी छोटी चीजें हैं जहां से हमें इक्वालिटी मिलेगी और तभी हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। एम्पावर वुमेन बाय फाइनेंशियल, just last slide.
I think very
just last slide. Empower women by financial independence, mental strength to fight injustice. Only mother can change.
Yeah.
आओ चलें नवनिर्माण के लिए, एक ऐसे समाज के लिए जहां सबको समान अधिकार हो जीने का और जीने का और जीने का। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, Ragini, for very nicely putting it across in Hindi. I'm sure all the delegates understood what you wanted to send across the message, the importance of physical violence. And Archana, shall we move now to our Dr. Bharti Maheshwari, who's the chairperson of the MTP committee. She will be just giving her thoughts in 2 to 3 minutes on forceful abortion and deprivation of family planning measures, which are very, very vital because sexual and reproductive rights are very essential for women empowerment. Bharti, can we have your thoughts?
Madam, please stop sharing. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
I will very quickly, only in 3-4 minutes. So thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much and congratulations to Dr. Alpesh Gandhi and whole team that we are hearing from morning the very important issues. Now domestic violence in relation to abortions and depriving family planning services. As we all know that women in abusive relationship often lose fundamental control over when and with whom they become pregnant. And the most important thing is that they have a intimate partner violence that is also called sexual violence, and the harmful effects especially on the early teenage childbearing for incest victims, rapid repeat pregnancies during adolescence, for sexually and physically abused teenagers, abortion and STDs, and as well as the more unwanted pregnancies and abortions related to sexual violence, as well as adverse birth outcomes. And if we see about the worldwide data, which WHO had done the studies that around 24,000 women, that they have found that 15 to 75% prevalence of the sexual violence and 30 to 56% women having both physical and sexual violences. And in one study that they have the women they are seeking for the abortion, around 39.5% they reveal the sexual violences, and this conflicts over method and use of contraception, they are common in abusive unions, and they can reduce the order of using any form of contraception. Not only that, they also try to manipulate reproductive outcome, and they causes the physically assaulting by pregnant women by inhibiting them for using contraception and aim of inducing miscarriages. And adolescent girls are main culprits, so women's control of the timing of pregnancy is seen as a human rights issues recognized by United Nations Millennium Project. And same in the China, they have seen the women asking for the abortion, 22.6% they have in the domestic violence. In the Hong Kong also around 27.3% incidence of the home violence. So now what are the status in the India? We all know that in the relation to abortion, we have very strong law, and that is in favor of females also. Since 1971, we have in law the only consent of female is mandatory, no spouse consent is mandatory. And the women, they are allowed to have abortion facilities when they have a risk during the pregnancy or any physical and mental injury, as well as in cases of rape. And even in the cases of rape, there is a proposal to increase the gestational limit range up to 24 weeks or further, as well as for the contraception failure, all women they can ask for the abortion for the contraception failure. That law is also proposed. We have all sexual assault, they has to be informed to the local police, as well as for the minor POXO Act has to be followed. So it is important to note that MTP Act does not permit induced abortion on demand or not for sex selection. But violation of MTP Act of Women's Right, provision of imprisonment and fine that is existing in our countries. And right against female feticide, which is also duty imposed on every citizen of India to allow a woman to experience the most basics of all right, that is the right to life. And PCPNDT Act is ensure her right against female feticide. And this is the Supreme Court of India in our country. They state very clearly that the right to the reproductive autonomy is an integral part of right to life under Article 21, and the Apex Court states that a medical procedure of abortion cannot be carried out on a woman if she has not consented to it. Hence, the right to reproductive autonomy was held as a fundamental right. This is same in the Mumbai High Court, that the woman, if doesn't want to continue pregnancy, then forcing her leads her to the mental stress. So, is this also legal status in India when the husband filed a 30 lakhs claim for the woman that his consent was not asked? Then the High Court dismissed the husband plea, holding that termination of pregnancy the sole prerogative of women, as well as the same in the Supreme Court, that they upheld the decision of the High Court and dismissed the husband petition, with the reason that that woman had an unimpeachable right to give birth or terminate her pregnancy. Same in the High Court, when a woman asked for the termination of pregnancy when she had the 4 months pregnancy, then the court allowed her.
Yeah, Dr. Bharti?
Yes, I am finishing. And the right to control their own body, fertility, motherhood choices should be left to the woman. So finally, every woman have a right when she has to deliver, when she goes for the abortion. And we all provider, we have a current WHO guidelines where we have to take care that person-centered approach from the female when they comes to us with the including confidentiality. And first thing is that we have to consideration to offer support to the patient, as well as we have to publicize the posters and the information where they can get the help. And cultural awareness is the paramount, because fear of familiar shame and dishonor were important factors deterring women from the
Dr. Bharti,
so
thank you very much.
This is the last slide, ma'am. Thank
In
you.
fact,
So
you know, I would like to just end your this thing that India is one of the most empowered countries which had the MTP Act in place. The abortion law is in place. So it's a women-friendly act. So thank you very much. That is something I'm proud of, because across the developed countries, so many countries don't have the abortion law. So thank you very much. And Archana, I think
agree with Shanta that Indian women are quite empowered when it comes to the MTP law. And thank you very much, Bharti. Now we move on to our next speaker, Mrs. Supta Sanyal. She's retired IPS and DG from UP. She'll be taking us through problems in reporting and law to protect, because we all are talking about the problem, but how really problem to be reported and what law exists to protect the women. That's a very, very imperative for all of us to know. So, Mrs. Supta Sanyal, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Team Foxy, for having me here today. Because of the extreme paucity of time, I'll just dive into the topic right away. And the topic relates to problems in reporting domestic violence and the laws related to it to protect women. Okay, we have a plethora of laws. The most important one related to our topic today is the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act of 2005. This comes under civil law. This is one thing which we need to know, and was a positive outcome of the CEDAW, which India adopted in 1993 to protect women from the shadow pandemic, the hidden crime, and it's a silent killer also. I look at it that way, which impacts about 60% of women, even on a very, very conservative estimate. And it has certainly gone up during the COVID situation because of the lockdown impact of it. A lot of expectations surrounded this act because, for the first time, the law had moved in from these into the domestic space, जिसको family कहते हैं, personal phase. वरना तो ये कहते हैं कि it's a personal issue, so we won't take it up, we won't look at it. एक comprehensive definition मिला violence को, domestic violence को, as being physical as well as mental, psychological, emotional, sexual, and even economic. It provided, a fourfold support through protection orders, residence order कि भगा नहीं सकते, निकाल नहीं सकते, dispossess नहीं कर सकते shared household में, custody of children order, and monetary and economic relief. Moreover, since marital rape was is not still not accepted in the Indian legal system, it also provided a solution for sexual violence within the family. It also provided a mechanism of stakeholders. Stakeholders, a protection officer एक है, एक service providers है who will record the incident, will refer the woman to the magistrate, उसको medical examination कराएगा, shelter home अगर हो वहाँ तक ले जाएगा. So all these things were there and a great deal of expectations. But has it met all these expectations? Unfortunately, no. So I come to the barriers of justice now, the ground level challenges which women face. You know, the aggrieved woman and the data related to domestic violence is highly, highly hazy. It's not there. So I will not go into the data. Even a woman being subjected to domestic violence speaks a lot about our society. So that is very important. The data remains dismal, right? Many women are not, and so what are the reasons for this? The foremost reason is many women are not even aware that domestic violence actually impacts their human rights. They internalize and they normalize domestic violence. There's a lack of about itself and the legal remedies it provides, right? Then it does not, I mean, it's not very easy for the aggrieved woman to access the justice. And why is it so? Because, you know, it's very difficult to get the DIR written. You don't write an FIR in domestic violence cases. It's a DIR, Domestic Incident Report. It's not easy to get this written and then go back to the same household. And on the other hand, so far as institutional care is concerned, there is a heavy, heavy shortage of shelter homes. And the most important deterrent is the concern for the future of children. So all these things act as a deterrent for that woman to go and get the DIR registered or access justice. There is a great shortage of protection officers, of trained and knowledgeable protection officers. And then, you know, there is, we talk of economic relief, we talk of compensation, but there is a huge pendency of cases, backlog of cases, tardy justice system, re-victimization of the woman. So these things, you know, they act as barriers for the woman to go and ask for justice when she is facing domestic violence. Now, there's another big problem. These socially progressive laws, they have a convergence approach between all the stakeholders. Unfortunately, the stakeholders are all working in silos so that impact doesn't come in, right? And then there is no immediate punishment unless the protection orders are violated. Remember, this is a civil law. And unless the protection orders are violated, there won't be any criminal case against the person. Next, the woman does not find enough support in her own home, what to talk of in her in-laws' homes. And last but not the least is the prevalent patriarchal and misogynistic mindsets. Mind you, it's a mindset which can impact a woman also. And then we have the subcultures of silence and victim blaming, which the women and girls face. And the never-ending suggestion, try to थोड़ा जाओ सब ठीक हो जाएगा. और इससे क्या होता है? Ultimately, it ends up in eroding her self-belief, her self-confidence, and it shrinks her personality. Now, for some of the solutions, are there solutions? Of course there are, and we need to look at them. But we need to look at them through an intergenerational lens, because this carries from one generation to the other. The first one is, do we need more laws? Do we need more stringent laws? No, I feel we don't. We need better implementation of the laws which we already have, right? Then we need to empower our women and girls. How do we do it? Through education, through skilling, through capacity building, which will ultimately land them into an economic, they'll be able to sustain themselves economically. But then I have seen many women who are economically independent, but they cannot do independent thinking and get decision making. So those two things are equally important. And then a lot depends on how we bring up our children, the parenting part of it. Parenting must be such that that our girls become confident and independent women who can take decisions on their own. And boys, they grow up to become sensitive, responsible men who value the dignity of women and give them the due respect. They should know how to coexist, you know, it's a shared existence. They need to understand that and not become bundles of, you know, seekers of entitlement. That is something which we need to understand, and we need to bring up our boys in that fashion. Certain cultures also need to be shifted. We need a shift of cultures. The culture of gender stereotyping and the culture of patriarchy and misogyny in our thoughts, actions, and behaviors. We need to unlearn a lot of things we have learned over a period of time. We have to examine the unconscious biases which go on in our minds. And mind you, everybody, each one of us is subjected to these unconscious biases. So we need to unlearn them, we need to open them up and replace them by changing our mindsets.
Yes, madam. Actually, you know, the way you put it, it is the partnership between the police, the obstetrician gynecologists, and the NGOs. Together we can. I think we need to understand
everyone,
each other.
yes. All the stakeholders need to put together, because you know, then only we generate that critical mass which leads to social change. And our just one or two more points. And women also need to develop their own support systems and networking. We fall short on that. So that is something we need to support each other. We need to stand by another woman who's trying to find her feet under the sun. And so before I conclude, let me say once more that we need to look at this problem of domestic violence as an intergenerational issue and human rights issue, not binary or gender issues. Through that, we won't get anywhere, because we need stakeholders working together, self-help groups, community.
Yes, madam. I think you're
we need more dialogues.
Yes,
which we
you have put across the message so nicely, and the responsibility to all of us. The onus is on every one of us.
On everybody, because
thank you very much.
It's a win-win situation.
Yes, madam.
Wins with balanced society.
We are happy to have more police women like you to help our women actually achieve their rights. Thank you very much, and we look forward to working with you more in future.
Sure, we can. I'm there for anything that.
Thank you,
Thank you, ma'am. Next, Archana, we shall move on to our next friend, Mrs. Anuradha Kapoor. Thank you, Anuradha Kapoor from Swayam, for joining us today. It's indeed a pleasure to have you. We know that Swayam is a non-profit, a feminist organization. I don't understand the word of feminist. I think all of us are, I think, the other way around, because we are very sure of what we want, and we are all committed for women's empowerment and ending this inequality. I'm sure people like you coming together with Foxy and the police, Anuradha, we can have a better. So Anuradha, can you share your views with us? And after that, one comment from Dr. Sharda Jain, madam. She's going to give one line after Anuradha is going to.
So thank you very much to Foxy. I'm really, really delighted that the Doctors Association has actually decided to make violence against women a topic of discussion for the whole day. I mean, it really shows your commitment. And thank you very much for inviting me today. A lot has been said about domestic violence till now. I'm not going to repeat it, but I do want to make some, points again, which I think are very important when we talk about domestic violence. And I'm speaking from my experience of founding Swayam, which is a feminist organization, because feminists believe that everybody has a right to be equal. And that's not just women, but also anybody who's marginalized in any way. So I think it's important for us to reclaim that word feminist. It's normally looked upon like almost a gali, but it's really important because the feminist movement has actually resulted in all of us having the rights that we have today. and will continue to fight for it. So as far as domestic violence is concerned, I think the most problematic part of domestic violence is it is in the home. It is within our houses, and domestic violence is committed by people who we love, who we care about, and who we feel are going to support us and are going to be protective towards us, right? Now, it's the trust that is broken on people you love, people, family members that you love. It could be your parents, it could be in your marital home. And that has a huge impact on women. And we know that the impact, as we've seen before, is mental, it's physical, it's sexual, it's and economic. In all ways, women are affected by domestic violence. And this is widespread. We've heard the statistics in the morning. And I think that if we see 1 in 3 women in India are facing domestic violence, which means out of all of us who are sitting here, 30% of us have faced domestic violence in some way or the other. And more than 10,500 women every single year are dead because of domestic violence. And I think this is something we need to, this is a ongoing pandemic that has been happening for years. I've seen it for 25 years and it continues. So we really need to see 10,500 women, which means 28 women every day are dead. In 1 hour, more than 1 woman dead because of domestic violence. Which war has this kind of statistics? This is an ongoing war against women in their homes. And I'm so glad that VAWG has actually taken this up as an issue. Now, I feel that, for us to look at what the problem with this is, that there is a silence around domestic violence. Ye ghar ka mamla hai, has already been said before. And so you should not speak out. And if I go and I, as a woman, talk to my family or talk to my friends or talk to the police or talk to the, to the lawyers, everybody is like, ghar ka mamla hai, salat lo, This is a problem. And women are asked to keep quiet because it's family honor, shame, all of these things get entwined. So the right of a woman to live a violence-free life is not acknowledged by anyone at any time, whether it is family members or whether it is state agencies, and women are constantly blamed. Ye pucha jata hai na, if you go to a police station and you want to file a complaint against on domestic violence, like, what did you do that this happened to you? So it's always the woman who is to blame. You mustn't have cooked properly. In fact, one of the times when I went to a police station with a woman, the police officer told me, do you know, madam, this woman did not know how to cut fish. If her husband would beat her, what will he do? This is the thinking, the mindset, right? So we need to change that.
Yeah.
And
you're very right. I think everyone needs to understand that it is not only the woman's responsibility to cut a fish or cook a fish.
Exactly.
It is the equal responsibility of the husbands and the wives or everybody at home. So train your sons to be good cooks, to help their wives also is one of the way to handle this issue, I think.
So I think that, in terms of, what do we what do we need to do, and what do we as an organization do? When women come to us, we provide them support. First of all, no blaming. It's never your fault if violence is inflicted on you. You can have made a mistake, but that doesn't mean you have to face violence for it. There are ways of resolving issues. And if men make mistakes, we're not going around beating them or inflicting violence on them. Why is it expected that women will take this violence on them? So we are basically providing them support, whether it is mental support, whether it is helping them file cases with the police. But most importantly is this breaking of isolation and telling them you're not responsible for the violence, because that's what they have been told, that they are responsible for the violence that is being inflicted on them, and that you have a right to live this violence-free life. So we provide them support services. We help them with vocational training. If they have to get jobs, then we try and help link them with jobs and put them together with other women to say that this is a structural problem and not your own. And I think that, you all are running very, very short on time, but I would like to say a couple of things which are directed towards doctors and towards people at large, is that when a woman comes to you, what can you do? And the first thing is to say, you're not responsible for this violence, and share, as doctors, keep helpline numbers with you, women's organizations, the Women's Commission, police helplines, to be able to direct that woman to a place, because this was something that even Dr. Leslie earlier had pointed out, that have ways of identifying that this woman is facing violence. A lot of the times women will come and tell you they've received injuries, but they will say, oh, I fell down. And you know that's not the case. That's the warning signal about this could be domestic violence and how can we help her. So
Yes,
have that
Anuradha.
information. And also, I think that at the end of the day, we need to change mindsets. And those mindsets are mindsets of our children as the boys are growing up. It's not just the responsibility of the mother to change the mindset. It's also the mindset that has to be changed of boys and men, and, you know, to be able to change the thinking, because that mindset is what creates the problem.
I think it's very well said, Anuradha. I think what is more very important is the physical strength of the woman also to face it. And I'm sure that you're doing a fantastic job, and I really thank you.
Can I just make one last comment about doctors, since a lot of you are doctors here?
One last line, and Dr. Sharda Jain will give a closing comment.
I know, because we are running short of time. And
I'm so sorry, Anuradha.
Yeah, so I think 2-3 things is, especially when doctors see there are women who come in burns wards. There is, I told you how many women are dying. Then when you are making your writing on your prescriptions and stuff, you must record the detail of abuse, who the perpetrator is, and if there are dying declarations being recorded, it's a very important piece of evidence that should be done properly. And last but not the least is your signatures. Please write so that people can read. We had a case where we could not identify who the doctor was, and the case was delayed by 6 months. So please, when you all are making all your prescriptions and writing down what has happened, mention what has happened so that it helps the woman if she goes to seek justice.
Yes, that's a great point. Thank you very much. One last comment from Dr. Sharda Jain, and we go to Dhwani for the next session.
On the behalf of the chairperson, I must congratulate the President Foxy to bring this on the center stage, because the country has sowed its figures on the domestic violence. I must congratulate the moderators by making this particular session one of the best session in the next, in the 2 days time. I feel, the domestic violence, Madam Sadnal has said that it is 60%, but I think it is much more than that. I'm a teacher, I'm a gynecologist, I know it, that our gynecologists suffer a lot. But they have become economically independent, they have become confident, and I think, they need to train themselves on the self-protection. Yes, and then only if they should safeguard their colleagues who are working with them, and they have to join hands with everybody, all staff. Then only things can be done. We have to walk the talk. We only talk. We never do anything. We have to see to it that things become independent.
Thank you very much, ma'am. What we need to learn karate and all the other things, and be very, very strong.
Thank you.
So, Dhwani, thank you very much. The stage is all yours, Dhwani.
Yeah. Thank you all
just a moment
for patiently listening, and thank you all the speakers for your inputs onto the subject. I think at Foxy we are going to be releasing at the end of the day on the list of the NGOs and all the numbers, helpline numbers for the women as suggested by Anuradha ji, and we are into identify the problem and rectify it. That is the whole motto of the preventing violence against the women.
Shanta, sorry to interrupt here, but you can also equip the women with personal protective things like pepper sprays, etc. This is also something that we can give women who are not strong enough to fight.
But this is a domestic violence. Domestic. So at home, how much of pepper spray is going to help?
You use it and you run out.
You
have other things.
Yes. Dr. Shanta, I just make a small point for Dr. Jain. I said 60% on a very, very conservative,
Yes, 90%.
Yes, it could be, ma'am. And I think it is. What I said was very, very...
I know of the gynecologist that they are tortured and they have to only know how to hold the hand once. Once they hold the hand of the husband, nothing will be done.
Thank you, madam.
Okay. So thank you very much for the opportunity. We move on to Dhwani for the next session.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to all our chairperson, the speakers, panelists, and thank you, Dr. Apurva, as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly move on to our next session, which is brought to you by Foxy and Sherkel Mom, powered by 100% VAWG DHA. Strong women build stronger nation. That's right. And the topic for our next session is APS and Sexual Medicine Committee, Foxy. Let me go ahead and now introduce the coordinator for the same, Dr. Priyankur Roy, consultant in fertility and gynae endoscopy at Nova IVF and Roy's Clinic, Siliguri. Welcome, Dr. Priyankur, and over to you, doctor.
Thank you, Dhani, for such a wonderful introduction. It has been a wonderful session that we went through today. So this session deals with sexual violence. We all know that sexual violence is a serious public health problem and has a profound short or long-term impact on physical and mental health, such as increased risk of sexual and reproductive health problems. Sexual violence remains highly stigmatized in all settings, thus levels of disclosure of the assault vary between regions, and of course, most of them are underrated. We must note over here that domestic sexual violence is distinguished from conflict-related sexual violences, and at home people think that at home the violence is not a sexual violence, but believe me, it is not. So to move on with this session proper, I would like to now invite the chairpersons. First of all, Dr. Ramani Devi ma'am, she is a Vice President of Foxy for the current year. She is elected as the ICOG Governing Council member for the year 2018 to 20. Our next chairperson is Dr. Krishna Kumari ma'am. She is a professor at Apollo Hyderabad, senior consultant and a president, and she was the president of the Organic Society of Hyderabad from 2017 to 19. And last but not the least, of course, the chairperson of the Sexual Medicine Committee, Foxy, that is Dr. Neeraj Yadav. He is going to be the third chairperson. So let me tell you, friends, this session is being co-hosted by the Indian Psychiatric Society as well as the Sexual Medicine Committee, Foxy. Over to you, chairpersons, to take this session forward.
Thank you, Priyanka.
चालू हो गया हमारा चालू हो गया आपका चालू हो गया
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Neeraj, you're audible.
Yes. Ramani madam is here.
Thank you for the opportunity given. Thank you for the nice words, Dr. Priyanku. Next, shall we move on to the CV of the moderators? I have great pleasure in welcoming Dr. Reena Vani, who is a chairperson of Foxy Perinatal Committee 2015 and 17, and she is a core committee Foxy Violence Against Women Cell for the past 5 years, and she has been a senior consultant, authored many books and chapters, and a gold medalist with multiple prizes, and she has been a postgraduate teacher. And with this, I welcome Dr. Reena Vani, who is going to moderate the session.
Madam, you introduce Sumitra madam also. Madam.
Okay. Dr. Krishna is not there. Okay.
Yes, she will introduce the faculty next.
Okay. Next moderator is Dr. Sumitra Yadav, who is a professor of OBGYN at MGM Medical College and Myth Hospital at Indore, and she is the secretary for the Indore Society, and with a very good teaching experience, and awards are Nari Shakti Award and so many other distinguished awards she has received for her social service and master trainee for violence against women. So with this, I welcome you, madam.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Now, madam, may you introduce our next three faculties for the...
Yeah. Shall I introduce?
Yes, madam.
So a very good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Alpesh and team for this path-breaking CME. And we have a whole lot of different speakers coming up in this particular session. And the first one is Dr. Mandakini Meg Madam, who doesn't need any introduction. We all know her as the president, the chairperson of ICOG, and she has been doing a wonderful job on that. And I think the first talk is going to be by her on why we call it as why do we have an epidemic. I think with this, can we move on to the next speaker?
Yes.
Yeah. We have Dr. Professor T.S.S. Rao, a psychiatrist, and who is a professor and from the Department of Psychiatry, JSS Medical College, Mysore, and he is the General Secretary of Indian Psychiatric Society and the editor journal. And I think we all know the importance of mental health in these women who are suffering from any type of violence. Can we have the next biodata of Dr. Durusha? Again, Madam Durusha doesn't need any introduction. We all know her as the director of the Gynae World, the Center for Women's Health and Fertility, and the founder president. We are very much into with her from the time of onset of this PCOS society, and we keep hearing day in, I think parallelly now there's another conference of PCOS also running around. I think she also doesn't need any introduction. And I think now it is you, Dr. Neeraj, who is going to introduce the rest of them.
Yes, it's my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Subha Gudi. She is a professor HOD at Bangalore and consultant at Manipal Sagar Excel Group of Hospital. And she is currently president, chairperson of the Family Welfare Committee and secretary of Bangalore Medical Society. So welcome to Subha Gudi, madam. Can I have a next faculty slide? It's my privilege to introduce our next faculty, Dr. Amod Khan. He is founder and general secretary of Prayas JSC Society, joint coordinator of the Niti Aayog CSO Standing Committee, former IPS and DGP, and former chairperson of the DCP, CR and DWSSC, and member of the numerous national level committee concerning child labor, juvenile justice, and domestic workers. So welcome, Dr. Amod, sir. And our next speaker is Dr. Preeti Patkar.
Sorry.
Yeah, she has been working to protect the children from human trafficking and commercial sexual exploitation and other child protection issues since last 30 years. She is a social worker and co-founder of Prerna NGO, a Mumbai-based organization. He was instrumental in designing the first night care center to protect children born in the brothels and in the red light areas of Mumbai. And she completed her bachelor's in social work from the Nirmala Niketan and purchased her master's degree from TISS Mumbai. So welcome, Dr. Preeti. And now I hand over to our moderator, Dr. Rinavani, to proceed further.
Thank you very much to the team of today's program, especially President Sir, for focusing on this very important topic. And although our program is running a little late, we are doing a little interchange. Dr. Durusha, who is actually the founder president of PCOS Society, has to leave for her conference there. So we are going to start the first talk with Dr. Durusha, who is going to speak about sexual abuse. Madam was the national coordinator of the Foxy Violence Against Women Cell for many years, and she was instrumental in starting the STAR program, through which we have done many activities sensitizing gynecologists and having public health forums across the country. So Dr. Durusha, madam, I request you to share your slides. And our format for the panel is a little different from the previous panels. We are going to have each panelist speak for 5 to 6 minutes, and we will have a little bit of interaction at the end of the session. So madam, can you please share your slides now?
I would just like to interrupt for a minute, requesting our speakers and the panelists to kindly speak a little in vernacular language as well, in Hindi, because there are a lot of non-doctor people who are also watching this session. Thank you.
आज हमारे साथ डॉक्टर दुरुशा हैं, जिन्होंने गए सालों में बहुत काम इस एस्पेक्ट पे किया है, और वो हमें बताएंगी कि लैंगिक शोषण के बारे में हम डॉक्टर क्या कर सकते हैं और इसकी हमारी क्या जवाबदारी है। आप सब जो हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, आप जरूर इनका सुनिए, और इस सेशन में हम ये सारे दृष्टिकोण से देखेंगे कि लैंगिक शोषण जब होता है, आगे हम कैसे बढ़ सकते हैं और इससे अपना बचाव कैसे कर पाएंगे। मैडम दुरुशा, आप शुरुआत कीजिए।
Thank you very much, Reena, for the kind introduction. And thank you, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, for creating this huge program and for having me here to share my thoughts on sexual abuse in India. If you look at the sexual abuse, it's almost every 16 minutes a woman is raped. Every single day, 88 women are raped, and 93% of all rapes are by people who are known to the victim. It's someone at home, someone close to the victim who is raping her. There are many more which go unreported only because the concern of fear and stigma. There's so much of
Not interested.
and it's something which they are very concerned about. And these figures are rising every year, year by year. And if you look into this chart, you'll find that in each year the problem is just going on increasing, and there are certain states which are having a large amount of such abuse, and we really need to attend to this. And this is the latest data from the National Crime Reporting Bureau. The next thing is what I want to show you is how it has gone over the years. Now, we have been talking about sexual abuse for many, many years. Right from the time I was president in 2006, I brought up this issue in my presidential speech. And then if you see over here from 2010, we are talking about the dark gray part shows how this rise is going on happening. And instead of dropping, instead of what happened after Nirbhaya, after the act came in place, we thought that the incidence of this problem would definitely go down only because there was such a strong act in place, which was the act which was brought in by the judiciary in place of trying to, sort of give enough justice to the girls who have been raped. But there are many reasons for these rising numbers. There is so much of social conditioning. There's worry that, oh, women are always, sort of inferior. There's a public perception that if there's a rape, it's always the woman who's at fault. There's underreporting because the parents are worried that their daughter's name will get affected and she will not be able to get married. There are flawed investigations because the doctors don't write the documents properly. And there's no uniform examination standard was existing. But yes, with the Nirbhaya Act, there's been a lot of documentation put up by the government of India, which is in place, and we all need to follow those documents and fill up the content well. The reasons for this rising numbers is also because there's prevalence of extrajudicial bodies. There are connections between people, and those who are influential probably get away because there's not enough justice done to the person because of the high contact or the VIP which may be existing. There's a delay in justice because it goes on for years. By the time the victim has got married, she's got children, and then she's called to court. But then she's forgotten about it either, or she finds it too embarrassing to go to court and affect her family life, which is in bliss at the moment. There's a deficit of basic infrastructures. All the roads are not well lit. In villages, women have to go out into the farm for defecation and for urination, and there's not enough light. And it's there that they get raped, or their bathrooms don't have enough privacy. So there are so many issues in place. There are constitutional laws which have been brought in, legislative laws. There's a Criminal Law Amendment Act. There's a POCSO Act. There's a Nirbhaya Act. There are so many acts brought into place. But unfortunately, there is still no justice for the girls. There's a lot of delayed justice. The courts go on for a long, long time. And everything, though we are supposed to finish the case within a year, that's what the law says, but it does not really happen. So many people who are, witnesses they change their statements, and the victim does not get justice. So in short, what we have to look at is what is the way forward. Our legal reforms are in place. We need the politicians to take it actively ahead. Foxy has taken this ahead today in a very big way. We have already done it in the past, but at the moment we have taken it up in a big way out to the public, and we need the politicians to really have a stick and carrot sort of procedure to take this forward. We need to have efficient investigation, good documentation. When there's an abuse, doctors should become proactive on filling those documents, and prosecution should happen fast. There should be a uniform code for everyone, faster delivery of justice. We have to do gender sensitization. Yes, we do gender sensitization. As a matter of fact, we try and create women's, the previous NGO, women from the NGO spoke and talked about how we have to inform women or make them confident of of being, you know, sort of having the power to do what they could do. And we have to empower the community. We have to get the men into the whole field, and educate our boys instead of preventing our girls from going out into the, you know, traveling alone, etc. So we have to have things like this. And at the moment where Foxy is concerned, we have created a STAR program, which Dr. Reena mentioned earlier. And this is to educate the doctors on how to manage a case of sexual abuse, how to document, how to offer psychological counseling, how to take care of the victim. We call her a survivor now because she's the survivor of that abuse and she's getting back to life. In short, we have made a lovely movie or a film on doctors' role in sexual crime to sensitize the doctors. It's called The Body and Soul. And this was made almost 15 years ago to tell all the doctors that, yes, you need to be actively involved in this whole process. We have created a Foxy's position statement on violence against women, which talks about what Foxy thinks about violence against women. And we had also, when I was on the ethics committee of FIGO, created 2 documents which were very useful for us: ethical issues after sexual assault and ethical guidelines on how a healthcare professional should respond to violence against women. These are very important documents, and I urge you all to look at them and read them, as this is mainly for the doctors to take up. So I thank the team at Foxy for all their support all through the years. And I'm very, very actively involved in my Women's Empowerment Foundation. I'm teaching skills to the girls in Dharavi on self-defense. I teach them about their reproductive sexual health through an app which I've created called Too Shy to Ask. And we also offer them skills to self-empower themselves in case they are at the mercy of their husbands and they would like to leave. So in short, this is our agenda and this is what we do. Thank you very much for having me here.
दुरुषा जी, शुक्रिया. आपने संक्षेप में पूरी कहानी की क्या हालत है अभी वो हम सबको समझाई, और क्या क्या कठिनाइयां आती हैं जब औरतें मदद के लिए जाती हैं. उनको कभी कभी मालूम भी नहीं पड़ता कहाँ जाना चाहिए. स्टैटिस्टिक्स तो हम सबको पता है, लेकिन मैडम जी आपने बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से ये भी कहा कि औरतों को हम कैसे सिखा सकते हैं स्वावलंबी होना और इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट, यानी खुद के पैरों पे खड़े रहना. ये भी महत्व का है, जो अलग अलग प्रोजेक्ट से हम गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट उनको मार्गदर्शन दे सकते हैं. अब मैं मेरी सहकार्य डॉक्टर सुमित्रा यादव जी को विनंती करूंगी कि हमारे नेक्स्ट पैनलिस्ट का इंट्रोडक्शन करें और प्रोग्राम को आगे बढ़ाएं. शुक्रिया दुरुषा जी. थैंक यू.
थैंक यू सो मच.
धन्यवाद डॉक्टर वानी. डॉक्टर, हमारा नेक्स्ट टॉपिक है कि क्या ये सचमुच एक एपिडेमिक है, यानी जो सारी दूर फैला हुआ है. इस ज्वलंत टॉपिक पर अब अपने विचार व्यक्त करने आएंगी डॉक्टर मंदाकिनी मेघ. डॉक्टर मंदाकिनी मेघ का और मेरा एसोसिएशन एक चीज से सिमिलर है, जो है इंदौर मेडिकल कॉलेज. वो भी यहीं की पढ़ी हुई हैं. वो चेयरपर्सन हमारा इंडियन कॉलेज ऑफ ऑब्स्टेट्रिशियंस एंड गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट ICOG की हैं. साथ ही वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज में जुड़ी हुई हैं. वो उसकी वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं द मेडिकल वुमेन्स इंटरनेशनल एसोसिएशन. जो ये लेडी डॉक्टर्स हैं उनका एसोसिएशन है जो इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे है. ये पूरे 6 कॉन्टिनेंट्स में है और 100 साल पुराना ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है. मैं मंदाकिनी मेघ मैडम को इनवाइट करती हूँ कि वो अपने विचार व्यक्त करें इस टॉपिक पर.
Thank you, Sumitra, for that wonderful introduction. I hope, Reena, am I audible?
Yes, madam, absolutely audible.
मैं सबको धन्यवाद करती हूँ. सबसे पहले सभी लोग हिंदी में बोल रहे हैं तो मैं भी हिंदी में कहना चाहूँगी. सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद करूँगी डॉक्टर अल्पेश गांधी का, उनकी दूरदर्शिता का, कि उन्होंने इतने सुंदर, इतने इम्पोर्टेंट और इतने महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर आज दिन भर का प्रोग्राम रखा, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस. And Dr. Archana Baser and Dr. Shanta Kumari for this wonderful conference on this domestic violence, which is the need of the hour. तो मैं अपने विचार जरूर व्यक्त करना चाहूँगी. बहुत सारे इम्पोर्टेंट फैकल्टीज ने पहले ही बहुत कुछ कह दिया है. अब मुझे सिर्फ ये बताना है कि ये एंडेमिक है, पेंडेमिक से कैसे पेंडेमिक हुआ और पेंडेमिक के लिए हम लोगों को क्या क्या कैसे आइडेंटिफाई करना चाहिए और उसकी उपाय योजना ठोस रूप से क्या करना चाहिए, इसी बारे में मैं अपने विचार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगी। धन्यवाद, मुझे ये बहुत सुंदर टॉपिक दिया। और जैसा कि सुमित्रा ने अभी बताया कि मेडिकल वुमेन इंटरनेशनल जो है, जो 100 साल पुरानी जो उसके मैं इंटरनेशनल वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हूँ, उसका एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट टॉपिक है द वायलेंस अगेंस्ट वुमेन। डॉक्टर बेटिना उनकी मुख्य है और मैं उनके साथ में उसी कमिटी पे काम करती हूँ और हम लोग इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे वायलेंस अगेंस्ट वुमेन काम करते हैं। Now why an epidemic? Now this epidemic is converted into the pandemic, the shadow pandemic. While the shadow pandemic, the terminology, the Dr. Regan, previous speaker, so many speakers have already told about it. But I'm going to explain the shadow pandemic, violence against women during the COVID-19. What is shadow pandemic? It is a gender-based violence is a pandemic, and now it is a shadow pandemic. Now the executive director of the United Women, with whom our organization Medical Women International is affiliated and associated, also with the WHO, even before the pandemic, violence against women was one of the most common widespread violation of the human rights. But from the lockdown restriction, domestic violence is multiplied, spreading across the world in a shadow pandemic. One in the woman a worldwide experience, I'm not going to go in the data, but since the outbreak, emerging data, the types of violence against the women and the girls, particularly domestic violence, has intensified. According to the UN Women, globally around 243 million women are being abused sexually and physically since last 12 months. You can see here the figure 243 million and the breakup is given. I think the slide is already shown by Dr. Regan. Women are suffering in the last 6 months of lockdown, and women losing access to the contraception, which we had a very big program on contraception in the COVID period. Women are losing access to the contraception. You can see here 47 million. Now in India, we are talking in the Indian context. In shadow pandemic, as per the National Commission of Women, morning we had the officer from the higher official from the National Commission of Women. It is increased by 100% and it is doubled, and it is the highest in the 10 years data. It is highest. But what is more surprising is that 86% women do not ask for the help. Now the NCW is coming with the online complaint links. Women in district separate number is there, DV line is there, then the special helpline number in the COVID, the WhatsApp number. These are so much important. We'll like to share with the Archana Baser so that she can circulate it to the needy. Then what are the causes? The economic insecurity. What are the causes of increased pandemic in the COVID-19? Economic insecurity, quarantine and social isolation, disaster, conflict-related unrest, then exposure to exploiting relationship, reduced health services, inability of women temporarily escaping from the partner, virus-specific, exposure to violence and coercion in response to effort. These are so important factors which is increasing. What are the widespread effects of this COVID-19 for the shadow pandemic? There are three main types: economic, healthcare, and the health well-being. And in the health well-being, there is an increase in the gender violence. Now, gender lens in the COVID-19 pandemic makes the existing, there is already a gender inequality, but because of the pandemic, there is a existing gender inequality for the women, which get again worse and can impact how much that they receive different type of treatment. So there is a more widening of the gap of the gender violence. Also, we are having the data, we are monitoring on this particular different subjects, and the data is being collected, and there is no time I can't read, but I will share definitely. Now, as the UN Women launched the shadow pandemic, now they launched the shadow pandemic public awareness, and which is in the 156 country, including India, which is focusing on the global increase of the domestic violence. A 60-second film is already made, and it is available. And it has been, that famous actress by Kate Winslet in the Titanic is a beautiful movie, and it is very effective to propagate the knowledge of the shadow pandemic. The United Nations chief has said he has appealed for the peace at home. And he says that, Madam has already morning said that UK domestic abuse killing has doubled. And USA, the severity of the injury has increased. Not only domestic violence, but the severity of the injuries has increased in the United Nations. So friends, it is a double pandemic. And the UN chief has said we have to cease fire. It is like a war. We have to cease fire the domestic violence. It is a horrifying global surge. So now what do we do? So this is a critical time for women and girls, and urgent action is needed. So what we are going to do, we need a global collective efforts to stop it. We have to prioritize addressing violence against women, response, recovery, this thing. And everybody, like Duru has said, we all have a role to play. We need not be an NGO, a government, or everybody, even those who are listening, आप लोग जो सब सुन रहे हैं, सबका रोल है, क्योंकि आप लोग इन्फॉर्म कर सकते हैं पुलिस को, बता सकते हैं कि आपके आसपास डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस हो रहा है. Now, what are the policies? We have to curbing gender violence must be a part action. Whenever we are making COVID-19 policy, you have to take the domestic violence like safe abortion and other thing like that. We have to take into consideration, and what exactly benefit we have to give to this the abuse. This thing. Consider the shelter, helpline, essential services. All this has to be provided to the person. And the role of healthcare worker as per the WHO, identify and share the information, whatever support services you have. You have to establish the referral linkages, find out what survivor of the violence need and how best you can save. And if you are facing the violence, this is a WHO, reach out, call and seek out for the local help. And very interesting 2-3 slides I want to show what exactly internationally people are doing. Actually, they are using the technology in the judiciary. Then pharmacies and supermarket are becoming the counseling center at many places because women go there. And in the France, they have 20,000 hotel rooms are booked as a safe places in the shelter home. These are beautiful, they are coping up with in the COVID time. In Odisha, telephone lines are being used because the pre-COVID era, they have already lodged the complaint. The police is actually tracing these people, whether they are facing the same. And other countries, the local communities are being watchdog for the domestic violence. These are very little interesting all over the globe, how they are tackling. And what we are doing, as 2 slides, that remedial measures in the pandemic COVID in India, the government and NCW are the main agency. Shelter home, our IPS officer has already said, we said it requires implementation, it requires better implementation. So we have to provide shelter homes, protection officers, online, complaint section, mobile clinics, one-stop approach, counseling emergency, and response team is very important. And Foxy, IAP, women, all these people we are talking since morning, I'm not going to detail. In all the international agency, here like MWI, we are having 156 countries we are already covering. So domestic violence and sexual abuse to be included in the policy making of the COVID-19 policies. So COVID does not discriminate. And friends, we have to go forward, take it and take this particular forum also to go forward in a, addressing the pandemic which is being caused in the COVID-19. Girls and women must be on the front and center of the emergency response. So friends, thou shalt not be a victim, thou shalt not be a perpetrator, above all, thou shalt not be a bystander. Thank you very much.
धन्यवाद मैडम, आपने बहुत अच्छे से इस महामारी के बारे में बताया कि कोविड महामारी कितनी बड़ी है और उसके उपजे हुए उसके फलस्वरूप जो घरों में हिंसा हो रही है उसके बारे में आपने विस्तार से बताया। मैं सोचती हूँ कि जो हमारे इस सेमिनार में, इस वर्कशॉप में स्कूल की लड़कियां हैं या बाकी एनजीओ वर्कर्स हैं जो काम कर रहे हैं, उनको समझ में आया होगा कि सिर्फ बोलने से काम नहीं चलेगा, हम सबको एक्शन लेना होगा और सबसे पहला एक्शन हमें स्वयं को लेना पड़ेगा कि हम रिपोर्ट करें। डर लगता है कहाँ जाएं, तो इसलिए वन स्टॉप सेंटर्स हैं हर जगह पर जहां जाके आपको सहारा, आसरा मिल सकता है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मैडम ऑक्सी की तरफ से आपको आपके विचार व्यक्त करने के लिए।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
शुक्रिया जी। और हमारे अगले जो स्पीकर हैं वो एक्चुअली डॉक्टर TSS राव हैं, लेकिन अमोद जी जो IPS ऑफिसर हैं उन्होंने दरखास्त की है कि उन्हें अर्जेंट काम के लिए he is a former IPS officer. In the year 2000 उन्होंने दिल्ली के रेप क्राइसिस इंटरवेंशन सेंटर्स शुरू किए थे, जिसके द्वारा अभी 650 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में वन स्टॉप सेंटर्स उपलब्ध हैं। और उन्होंने काफी किताबें भी लिखी हैं, काफी अवार्ड मिले हैं, लेकिन समय की पाबंदी की वजह से मैं उनको दरखास्त करूंगी कि संक्षेप में वो हमें थोड़ा मार्गदर्शन दे। अमोद जी, प्लीज ज्वाइन एंड अनम्यूट योरसेल्फ।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। गुस्ताखी माफ, मैं जल्दी जाने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मुझे कहीं जाना था किसी मीटिंग के लिए। देखिए, 2-3 बातें मैं कहना चाहूँगा। मेरा तजुर्बा पुलिस ऑफिसर के तौर पे करीब 34 साल का रहा, 32 साल प्रयास के माध्यम से रहा। और जो मैंने आपको पहले भी बताया था कि 20 वर्ष पहले देश में पहला रेप क्राइसिस इंटरवेंशन सेंटर जब मैं जॉइंट कमिश्नर पुलिस था, प्रयास के माध्यम से, डेली कमिश्नर विमेन के माध्यम से हम लोगों ने शुरू किया। और करीब 1500 रेप केसेस इस रेप क्राइसिस सेंटर में आ चुके हैं। और आगे ये अच्छी बात नहीं है, लेकिन निर्भया केस के बाद आप लोगों को मालूम है कि एक निर्भया फंड क्रिएट हुआ और आज 650 रेप क्राइसिस इंटरवेंशन सेंटर निर्भया फंड में चल रहे हैं। मुझे इन तमाम बातों में आने का मौका इस ढंग से मिला। आई वॉज DG पुलिस इन 2005-07 and that was the time that national study on child abuse was carried out. 18,600 children and young adults were examined. And then the findings of the national study on child abuse was startling. And we learned that every second child was being subjected to rape or subjected to unnatural sex. Because we learned that time that the male child was as much a victim to sexual abuse as the female child. There was hardly any difference. And as all of us know that nearly 75% of perpetrators happen to be family members or happen to be known people. So it was a very serious issue. And that was the time, as you know, as an outcome of National Study on Child Abuse, the POCSO came. Protection of Children Against Sexual Offences Act 2012 का है। उसके अंदर लोगों ने डिफाइन किया पेनिट्रेटिव सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट। एग्रीवेटेड पेनिट्रेटिव सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट तब होता है जब किसी बच्चे को कोई केयर टेकर, कोई गार्डियन, कोई इंस्टीट्यूशन या कोई ऐसे लोग जिसका उन पे अधिकार होता है, उनके माध्यम से सेक्सुअल ऑफेंस होता है, सेक्सुअल असॉल्ट होता है। तो ये बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन था पॉक्सो में। और आपको मालूम होना चाहिए कि पिछले साल करीब 26,198 केस पॉक्सो के हुए। कुछ दिन पहले मुझे मौका मिला सुप्रीम कोर्ट के साथ कुछ काम करने का। करीब 3 लाख के आसपास केसेस पेंडिंग है तमाम इंडिया के कोर्ट्स में। और पॉक्सो एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट लॉ के तौर पे इमर्ज किया। The other development, because I am talking about rape and murders particularly of the women and children, so the other most important development in this process, the legal process, was when Nirbhaya case took place. After Nirbhaya, as you know, Justice Verma committee was constituted, and I was among those people who also presented our facts to Justice Verma committee. और Justice Verma committee ने तमाम जितने भी laws थे, not only rape but all sexual offences, their laws were changed completely after Justice Verma committee. 2013 we had a historic criminal law amendment act. ये आप लोगों को मालूम होगा, और क्रिमिनल लॉ अमेंडमेंट एक्ट में रेप की परिभाषा में बुनियादी परिवर्तन हो गया. Now after this 375 Indian Penal Code, 376 Indian Penal Code में any kind of penetration, not only penile vaginal penetration, but also any object if penetrated in any part of the body, I mean that also was thought to be rape. Manipulations of body in any form, oral sex if committed against the wishes or maybe with the child less than 15 years of age or whatever, 18 years of age, that was considered to be, that became an offense. और कुछ situations थे इसमें offenses में बहुत ज़्यादा इसके sentence बढ़ गए. Now the punishment for any rape happens to be not less than 7 years. And of course there are situations in which the punishment would be from 10 years to life sentence. जैसे पुलिस ऑफिसर, आर्म फोर्सेस, किसी इंस्टीट्यूशन के माध्यम से होने वाला रेप, या कोई लड़की किस खास कंडीशंस में सफ़र कर रही है, या वो 16 साल से कम है, इन तमाम सिचुएशंस में जो रेप का पनिशमेंट है, आप लोगों को मालूम होगा कि 10 साल से लेकर लाइफ सेंटेंस तक होता है. और अगर रेप मर्डर में तब्दील हो जाती है, और इफ ए पर्सन बिकम्स ए वेजिटेटिव स्टेट, अगर उसकी कंडीशन इतनी खराब हो जाती है कि जीवित रहते भी जीवित नहीं है, ऐसी अगर कोई लड़की हो, तो उस हालत में डेथ सेंटेंस भी हो सकता है. ये बड़े इंपॉर्टेंट डेवलपमेंट्स हैं. और आप लोगों को पता होगा कि 2019 में कोई 32,000 रेप के केसेस हुए, और करीब 28,919 हमारे पास मर्डर के केसेस हुए. और इसके अलावा पॉक्सो के केस जो मैंने बताया कि नीली 26,198 केसेस पॉक्सो के हुई. देश में वो इलाके जहां सबसे अधिक इस ढंग के क्राइम हो रहे हैं, उनमें सबसे ज़्यादा नंबर राजस्थान में पाया गया, उत्तर प्रदेश में पाया गया, मध्य प्रदेश में पाया गया, और दिल्ली में रेप के केसेस पिछले साल कोई 1200 से ज़्यादा रेप के केसेस हुए. तो ये आप देखें, जो राष्ट्रीय स्थिति आप देख रहे हैं, तो उसके मुताबिक ये सही है कि कानून में बुनियादी परिवर्तन हो चुका है, पॉक्सो के माध्यम से, क्रिमिनल लॉ अमेंडमेंट के माध्यम से. मैं और ढंग के क्राइम्स की चर्चा नहीं कर रहा हूँ, क्योंकि हम लोग सिर्फ रेप की बात कर रहे हैं और मर्डर की बात कर रहे हैं, और नंबर्स बढ़े हैं, और हम लोग बहुत ज़्यादा परेशान भी होते हैं. पिछले साल जैसे पूरे देश में करीब 3,78,000 क्राइम अगेंस्ट वुमेन हुए, इस साल 4 लाख हो गए. वैसे ही रेप केसेस में भी इजाफा हुआ, नंबर काफ़ी बढ़ गए, और मर्डर केसेस में भी औरतों के खिलाफ नंबर बढ़े. लेकिन सच पूछिए तो हम लोगों को इस नंबर से भयाक्रांत नहीं होना चाहिए. आज भी स्थिति यह है. आई हैव बीन ए पुलिस ऑफिसर फॉर लॉन्ग 34 ईयर्स, आई नो फॉर श्योर. प्रयास के माध्यम से मैंने करीब हजारों केस मैं देख चुका हूँ, जो कि डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस के केसेस हैं या वायलेंस अगेंस्ट विमेन के केसेस हैं. जो केसेस हमारे पास आते हैं, जिन केसेस को हम रजिस्टर करते हैं या इन्वेस्टिगेट करते हैं, मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि वो बहुत ही एक छोटा परसेंटेज है. और ये एक ढंग से अच्छी बात है कि केसेस को रजिस्टर किया जा रहा है. The biggest problem, let me inform you friends, which has been there in the past, was the conspiracy of silence. We maintained silence within the family, within acquaintances, within neighborhood. Wherever the victim was known to the people, I think there was a silence. और फैमिली में ये परमिट नहीं किया जाता था कि केसेस को आप रजिस्टर करें, केसेस को पब्लिक डोमेन में लाएं, केसेस को पुलिस के पास लेकर के जाएं, जो अभी भी पूरी तरह से नहीं हुआ है, और बहुत बड़े पैमाने पे केसेस अभी रजिस्टर नहीं हो रहे हैं. तो मैं बहुत ही आई एम वेरी थैंकफुल टू फॉक्सी फॉर टेकिंग आउट दीज इश्यूज इन दिस काइंड ऑफ डिस्कशन. And the medical fraternity has a very important role to play. I would like to point out this particular thing, because as you know that in POCSO or these cases, there is something called mandatory reporting. अगर किसी भी मेडिकल ऑफिशियल को, किसी भी ऐसे व्यक्ति को जो इंस्टीट्यूशन चलाता है, जैसे मैं भी बताना चाहूँगा कि प्रयास के माध्यम से हमारे पास 40 होम्स और शेल्टर्स चलते हैं, और चाइल्ड लाइन चलते हैं, विमेन हेल्पलाइन चलते हैं. अगर हमारे पास खबर आती है इन संस्थाओं के माध्यम से, या आपके पास खबर आती है एक डॉक्टर की हैसियत से कि किसी बच्चे के साथ कोई सेक्सुअल वायलेंस हुआ है, या कोई रेप हुआ है, या किसी भी महिला के साथ हुआ है, तो आपके पास ये रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, लीगल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, एथिकल के अलावा, मॉरल के अलावा और मेडिकल के अलावा, कि आप ये रिपोर्ट करें, इसको आप दर्ज कराएं और केस के तौर पर उसको रजिस्टर करें. तो मैं लंबा समय नहीं लेना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि बहुत सारे स्पीकर्स हैं, बहुत लेट हो चुका है. So friends, let me just conclude by saying that we are at a stage where, as mentioned just now by the previous speaker, that during the pandemic period, it's 100, I think double, the crimes have doubled. But then Reporting is not there. Reporting is much less. So the biggest requirement today is that we create a situation where we are able to deal with the case holistically. Just one small point I would like to mention before concluding. These rape crisis intervention centers, the idea came from other countries. Actually, I introduced this particular institution in India way back in 2000, before 2000, because I saw the same kind of institutions operating in UK and USA, where I had a chance to visit and see it. इसकी सबसे बड़ी खासियत ये होती है कि पुलिस ऑफिसर, काउंसलर, सोशल वर्कर, एक लॉयर, एक डॉक्टर, ये तमाम इसी इशू को हर डायरेक्शन से डील करने की कोशिश करते हैं. और रेप या सेक्सुअल वायलेंस जो है वो सिर्फ एक रेप नहीं है. It's a much wider thing. It requires very kind of highly specialized and proper kind of rehabilitation program and treatment of a very different kind of program. The police officers, social workers and doctors have to learn it. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
शुक्रिया अमोद जी, आपने बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से जो लीगल एस्पेक्ट्स हैं उनको दर्ज किया और हमारे दर्शकों को ये भी जानकारी दी कि पॉक्सो और बाकी के जो लॉज में चेंज हुआ है उसके द्वारा वो उन लोगों को काफी फायदा हो सकता है. और हमारे डॉक्टरों को ये भी उनकी जवाबदारी का याद दिलाया कि उनको रिपोर्ट करना ये बिल्कुल जरूरी है. मैंडेटरी रिपोर्टिंग इज रिक्वायर्ड. Thank you very much, and we will move on to the next speaker. As sir mentioned that we have to have a multidisciplinary approach, and since we are doing this program with the Indian Psychiatric Society, we would like to call upon our next speaker who is going to talk about the draconian menace, the psychiatrist's views. Dr. T.S.S. Rao is from Mysore. He has already been introduced, लेकिन मैं कहना चाहूँगी कि जो मानसिक रोग है, मानसिक द्वारा क्या क्या तकलीफें होती हैं, इसका मार्गदर्शन वो करेंगे और इसमें सेक्सुअल हेल्थ और मेंटल हेल्थ क्या परिणाम होता है जब ऐसा लैंगिक शोषण होता है. तो हम अभी बुलाना चाहेंगे डॉक्टर राव को. कैन वी हैव डॉक्टर राव ऑन द स्क्रीन प्लीज, सपोर्ट टीम. डॉक्टर राव.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, thank you, sir, and welcome to our conclave. Thank you, sir.
At the outset, personally and on behalf of Indian Psychiatric Society, we are really grateful that VAWG thought our participation is worthy of it, and we appreciate this particular gesture. President Dr. P.K. Dalal has conveyed his greetings, and I'm watching this program for a particular length of time. Congratulations for choosing such a vital area and working on. Coming to Indian Psychiatric Society, we have quite a few sections, including what we call women empowerment. There are sections on sexuality and other related aspects, what we basically call forensic, legal, that area. So also many aspects which actually takes care of empowerment and issues related to the women. And I'll start sharing the slides. There are a few things and it'll take only a few minutes only. Are you able to see?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So sexual violence and rape, in fact, they are heinous crime. Actually, this particular aspect has been brought out very clearly by many speakers. I won't go into many details. Specific month that Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and the message is that actually we have to put up our effort to see that this is stopped in a significant way. When you are talking about the word sexual violence, the issues are many. In fact, when we started collecting work on what we call clinical practice guideline related to various laws and aspects related to, in fact, there are plenty of aspects. Each one actually needs very elaborate attention. But what I can say is what is actually reported and what actually is existing in the society, there is a wide gap. This actually aspect has been brought out by many people already. And we call in psychiatry that this is like iceberg phenomenon. What we see on the tip is only a small one, but maybe 1/10, and 9/10 is actually hidden, and it is just, unless you focus on, we actually likely to miss it. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 4 men, and many other such statistics actually has been brought out. And when we are trying to talk about sexual violence, much of the time, in fact, the literature focuses on women, but now the laws have changed, the context has changed, situation has changed, and what we have to focus is age-wise, gender-wise, and many other areas. In fact, both the aspects may be important. We are all well aware of the data. I am not going to talk on that different points. There are multiple issues are there. Point is actually there is an overlap between one and the other. In fact, when we be talking about physical violence, when we be talking about domestic violence, when we be talking about gender-related issues, that there is such a significant overlap, and all of them actually affect one way or the mental health also. And one area which is actually creating a lot of problems is actually the myths and misconceptions which are related to that women can't be raped, women say something and actually they mean something different. They unnecessarily cry and they make women cry about it. They want to be raped. Rapists are obviously mentally ill and male sex drive is so high. In fact, each may be, some point may be true, but a lot of things may not actually be true at all. But people carry this particular aspect. One of the most important points actually we believe is that it is actually the objectification which leads to majority of the issues what we are going to talk about it. Power, anger, and sex as the sadistic behavior, these are all well documented, but what actually one has to remember is actually sex crimes are not actually sex crimes, but it may be actually primarily the physical, psychological violence. It is actually for the power and anger related issues. So, lot of what we basically call psychological phenomena as both cause and effect gets into the picture. Acute feelings related to social and sexual advocacy and trying out is extremely common, and much of the time, in fact, much of the literature in fact talks about intent to humiliate the victim. Power, hostility, and related things are very dominant picture. There are a lot of attributes why this actually happens. One is actually uncontrollable, irresistible impulse attribution, and this what boys are boys, and many other such things what many politicians might have told here, there, and all of that. Maybe one of the extremely common aspect. Mental illness. So one important point what one has to remember is actually many of the times, many of these things happen by very close person. Any of the parameters, if you try to look at mental abnormality, in fact, nothing may be there, except for what we basically talk about personality and certain specific psychiatric disorders. It may not be the true fact, but there may be in some occasional cases, it may be the revenge perspective, that it is a characterological or actually a personality disorder has been well documented. Drugs, in fact, alcohol, various drugs contributing to this issue, to the victim attribution that actually she invited, and this is one of the classic mental attitude many of the Indian parents have, people have, and this is actually responsible for the range of difficulty what we see. This sexual violence, when we are talking about, there is a continuity from the minimal to maximal, and from that angle, only 1 or 2 minutes I just explained to this thing because a whole lot of work related to the sexual addiction and the related things as one of the attributional cause for production of all these type of violences was one of the major theme in many of the discourses. The Patrick Kane's book talks in multiple ways, but one important point what one has to understand is actually that at the level 1, there are certain things actually which we consider normal happens. Once actually he reaches a particular level, and when it is not actually giving either the kick or the related effect, he actually moves from this to what we basically call the second level 2, where it could be actually classified as various types of paraphilias and things like that. The fetishes, exhibitionism, voyeurism, indecent liberties, phone and cyber sex, nowadays what we are talking about. In fact, all of these things are actually the second level problems what we see. Actually, the third level actually compasses what we call the rape, incest, molestation, authority rape, and many more such things. So, it is actually a graduation. If something is done at a very early level, it is much more easier. When we actually encourage, hamara ladka hai, aisa, vaisa, in fact, these are all the type of things which leads to ultimately the fellow turning out to be what we call a significant criminal and leading to a whole lot of difficulties. Pornography and internet as some of the major common causes is actually one of the very commonly discussed area. I won't go into the details, but this is actually contributing in one way or other to type of problems what we are seeing is actually nobody can discount. As a psychiatrist, we almost always talk about the women in general, but it may be related to the offenders too. There are a range of actually treatments available, but now is to keep it in mind. One may be starting from evocative to psychoeducational counseling, drug treatments to control certain behaviors, to cognitive behavioral therapy. So this is one of the areas totally neglected in many of the discourses. We feel that need to be emphasized. And what actually being suggested is actually that it is almost like a addiction wherein the whole range of aspects get into. It impacts females. In fact, the victim, the early weeks, the early range of psychiatric syndromes like anxiety, self-blame, guilt, disbelief, to the long-term post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, suicide, and other things are extremely common. Feeling of shame and humiliation leading to lowered self-esteem, depression, and range of interpersonal relationship, and later even normal sexual functioning being affected is actually well documented. Physical health complications are also very common, and one should almost always keep it in. When you are talking about the male rape, in fact, just like in case of the woman, here also the range of difficulties have been documented. Depression, suicide, interpersonal relationship, and the difficulties related to, these are all very well known. The point what you are all discussing for all the length of time, we also believe as psychiatrists that there is no excuse for any type of sexual or violence, and this should be stopped. And there are plenty of preventive measures. Each of these things have been discussed in great detail: socially defining patriarchal norms, change of women's values, strengthening women's organizations, adopting humanistic approach to victims, changing criminal justice system. In fact, these are the very common important areas. And as somebody was talking about, each one should be taught about self-defense. There are plenty of ways one can go, and this has been the discussion, so I don't go into the details of it. So they can be actually prepared. And stopping sexual violence, the range of activities we need to do: promoting social norms, teaching social skills, providing opportunities, creating protective environment. So the range of activities, in fact, the VAWG is doing, and we congratulate you. And we are here to actually participate and be part of major initiatives what you may be trying to take. Thank you very, very much for this particular opportunity. Thank you.
शुक्रिया राव जी, और टाइम की पाबंदी की वजह से हमें थोड़ी सी जल्दी वाइंड अप करना पड़ रहा है, और आपने काफी महत्व के मैसेज दिए हैं, और खास करके जो साइकोलॉजी रहती है रेपिस्ट की, जो द्रौपदी वस्त्रहरण का चित्र आपने बताया, उसके द्वारा हमारी पब्लिक समझ जाएगी कि पावर स्ट्रगल और उसका इम्प्लीकेशन है। मैं अभी सुमित्रा जी को बाकी का सेशन कंडक्ट करने के लिए हैंडओवर करती हूँ, ताकि हम लोग वक्त पे खत्म कर सकें। सुमित्रा जी, ओवर टू यू।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर रीना।
Sir, can you stop sharing your screen now?
Okay.
Thank you. Please stop share. Yeah.
अब मैं इनवाइट करती हूँ डॉक्टर शोभा गुडी को, जो कि बैंगलोर से हैं और प्रोफेसर और हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट है सेंट फिलोमिनास हॉस्पिटल में। ये गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया के लक्ष्य प्रोजेक्ट का भी एसेसर हैं। ये बड़े महत्वपूर्ण टॉपिक पर बोलने जा रही हैं। अभी तक हमने सुना था कि लड़कियों के या औरतों के ऊपर वायलेंस, ये वायलेंस कैसी थी, डोमेस्टिक, जो मारना पीटना रेप ऐसा था। किंतु अब ये जो बोलने वाली हैं, ये टॉपिक जरा हट के है, इंटीमेट पार्टनर सेक्सुअल वायलेंस। आजकल जैसा कि हम जानते हैं, एक तो है शादी जिसमें हम एक इंटीमेट तरह से रह सकते हैं, और दूसरा है लिव इन रिलेशनशिप। लिव इन रिलेशनशिप में भी इंटीमेट सेक्सुअल वायलेंस होती है। इसलिए मैं डॉक्टर शोभा गुडी को इनवाइट करती हूँ, वो अपना टॉक पे अपने विचार व्यक्त करें।
Thank you, Sumitra ji. Dear chairpersons, moderators, just a minute. मैं डॉक्टर अल्पेश गांधी और उनके दल की बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे अवसर दिया इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर बात करने के लिए। Intimate partner violence has been defined by WHO as any behavior within an intimate relationship that causes physical, psychological, or sexual harm to those in the relationship, including acts of physical aggression, sexual coercion, psychological abuse and controlling behaviors. इसे अंतरंग हिंसा भी कहा जाता है। तो ये जरूरी है इस क्राइम के लिए, इस हिंसा के लिए कि एक रिलेशनशिप एस्टेब्लिश्ड हो और उस रिलेशनशिप के अंदर ही ये हिंसा होती है। तो इसके अलग अलग फॉर्म्स हैं, अलग अलग तरह के हैं। So forms of intimate partner violence can be physical, sexual, emotional and stalking. ये stalking क्या होता है? Stalking is trying to evoke fear, बहुत ज्यादा डराना victim को किसी भी माध्यम से, वो फोन कॉल से हो सकता है, किसी भी डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म से हो सकता है, इन पर्सन हो सकता है, सबसे ज्यादा उसे डरा कर अपना मकसद हासिल करना। तो इंटीमेट पार्टनर violence has different forms and has got different textures. So the WHO also has very firmly said that 30% of women, पूरी दुनिया के 1/3 महिलाएं और लड़कियां इससे पीड़ित होती हैं, worldwide have experienced physical or sexual violence by their intimate partner. और कौन उन पे ये प्रताड़ना करता है? उनका जो सबसे ज्यादा ट्रस्टवर्दी उनके साथ जो पार्टनर होता है, उसी से उनको ये सहना पड़ता है। What is happening in US, the most progressive country so called, there also the incidence is around 32.9% as declared by the CDC. And what is the impact of all this violence against women and girls? Of course, it is a vicious cycle. It has got far-reaching, lifelong impact. Gender inequality is the base for this, and it leads to several others problems. Now, this is the Lancet special series on violence against women and girls. Intimate partner violence is the highest, the most common sexual offense, and it is unfortunately highest in our region, 37.7%. That includes our country as well. That is very, very high indeed. We must be suspicious. कब हमें ये लगना चाहिए कि हमारे सम्मुख जो महिला है उसे ऐसी कोई तकलीफ है, ऐसी कोई पीड़ा है. An inconsistent explanation of injuries when she delays in treatment, frequently visits emergency, misses appointments, in pregnancy, presenting very late, has miscarriages, has unplanned pregnancies. When she does not adhere to medication, she is very fearful, tearful, avoids eye contact, appears hostile. There can be post-traumatic stress disorder. Overly attentive or verbally abusive partner, वो जाता ही नहीं है रूम से, साथ में बैठा रहता है और जो प्रश्न आप महिला से पूछेंगे वो आंसर करने की कोशिश करेगा. Apparent social isolation of the woman, she will appear to be very, very lonely, और reluctance to undress, वो दिखाना ही नहीं चाहती आपको, examination नहीं करवाना चाहती है, and always wears full sleeves clothes or wears a garment around the neck, हमेशा muffler या फिर दुपट्टे का इस्तेमाल करती है, सब कुछ ढक लेती है. Eyes are covered by dark glasses very often. So such women, we must have a high index of suspicion of having a very, deep problem. The disease burden is not just the sexual offense. It leads to other gynecological problems, premenstrual tension, all infections, pregnancy, of course, unintended chronic pain, irritable bowel syndrome, headache and musculoskeletal pain, psychological. We have already heard the psychiatrists speak. A host of psychiatric disorders are possible. And this is a cycle of abuse through which the woman is put again and again. ये एक हिंसक cycle बन जाता है जिसमें से वो निकल नहीं पाती है, जिसमें in between partner बहुत अच्छा बन जाता है, उसके प्रति बहुत सहानुभूति जताता है, मगर वापस फिर किसी एक इंसिडेंट का सहारा लेकर वापस उसी हिंसा के साइकिल में चले जाता है और उसे फिर से ये सहना पड़ता है. So we need to be non-judgmental, compassionate, confidentiality should be maintained, extremely sensitive approach to these victims, recognize the complexities of this problem, and we must know that this is rather a life cycle approach and a long-term management. Quick resolutions are absolutely not possible. Unhurried discussions must be taken. There should be no pressure or coercion on the victim to disclose that will put her into more dilemmas. We should not coerce her to leave the relationship or press charges against the partner. Those will not be quick solutions to this problem. Shared decision
Dr.
making.
Shobha, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but our NGO last speaker has to leave. So if you can sum up in 2 minutes, we will have to have her speaking.
Yes,
thank you.
Yes, Reena, I'm doing that.
Thank you so much.
Intimate partner violence against women in India. Is empowerment a protective factor has been well evaluated with 45,000 and more respondents, and it was quickly identified that women who are having secondary education, own some property, or have they have intra-household decision-making powers, they will experience less IPV. So maybe it is important to look at the fundamental problem of empowering them more, educating them more. Well, this is one aspect of IPV in women in slums. Slums are fairly common in India, and they have a little different texture of IPV, where it does not remain a private matter. It is often witnessed by neighbors and passers-by. No privacy, no dignity, very low self-esteem, and leads to very poor quality of life for her. Well, WHO has policy guidelines for healthcare responders, health sector responders, with good centers which are equipped, identification of the care, of victims of IPV. That is very important. Training of healthcare providers, developing policies, and mandatory reporting. So reporting has been very much emphasized upon as far as IPV is concerned. What India has been able to achieve is having a training sessions. National consultation has been established. Outcome to disseminate national guidelines, to implement guidelines, state governments to ensure the compliance, and training of healthcare providers. Strengthening referrals needs to be a very, very strong link so that we can get psychological and legal support for these women as well. It is heartening to see that there are NGOs like Dilasa, Maitri, Samvedana, Sehat, who are working in this field. Well, it is a major public health issue, IPV, and multi-sector approach is required. Health sector is the first entry, so we must strengthen ourselves to tackle this. Can we draw solutions from the problem itself? The deeply rooted patriarchal texture of our society, can we exploit that into educating the men to use their power for women's safety? Harnessing the strength of unlike minds may give us long-lasting, sustainable solution, and Indian men should join the Orange Crusade. This is my last slide. I just want to end by saying that there has to be a 33% reservation for women in the parliament, which has not yet happened. And Dr. T.K. Vishwanath, the director of the Pranab Mukherjee Foundation, who have pledged that they will make it happen. This bill has passed the Rajya Sabha and the cabinet, but still waits the approval of the Lok Sabha. So till such time, I think that women get equal representation in the parliament. Maybe that is the time when the political will for correcting all this may be generated. Thank you very much for the patient listening. Thanks a lot.
धन्यवाद मैडम, आपने बहुत अच्छे से इंटीमेट पार्टनर वायलेंस बताया। बड़ी ही विकट स्थिति है और इसमें आपने बड़े विस्तृत रूप में सब समझाया। चूंकि अपने साथ स्कूली छात्राएं और काफी महिलाएं हैं, स्व सहायता ग्रुप वाले लोग भी हैं और हम टाइम की पाबंदी रखना चाहते हैं, अतः मैं आपको धन्यवाद देती हूँ और अपने नेक्स्ट स्पीकर मिस प्रीति पाटकर को इनवाइट करती हूँ। प्रीति जी ये एक को फाउंडर हैं एक एनजीओ के जो सेक्स ट्रैफिकिंग और चाइल्ड प्रोटेक्शन पे काम कर रहे हैं। ये इनका टॉपिक है रेड लाइट एरिया एंड रोल ऑफ एनजीओज इन रिहेबिलिटेशन, जो कि एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट टॉपिक है मेरे हिसाब से। इनको भी पुरुषों को, जैसे आपने कहा है, पुरुषों को अपनी जिम्मेदारी अब समझनी चाहिए और पुरुषों को अब इस ऑरेंज क्रूसेड में अपना प्रतिनिधित्व करना चाहिए। प्रीति जी, आपका माइक है। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू वेरी मच। मुझे पता है समय बहुत कम है। सभी को गुड आफ्टरनून और फॉक्सी को थैंक यू कि आपने मुझे आज यहाँ इनवाइट किया। it is not very often that, you know, we get invited to speak about violence against women in the sex trade and the violence experienced by the daughters born to these women in the sex trade. I want to thank the organizers and my dear friend Varsha Degwekar for considering this as an important issue and giving us this platform to share about the lives of these invisibilized, हम इनको invisibilized, जानबूझकर invisible रखने वाला घटक कहते हैं, silenced and unheard women and their children. This platform is very, very important for us because, you know, you give us an opportunity to amplify their voices, you know, the voices of women who are trafficked and sold into the sex trade. हमारा जो काम है, जो कमाटीपुरा में शुरुआत हुआ, वो almost 34 years पहले शुरुआत हुआ, 1986 में. कमाटीपुरा उस समय was considered as the largest red light area in Asia. उस समय हमने जो बच्चों की स्थिति देखी वहां पे, खास करके जो लड़कियां वहां पैदा होती थी, by the time they were 12 and 13 years old, they would be groomed to be sold into the sex trade. And of course, jahan par ladke the, they were groomed and sold into the allied activities of the sex trade. The young ones, बहुत छोटे infants जो अपने माँ पर निर्भर थे care के लिए, they would be intoxicated and put to sleep right below the bed on which the mother was forced to entertain customers. और बाकी के बच्चे would run errands for their mothers' customers, and in a few cases lure clients for their mothers and other women in the brothel. ये ऐसा विश्व है जहां पे कस्टमर जो पुरुष है वो राजा है. In the evenings वहां की एक भी औरत उन कस्टमर के अलावा और किसी को भी समय नहीं दे सकती है. Adult supervision on these children in the night is absolutely not there. And what we saw was a cycle of intergenerational sex trade. 3 generation of women. सबसे छोटी जो होती थी वो 14-15 साल की, उसकी माँ, उसकी नानी एक ही ब्रॉथल में या फिर एक गली में उस रेड लाइट एरिया के बाई लेन में सॉलिसिटिंग करते हुए शाम के at the mercy of the buyer, जो डिसाइड करता था कि आज रात उसका खिस्सा कितना गर्म है. बहुत पैसे है तो 14 साल की लड़की को खरीदेगा, कम पैसे है तो माँ या नानी को खरीदेगा. ये है ये रेड लाइट एरिया और ट्रैफिकिंग, जहां पे हम कहते हैं सेक्स ट्रैफिकिंग का विश्व. Very often, you know, our understanding, हमारी जो सोच रहती है इन औरतों के बारे में, वो बहुत अलग रहती है. हमें बहुत लोगों को लगता है कि ये औरतें जो आज सेक्स ट्रेड में है, इन्होंने चूज किया है सेक्स ट्रेड में रहने का. What जो हमने देखा वो अलग था. You know, what we saw then and even today is that all these women were trafficked, forced and sold into the sex trade. They were lured with false promises, blackmailing hota tha. उनको physical violence is a norm in the red light area. खाना नहीं मिलता था, खाना नहीं देते थे जब तक ये औरतें, और उस समय वो औरतें नहीं रहती थी, वो बच्चियां रहती थी, और जब तक वो फाइनली हाँ नहीं कह देते हैं कि यस आई विल एंटरटेन कस्टमर, तब तक उनको ये फिजिकल वायलेंस एंड्योर करना लगता था. What is worst is that ये औरतें, ये लड़कियां वायलेंस इंटरनलाइज करती है. उनको लगता है कि ये नॉर्मल जीवन है. दे ग्रेजुअली, द वर्स्ट इज कि ये ना वायलेंस और एक्सप्लॉयटेशन को अडॉप्ट करके जीने को चालू कर देती है. नो वन, यू नो, आज मैं काफी प्रेजेंटेशन मैंने पढ़ा, काफी न्यूज़पेपर रिपोर्टिंग ऑन रेप के बारे में लोगों ने प्रेजेंट किया, मगर आप कभी भी न्यूज़पेपर में एक रेड लाइट एरिया की वेश्या औरत का बलात्कार हुआ ये कभी नहीं देखेंगे, कभी पढ़ेंगे नहीं. वाई पता है? क्योंकि हम एक समाज करके बिलीव ही नहीं करते हैं कि सेक्स ट्रेड में जो औरत है उसका भी बलात्कार हो सकता है. हम भूल जाते हैं कि what happens to many of these women is they experience rape, and there are people who make profits by ensuring that women are raped every day. ये हमारे में सोच नहीं है जो हमें बदलना बहुत जरूरी है. They also endure violence जो कोई भी प्रकार का ना जो हम वुंड्स कहते हैं वो हमें नहीं दिखाई देता है, वो अनसीन वुंड्स के भी वायलेंस रहते हैं जिसके बारे में हम नहीं बात करते हैं। इन द लास्ट 34 years of our work, we've not found a single woman who has said that she has been in the sex trade or that she entered the sex trade out of her own volition and that she enjoys being in the sex trade. ये जो सेक्स ट्रेड है वो बहुत कॉम्प्लिकेटेड वेब है, एक मेज है जहां औरतें अटकी है और जहां से उनको बाहर निकलना बहुत डिफिकल्ट है, और इस वेब में उनके लड़कियां भी अटक जाती है। उनके लड़कियां ये एक श्योर और फ्री रिक्रूट रहती है दलालों के लिए इन द सेक्स ट्रेड। The children.
Excuse me, madam, we are running out of time.
Okay,
Please
I'm fine. I can stop here. Thank you.
No, you wind it up.
No, I can't wind it up like this, but I'm so grateful to you all for inviting me. Next time when you can give me 15 minutes, do invite me and I'll definitely share about our work. Thank you so much.
Namaskar. And Sumitra ji, we just have a slight change of program.
I'll just thank Dr. Alpesh Gandhi and Dr. Archana Baser for giving us this opportunity to moderate this valuable session. And because we are running short of time, I'm asking Dr. Reena to say the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Sumitra ji, but we are not ending the session now. हमारे अगले सेशन के एक बहुत important speaker है लक्ष्मी जी। वो एसिड अटैक सेशन में है, लेकिन उनको भी निकलना है। हमारा प्रोग्राम थोड़ा देरी से जा रहा है, लेकिन हमारे दर्शकों को जरूर लक्ष्मी जी की स्टोरी सुनना चाहेंगे। हम इसलिए इस सेशन में हम प्रश्नोत्तर नहीं रखने वाले हैं, तो लक्ष्मी जी का टॉक होने के बाद हम सेशन वाइंड अप करेंगे। तो हम सारे स्पीकर्स को धन्यवाद कहते हैं, और अगर वो आगे बढ़ना चाहे हमारे स्पीकर्स निकल सकते हैं। मैं अभी ब्रीफली लक्ष्मी जी का थोड़ा सा बैकग्राउंड देती हूँ। वो एक एसिड अटैक सर्वाइवर हैं, जिन्होंने काफी लोगों के लिए एक मिसाल बन चुके हैं। 15 साल की उम्र में उनके चेहरे पर एसिड फेंका गया, लेकिन उन्होंने कहा कि उसने एसिड मेरे चेहरे पर डाल दिया है, मेरे सपनों पर नहीं। तो ये हमारे आज की गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर है, और उन्होंने सपने देखना छोड़ा नहीं है, और उन्होंने स्टॉप एसिड सेल करके भी ये कैंपेन शुरू किया था, और उन्होंने लक्ष्मी फाउंडेशन कह के एनजीओ बनाया है, और अभी सौंदर्य का प्रतीक हो गए हैं अलग दृष्टिकोण से। और इनफैक्ट हम कहना चाहेंगे कि टेडेक्स के लिए भी वो स्पीकर हैं, और उनके कहानी पर एक चित्रपट बन चुका है छपाक, जिसमें दीपिका पादुकोण जी ने उनकी लाइफ का दृष्टिकोण बताया है। और हम अभी लक्ष्मी जी को इनवाइट करते हैं कि आप आए, हम लोगों के साथ बात करें और अपनी कहानी खुद के शब्द में सुनाएं। नमस्कार एंड वेलकम। Priyankur, as discussed with you, we want to have Lakshmi ji speaking, and then we are winding up the session.
Yes, ma'am. Perfect.
Yeah. Can we have her on the screen? Yes.
Miss Lakshmi would be here shortly.
Okay. So till then, Sumitra ji and I will finish winding up the session. And what we would like to say is कि ये important session में हमारे 6 speakers ने बहुत बढ़िया तरीके से अलग अलग दृष्टिकोण बताए हैं सेक्सुअल वायलेंस के बारे में, और इसके द्वारा हमारे सारे दर्शकों को बढ़िया मार्गदर्शन दिया है। अभी मैं हमारे सेशन के चेयरपर्सन्स को कहना चाहूंगी कि आप वोट ऑफ थैंक्स दें और सेशन की समाप्ति करें। Chairpersons, please, over to you. Thank you very much for having both of us here as moderators of the session. It was our privilege to be part of this extremely important, sensitive session. Chairpersons, over to you, please.
Support, please let us know when Ms. Lakshmi Agarwal is there. Thank you.
Sure. Dr. Ramani is there? Okay. So on behalf of Ramni, me and Dr. Neeraj, thank you all for this wonderful session. Thank you all for the opportunity for giving us to chair the session. And of course, we had a wonderful insight, and we looked at the different aspects again and again, whether it's the law, whether it's the psychological issues that are there with a woman suffering from abuse. I think there's a long way to go, and I hope we are going in the right way, and we'll very soon reach our whatever we want to achieve, at least to a certain extent. And wishing this again a grand success and much more achievements regarding this. I think Ramni is here. So over to you, Ramni, for your final words, because I thought you were not there. I thought I'll wind it up. Thank you.
Not at all. So thank you, organizers of this Violence Against Women Forum. Thanks for the opportunity given. I think it was an excellent session. It was going on right from the morning I've been into this. Still, there are so many aspects to be taught, and the message has to be spread to the women all over the world. And it's not only the concept of these people who have been affected by this violence, they are going to speak. So that is really good. So now we can enlighten our population of women that there is always a solution for this, and they can at any time approach the people from whom they can get the advice and further proceedings. So I congratulate the organizers, and I congratulate the President Foxy for this excellent program. Thank you, moderators also.
Thank you, Chairpersons, and over to you, Priyanka.
Yeah, so is Dr. Neeraj around? Dr. Neeraj, would you like to say something? Okay, so yeah, thank you so much. I think Miss Lakshmi Agarwal will join us shortly. So as soon as she comes, we will take her. So I would like to end this session by just saying one thing.
I am sorry to interrupt, Dr. Priyanka, but Lakshmi Agarwal is with us.
Sure. We'll start with her. Yeah, thank you.
Dhwani, over to you. We have ended the session. You can start, please.
All right. Well, thank you, Priyanka, and thank you, everyone here, all the chairperson, moderators, panelists. Thank you. And like ma'am, you've already introduced Lakshmi ji, and she's already here with us, and we are eagerly waiting to hear from her. So I'd now like to invite Lakshmi ji to kindly join us.
Hi everyone.
Wow.
I hope मेरी आवाज आप लोगों को आ रही है.
Bilkul, and such a huge welcome. Thank you so much for joining us, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Good morning everyone. जब जागो तभी सवेरा. So I hope इस COVID-19 के टाइम पे आप सभी लोग बहुत अच्छे लग रहे हैं, सब लोग बहुत सुंदर भी लग रहे हैं, और बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि आज मैं आप लोगों के बीच में हूँ, और एक ऐसी स्टोरी के साथ आप लोगों के बीच में हूँ, एक ऐसी जर्नी के साथ जो शायद बहुत मुश्किल होती है छोटी छोटी चीजों से बाहर निकल के आना, लेकिन मेरी जर्नी में भी बहुत सारी चीजें रही हैं. लाइक बहुत सारे लोगों का बहुत सपोर्ट भी रहा है, बहुत सारे लोगों ने बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स भी लाइफ में बहुत कुछ क्रिएट किया है, बट लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी, क्योंकि कई लोगों को ऐसा लगता है कि एक अटैक हुआ है और अटैक ही है जो सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है, इसके अलावा मेरी एक लाइफ है, नॉर्मल लाइफ है, एवरीडे की लाइफ में बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स आती हैं, लेकिन लोगों को एसिड अटैक ही नजर आता है. और क्योंकि अटैकर एक बार अटैक करता है, पर सोसाइटी एवरी टाइम अटैक करती है, बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स का सामना करना पड़ता है. सॉरी टू से एक चीज के लिए कि जो शायद लाइफ की जो सबसे कड़वी सच्चाई है जो मैं आप लोगों से शेयर करूंगी, यही कि एक औरत का दर्द समझती है दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा झूठ है, जो क्योंकि मैंने इन सारी चीजों को लेके सरवाइव किया है, देखा है, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो सबसे बड़ा साथी है वो आपका मन है, वो आपका दिल है, वो आपका हौसला है, वो आपकी हिम्मत है, जो ये सबसे बड़ा साथी होता है आपके लिए। और आपको इन सारी चीजों से बाहर निकल के आना होता है, और आपके अंदर बहुत सारी चीजें होती है जिसे हमें समझने की बहुत ज्यादा जरूरत होती है। तो ऐसे ही 2005 में मेरे ऊपर एसिड अटैक हुआ था। एक लड़का था जो 32 इयर्स का था, जिसने मुझे शादी के लिए प्रपोज किया था। उस वक्त में मैं 15 इयर्स की थी, और जब मैंने मना किया तो उन्होंने और उनके छोटे भाई की गर्लफ्रेंड ने मिलके मेरे ऊपर अटैक किया। वो पर्सन ये सोचता था कि ये तो एक कमरे में, क्योंकि हमेशा लड़की को कोख से ही बोझ माना जाता है, और जब लड़की पैदा होती है तो उसकी एजुकेशन से ज्यादा, उसकी लाइफ से ज्यादा, सबसे ज्यादा उसकी दहेज पे ध्यान दिया जाता है, और उसके सपनों से ज्यादा उसके दहेज पे ध्यान दिया जाता है, क्योंकि बचपन से ही लड़की को बोझ बना दिया जाता है। तो मेरे भी ऐसे ही कुछ सपने थे, जिन सपनों के साथ मैं बाहर निकल के आई और कुछ करना चाहती थी, लेकिन शायद मेरे पेरेंट ने उस वक्त में मुझे सपोर्ट नहीं किया, क्योंकि मैं सिंगर बनना चाहती थी। सिंगिंग, डांसिंग, ये सारी चीजें मिडिल क्लास फैमिली के लिए, उनके लिए होता है कि आप डॉक्टर बनो, आप पुलिस बनो, आप लॉयर बनो, आप ये सारी चीजें करो, वो सब चीजें मत करो। इन सारी चीजों को देखते हुए फिर भी अपने सपनों को पूरा करने बाहर निकली थी। जो कि वो इंसान मुझे, जिसने मेरे ऊपर अटैक किया, उन्होंने 2.5 साल से वो मुझे जानते थे, और उन्होंने मुझे प्रपोज किया, और बहुत ज्यादा मेरी लाइफ में उन्होंने प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट किया। अटैक के 10 महीने पहले ही उन्होंने मुझे प्रपोज किया, और जब मैंने मना किया और मैं बहुत डर गई। और मैं आपको ये भी बताऊं कि मोस्ट ऑफ केसेस जो होते हैं वो ऐसे होते हैं जो जानते हैं। 90% केसेस जितना मैंने देखा है कि वो जो नोन वाले पर्सन होते हैं वही, क्योंकि और जो माइनर एज की लड़कियां होती हैं, तो सबसे ज्यादा वो लड़कियां अपने घर वालों को कुछ बता नहीं पाती। जो कि मैंने आप लोगों को बताया कि लड़की का जो सबसे बड़ा प्रॉब्लम ये होता है कि भाई अपना मुंह बंद रखो, और घर में या तो वो कजन भाई है, या तो वो कोई जान पहचान वाला है, या तो वो उसका दोस्त है, कोई भी है। तो वो इंसान मुझे जानता था, और उसके बाद मैं अपने घर में नहीं बता सकती थी, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं मेरे मन में एक डर बैठा हुआ था कि अगर मैंने अपनी फैमिली को बता दिया तो कहीं मेरी फैमिली मेरा स्कूल ना छुड़वा दे। मेरा सपना है जो शायद मैं स्कूल जा रही हूँ तभी मैं पूरा कर सकती हूँ, अदरवाइज में कहीं वो मेरा सपना ना खत्म हो जाए अगर मैं घर में बैठ गई। तो कहीं ना कहीं वो खौफ, कहीं ना कहीं पेरेंट्स के साथ जो एक कनेक्शन हम बना सकते हैं, जो मैंने इन 15 सालों में जो देखा है आफ्टर अटैक, जो मुझे समझ में आया कि जो सोसाइटी में सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है वो यही है कि हम, मतलब हमारे पेरेंट ही हमारे साथ सबसे ज्यादा जूझते हैं, सबसे ज्यादा परेशान होते हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं हमारे पेरेंट ही होते हैं जो हमारी बात को सुनने की जगह वो रिएक्ट करते हैं। तो हमें अपने पेरेंट के साथ या पेरेंट को अपने बच्चों के साथ एक ऐसा बॉन्डिंग बनाना चाहिए, एक ऐसा रिलेशन बनाना चाहिए। जब एक लड़की, क्योंकि मैंने जब इतने सारे केसेस में देखा, जब एक लड़की अपने फादर को, अपनी मदर को ये कहती है कि वो लड़का मुझे परेशान कर रहा है, तो बदले में उसको जो रिस्पॉन्ड मिलता है वो यही कहते हैं कि क्यों, तुम्हें ही क्यों वो लड़का परेशान कर रहा है, तुमसे भी ज्यादा सुंदर सुंदर लड़कियां पड़ी हैं इस दुनिया में, उसको क्यों नहीं परेशान कर रहे। तो यही सवाल हम लड़कियों का अपने पेरेंट से है, यही चीज हम उनको बता रहे हैं, पर वहां पे वो पेरेंट समझने की जगह वो रिएक्ट करते हैं, हम पे ही वार करते हैं, हमें ही गलत ठहराते हैं, हमारा ही स्कूल छुड़वाते हैं और हमें ही घर में बिठा देते हैं या हमारी शादी करा देते हैं। तो ये सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम है। और इसके साथ साथ जो एक भेदभाव है, क्योंकि इस वक्त में मैं सबसे ज्यादा वर्क जो कर रही हूँ वो जेंडर इक्वालिटी पे कर रही हूँ, क्योंकि केसेस होते ही इसलिए है, अटैक होते ही इसलिए है क्योंकि ईगो प्रॉब्लम सबसे बड़ी है, चाहे वो लड़के की हो चाहे वो लड़की की। मैं आपको बता दूं कि 75% केसेस लड़कियों पे होते हैं तो 25% केसेस लड़कों पे भी होते हैं। बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम को जूझना पड़ता है, जैसे ही हमें बचपन से पढ़ाया गया है, बढ़ाया गया है, जैसे ही हमारी परवरिश दी है वैसा ही हम सोचते हैं। जब उस लड़के ने मुझे प्रपोज किया, जब मैंने उनको ना बोला तो उस लड़के ने कुछ नहीं सोचा और उन्होंने कहा तू मेरी नहीं तो तू किसी की नहीं, क्योंकि उनको बचपन से ना सुनने की अपने पेरेंट के ही थ्रू या वो जिस सोसाइटी में रहते थे उनके ही थ्रू उनको ना सुनना तो सिखाया ही नहीं गया है। तो यही एक सोसाइटी की प्रॉब्लम है। इसके अलावा जब एक लड़की के साथ एक हादसा होता है तो उस वक्त में सबसे ज्यादा लड़की को ही दोषी बोला जाता है। मैं विक्टिम वर्ड के खिलाफ हूँ इसलिए क्योंकि मैं विक्टिम नहीं हूँ। मुझे सोसाइटी ने, लोगों ने विक्टिम बनाने की कोशिश किया, पर मैं नहीं बनना चाहती थी क्योंकि मैं बेचारी नहीं हूँ और ना मुझे किसी को बेचारा बनते हुए देखना है। क्योंकि मेरे अंदर जो है, मुझे मेरा सपना तभी पूरा करना था और अब भी पूरा करना था जब मेरे ऊपर अटैक हुआ। तो जब मैं कोर्ट में गई, हम कोर्ट में किस लिए जाते हैं, जब मैं कोर्ट में गई तो जज ने मुझसे पूछा कि लक्ष्मी तुम क्या सोचती हो, वो अभी भी तुमसे शादी करना चाहता है। एक जज मुझसे ये बात कह रहे कि वो अभी तुमसे शादी करना चाहता है और क्या करना है। तब मैंने वहां पे कहा कि इस इंसान ने मेरा चेहरा बदला है, मेरा दिल नहीं। उस वक्त भी ना था, इस वक्त भी ना है और कल भी ना रहेगा, क्योंकि मुझे मेरे सपनों से प्यार है, मुझे उस इंसान से नहीं, मुझे शादी से प्यार नहीं है। मेरा ड्रीम कुछ और है, मेरा ड्रीम शादी करना नहीं है। तो उस वक्त में मैंने जज को ये चीजें बोली और आज भी मुझे रियलाइज होता है कि नहीं, मुझे जरूरत नहीं है। तो यही चीजें हैं कि हम क्यों किसी को विक्टिमाइज करते, क्योंकि अटैक के बाद जब मुझे लोग देखने के लिए घर पे आए तो मेरे आसपास के लोगों ने आके सबसे पहले बोला बेचारी, बेचारी लड़की, बेचारी की शादी कैसे होगी, अब इसको कौन अपनाएगा। बॉडी के किसी और पार्ट में एसिड डाल दिया होता, चेहरे पे ही क्यों, गोली मार दिया होता, जान से मार दिया होता, हाथ काट दिया होता, पैर काट दिया होता, क्यों। पेरेंट्स को सजेशंस दे रहे हैं, वो कहते हैं कि आप एक काम करो, आपका तो एक बेटा भी है, ये तो लड़की है ना, अब ये तो बोझ है, कल को आप लोगों को कुछ हो गया तो इसका क्या होगा। तो उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा आप एक काम करो, इसको इंजेक्शन लगवा के मरवा दो। ये सोसाइटी, क्योंकि अटैकर तो अटैक करके चला गया, 2.5 महीने के बाद सुनने में आता है कि वो अटैकर आया है बेल पे बाहर और वहां पे उसके साथ ये हो रहा है कि उस लड़के की शादी हो गई, उसको सोसाइटी ने एक्सेप्ट कर लिया और मुझे रिजेक्ट कर दिया, मैं बेचारी हो गई। तब उस वक्त में आई रियलाइज्ड, और मैंने जो आप लोगों को कहा कि एक औरत का कभी दुख नहीं समझ सकती, ये रीजन इसलिए था जब मैंने पहली बार जब मैं बाहर निकल के आई और मुझे रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि मैं बाहर निकल के चल सकती हूँ, तो सबसे ज्यादा मजाक मेरा लड़कियों ने उड़ाया। लड़कियों ने सबसे ज्यादा कहा कि पीछे से तो बड़ी अच्छी दिखती है, सामने से बहुत डरावनी दिखती है, बच्चे देख के डर जाएंगे। तो सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम मेरी लाइफ में लड़कियों ने क्रिएट किया। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी मैं आज उनको थैंक्स बोलती हूँ। अगर उन्होंने मुझे इतना नेगेटिव नहीं किया होता तो शायद मैं आज इतना पॉजिटिव नहीं होती, क्योंकि पॉजिटिव होना, नेगेटिव होना ये हमारे हाथ में है। हम अपने आप को कैसा रखना चाहते हैं ये हम चाहते हैं। हमें बिगड़ना है, नहीं बिगड़ना है। मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई संगत किसी की जिंदगी को बर्बाद कर सकती है, अगर जब तक आप ना चाहो तो उस वक्त में यही सारी चीजें मेरे साथ हो रही थी और उस वक्त में जो सोसाइटी मेरे साथ कर रही थी, तो उस वक्त में मुझे ये चीज रियलाइज हुई, ठीक है करो, आपका जो मन करता है वो करो, क्योंकि बेचारी मैं नहीं, बेचारे आप हो और मैं आज आप लोगों के सामने हूँ। और मुझे नहीं लगता कि आपकी हिम्मत को, आपके जज्बे को कोई भी इंसान या कोई भी आपके सपने को कभी भी मार सकता है। उसके बाद जब मैं बाहर निकल के आई, बहुत सारे लोगों को देखा, क्योंकि जब आप अकेले होते हो और सरवाइव कर रहे होते हो आप अपने जीवन में बहुत सारी चीजें, तो आपको लगता है कि आप इस दुनिया में अकेले हो जो ये सारी चीजें फेस कर रहे हो। लेकिन जब आप बाहर निकल के आते हो और अपने जैसे लोगों को देखते हो, तब आप रियलाइज कर पाते हो कि हाँ, बहुत दुख है, बहुत पेन है, बहुत सारी चीजें हैं इस दुनिया में जो आपसे भी ज्यादा है, तो जब मैंने अपने जैसी लड़कियों को देखा और मुझे रियलाइज हुआ मैं तो देख भी सकती हूँ, ऐसी बहुत सारी लड़कियां हैं जो अब लाइफ टाइम नहीं देख सकती हैं, उनका क्या? तब ये चीजें रियलाइज हुई कि नहीं, अब बस बहुत हो गया। 2013 से पहले कोई एक्ट नहीं था, एक्ट तो बहुत दूर की बात है, एसिड अटैक पे अवेयरनेस ही नहीं थी, ये मुद्दा ही नहीं था। तो फिर रियलाइज हुआ कि इसको एक मुद्दा बनाना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है कि एसिड अटैक सबसे हीनियस क्राइम है जो आपको एक बार डाल के जाता है, क्योंकि ये चीजें दिखती हैं और आपको जिंदगी भर के लिए मारती है ये चीजें, क्योंकि अटैकर सीधे फेस पे अटैक करता है और सीधे सबसे पहले आंख में हार्म पहुंचता है। तब उसके बाद से हम लोगों ने काम करना शुरू किया, और ऐसी बहुत सारी लड़कियां जो कल तक ये कहती थी कि मैं गैस से जली हूँ, मैं स्टोव से जली हूँ, आज क्लियर कहती है एकदम बोल्ड होके कि मेरे ऊपर एसिड अटैक हुआ है और मुझे उस इंसान को सजा दिलवानी है जिसने मेरे साथ ऐसा किया है। ऐसे कई सारे सर्वाइवर हैं जिसने अपना केस बहुत सालों पहले बंद करवा दिया था, लेकिन आज सर्वाइवर्स ये कहती कि हमें पनिशमेंट दिलवाना है और उन्होंने फिर से केस को खुलवाया है, क्योंकि किसी एक को तो बाहर आना ही था। अब मुझे नहीं लगता है कि जब आप बाहर निकल के आए तो ऐसे इस दुनिया में ऐसे भी लोग हैं जो सच में आपको प्यार करते हैं और आपको सुनना चाहते हैं और आपको देखना चाहते हैं। बस आपको एक जगह बनानी होती है उनके बीच में, आपको बताना होता है क्योंकि आपके साथ क्राइम हुआ है, आपने क्राइम किया नहीं है, तो आपको बताना होता है कि हाँ, कि आप क्या हो, आप क्या करना चाहते थे। और आज मैं इसका जितना भी जिस कहते हैं कि शायद कोई वर्ड नहीं बना पेरेंट के लिए, क्योंकि पेरेंट से बड़ा मुझे नहीं लगता कि इस दुनिया में कुछ भी है, क्योंकि जो पेरेंट सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट करते हैं और आखिर में वही पेरेंट सबसे ज्यादा सपोर्ट करते हैं। बस हम गलती कर देते हैं उनको समझने की, और हमें पेरेंट को समझना चाहिए और पेरेंट को भी हम लोगों को समझना चाहिए और एक बॉन्डिंग बनानी चाहिए, क्योंकि मैं कभी नहीं चाहूंगी जो लक्ष्मी के साथ हुआ, जो निर्भया के साथ हुआ, जो और लड़कियों के साथ हुआ, वो और लड़कियां बने, क्योंकि इसमें पेरेंट्स को अपना इन्वॉल्वमेंट अपने बच्चों के साथ रखना बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है। इसके साथ साथ मैं अवेयरनेस की बात करूंगी कि अवेयरनेस बहुत कम है बहुत सारी चीजों को लेके। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर आप देखें कि बहुत सारे हॉस्पिटल्स में ये नहीं पता कि जब भी अटैक होता है तो सबसे पहले क्या करना चाहिए। बहुत सारे लोगों को लगता है कि दूध डाल देना चाहिए, क्योंकि बहुत लोगों को ये नहीं पता होता कि केमिकल डला है या एसिड डला है। तो सब, क्योंकि जो भी एसिड डालता है वो सीधे बैटरी से निकाल के वो एसिड लेके आता है और सीधे मुंह पे डाल देता है, खौलता हुआ एसिड डाल देता है, तो लोगों को पता नहीं होता। इवन मैं आपको ये भी बताऊं, पुलिस को भी नहीं पता। जब मैं गई थी सेशन लेने के लिए, तो जब मैंने पुलिस वालों से पूछा कि क्या आप लोगों को पता है क्या करना चाहिए, तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, हमें इस चीज की जानकारी नहीं है। तो हमें अवेयरनेस सबसे ज्यादा फैलानी चाहिए इन सारी चीजों में, क्योंकि अटैक के बाद तुरंत ही पानी डालने की जरूरत है। और अब तो फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल में ट्रीटमेंट फ्री हो चुका है, तो अब पुलिस गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल ले जाने की जगह, क्योंकि कई सारे हॉस्पिटल्स में बर्न सेंटर होता ही नहीं है, जब सेंटर नहीं है तो डॉक्टर कहाँ से होंगे वहां पे, ऐसे में सर्वाइवर की डेथ हो जाती है। इसके साथ साथ हम ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि डॉक्टर सबसे ज्यादा ध्यान रखे कि सर्वाइवर की जान के साथ साथ उसकी आंखें भी बच पाए, क्योंकि कई बार जान बचाने के चक्कर में आंखें चली जाती है। तो हमें ये बहुत बहुत बड़ी बड़ी चीजें हैं जो छोटी लगती है, तो हमें अवेयरनेस पे बहुत ज्यादा काम करने की जरूरत है। इसके साथ साथ मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट भी करूंगी आप लोगों से, बहुत सारे लोग जुड़ना चाहते हैं, बहुत सारे लोग हेल्प करना चाहते हैं सर्वाइवर की, पर वो हेल्प कर नहीं पाते हैं। उनके हेल्प के लिए सीधा सा एक हमारे द लक्ष्मी फाउंडेशन ने एक ऐसा प्लेटफॉर्म ओपन किया है कि आप किसी एक सर्वाइवर को अडॉप्ट भी कर सकते हैं। आपको उसको अपने घर पे नहीं रखना, नॉर्मली अडॉप्ट कर सकते हैं। अडॉप्ट करने के बाद आप उसकी एजुकेशन, उसकी स्किल्स, क्योंकि मुझे डोनेशन से ज्यादा बिलीव लगता है कि अगर आप किसी भी लड़की या लड़के को एजुकेट करते हैं, आने वाले टाइम में वो बोझ नहीं कहलाएगा। जब वो जॉब करने लगेगा तो उसके बाद फिर वो खुद का भी पेट पालेगा और अपने परिवार का भी पेट पालेगा, तो फिर वो बेचारा नहीं कहलाएगा। फिर वो एक समय के बाद अपने पैरों में खुद खड़ा हो जाएगा। तो हमें रिहैबिलिटेट करना लोगों को बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है, और ऐसे ही लोग फिर आगे बढ़ेंगे तो फिर वो विक्टिम नहीं कहलाएंगे, फिर वो बेचारे नहीं कहलाएंगे, क्योंकि हर बार आप कितना किसी इंसान को दान कर सकते हैं। तो जितना मुझे बिलीव होता है कि उसके पैरों पे खड़े करके उसको अगर हम आगे बढ़ा सके, उसकी जिंदगी बना सके, उससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं हो सकता। क्योंकि एजुकेशन से ज्यादा और किसी के स्किल्स पे काम करने से ज्यादा, इससे ज्यादा मुझे नहीं लगता कि कुछ हो भी सकता है। क्योंकि हम भी किसी को डोनेशन देते हैं 1 टाइम 2 टाइम, लेकिन उससे ज्यादा नहीं। तो आप एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी भी ले सकते हैं। ये द लक्ष्मी फाउंडेशन का एक इनिशिएटिव है जिसमें आप लोग सर्वाइवर्स की ऐसी हेल्प कर सकते हैं। और इससे ज्यादा अगर आपको ऐसा लगे कि हम ये नहीं कर सकते, तो आप लोग सर्वाइवर्स के साथ एक दोस्ती का रिलेशन बना के उनकी बात को सुन सकते हैं, उनके दर्द को सुन सकते हैं, कि एट लास्ट उनके पास एक फ्रेंड तो है उनकी बात को सुनने के लिए। मुझे नहीं लगता कि इससे अच्छा उनको कुछ गिफ्ट भी मिल सकता है। थैंक यू। आई होप मैंने ज्यादा टाइम ना लिया हो।
Absolutely not, Miss Lakshmi. Thank you. Your story is truly inspirational. So actually, salam to your guts. Your bravery is truly contagious. After listening to you, I'm sure you will have a lot of oxygen supporting your Lakshmi Foundation. And we are all there with you people, definitely, because your story was really very contagious. Thank you so much for being here, Lakshmi ji.
थैंक यू सो मच। मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा यहाँ पे आके और आप लोगों के साथ कनेक्ट होके। आई होप आप लोगों की वजह से किसी और की लाइफ में भी बहुत इम्पैक्ट पड़ेगा। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much. Either apna comment section maybe we have a lot of comments about the positive vibes that you have created today. And thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to conclude this session by just saying one thing, that it's a very famous and something which has touched my heart, from a saying from Mr. Amitabh Bachchan: no means no. So kindly follow that. And the other thing that I would like to request over here is our men need to learn to live with empowered women outside as well as at home. Thank you so much, everyone. Now I hand over to Dhoni to take over the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. My God, what a session this has been. बहुत ही, I mean, brave and emotional story. I think हम सबको बहुत touching, I think, inspire कर दिया है. Fantastic. I mean, I'm thrilled and I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. So hats off to Lakshmi ma'am. Seriously, salute to your bravery. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, we quickly move on to the next session. The topic for which is women's safety, rights, education, empowerment, Beti Bachao, Beti Vadhao, Beti Padhao, and Beta Samjhao. I would now like to request Dr. Amrita Tandon, who is fertility IVF consultant and gynec endoscopic surgeon at Dr. Sudha Tandon Fertility IVF Endoscopy and Maternity Center, Chembur and Vashi, to kindly join us. Welcome, Dr. Amrita, and over to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Dhwani, for that kind introduction. After that very touching, heartwarming, and inspiring story and lecture by Ms. Lakshmi Agarwal, we would like to now move on to the next session of women's safety, rights, education, and empowerment. So I would like to invite the chairpersons for this next session. Dr. Madhuri Patel, who is the Deputy Secretary General FOXI, past Joint Secretary FOXI, Joint Associate Editor, Journal of Obstetrics and Gynaec of India. Dr. Anju Soni, she is Senior Consultant, Obs and Gynaec at Sony Hospital and Manipal Hospital, Jaipur, and she is the chairperson of the HIV and AIDS Committee FOXI 2020-22. And Dr. Meena Samant, she's senior consultant and HOD Obs and Gynac, Kurji Holy Family Hospital, Patna, Bihar, and chairperson of the FOXI Clinical Research Committee. Over to you, chairperson, for the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita, for your kind introduction. There is a noise coming over here. Can you mute can other people mute their microphone? Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Amrita, for your kind introduction. Respected seniors and juniors, very good afternoon to all of you. We are with the 6th session of the day on violence against women and girls. I am proud and privileged to introduce our moderator, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi. Dr. Alpesh Gandhi does not require any introduction, but as formality, I would like to mention that he is the most vibrant president of FOXI. We all have and are experiencing that how during this COVID-19 era, he has converted adversity into opportunities. He is the mastermind of the webinar and he is a mastermind of this webinar and given so much of academics and not only to FOXI member, but also to our community. He is Vice President FOXI 2013, past Chairperson of Practical Obstetric Committee, FOXI. He is the resource person for the guidelines of establishment as well as implementation of the obstetric HDU ICU for Government of India. Recently, he has formulated the FOXI guidelines on pregnancy with COVID-19 infection as well as national registry for the same. On International Women's Day, he had organized cancer screening program camps across India where more than 50,000 women in police and CRF staff and their families were screened. I am proud to mention that his book on critical care in obstetrics is available in more than 5,000 world-renowned medical libraries and has been translated in Chinese and Spanish languages also. He has been awarded by ICOG with honorary FRCOG. I welcome Dr. Alpesh Gandhi. Now I request my co-chairperson to introduce our second moderator, Dr. Suchitra Pandit. Dr. Anju? Dr. Anju, are you there?
Yeah, I am there. A very good afternoon to all of you, the participants, the faculty, everyone. At the offset, I would like to thank our vibrant visionary President Dr. Alpesh sir. We have been glued to the computers in morning, and we had a roller coaster ride since morning of emotions, inspirations, all through, and all of us are emotionally involved. It's my privilege to introduce Dr. Suchitra Pandit. She is a consultant in Department of OBGYN, Surya Group of Hospitals, Chairperson of AICC RCOG, President ISUSOP, President Organization Justice, President FOXI and ICOG 14 and 15, FOXI representative of FOGS, Chair of CEFOG Medical Education Committee and President MOGS also. Welcome, Dr. Suchitra. Now I would like my co-chair, Dr. Meena Samant, to introduce the speakers.
Thank you.
Dr.
So
Meena,
are you there? Yeah, can you hear me? Yeah, it is my privilege to introduce Dr. Mala Srivastav. She is Senior Consultant and Professor, GRIPMA. She's from Sri Ganga Ram Hospital, New Delhi. She has been awarded by the APJ Abul Kalam Excellence Award of DGF. She has recently been elected as the ICOG Governing Council member. She is the zonal chairperson of ISOPOG executive. She has so many associated with so many societies and bodies. And we know that she is a very vibrant president of the AOGD. So welcome, Dr. Mala Srivastav. Next, please. So now I would like to introduce Dr. Raja Thakur. She again is the HOD of the Department of Obs and Gynae, CSL Hospital, NHL Municipal Medical College, Ahmedabad. She also is the president of AOGS. She has special interest in adolescent health, and she's the national coordinator of the FOXY committee of the same, and has touched nearly 1 lakh students during this last year. And she's socially connected through radio, TV, and newspapers, spreading the knowledge to the general public, and has been awarded many national and international awards. Welcome, Dr. Rajal. So next, it's my privilege to introduce Dr. Shrishta Nadabasu. She's Senior Director and Head of the Department of Obs and Gynae and Infertility, Max Super Speciality Hospital, Shalimar Bagh, New Delhi. She's the President, Society of Clinical Excellence, Delhi, Vice President of Indian Society, Fertility Society 10 to 14, and Secretary IMS New Delhi 13-16. We know that she's also the coordinator of the webinars of the DNB, and she has a national representative to the International Association of Communications in Healthcare, UK. I think that is so important for all of us. So welcome, Madam, Dr. Shrishta. Dr. Anju. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Anju.
I would like to introduce Dr. Shobna Petit. She is a close friend and a go-getter. She has been a director of Petit Fertility Research Center, president of Karnataka's chapter of ISHAR, president of Karnataka OBGYN Society, a very, very dynamic lady, and first fertility center of Karnataka to get national accreditation, first center to start fellowship course in reproductive medicine, first center to have PGT a baby in North Karnataka, and also her center has received Indiewood Medical Excellence Award by the government and received AHPI awards and many, many more things, and presented papers in many, many departments. Another star of Rajasthan, Dr. Sonal Parihar. She has not only a beautiful body and face, she has a beautiful heart in herself, and she's a dynamic youngster of Rajasthan. I'm proud to introduce her, Director of Multi-Speciality Advanced Endoscopic Center, successfully conducted FOXY recognized training sessions on endoscopy and colposcopy, runs training courses for development and fitness, successfully running 2 educative YouTube channels, and also TED speaker for fitness and CASE. And she is brand ambassador for Rajasthan government for Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. Welcome, Dr. Sonal. And we are happy to say that we'll start the topics by Dr. Mala Shrivastava, talking on the topic of very, very close to her heart, right to birth, which is very important.
I'll take over from here. Can I? Yeah. Yeah, I'll just take over from here, please.
Yeah.
We welcome Dr. Mala. She's already been introduced. And सबसे पहले right to birth. And this is what she's going to be talking about. Dr. Mala, can we have you over?
Noon, ma'am.
हाँ बोलिए मैम, आप बोलिए.
You have to stop. Yeah. Right to birth. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Significantly, the word born was used intentionally to exclude the fetus of human rights. Likewise, Convention on the Rights of the Child does not recognize the right to life until birth. All mothers and their children have right to access the same high quality of care regardless of their nationality, race, age, sexual orientation, religion, or immigrant status. The rights for the early years of life to be the best possible start for the mental and physical.
Mala, do you have any presentation, or you are just speaking like that?
Yeah, I'm sharing the slides.
No, you are not. You are not. You are just speaking. That is why. Sorry for disturbing.
Your slide, yes, here.
Yeah, please.
Now, can you see my slides?
Of course, very well.
The women
go to presentation mode, please. Slide mode. presentation mode. In the bottom of it should be
slideshow पे चले जाइए आप.
हाँ, slideshow पे चले जाइए. Yes, great.
See, the women have a right to be respected. They have a privacy to be respected, and they have a right to wish where their place of birth. India's movement judgment protects the pregnant woman's liberty, whether she wants to have an abortion or not. The amendment has raised the upper limit of MTP from 20 to 24 weeks, and this includes right of the women to get an abortion because they may be rape survivors, victims of incest, differently abled, and they may be minors. Failure of contraception acknowledged in MTP is now available because it's the choice of the woman or her partner, replacing the old provision for married women and her husband. The new law is forward-looking, empathetic, and is very sensitive. The right to life is a broad concept and is recognized under Indian Constitution, but it is also the most fascinating interfaces between medical and social and law. Constitutions have completely failed to provide adequate protection to the fetus because the problem is whether the unborn is having a life or not. The Indian Penal Code provides punishment for the offense of illegal miscarriage for the women for the intent to prevent child from being born alive for causing death of quick unborn child, and it is as culpable homicide. By treating the act of procuring an abortion as an offense, an implicit protection has been given to the fetal right. So what are the rights of the fetus? The right of any unborn human fetus, which is roughly 8 weeks from after conception till delivery. They are included in civil rights, human rights, healthcare, and family law. The fetus can have following possible legal status: a full legal subject on par with persons already born with full legal rights. There is criminalization of feticide, treatment of the fetus as a legal subject conditioned upon birth or viability. They need special protection under law, or we treat the fetus as a mere object. Recent protection of the pre-embryo. Embryos were not person under the legal law or they were personality. Rather, they were something in between, deserving of special respect. Now, pre-fertilization agreements are a necessity by law. Before advocating for the right of the fetus, it is important that the fetus as a personality. To be a legal person is to be the subject of rights and duties. It is generally considered that only human beings can have rights. The confusion with regard to legal personality of the unborn child persists because of the doubt whether unborn child can be considered as a live human being or being a piece of the property of the mother who have the right to abort according to its wish. According to traditional religious perspectives, the moral status has to be taken with the advancement of science. It is now proved that life begins at conception. Female feticide and infanticide, another legal problem. Female feticide is the intentional killing of the female babies because of the cultural preferences of males. Female feticides include aborting a baby simply because she was a female. PCPNDT Act was enacted to ban the use of sex-selective techniques before and after conception and prevent the use of prenatal diagnostic techniques for selective abortion. So we are at crossroads. Women have a right to go for legal abortion. Fetus have a right to be born if we consider life begins at conception or life begins at the appearance of cardiac activity. On top of that, sex-selective feticides, and of course now frozen embryos, ART techniques, we have to think, plan, enact. Here lies right to birth. Thank you for your patient listening.
Thank you, Mala. I think आपने बिल्कुल सही तरीके से the confusion जो controversies है वो बिल्कुल आप अच्छे तरीके से लेके आई है, the right to be born. And I think we have to sometimes leave it to the woman to decide also, as long as it is within legal limits. And very rightly you said sex selective abortions should be completely banned.
We'll move over to the next speaker, and this is Dr. Rajal Thakur. She's already been introduced, and this is right to equality, saman hak. So मैं invite करती हूँ डॉक्टर राजल ठाकर को, अपने विचार प्लीज सबके सामने रखिए.
Thank you, madam. I'm just sharing my screen. Wait a second. Is it seen?
Not.
Yeah, wait. Now can you see?
Yes.
Okay. Very good evening, and I have been diagnosed as COVID positive, so I am wearing a mask because I'm at isolation, but then I don't want other persons to be infected. So thank you very much for the kind introduction, and I'll be speaking on the right to equality. It's not moving. At the outset, I would say that men and women cannot be equal. Why? Because nature has made men and women differently from physical point of view. So physically one is superior, but that doesn't mean that nature wants women to be inferior. It is not, because women can give birth, whereas men cannot. So genders are the complement to each other. Nature has made men and women differently. They complement each other. Neither can survive without the other. And nature has created women and men in a way that the mankind will surely survive, only survive if both genders coexist. In Vedic period, the women enjoyed a fair amount of freedom and equality. The Vedic period is the base term as a period of feminine glory and prestigious life. And women participated in all spheres like men. In our scriptures, we can see that the Gargi in a debate with the king Yagnavalkya. So there was a fair amount and importance given to the women. And coming to the current scenario, what is the right of equality? That is one of the 6 fundamental rights in our Indian Constitution. And it means that there should not be any discrimination among genders, and women should get equal opportunities with the men. It should be the general idea of this definition. It includes equality before law, prohibition of discrimination on grounds of race, religion, gender, and the caste or the birthplace. It also includes equality of opportunity in matters of employment, abolition of untouchability and the titles. हर बच्चा अपनी पूरी क्षमता तक पहुंचने के लिए हकदार है, लेकिन इनइक्वालिटी और लैंगिक असमानता की कुरीति की वजह से वह ठीक से फल फूल नहीं सकता। भारत में लड़कियों और लड़कियों के बीच न केवल उनके घरों और समुदायों में बल्कि हर जगह लिंग असमानता दिखाई देती है, और यही नहीं, उनकी देखभाल करने वाले कुटुंबीजनों पुरुष महिलाओं के साथ भी भेदभाव किया जाता है। आंकड़ों के आधार पर देखिए तो इस भेदभाव से सबसे अधिक लड़कियां वंचित रह जाती है। हमारे देश में लड़कों के अनुपात में लड़कियों का मृत्यु दर अधिक है। उनके स्कूल नहीं जाने या बीच में ही स्कूल छोड़ने की प्रवृत्ति भी अधिक पाई गई। लड़कियों और लड़कियों के बालकपन के अनुभव भी बहुत अलग होते हैं। लड़कों को लड़कियों की तुलना से अधिक स्वतंत्रता मिलती है, जबकि लड़कियों की स्वतंत्रता में उनको अनेक पाबंदियां होती है। इस पाबंदी का असर उनकी शिक्षा, भोजन, हेल्थ, वैक्सीनेशन, विवाह, सामाजिक रिश्ते, खुद के निर्णय लेने के अधिकार आदि को प्रभावित करता है। और ये बचपन से जब शुरू होता है, वो आगे चल के जब वयस्क होती है तभी भी होता है। और इसका व्यापक रूप जो होता है कि कार्यस्थल में सिर्फ 1/4 महिला का ही काम करते हुए पाया गया। कुछ भारतीय महिलाएं विश्व स्तर पर विभिन्न क्षेत्रों में प्रभावशाली पदों पर नेतृत्व करते पाए हैं। We are lucky enough that we could have reached at this level. Our parents have taught us, and I am so lucky that I am the only child. मेरे भाई बहन नहीं है, मेरे माता पिता की ओनली डॉटर हूँ, और मैं कभी भी डिस्क्रिमिनेशन कहीं भी नहीं लगा है मेरे पेरेंट्स की वजह से। तो जो माता पिता का भी जो रोल है वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। लेकिन कई जगह पे ऐसा देखा गया है हमारे देश में, महिलाओं और लड़कियों को पितृप्रधान समाज के विचारों, मानदंडों, परंपरा और संरचनाओं के कारण अपने अधिकारों का पूर्ण रूप से अनुभव करने की स्वतंत्रता नहीं मिली है। तो उसके ये जो परिस्थिति है इसका हम क्या कर सकते हैं? तो जो है कि जो जेंडर इक्वालिटी और समानता है ईस्वी 2030 तक करने का जो सोच है पूरे विश्व में, जो सोच चल रही है, लेकिन वी हैव टू थिंक एंड इट इज आवर जॉइंट एफर्ट दैट हमें ये करना चाहिए। हमें अपना जो सोच है उससे बाहर निकल के सिर्फ मेल और फीमेल नहीं है, हमें थर्ड जेंडर जो थर्ड दूसरी जेंडर आइडेंटिटी है उसको भी हमें इंक्लूड करना है, क्योंकि दे आर ऑल्सो इक्वल, दे ऑल्सो हैव द सेम राइट टू सर्वाइव एंड टू ग्रो एंड टू प्रोस्पर। समाज में लड़कियों को महत्व बढ़ाने के लिए मैन इन्वॉल्वमेंट भी, लड़कों का इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत जरूरी है। साथ में पूरे कुटुंब का, पुरुष महिला है, लड़कों को सभी संगठित रूप पर मिलकर चलना होगा। समाज की धारणा व सोच बदलेगी तभी भारत की सभी लड़कियां और लड़कों के सशक्तिकरण के लिए निवेश और सहयोग की आवश्यकता है, और सरकार की भी उतनी ही हेल्प की जरूरत है। उन्हें शिक्षा, कौशल विकास के साथ साथ सुरक्षा भी प्रदान करना जरूरी है। जो वर्क प्लेस है वहां पे भी इक्वल पे फॉर इक्वल वर्क। कई बार ऐसा पाया गया है कि एक ही जगह पे जो लड़की है उसको कम वेजेस दिए जाते हैं, तो इसके बारे में भी हमें सोच विचार करके दोनों को इक्वल जो वेजेस है, इक्वल पे है, वो मिलना चाहिए। लड़कियों को शिक्षा, लाइफ स्किल एजुकेशन यानी कि कौशल विकास, खेलकूद में भाग लेने के लिए सशक्त करना इतना ही जरूरी है। साथ में सुरक्षा का प्रदान करना है, तभी वे देश के विकास में योगदान कर सकेगी। माता पिता का समर्थन जरूरी है, सहयोग जरूरी है। जैसे मैंने बोला कि मेरे पेरेंट्स ने कभी भी मुझे ऐसा नहीं लगा है कि मैं लड़की हूँ और ये तुम नहीं कर सकती हो। और बाल विवाह को भी समाप्त करना है, क्योंकि जैसे बाल विवाह होता है तो उसका एजुकेशन रुक जाता है और आगे की उसकी सारी जो इकोनॉमिक इंडिपेंडेंस है वो चली जाती है। अगर कुछ बढ़ेगी तो कुछ वो कर सकती है, या कुछ लाइफ स्किल। शिक्षा पाठ्यक्रम में अधिक से अधिक लिंग समानता संबंधित बातें सिखानी चाहिए, जिससे लड़कियां और लड़के को लैंगिक समानता व संवेदनशीलता के बारे में जानकारी होगी। मैं यहाँ बता दूं कि मैं अभी AOGS के प्रेसिडेंट हूँ, और इस साल का हमारा जो मोटो है वो बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ तो है ही, साथ में बेटे को भी समझाओ, क्योंकि लड़के को भी समझाना जरूरी है। लड़के को भी खाना पकाना आना चाहिए। जो काम लड़की करती है वो लड़का कर सकता है, जो काम लड़के कर सकते हैं वो लड़की भी कर सकती है। साथ में पोषण, न्यूट्रिशन की भी इतनी जरूरी है। महिला और लड़कियों का पोषण बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है। कई बार ऐसा देखा गया है कि पीरियड के दौरान या फिर प्रेगनेंसी के दौरान उसको कुछ खाने से वंचित रखा जाता है, तो उसका न्यूट्रिशन, हमारे देश में मोर देन 60% women आर एनीमिक, तो उसको भी हमें इसके पे ध्यान देना है। मासिक धर्म के दौरान भी सफाई रखना और उसके सारे प्रबंध कैसे करने हैं स्कूल में, उसकी जानकारी की भी उनकी जरूरत है। हेल्थ अवेयरनेस, हेल्थ एजुकेशन भी इतना ही जरूरी है। वैक्सीनेशन, कई बार ऐसा लगता है कि लड़कियों को, लड़की है तो उसको एक आध वैक्सीन का डोज छूट गया तो पेरेंट्स कहते हैं चलता है, लेकिन ये नहीं चलना चाहिए। लीगल, सोशल एंड मेडिकल सर्विस सभी सेफ्टी और इक्वालिटी इतना ही जरूरी है। लड़कियों का एक प्लेटफॉर्म देना होगा जहां वे अपनी चुनौतियों को साझा करके साथ ही एक विकल्प तलाश कर सके उन चुनौतियों के लिए, जिससे समाज में उनका बेहतर भविष्य बन सके। और सामाजिक, सोशल जो कॉन्टेक्स्ट है, राज्य सरकारों को जेंडर रिस्पॉन्सिव कार्यक्रमों को विकसित करने में समर्थ देना और स्थानीय शासन में महिलाओं को नेतृत्व समर्थ देना। और इस हिसाब से ये फॉक्सी का एक बहुत ही प्रशंसनीय प्रयास है कि पूरा दिन का ये वर्कशॉप है, इतना सारा ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग हो रहा है, एंड वी एवरी वन ऑफ अस स्टार्ट फ्रॉम, इट हैज टू बी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम अस, as rightly told by Jawaharlal Nehru, to awaken the people, it is the women who must be awakened. Once she is on the move, the family moves, village moves and nation moves. तो लड़कियों की इक्वालिटी, लड़कियों को जो समान दर मिलता है वो उससे पूरा नेशन आगे बढ़ सकता है। And who can do it? Charity begins at home. If you are, interested in watching a cricket and IPL, then at the same time you should also be watching the girls cricket team also. But हमारे यहाँ ऐसा पाया गया है कि गर्ल्स टीम है तो वो तो देखेंगे ही नहीं, मैच ही नहीं देखेंगे। सभी को मैं निवेदन करती हूँ कि गर्ल्स की भी क्रिकेट टीम है तो उसका जितना IPL फाइनल आपने देखा है, जितने उत्साह से, उतना ही गर्ल्स को भी आप प्रोत्साहित कीजिए। Thank you very much, Foxy, for giving me this opportunity, and thank you all chairpersons. Thank you, Alpesh Gandhi sir, and everyone for giving me this opportunity.
थैंक यू राजल, बहुत अच्छे से आपने ये बात समानता की बताई। शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य, स्वावलंबन और समानता बिल्कुल होना चाहिए, और इस पुरुष प्रधान संस्कृति में कहीं ना कहीं अभी चेंजेस आने लगे हैं। और मैं स्पेशली आई शुड से थैंक्स टू ऑल द व्यूअर्स, एंड आई एम होपिंग कि सब लोग ये बातें सुन ले, और उस व्यूअर्स में सिर्फ महिलाएं नहीं होनी चाहिए, पुरुष भी होना चाहिए। तो सब कम से कम अपना माइंडसेट चेंज उनको करना चाहिए, and the change has started, and I'm very glad that इतने सालों से फॉक्सी हर साल इस थॉट को आगे आगे बढ़ा रहा है, और इस साल अल्पेश जी ने भी बहुत बड़ा अच्छा कार्यक्रम करके इस पॉइंट को बहुत अच्छे से इम्पोर्टेंस फोकस दिया है। धन्यवाद। और मैं अभी आमंत्रित करती हूँ नेक्स्ट डॉक्टर को, यह है डॉक्टर शिष्टा बसु। इनका भी इंट्रोडक्शन दे दिया है ऑलरेडी, और ये बात करेंगी बेटा बट समझाओ, and this is the right to respect. Dr. Basu? She's
Dr.
already...
Basu, you have to unmute.
Start talking, yeah.
Is my screen being shared? I can't see.
No, it's not yet been shared.
Okay, just give me a minute. Just give me 1 second.
It's shared.
It has been shared.
Go to slide share mode.
I don't know what I have done. Just 1 second.
We can see your screen. Go to slide share mode.
Now the screen share has stopped actually.
Is that okay?
Yes. Now double click और इसको screen show कर दीजिए।
कहाँ लिखना है show?
Madam, just press F5, please. F5. Please press F5.
F5.
Yes, it will start.
Is that, can you?
हाँ, आप शुरू कर दीजिए।
अच्छा, सुनाई दे रहा है?
हाँ, सुनाई दे रहा है।
अच्छा. Thank you all very much. I must thank Foxy, our President Alpesh Gandhi and his team, and our wonderful chairpersons for having given me this opportunity. The topic that I was asked to speak on was Beta Samjhao. And where do we start? कैसे समझाओ? शब्दों से? शब्द बहुत बाद में आते हैं। आप ये सारी पिक्चर्स देख करके समझ सकते हैं कि बच्चे अपने आप ही सब कुछ सीखने लग जाते हैं। आपको उनको कुछ सिखाने की जरूरत नहीं है, बहुत सारी चीजें वो देख करके, आपकी भाषा, आपकी रिलीजन, आपका पहनावा, सब कुछ बच्चे देख करके समझ आते हैं, और बाकी कुछ कुछ आप समझाते हैं। Violence against girls and women happens in home and public places. Wait a minute, just a second. In public places and, sorry, okay. Violence against girls and women starts in home and public spaces, and public spaces उनमें usually कहा जाता है कि ये लड़कियों के लिए बहुत unsafe हैं, इसलिए उनको, औरतों को और लड़कियों को वहाँ नहीं जाना चाहिए। Growing up phase में पेरेंटल होम्स में या मैरिड होम्स में कैसे डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस हो रहा है, अब्यूज हो रहा है, दिस कैन बी एक्सपीरियंस्ड एंड ऑब्जर्व्ड बाय ऑल द गर्ल्स एंड बॉयज, एंड 75% of reported domestic violence was by boys and men amongst family and close friends. I can't. I don't know why this is not.
Next कर लीजिए.
नहीं, अब. So again, you can see here what is happening. Something is being taught. This is being taught. Make a face, and this can become a habit with the child. And that is something we must realize that we must not encourage.
Here a mother is sitting actively and the little girl also is learning automatically that this is what she has to do and when she grows up. Some emerging facts are occurring. There is a vast gender gap occurring in education. Men are trailing behind women in education and the margin is embarrassing. Every time you notice, this is the girls who have topped and not the boys. 60% of bachelor degrees in America and UK are held by women. Unmarried, childless women under 30 are earning 8% more than men. This is great for women, great for sisterhood, though despite that we have so much of violence and the numbers are huge. But it is leading to some shocking social consequences. The male youth dropout and unemployment is rising to more than 50%. Some facts about male behavior. This has been now recently been studies, and abroad, whenever there is an act of violence, they make an attempt of studying the psychology and everything about the perpetrator as well as the victim. So some of the facts are, in 2014, Michelle Wharton, she said that when men's masculinity is threatened, they react with increased anger. More important, gender role identity rather than biological identity or entity is more important. So how they have been brought up, are they brought up in a submissive way, or just because they are boys, they have been suppressed or they have been made aggressive? This is important. 2015, from Penn State University, they said that when masculinity was challenged, men reacted with more anger. 2015, dormant masculinity. That means the masculinity and the aggressive behavior is there, but it becomes more obvious and visible when men get drunk. 2016, challenging men's testosterone levels yields a similar effect. So you can imagine that how men are being affected in life. They lead a more violent lives than women. They are more likely to be murdered, more likely to be both perpetrators and victims of social crimes, more likely to join gangs, more likely to be thrown into jail. Women most likely to seek help for mental problems because mental problems are on the increase. And we notice that women, they still, or at least somebody addresses them, okay, there's something not right with her. So she goes to for help for mental problems more easily. But men, no matter what they are going through, they pretend that nothing is wrong, even if they may be just dying inside. Suicide is the single biggest killer of young men in UK and USA. And we can see that the rate of suicides here is also increasing. The reasons may be different depending on the cultural reasons, but we need to address this. The Guardian recently revealed that 40% of all UK and USA domestic violence victims are male. Shockingly, more married men were victims of abuse than women. Men account for 93% of all workplace-related deaths in America. Women win the sole custody battles 5 out of 6 times. And 50 to 70% of homeless people are men, which means that it's not that men are not going through violence, and we need to look at both sides of the coin. In Australia also, the similar thing is there. 3 out of 4 suicide men, 1 in 5 experience anxiety, and 24 years is the average onset of mental health concerns for men. Upbringing. Child's environment can increase his susceptibility towards aggressive behavior. And American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry said that any stress-inducing family and socioeconomic factors can cause children to react aggressively towards others. Can be poverty, deprivation, neglect, single parenting, divorce situations. All these lead to aggression. Then there are many things which are undiagnosed. For example, people may have BPD, attention deficit syndrome, Tourette syndrome, Asperger's syndrome, oppositional defiant disorder, and depression. So whenever we find that there is aggressive behavior, I think we need to assess that before things begin to go out of hand. We should not push everything under the carpet. And this should apply actually to girls also, but definitely to men, because they are constitutionally, emotionally, mentally, hormonally different. Children who are not victims of abuse themselves, but if they have some problem, they also become aggressive and they show violent behavior, and as long as you don't address those issues. So a child may come from school and just throw his bag around, and you may say you should not do that, but I think we need to analyze why he's doing that. Children act out violently due to imitating the behavior of others. And this exposure can occur as a result of child or spousal abuse, particularly in homes where drug or alcohol use is common. Weapons are easily available, and children also mimic aggression while they witness TV and movies. Violence against women is often portrayed as normal or erotic. This is a problem. Films, television, music videos, song lyrics. Have you heard the recent song lyrics that are going around? I mean, what are they? How are they going to impact the psychology of the individual? They think this is normal. Everybody is enjoying it, and they just play, act it whenever the chance arises. T-shirts are carrying all kinds of slogans, which can be really sometimes shameful. The advertisements are such. And some critics say that such attitudes conveyed in the media can set the stage for actual violence against women. This is a very interesting thing I thought I'll point out. Domestic violence, there were laws, and they can be traced as back as 753 BC. This was in the reign of Romulus in Rome, that wife beating was accepted and condoned under the laws of chastisement. That, you know, उसने गलती की है तो उसको correct करने के लिए मार सकते हैं. And there was a law for it. The law permitted to the husband to beat his wife with a rod or a switch or a whip, as long as its circumference was not greater than the girth of the base of the man's right thumb. और ये जो origin है, rule of thumb, arose from this very fact. So I think next time when we utter this word, it brings us back to violence against women. Where do we start preventive and remedial measures in this issue of violence against women? Here, probably earlier. And when we talk about this, I think it means the whole family as well. Because when a woman is pregnant, a fetus is growing, that fetus is being impacted by the environment and the surroundings. And there are some studies to prove it. Maternal stress experienced during pregnancy, it affects the fetal programming. It increases the individual's risk to develop neuropsychiatric diseases later on in life. Depression and so many other factors can be, present. And surprise, surprise, male fetal brain is more sensitive to prenatal stressors and neuroendocrine disturbances in the mother than the female fetal brains. A Danish study carried out of 1.38 million births, they said exposure to the death of a relative during the first trimester significantly increased the risk of the male offspring to develop schizophrenia. Prenatal depression increases the risk of the offspring developing depression, and this may be through the cortisol-induced changes to the HPA axis in the fetus. Here you see, again, this is, I keep on reinforcing that when we talk about a fetus, we need
time is running.
I'll just finish off in a few more slides. I think probably. So the child's behavior and attitude will depend on how you raise him or her. Home is the first school. Parents are the first teachers. And this is a deep message. Boys also have a lot of, challenges. Previously, when you raised boys, you said, oh, boys will be boys. Or you tell them, be a man, don't cry, don't do this. And these are the factors which led them to behave in a certain way. Whether you're raising boys as a parent and an educator or anything, you must just care about the boys today. There are several resources and methods that we can use. Teach boys to respect not only women, but other boys and themselves. Talk to boys about Me Too in the sexual content. Have conversation with boys and let them know they can be victims of sexual assault, a seldom talked about topic. And then boys who are growing outside the socially active, I think with this we have discussed earlier, who are in the LGBTQ community, those who are falling behind in school, those who are overdiagnosed with ADHD, how do we address violence and aggression? And do boys who are raised by single moms or by two gay dads need more support than the boys in traditional households? How do we help boys affected by racism? So what should we do? I think we have discussed a whole day at length as to what the steps are being taken. I think we are all moving in the right direction. It is a multi-pronged, approach that is going to work. We need better laws, create laws, enforce existing laws that protect women, and I should add in brackets, protect men as well. Educate girls and boys, teach them how to resolve conflicts peacefully. This starts at home. Train women, self-defense and every other thing that needs to be, for their own protection. Stop child marriage. Encourage women to vote and explain human rights to both of them. Sanatan Dharma gives equal status, Ardhanarishwar. It has never put women below men. And in fact, they used to teach right from childhood. This was what was practiced. Dhriti, patience. Kshama, forgiveness. Dam, self-control. This was part of the culture, that self-control is an important part of your upbringing. Asteya, not stealing. Shauch, cleanliness of mind, body, and soul. So a child who is brought up with these values is likely to grow up into a very balanced individual and less likely to commit such serious offenses. Indriya Nigraha, which other society would talk about it? Control over senses. Dheeb, practice of benevolence and non-anger, spiritual knowledge. So our dharma taught us. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about the basic tenets that should be practiced. And therefore, this is my last slide. Yatra naryastu pujante. Everybody has heard it. Ramantre tatra. Yatrestu na pujante sarvastra phala kriya. That means कि जहां नारी की इज्जत नहीं होती है, वहां पूजा पाठ आप जो भी धार्मिक काम करते हैं, वो निष्फल होते हैं. So start a movement of positivity, train, teach everyone. Parents, teachers, caregivers, political, legal, and social steps need to be taken. Media has to be involved. Psychoanalysis of both perpetrator and the victim. Society as a whole needs to be made aware and should work. Value-based education at every step and for everyone. औरत ने दिया जन्म मर्दों को. Please, women, realize your power. Thank you very much indeed. We are responsible for bringing the change in the. Thank you very much indeed.
Dr. Basu, we will have to move on to the next speaker. You've rightly pointed out the point that microenvironment has to change, whether it's in utero or whether it's in the society. And we will move on to the next speaker. May we invite the next speaker, please? Dr. Shobna, you've already been introduced. Welcome. And please do tell us your thoughts on the right of education.
Hi, everyone. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Alpesh Gandhi and his team for such a wonderful and amazing conclave. And I thank my friend Anju Soni and Suchitra for the kind introduction. I've been asked to speak about Beti Padhao, right to education. I do not have any slides to be projected. So I feel that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. In Kannada, we have a proverb which is called as Maniye modala patashale, janani tane modala guru. That means for the child, the first school is at home and the first teacher is her mother. If we educate a man, we educate an individual. But if we educate a woman, we educate a family, a community, and the world at large. This has been a very popular African proverb. India has highest number of out-of-school girls anywhere in the world. Every day in India, more than 4 million girls aged between 7 to 14 fail to show up at the school. And it's worst in rural India, where only 1 in 100 girls reach up to grade 12. We also have the biggest number of child brides and the highest number of women in sexual and other forms of slavery. The Indian Parliament has passed the Landmark Act on the right to education, where education is free and compulsory for all the girls, for all the children between 6 and 14. And also, the government has made a huge investment on girls' education. These have surely contributed to the girls' education to a certain extent, yet a lot more needs to be done. The question that needs to be answered is, why, in spite of all this, why are so many girls still not attending the school? Why there are dropouts? We need to answer this why. In almost every case, the reason is simply their gender. There's a huge mindset issue which works at all level of gender dynamics. For many families, it is rooted very much in the mindset where they believe that a goat is an asset and a girl is a liability. लड़की घर की लक्ष्मी होती है, लेकिन वो पराई धन है. So it's a burden to be passed on. A son's education is given more importance because it is thought that daughters will ultimately get married and live with their husband and will be a homemaker. What is more disheartening is that they would rather justify spending on a daughter's marriage expenses or dowry instead of their education. Even worse, they think that she must develop a mind of her own and may start answering back. Gender inequality is a very serious issue in the Asian nation, and India is a very male-dominated society, as we all know. I know girls who have been named as Narazgi Nath. Narazgi Nath, she was named because people were very angry that she was born. There are also another girl named as Antim Bhala because everyone hoped that she will be the last girl to be born. Child marriage is still highly prevalent in our country. There are about 3 million children below age 14 who are married. In rural, girls constitute about 55% of the married children. So when these girls get married, they get into the role of an adult, which they are not prepared for, be it managing households, bearing children, making decisions, and so on. Another most pressing reason why girls are not unable to go to school in India is the household chores they have to do. As their mothers step out to work in the informal sector, be a farmer or an agriculture, to substantiate the family income, these girls are shouldering the burden of household chores, and they also have to look after their siblings. This is an innumerable example where the girls stop going to school because of this reason. Some niggling obstacles to girls attending school also involves a lack of a decent, separate, functioning toilet for them and inadequate school structure. And many families are also feared for their daughter's safety. They don't believe that the education is worth the risk or at added cost. 28% of all rape victims are girls under the age of 18. And out of the total number of children that went missing in the year 2018, 70% were girls. This is a very, very serious concern. So why is the education of the girl is important? If you take any indicator for that matter, be it a health, hygiene, nutrition, population control, employability, including climate change, gives girls' education has a positive impact. Educating girls positively impact 9 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Climate scientists have recently rated girls' education as number 6 of actions to reverse global warming. It is rated higher than the solar panels and electrical car. This is not an intuition. But when the girls because the girls when are educated, fertility rate goes down and it actually reduces carbon emissions significantly. An educated girl is likely to get married off later while still she's in her childhood. She's less likely to die in a childbirth. Her children are going to be 40% more likely to be immunized. Such is the huge multiplier effect are going to be there if the girl gets educated. Then what can be done? Isn't the solution simple? Build more schools, train more teachers, and provide the midday meals. Clearly, such measures are going to help, but they are not enough. इसके प्रॉब्लम में जो प्रॉब्लम है ना ये समाज में है, हमारे सोच में है, और इसको समाज को ही सॉल्यूशन देना होगा. इसका सॉल्यूशन समाज में ही है. This is an ingrained and negative attitude to girls' education that must be challenged. The change has to come from within each one of us. One girl, one community, one village, one city. Each one of us have to work towards it. A girl with a book is a vaccine against poverty. George Bernard Shaw famously has said that a reasonable man adapts himself to the world, and an unreasonable man persists in adapting the world to himself. Therefore, all progress in this world depend upon the unreasonable man. So it is very important for us to understand that if you want to change anyone, we have to change, and the change has to happen within ourselves first. And let us all take inspiration from Malala Yousafzai, she has a very famous quote which says, "One child, one teacher, one book, and one pen, and probably I will say one obstetrician can change this world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shobna. बहुत खूबसूरती से आपने ये thoughts सब बताए, and especially your last bit of it when you said the girl is like a vaccine, and I think that's a very, very positive thought that you brought up. We had done the Kishori Sakshmikaran Prakalp in Dharavi for nearly 8 years, and the school dropouts, 4th standard, 5th standard girls को हम आगे पढ़ाते थे, skill sets बताते थे, and we saw that there was so much of a change in their attitudes. और हर समय वो एक ही बात बोलते थे, हमको पढ़ा रहे हैं पर the micro environment, घर वालों को भी पढ़ाइए. So I think that is also a very important thing. Thank you very much, Shobna. We'll now move over to our last speaker of this session, and this is going to be Sonal Parihar, our very own gynecologist and the past Mrs. Universe, who's going to be speaking on right to select fields of a choice. Dr. Sonal.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Suchitra and Dr. Alpesh, for having me here in the panel. And thank you, Dr. Anju, for the elaborate introduction you gave me. So I'm here because of I'm doing. I'm being a gynecologist. I'm a YouTuber, and yes, I have one Mrs. India, Mrs. Earth. So, but I, as such, is not a representation of the number of women we have in India. Like if we talk about the decorated names that we have, हमारे पास बहुत सारी ladies हैं जो women achievers हैं, Sushmita Sen, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, Kalpana Chawla, but they are very small subset of females जो कि हमारी proper Indian women को represent नहीं करती है. So not everybody gets that opportunity. So let me start with Swami Vivekananda's dialogue that as a bird cannot fly with one wing, the nation cannot march forward if the women are left behind. That is why probably we are still behind. So is it because our constitution, our law says that? No. We became independent in 1947. That's been 73 years. 73 years pehle hamara constitution, Article 15 clearly says that there are equal opportunities to all citizens of India for employment, irrespective of caste, creed, religion, and sex. Then why is it that even now, 2021, in the 21st century, we're still talking about women empowerment and violence against women? Now, I have lived in UK. I have practiced in NHS for 4 years. From 2003 to 2007, I did my MRCOG. That time, my kids were young. I just have one kid now. I've got 2 teenagers at home. So I came back in 2007 because I thought mera role MRCOG karne ka tha. Now I want to come back. I want to be the first citizen in my country because bahar rehna, fine, I was earning well, it was a good quality of life, I would have been a consultant by then. But then I wanted to come back to my roots. I wanted my children to be in the roots and to be brought up in their own roots. But aaj wo bachche mere se ladte hain. We have a discussion almost every day. I'm sorry, I got disconnected. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, okay, I got disconnected. So they fight with me almost every day because the news is full of all these rapes and the violence against women. They tell me, Mummy, aap वापस क्यों आए? क्या जरूरत थी? It was such a nice life we were having. Back in 2003, 2007, itna violence tha ki nahi tha, I don't know. But the newspapers were never filled with all this. So why is the society reacting this way? When the government says कि आप सब कुछ equal रखो, तो why? It is because there are certain unseen prejudices and set principles for women, which we have accepted unanimously. Itne sare speakers ne itni sari baatein boli. It's just the same thing. Society doesn't want to change. Aaj hum log educated hai. We sit in the OPD. We tell the patients to react to. You tell them you need a hysterectomy. Oh no, गाय भैंस है घर में, उनका दूध कौन निकालेगा? बकरी का कौन चारा कौन खिलाएगा? So they are basically working. They are like maid servants in the house. So when a child is born, एक लड़की पैदा होती है तो बाप पहले सोचता है कि उसकी शादी एक अच्छे लड़के से हो जाए. हाँ, अगर वो रूरल बैकग्राउंड में है तो उसकी शादी 12-15 साल पे ही कर देते हैं. अगर वो अर्बन पॉपुलेशन है, लाइक इवन इन द हाई सोसाइटी, दे जस्ट थिंक कि लड़की पैदा हुई है, बैंक में पैसा होना चाहिए क्योंकि उसकी शादी एक अच्छे लड़के फाइनेंशियल स्टेटस वाले से हो जाए. लड़के के लिए करियर है, लड़की के लिए करियर नहीं है. लड़की, if she is qualified, she goes, becomes a doctor or a nurse. Even then, even if she is working after marriage, it is a job. It is not a career. Women in India, they don't get careers because careers are like lifestyle. Boys का career होता है, ladies का job होता है. So अगर हम Western world से खुद को compare करें, so इतिहास गवाह है कि उनको 100 साल लगे. It took them a century for Western women to get their basic right. They fought for a century. हमारे में तो ऐसा कुछ था ही नहीं. As soon as we became independent, the constitution says that you're all equal. Then why these prejudices? Why this segregation between a son and a daughter? How many girls you have seen driving buses or driving taxis? No, hardly, maybe 1.5%, maybe even less than that. I've been in Scotland, 99% drivers, bus drivers are women. They're all equal, and the men are just happily enjoying in the bar in the morning times. So why women are so, I would say, they don't want to come out, they're illiterate, no, they're unaware, no. I think they've just accepted it. They're least bothered. They don't want to come out of their shell. जो चीज चली आ रही traditions में वो चलती आ रही. And this attitude which Miss Lakshmi said, औरत ही औरत की दुश्मन है. आज एक सास अगर ये सोचेगी कि मैंने झेला है तो मैं अपनी बहू को भी झेलाऊं. वही सेम चीज नंद एंड भाभी, वही चीज देवरानी जेठानी. Same things we experience in different professions. If you have a woman boss, she will be more bossy towards you. If you are a woman, she will be more caring towards a boy or a man. Why is it so? Why parents do not encourage their daughters to go and do the civil jobs? Civil jobs, because वहाँ field work होता है, वहाँ पर जो laborers होंगे, they might misbehave with the lady, they might not like कि कोई lady उनको dominate कर रही है, and the security problems are always there. Even as doctors, when we finish our MBBS, our colleagues, our seniors, our parents, they tell you, okay, you can take gynecology, you can take ophthalmology, surgery, general surgery, orthopedics, no, leave it for the boys. You have lots of competition there. Male dominance बहुत ज़्यादा है. Okay, physically orthopedics is slightly difficult, but I still know a few female orthopedic surgeons who are very successful. So why is this segregation? Let her decide. Let her be like independent. Let her earn her own living. Let her be a partner with the husband. She can be a whole soul bread earner. Like we saw that movie. She and he, I don't remember Kareena Kapoor, and that movie was very good when the boy was actually sitting at home and the Kareena was actually working, and the society didn't accept it. Why? Why can't she be like that? And one of the speakers just said that this is actually adding on to the stress of males. Why all the stress-related diseases are killing them? More cardiac arrest, more hypertension, more diabetes, because they have been told that you are the whole soul bread earner. You are the whole soul family protector and financial provider, and that false male ego. Meri biwi kaam nahi karegi. I've got servants working at my home. He was just 18 when he got married, and I asked him, are you going to marry a girl who is a minor? No, she's just 16. No, it's fine. And then I asked if she's going to work. मैं हूँ ना, वो क्यों काम करेगी? Even though they need money in the house, but male ego is there. मेरी wife काम करेगी तो लोग मेरे पर उंगली उठाएंगे कि मेरे में कुछ कमी है. Similarly, we have seen very good professionals, very good degree holders जिनके माँ बाप ने उनको पढ़ा के इस लायक बनाया कि वो कुछ काम कर सके, उनको ससुराल वालों ने घर बिठा दिया कि नहीं तुमको काम नहीं करना है क्योंकि घर को तुम्हारी जरूरत है, या फिर रूरल पॉपुलेशन ऑफ गाय बकरी को तुम्हारी जरूरत है क्योंकि तुम आई इसीलिए हो काम करने के लिए, जिससे सास आराम कर सके, नंदे आराम कर सके. So why is this that 70% of our population which is rural and they don't want to come out of that? आप इतना समझाओ उसके बाद भी नहीं सुनते. And coming back to the males, the stress-related diseases, plus 70% of the suicides worldwide are in the males, not in the females. So if we actually look at the brain level, the I would say the patient's level, and the way you can tolerate things, the tolerance is more in females than males. वो जो false ego चली आ रही है, जो parents अपने बच्चों को बचपन से सिखाते चले आ रहे हैं, वो खत्म नहीं हो रही. That is why you don't see many women coming out and talking for themselves. So if you actually see more women, the laborers, it's just 20%. 20% of the female population in India is in the labor industry, and otherwise you hardly see them doing anything else but nurses and teachers and maybe a few of us are doctors, because that is a very secure thing. You can have your clinic and you can sit. Civil engineering, no, you hardly see anybody standing there and commanding the laborers. So it is just something which I think the society needs to come out of it. And the elder ladies, as one of the speakers just said, that if you educate a woman, then you educate the whole society. She is going to talk. She has to take the lead that, no, I will stand for my daughter, my granddaughter, or anybody, because if she doesn't stand, even for a colleague, a junior colleague, if she will not stand for that colleague, later on, ये आगे चल के उनके बच्चों के साथ भी होने वाला. Because the lady has to stand, just like we watched that movie, Sand Ki Aankh. Those two mothers, they actually stood for their granddaughters. कि नहीं ये लड़कियां घर से बाहर जाएंगी, ये दिन भर घर का काम नहीं करेंगी, ये भी सीखेंगी अपना पैसा कमाना. So that is very, very important. Why in India, after marriage, a woman ceases to live herself. She just sees it. She just stops living herself. That is why I have started all these beauty pageants. I have just started the Fit and Glam competition last year. I want women to come out, especially Rajasthan, very backward area where people are very, very, I would say, conservative minded. So I want them to come out of their houses and at least face the public, see what happens on the stage and speak out for yourself. I get so many ladies every year and they actually start talking to me and they start crying. You see a very strong, very good looking woman coming and then she starts crying because everybody has so much inside them, which probably they didn't get a chance to talk about. So yes, everybody needs that. So I would just end saying that behind every successful man is a woman. That our society does not agree. Our society actually says that behind every successful woman, if she is married, then it is basically her in-laws and her husband who is responsible for the success. Because uski success, uski diligence, uski intelligence koi nahi dekhega. It is because she was allowed by the husband and the in-laws to do this. That is why she succeeded. And you won't believe, one of my friends also said this to me. You are Mrs. India because your husband is very good. Yes, okay, I agree that he's very good. He's very supportive. But after all, sari mehnat to meri thi. Yes, he supported me very fine, very good. But the thing is that the women and of our country, they don't want to speak up for themselves. They don't want to stand for themselves, and the entire credit goes to somebody else. All right, so the onus of restructuring these conventional thoughts lies within the society. And as I said, the elder ladies, they have to think that
Dr. Suchitra, thank you very much. It was a brilliant academic and practical session. We are now aware about n number of problems and few solutions. We all have, it is very high time that we all unite and say no to violence against women and girls. I thank Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, Dr. Suchitra for the, as a moderator, Dr. Mala Srivastav, Dr. Rajal Thakkar, Dr. Sista Vasu, Dr. Shobna, Dr. Sonal Pariya as speaker for bringing out important aspects of violence against women and girls and their solution. At the end, on behalf of my co-chairperson, Dr. Anju Soni, Dr. Meena Samant, and myself, would like to thank Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, Dr. Archana Base, Dr. Jaideep Tang, and whole organizing team for giving us the opportunity. Dr. Anju, Dr. Meena, would you like to add something? Please add.
Absolutely, it was a beautiful. It has been a beautiful program, and we have been stuck to the computer since morning. I think the screen time is also not making us tired. Congratulations to Dr. Alpesh and a whole team, Foxy, and all the faculties this morning and the delegates who are there attending this webinar. Everybody has done it their bit very well in their own manner, and it was amazing day the whole day, and I think the days continue to become more amazing as the day passes on. Congratulations to sir, and thank you, Dr. Alpesh. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all the speakers and my co-chairs, Dr. Alpesh, Dr. Shanta, Dr. Archana. Thank you again.
Thank you
very much.
Chairpersons. Yeah. Thank you, chairpersons, speakers, Dr. Suchitra Pandit, Madam, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, sir, for this excellent, thought-provoking and interesting session. And I think this E-Conclave by Foxy has definitely been a step in the right direction. And I would like to now hand over the podium to Dhwani to take forward to the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Amrita. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, this session was supported by Foxy with Shelkel Mom, which is powered by 100% VAWG DHA. Let's have the Shelkel Mom video, please. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now quickly come to the next session, which is demonstration of safety measures. I would now like to introduce a coordinator for the same, Dr. Aarti Gupte-Shah, who is a consultant and director, Pulse IVF Ahmedabad, consultant at Khushi IVF Ahmedabad, and visiting consultant at Gupte Hospital, Pune. Welcome, Dr. Aarti, and over to you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Mani, for that introduction. All right. So we are nearing the end of part one of today's dynamic conclave, and so far we've had some very insightful and very passionate discussions. So now this session is about the practical aspects of self-defense and safety. So let me introduce our chairpersons for this session. We have Dr. Jayam Kanan. All right, we have Dr. Sneha Boyar first, who's a practicing gynecologist and infertilologist since 24 years. She's the chairperson for the Study of Female Breasts Committee and as well as the Governing Council member of ICOG 2021. So welcome, ma'am. Also, our second chairperson for today is Dr. Jayam Kanan. She is Professor Emeritus at Tamil Nadu Medical University and has been Vice President of FOXI 2018. Welcome, madam. Dr. Sneha, can you please start the session?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Sneha Bhuyar, Chairperson Breast Committee FOXI, along with my co-chairperson, respected Dr. Jayam Kanan, welcome you all for this wonderful session of self-defense measures, demonstrations. At the outset, I would like to thank respected FOXI President, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, for giving us this opportunity and congratulate him for organizing such a wonderful conference on violence against women. Not only this, but touching all the aspects of the women's health, reaching the unreached in true sense. As you all agree to me, education is the most powerful weapon we can use to change the world. So let us educate and empower our girls and women of this country. मेरी प्यारी सहेलियों, जरूरी नहीं कि हर बार श्री कृष्ण ही आए हमारी मदद करने, हमें ही खुद की मदद खुद करना चाहिए। परिस्थिति ने शायद आपको निर्भर बनाया है, किसी और पर डिपेंड करने की आदत लगाई है, पर शास्त्रों ने तो हमें महिषासुरमर्दिनी बताया है। तो हम लोग ये चाहते हैं कि हमारे समाज का यह पिक्चर बदले और हमारी बेटियां आगे ये कहे कि आत्मनिर्भर तो हमें पापा ने बचपन में ही बनाया है, लूडो से पहले जूडो खेलना सिखाया है। And thank you so much. I request respected Dr. Jayam Kanan madam to introduce the speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity by this Violence Against Women conference. From the biodata, I find Rusan Kambata an entrepreneur, but very strong, and she is the Karl of her business. I hope many of us know well, Karl Stoss, the big endoscopic unit, is run by a lady. And Rusan has always been on the positive side of the female, and the biodata which has been given to us runs in pages, and it's a never-ending one. And people who want to work for women, please go into the website www.rusankambata.com. That will give you all the details about her, except one to say, hats off, salute you, madam. Keep your work growing and be a model to the Indian people to have more cases dealt with and women to come up for positive work. Thank you. Over to Rusan Kambata, who is going to show the safety measures, practical aspects.
Hello friends. On the foremost, I'll start talking in Hindi. मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगी. सबसे पहले थैंक यू वेरी मच डॉक्टर स्नेहा, डॉक्टर जैनम, आपने मेरा बहुत अच्छा इंट्रो दिया, मुझे भी नहीं पता था इतनी अच्छी बात है. And this is my second time. यही I think in the next 3-4 months the last 3-4 months मैं यहाँ थी, thanks to Dr. Alpesh Gandhi. And आज जब हम self defense की बात कर रहे हैं, 20 minutes on the dot में 20 minutes में खत्म करूंगी. So there are 2-3 aspects to it. सबसे पहले मैं ये क्लियर करना चाहती हूँ बिकॉज देयर आर लॉट ऑफ मिसकंसेप्शंस ऑफ सेल्फ डिफेंस, और मैं ये क्लियर ये करना चाहती हूँ कि सेल्फ डिफेंस इज द सेकंड लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस, इट इज नॉट द फर्स्ट लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस। फर्स्ट लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस हम कैसे सामने वाले को साइकोलॉजिकली, मेंटली, वर्बली, नॉन वर्बली हम उसको कैसे ओवरपावर कर सकते हैं, ये फर्स्ट लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस। आज तक हमें बताया गया है भाई फर्स्ट लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस सेल्फ डिफेंस है, नहीं, सेकंड लाइन है। फर्स्ट लाइन में आपको पहले 10 मिनट में ये बताऊंगी कि फर्स्ट लाइन में हम क्या कर सकते हैं, साइकोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट कैसा है, क्योंकि अगर हम साइकोलॉजिकली हैंडल कर पाएंगे तो सेकंड लाइन हमें जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ेगी। और उसके लिए हमें हर बहन, सुबह से बहुत सारी बातें हो रही है वुमेन पावर के बारे में कि इट इज वेरी नेचुरल कि वुमेन इज वेरी मेंटली स्ट्रांग, हाँ फिजिकली बिकॉज जेनेटिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से हमें भगवान ने बनाया है, लेकिन हम मेंटली स्ट्रांग है, हम फिजिकली स्ट्रांग नहीं है। सो लेट अस यूज आवर पावर, हमेशा कहते हैं कि हमारे स्ट्रेंथ को आगे लेके चलो। सो आई वुड रादर से कि लेट अस यूज आवर पावर एंड सी टू इट कि हमारा पावर हम कैसे आगे बढ़ा सके। सो कमिंग बैक टू द फर्स्ट पॉइंट के मेंटली स्ट्रांग करने के लिए या हमारे आपको दिखाने के लिए, कई बार बिफोर आई गेट इनटू ऑल दोस थिंग्स मैं ये आपको सच बात बताती हूँ कि हर आदमी, हर औरत को अंदर से डर लगता है। भले हम दिखाएंगे और अच्छी बात है, दिखाना बहुत अच्छी बात है, हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस, लेकिन अंदर से हमें डर लगता है। सो जो भी यहाँ देख रहा है वो ये ना समझे कि हाँ इनके पास तो पहले से कॉन्फिडेंस है, इनके पास पावर है तो ये कर सकते, नहीं, हमें भी अंदर डर लगता है, हमें भी 4 बार सोचते हैं। हम भी अगर कहीं रात को निकलते तो हमें ऐसा नहीं है कि भाई हमें कुछ नहीं हो सकता है, हमें भी ये लगता है कि हमें हो सकता है। सो डोंट बी इन द रॉन्ग इंप्रेशन, बट यस हम दिखाते हैं। सो आज मुझे सबसे पहले आपको दिखाना है कि आपको बताना है कि यू विल हैव टू शो कि भला आप डर रहे हो, लेकिन आपको ये दिखाना नहीं कि आप डर रहे हो, आपको दिखाना है कि नहीं हमें डर नहीं लगता, हमारे पास कॉन्फिडेंस है। ये सबसे पहला पॉइंट आज आपको सीखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि अगर आप ये नहीं सीखोगे तो आप आगे कुछ भी नहीं कर पाओगे। सो अंदर भले डर लगे, आगे यू हैव टू शो कि नो यू हैव कॉन्फिडेंस एंड यू कैन डू इट। अब कॉन्फिडेंस आप कैसे दिखाओगे, बहुत सिंपल सी बात है। कई बार इट्स जस्ट अ बॉडी लैंग्वेज। मैं अभी जो भी बात करूंगी बॉडी लैंग्वेज की बात करूंगी, आवाज की बात करूंगी, और तीसरा हमारा क्या कहते हैं आईज की बात करूंगी कि आईज प्ले अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रोल व्हेन यू टॉक ऑफ साइकोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट। सबसे पहले जब हम बॉडी लैंग्वेज की बात करेंगे, व्हेन वी वॉक, हम जब चलते हैं तो कई बार हमें आदत होती है मोबाइल लेके चलो, नीचे सर रख के चलो, या ये आपका पहला इंप्रेशन होता है। जो परपेट्रेटर होता है, जो आपको परेशान करने का सोच रहा है, या नॉर्मली लोगों को लगता है कि लड़की जा रही है, ला छेड़ देते हैं, क्या कर लेगी, कुछ नहीं होगा, वो चली जाएगी, ऑल दैट माइंडसेट ये सालों से आया है। सुबह से शायद बात हुई है पेट्राइकल सोसाइटी और वो सब की। सो इम्पोर्टेंट है कि हम अब इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट कि हम जहां भी चले, बिकॉज आई एम श्योर कि यहाँ पे जो हमारे डॉक्टर और सब हमारे गेस्ट बैठे हैं वो तो पता है कि क्या कर रहा है, बट दिस इज मेजरली फॉर पीपल हु आर जस्ट नाउ लिसनिंग टू अस, व्यूइंग टू अस, कि जब भी हम चले इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट कि हम कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ चले, हेड हेल्ड हाई, यानी शक्ल ऊपर होना चाहिए, हेड आगे होना चाहिए, और हमें ये नहीं करना है, शर्म से नहीं झुक के चलना है, हमें लोगों की आंखों से आंखें डाल के चलना है। व्हाट आई मीन बाय आंखों से आंखें डालकर, आई डोंट मीन आपको नैन मटक्का करो, मैं नैन मटक्के की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ, बट आप चल रहे हो तो आपका सीधा लोगों के, अगर when you talk to not verbally but जब आप बॉडी लैंग्वेज अपने आईज से बात करते हो, इट मेक्स अ लॉट ऑफ डिफरेंस। उनकी आंख रिस्पेक्ट के कारण कई बार झुकती है, ये जरूरी है। वी डिमांड एंड कमांड रिस्पेक्ट, और वो हम रिस्पेक्ट इज समथिंग वेयर वी विल हैव टू गेट इट। वी डोंट एक्सपेक्ट कि लोग सामने से कहेंगे हाँ बहुत बड़ा आदमी है, बहुत ही है, there are various ways of respect। एक रिस्पेक्ट लोग पैसा देख के देते हैं, हमें अभी उसमें नहीं पड़ना है, अभी हमें हमारी बहनों की किस तरह की डिग्निटी और रिस्पेक्ट हम मेंटेन कर सके, हम उसकी बात कर रहे हैं। सो सबसे पहले वी हैव टू हेड हेल्ड हाई और चलना है। सेकंड बात ये जरूरी है कि जब हम पहले के जमाने में वी वर वेरी फ्रेंडली, हम लड़कियां, मैंने एक चीज देखी है कि वी ऑलवेज फील कि हम ओपन होती है। मैंने ये देखी है लड़कियां बहुत ओपन होती है, दे स्पीक देयर माइंड, ये मेरा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है। दे स्पीक देयर माइंड, वो छुपाती नहीं है, उनको ड्यू रिस्पेक्ट छल कपट तो ठीक है, लेकिन वो दे आर ओपन इन देयर दिस थिंग टॉकिंग। सो इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट कि अब हम जब बाहर बात कर रहे हैं आज की तारीख में, एक देयर इज अ डिफरेंस नाउ। वी कैन नॉट से कि भाई अब हम हर किसी से दोस्त की तरह बात करेंगे, क्योंकि अब वो पहले जमाने के दिन गए। नाउ देयर आर लॉट ऑफ मिसकंसेप्शंस हैपनिंग। सो इट इज इम्पोर्टेंट कि हम किस तरह का somebody wants to say something?
No ma'am, please continue.
It is important कि हम क्या बात कर रहे हैं, किस तरह से बात कर रहे हैं। अब एक एग्जांपल छोटा सा दे दूं, मान लो कि हम कहीं जा रहे हैं, शाम का टाइम है, अकेले अकेले है,
तुमको आज से पहले कभी किसी ने चेयरपर्सन बनाया?
हम कहीं जा रहे हैं अकेले, थोड़ा शाम का टाइम है, और हम ये देख रहे हैं कि कोई हमारे पीछे आ रहा है। सो व्हाट वुड यू डू अगर आपके कोई पीछे आ रहा है? तो पहले के जमाने में बोलते थे हम चंपल डालेंगे नहीं, ये सब नहीं चलता है। लेट अस फॉरगेट ऑल दैट। अगर आपके कोई पीछे से आ रहा है और अगर आप दौड़ने की भी कोशिश करोगे तो वो आपके पीछे दौड़ के आएगा। सो आपको उसमें बहुत सिंपल सी चीज करनी है, आपको कॉन्फिडेंस दिखाना है, घूम के उसकी आंखों से आंखों मिला के देखना है, आपकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज स्ट्रांग होनी चाहिए, आपके जो हाथ है वो साइड में ऐसे होने चाहिए टू शो एग्रेशन मोड। आपका पैर आगे होना चाहिए, एक पैर आगे होना चाहिए टू शो कि आप फ्रंट फुटेड हो, यानी योर एग्रेशन है। अगर आप बैक फुट रहोगे तो आपको लगेगा कि आप डर रहे हो। सो अग्रेशन मोड में सिर्फ उसको आवाज से और आंख से look eye to eye with him and ask him through your voice, क्या चाहिए? ये आपके वॉइस में स्ट्रेंथ होनी चाहिए। भले ऐसा नहीं हो, आई नो दैट जरूरी नहीं है, बट आप ये चिंता मत करो कि सामने वाला क्या सोचेगा। नहीं, आपको इसकी थोड़ी प्रैक्टिस करोगे तो हर एक के वॉइस में स्ट्रेंथ आ सकती है। लड़की की वॉइस हो कि लड़की की वॉइस हो, हमेशा आपको अमिताभ बच्चन की वॉइस नहीं चाहिए अपनी स्ट्रेंथ दिखाने के लिए, वॉइस की स्ट्रेंथ, ये स्ट्रेंथ आपको आ सकती है। सो आपको इसकी टेस्ट क्या कहते हैं, प्रैक्टिस करके क्या चाहिए करके आपको जब जोर से पूछोगे, क्योंकि एक रिसर्च हुई है, रिसर्च में ऐसे कहते हैं कि 3 टाइप के परपेट्रेटर्स है। पहला परपेट्रेटर ऐसा होता है जो सिर्फ लड़की को ऐसे ही मस्ती के लिए छेड़ता है, मस्ती के लिए नहीं, से इसके चलो ना यार टाइम पास करते हैं, फॉर देम इट इज जस्ट अ टाइम पास थिंग, तो बोलेगा लाने छेड़ते हैं लड़की को। तो जो ये टाइप के परपेट्रेटर्स होते हैं, अगर आफ्टर 100 बोलो तो 85% ये टाइप के परपेट्रेटर्स होते हैं। तो जब आप उसको इस तरह के जोर से आवाज करके बोलोगे तो वो डर जाएगा। ट्रस्ट मी, मैं आपको बताती हूँ, रिसर्च बता रही कि वो डर जाएगा और वो सोचेगा कि नहीं नहीं, ये लड़की को छेड़ना नहीं है। पॉइंट नंबर 1। सो यही आप पहले 85 यानी 100 टाइम्स में से 85% आप यहाँ से बच जाओगे। वो चला जाएगा कुछ नहीं करके, क्योंकि उसने देख लिया कि आप यू आर अ स्ट्रॉन्ग लेडी। सेकंड टाइप का परपेट्रेटर ऐसा होता है कि जिसने दूसरी किसी लड़की को पहले छेड़ा होता है और लड़की सहमी हो गई है, डर गई है, कंफ्यूज हो गई है, तो वो समझ जाता है कि भाई इफ ही गेट्स दैट प्लेजर कि वाह मैंने लड़की को परेशान किया। तो जो सेकंड टाइप के परपेट्रेटर होते हैं वो करीब 15% ऐसे परपेट्रेटर्स होते हैं। तो मान लो कि आपने ऐसा किया, क्या चाहिए, और वो नहीं जाता है और वो आपको वापस और सामने से जवाब देता है, वेरी वेरी नेचुरल के जब सामने से जवाब देगा तो आपको और डर लगेगा। मुझे भी डर लगता है कि सामने जवाब देगा तो मैं क्या करूंगी, बट यहाँ आपको डरना है, यहाँ आपको और हिम्मत करनी है, क्योंकि हिम्मत बहुत जरूरी है। समझो, हिम्मत है मर्द है तो मदद है खुदा, याद रखना आप लोग। और जैसे डॉक्टर स्नेहा ने कहा था कि भगवान नहीं आने वाला आपको बचाने के लिए, आपको खुद को बचाना है। तो आपको खुद की हिम्मत करके आपको उसको सामने वापस, अगर वो हो सकता है आपको बोले तू आगे चल रही है ना, व्हाटएवर वो बोल सकता है, कुछ भी बोलेगा, तो आपको ऐसा नहीं बोलना, डोंट प्लीज यूज द स्टीरियोटाइप कि तेरे घर में माँ बहन नहीं, ये सब मत करना, प्लीज डोंट डू दैट, वो जमाना गया है। आपको उसको स्ट्रांगली बताना है कि ठीक है, यू हैव टू बी लिटिल रफ। मैं इसलिए आपको रफ बोल रही हूँ कि रफ लैंग्वेज आपकी इसलिए यहाँ जरूरी है, बिकॉज कहाँ से 5 मिनट्स होगा भाई, हेलो, मेरा 20 मिनट्स का सेशन है सौरभ भाई, अभी तो मैंने 5-10 मिनट किए हैं, हाँ नहीं 5 में, जो भी हो ठीक है। सो इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि आपने जो आवाज दी है, जो आपने बोला है, तो वो आपकी स्ट्रेंथ उसको पता चलेगी कि नहीं ये लड़की वो और स्ट्रॉन्ग है, तो वो सेकंड टाइप ऑफ परपेट्रेटर भी चला जाएगा। अब थर्ड टाइप ऑफ आता है, ऐसे 5% होते हैं जो आइदर वो दारू वारू पीते हैं तो वो नशे में होते हैं, या सेकंड टाइप के, थर्ड टाइप के ऐसे होते हैं कि जिनको लड़की को परेशान नहीं करना, उसका एजेंडा है कि आज इसको मुझे परेशान नहीं करना, व्हाटएवर हिस्ट्री दे विल बी कैरिंग विद देम। अब यहाँ पे आपको सेल्फ डिफेंस की जरूरत है। दिस इज योर नाउ सेकंड लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस, जिसकी मैंने आपसे बात की थी। और अब ये सेकंड लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस के कुछ मैंने वो लाई हूँ, क्या कहते हैं, कुछ वीडियो क्लिप्स है। डॉली जी, आर यू देयर? डॉली जी, कैन वी हैव द फर्स्ट क्लिप?
यस मैम,
प्लीज। ये क्लिप अगर आपने देखा तो सामने वाला आपको स्लैप कर रहा है, कई बार हम जब किसी से कॉन्फ्रंटेशन करते हैं तो हमें पता है कि थप्पड़ हो सकता है, फिजिकल वो आ सकता है, तो हमें मेंटली स्ट्रांग रहना है। और आपने ये अगर स्टेप्स देखे हो तो इसमें सिर्फ ब्लॉक किया, हमने क्या किया, सिर्फ ब्लॉक किया, हमने और कुछ नहीं किया है। We have just blocked him, और ब्लॉक में हमारी ये जो पार्ट होता है, हमारा स्ट्रांग होता है। डोंट वरी, सामने वाले का है तो हमारा भी स्ट्रेंथ है, और हम भी स्पीड ले रहे हैं। हमेशा याद रखना, सेल्फ डिफेंस इज नॉट पावर, सेल्फ डिफेंस इज स्पीड। तो हम स्पीड लेके उसको ब्लॉक कर रहे हैं, और फिर आपने देखा उसको सिर्फ ब्लॉक करा तो सबसे पहले ही मस्ट बी सरप्राइज कि मैं ब्लॉक हो गया। फिर क्या होगा, फिर आपको उसको और सरप्राइज देना है। सेल्फ डिफेंस इज अ सरप्राइज एलिमेंट। आप उसको और सरप्राइज करते हो कि आप आपका दूसरा हाथ लेके उसको थप्पड़ मार रहे हो, so वो एकदम वो हो जाएगा, हेल्प कर देगा। So this is what I want you to do. So this was one बहुत सिंपल स्किल थी, इसमें कुछ ज्यादा नहीं था, और ये स्किल आप आराम से घर में प्रैक्टिस करके ब्लॉक करके कर सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ठीक है, अब इसमें आपने देखा तो सामने वाला आपका गला पकड़ रहा है, ठीक है। अब गला जब वो पकड़ता है तो जब दोनों हाथ से पकड़ता है तो देयर इज अ वे आउट, क्योंकि आप उसको ऐसा करोगे तो गला छूटने नहीं वाला है आपका, और वो स्ट्रॉन्ग करेगा। तो आपको अंदर से हाथ डाल के ऐसा करना है, बट अंदर से जोर से आप ऐसा करोगे ना तो उसका हाथ छूटेगा ही छूटेगा, देयर इज नो डाउट ऑन दिस। और इस तरह आप उसका हाथ छुड़ा सकते हो, एंड देन यू कैन आल्सो पंच हिम, बट दैट इज सेकेंडरी। बट द फर्स्ट थिंग इज कि आपको खुद को छुड़ाना है। सेल्फ डिफेंस में हमेशा ये रखना, सबसे पहले हमें अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट करना है, जैसे मैंने स्लैप के बता के अपने आप को प्रोटेक्ट किया। सेकंड इंपॉर्टेंट है कि अगर वो हाथ छुड़ा, अगर वो पकड़ लेता है व्हाटएवर रीजन, तो हम कौन सी स्टाइल से छुड़ा सके, क्योंकि ऐसा जो नॉर्मल स्टाइल करेंगे तो हम नहीं छुड़ा पाएंगे। सो यू विल हैव टू डू समथिंग न्यू। दूसरी भी एक स्टाइल है जो मेरे पास रिकॉर्ड में नहीं है, बट मैं आपको भी दिखा देती हूँ। दूसरी स्टाइल क्या है कि अगर आपने ऐसे मान लो सामने वाला ने आपका एक हाथ से ऐसा पकड़ा हो या दोनों हाथ से पकड़ा हो गला, तो आपको और कुछ नहीं करना है। मान लो मैंने ये सामने वाला उसने गला पकड़ा, तो ये उंगली है ना उसकी उंगली खाली ऐसे मरोड़ देंगे ना तो भी उसका हाथ छूट जाएगा। दिस आर ऑल सिंपल थिंग्स। उंगली मरोड़ोगे, छोटी उंगली मरोड़ोगे, बलबला वो क्या कहते हैं सुपरमैन होगा तो भी वो आपको छोड़ देगा। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। ठीक है, इसमें पीछे से अगर किसी ने आपको पकड़ लिया हो, सो इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट कि जब आपको कोई पीछे से पकड़ लेता है तो आप कैसे छुड़ाओगे। ऐसा करोगे तो छूटने नहीं वाला है, क्योंकि उसकी ग्रिप बहुत स्ट्रांग होगी। ये याद रखना, इंटरलॉकिंग ग्रिप हमेशा स्ट्रांग होती है। ऐसा कुछ भी करोगे नहीं छूटने वाला है। बहुत सिंपल सी बात है, आपके बॉडी को, हिप्स को जोर से पीछे लो। हिप्स हैज लॉट ऑफ प्रेशर। फटाक से पीछे लेके नीचे मुड़ जाओगे तो उसको पता नहीं चलेगा, और फिर उसकी टांग खींच लेनी है। इट्स वेरी इजी, ऐसे करके दिस इज अ मोशन। सो दिस इज हाउ जो पीछे का ग्रिप है आप छुड़वा सकते हो। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। इसमें वो आदमी आपको टच करके, कई बार लोगों को ऐसे टच करके जाने की आदत है, तो आपको टच करके चला गया, आपको क्या करना है, कुछ नहीं करना। आपको पता चल गया और टच करके चला गया है, ठीक है, बट आपको उसको जाने नहीं देना है, क्योंकि ये तो उनकी आदत है। यू विल हैव टू कॉन्फ्रंट हिम। कॉन्फ्रंट कैसे करते, उसको पीछे से बुलाओ, टैप करो, उसको बोलो क्या हुआ करके देखेगा, और धाड़ से थप्पड़ दे दो, बस। इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं करना। थप्पड़ तो सबको देने आती है भाई, धाड़ से दे दोगे अपने आप लाइन पे आ जाएगा। नेक्स्ट। ये ये वाला स्टेप है जब उसने आपके हाथ छुट्टे हो। पहले वाले स्टेप में क्या था, हाथ बांधने उसने आपको पकड़ लिया, इसमें तो वो हाथ छुट्टे आपके और वो आपको वेस्ट से पकड़ रहा है, तो ये तो आप थोड़ा ट्विस्ट करोगे, आप वापस हाथ छुड़ाने की कोशिश मत करना, क्योंकि जब आदमी आपको कुछ एक्शन करता है, अगर उसने हाथ पकड़े हैं तो वो वहां पे ज्यादा कॉन्सेंट्रेट करेगा। सो यू हैव टू सरप्राइज हिम, और सरप्राइज में आपको टर्न होके उसके पैर पे स्ट्रॉन्ग करना है, और हमारी बॉडी हमेशा स्ट्रॉन्ग होती है धाड़ से, क्योंकि आप फुल बॉडी मोशन, सी हमेशा याद रखना, हम बॉडी मोशन के साथ जब काम करते हैं हमारे पास बहुत पावर आ जाता है। अगर आप देखोगे सेल्फ डिफेंस या ये मार्शल आर्ट से, दे वर्क विद बॉडी, ऊपर से कूदते हैं, ये करते हैं, ये नो दीस आर ऑल बॉडी मोशंस। तो आप ऐसे ऐसे घूमोगे, आप खुद भी ट्राई करो, ऐसे जोर से घूमो, देखो सामने वालों को मस्त वाली लगेगी, आप समझे, बट दिस इज व्हाट यू हैव टू डू। प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड जरूरी है, इसलिए प्रैक्टिस जरूरी है। नेक्स्ट, जब आपका कोई ऐसे करके बाल पकड़ता है, अब आप समझोगे बाल पकड़ा, मैं ऐसे ऐसे करके छुड़ाऊंगी, कभी छूटने नहीं वाले, नेवर, आपको उल्टा बाल खींचा जाएंगे। सो बहुत सिंपल सारी बात है कि जब उसने बाल आपका पकड़ा तो हमेशा बॉडी का वो ऐसा है, क्या कहते हैं, एंगल ऐसा है, मोशन ऐसा है, बट आप उसको अगर उल्टा करोगे तो सामने वाले को झटका भी, आप खुद को भी अपने आप को ऐसा करके देखो कैसा झटका लगता है। सो आपको सिंपल था कि आपको खुद के बाल छुड़ाने नहीं है, सिर्फ पकड़ लेना है उसका हाथ, क्योंकि वो आपके बाल खींच ना लेवे। सो पकड़ के उसको दूसरे हाथ से धाड़ करके मारो, हमारे पाम में बहुत प्रेशर होता है, ऐसे धाड़ करके मारोगे और फिर वो जैसे ही घूमेगा उसको किक करोगे, कहीं भी किक कर सकते हो, किक तो ऐसी चीज है कि कहीं भी लगाओगे लगेगी, एटलीस्ट थोड़ा तो डिस्टॉर्ट हो ही जाएगा। तो आपको ये करना है जब आदमी आपका बाल पकड़ता है। नेक्स्ट, इसमें ऐसा करना है कि पीछे से अगर बाल पकड़ा, वापस सेम स्टोरी, पीछे से पकड़ोगे, आप ऐसे ऐसे करके करोगे तो थोड़ी छूटने वाले हैं और खींचे जाएंगे आपके। तो आपको सिंपल सा करना था, अगर आपने एक थोड़ा स्किल है, थोड़ा ऐसा करोगे, जैसे आप ऐसा करके उसके हाथ को अंदर करोगे, अपने आप देखो वो गिर जाएगा, और फिर एज यूजुअल पाम तो नाक पे या जैसे डांचे पे लगाई देने का, मस्त लगती है, ट्राई करना, क्योंकि कोई भी वापस सुपरमैन हो, लेकिन नाक होता है हमेशा वीक होता है किसी का भी, तो फाड़ से मारोगे तो 100% थोड़ी देर तक के लिए तो वो ऐसा ऐसा हो जाएगा। नेक्स्ट, ये एक और स्टेप था कि जब गला पकड़ता है तो आप खुद को टर्न, मैंने नहीं कहा खुद का बॉडी प्रेशर यूज करके ऐसे मारोगे तो सामने वाला गिर जाएगा। नेक्स्ट, हाथ पकड़ना, एक हाथ जब आपका पकड़ा जाता है तो उसको किस तरह छुड़ाना है, तो आप ऐसे ऐसे करके करोगे, कभी छूटने नहीं वाला है, क्योंकि हमारा बॉडी उसको हेल्प कर रहा है नहीं छुड़ाने के लिए। बट अगर आप ट्विस्ट कर लोगे, देखा आपने ऐसे ही फाड़ करके ट्विस्ट किया, क्योंकि एक बात याद रखना, सेल्फ डिफेंस में हमेशा खेलना नहीं, अगर ये खेलोगे तो उसकी हाथ ग्रिप और स्ट्रॉन्ग होती जाएगी। आपको खाली ट्विस्ट करना था और फिर उसको देखो वो वापस उसके यहाँ पे मारा, उल्टा मारा और उसको गिरा दिया, गिर जाता है। डोंट वरी, 100% आपको प्रैक्टिस करोगे, प्रैक्टिस बिना भी मींस अगर ये स्किल सीख लोगे तो 100% आदमी गिरता है। नेक्स्ट, ओके, अब मैं एक लास्ट बात कर लूंगी, दिस इज जस्ट 2 minutes मोर एंड देन आई एम डन विद दिस। ये आपको मैंने स्किल्स सिखाई, ये सिंपल स्किल्स है, अगर आप प्रैक्टिस करोगे घर में सामने, हम नॉर्मली तो हम लोग ये सबको प्रैक्टिस कराते हैं, बट विद दिस थिंग वी कैन नॉट डू इट। बट इससे आपको फायदा क्या होगा बता दूं, कि आपकी जितनी प्रैक्टिस होगी आपको सबसे पहले तो कॉन्फिडेंस आ जाएगा, जो आपकी आगे की, मैं तो बोलती हूँ कि आपको फिर 5% ये स्किल्स की जरूरत है, बाकी 95% मैंने जो आपको आगे वर्बल नॉन वर्बल स्किल्स बताए उसकी जरूरत है, मेंटल साइकोलॉजिकल बात बताई उसकी जरूरत है। अब मैं एक लास्ट बात करके जाऊंगी जो मेरे हमेशा फेवरेट इसलिए क्योंकि डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस के बारे में मैं जो एल्डर जनरेशन उसको बताना नहीं चाहती हूँ, लेकिन ये जो आज का यूथ है, यंग जनरेशन है, मेरी यंग बेटियां हैं, उनको मैं बताना चाहती हूँ कि प्लीज डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस आप स्टॉप कर पाओगे, हमारी एल्डर जनरेशन स्टॉप नहीं कर पाई बिकॉज ऑफ माइंडसेट और जो आपने सब सुन लिया। आप ये स्टॉप कर पाओगे? कैसे स्टॉप करूंगा? सिर्फ 2 चीजें अभी 2 मिनट में 1 मिनट में बता रही हूँ। सबसे पहले लेटर से कि आप कहीं लेट पहुंचे हो, एग्जांपल है आपके बॉयफ्रेंड को टाइम दिया है, फियांसी को टाइम दिया और आप वहां लेट गए हो, तो आपका फियांसी आप पे गुस्सा होगा कि लेट क्यों आई, इतना टाइम बिगाड़ा मेरा, ऐसा वैसा करके वो आपसे बोलेगा। आप कुछ भी बोलोगे, रीजन दोगे नहीं दोगे, ठीक है अपनी जगह है, लेकिन बाद में मान लो आपका फियांसी आपको ऐसे टपली मारेगा, याद रखना टपली मारेगा या शांति से ऐसे करके ही करेगा, जोर से ऐसे थप्पड़ नहीं मारेगा। डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस एक साथ याद रखना, डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस जोर से कभी चालू नहीं होती, जो डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस हमेशा धीरे से चालू होती है। तो वो आपको ऐसे टपली मारेगा। जैसे ही उसने आपको टपली मारी, गर्ल्स लिसन टू मी, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, जैसे ही उसने आपको टपली मारी, भले आप उसको बहुत प्रेम करते हो, भले आप जेन्युइनली लेट हो, भले गलती है आपकी, मैं तो बोलती हूँ भले आपकी गलती है, लेकिन उसने आपको टपली मारी तो ये पहली टपली आपको स्टॉप करनी पड़ेगी। और वो कैसे स्टॉप करोगे वो भी मैं बता देती हूँ। अगर उसने आपको ऐसे करके टपली मारी तो आपको चिल्लाना है, मेरे साथ ये नहीं चलेगा, आपको ऐसा चिल्लाना है माय फ्रेंड्स, क्योंकि अगर आप ये चिल्लाए, सिर्फ चिल्लाए मेरे साथ ये ऐसा नहीं चलेगा, तो सामने वाला डर जाएगा कि इसको क्या हो गया, एंड ही विल अंडरस्टैंड कि नहीं ये मैं मेरी गर्लफ्रेंड हो या फियांसी को जिसके साथ ये नहीं कर सकता हूँ। क्योंकि जिस दिन आपने इसको पहली टपली रोक दी तो आपकी आखिरी पूरी जिंदगी जीत गए। वरना मैडम समझ लेना, आप लोगों को पहले टपली होगी, फिर थप्पड़ होगी, फिर हाथ मरोड़ेंगे, फिर पट्टे से मारेंगे और फिर हॉस्पिटल होगा। सो आप ये गलतफहमी में मत रहना कि जो प्रेम है प्यार है, कोई प्रेम प्यार, सॉरी बट माफ करना मुझे, कोई प्रेम प्यार नहीं होता मैडम, आपकी लाइफ इंपॉर्टेंट है। प्रेम प्यार अगर होगा तो सामने वाला आपको टच भी नहीं करता। और सेकंड इंपॉर्टेंट बात है कि मान लो कि टपली मारने के बाद वो डर जाता है और डर जाके आपको नहीं नहीं मैं तो मजाक कर रहा था, तो आपको बोलना है तो ले तू भी मुझे मार, तू भी मुझे मारी ना, ऐसे आदत है, मैंने ये भी देखा, ऐसे ले तू भी मार। तो आपको क्या करना, आप मारना मत, आप बोलना मुझे इसकी गेम नहीं बनानी है, दिस इज नॉट अ गेम, इसलिए मैं मना करती हूँ, इसको गेम मत बनाओ, क्योंकि अगर ये गेम बन गई तो आप कभी भी इस गेम में जीतोगे नहीं, हमेशा हार जाओगे। उस दिन शायद जीत जाओगे लेकिन बाद में हार जाओगे। सो यू हैव टू पुट योर फुट डाउन। हैविंग सेड दैट, एज आई एम रनिंग शॉर्ट ऑफ द टाइम, थैंक यू वेरी मच अल्पेश जी, आपने मुझे, डॉक्टर अल्पेश जी थैंक यू, मेरे को वापस चांस दिया, क्योंकि आई फील कि आई बिलीव कि कुछ इट कैन मेक अ डिफरेंस टू द वर्ल्ड। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Wonderful, Ruzan. Very powerful message. I'm literally happy because 6 years ago, as Dr. Suchitra made 14 modules for violence, and in that she has shown some of these things which she has shown. We had 3 videos to show to the adolescent how to protect themselves. And your speed of talk is fantastic. That shows how powerful you are, how faster you are, and how a big entrepreneur you can be. Over to Sneha for taking up this session. I'm really proud of you.
I think Sneha ma'am is not here, so you can wrap it up, ma'am.
Okay, Ruzan, we can give you 1 hour, 2 hours to talk about all this. We know we have cut you short very badly. Please bear with us. And I'd love to see you sometime in Tamil Nadu. And I'll go through my free legal aid center for women and ask my other people to take up with you and invite you for a big session in Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much. Thank the organizers, the youngsters who have been sitting from morning. It is only the 7th session, 4 more sessions to go. All the best for you. Grow more.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you, Ruzan ma'am. That was a fantastic presentation. And thank you, chairpersons, Dr. Sneha, Dr. Jayam. Thank you so much for being with us. All right, so moving right on to the next session. So we know now that violence against women affects every aspect of society. So today we have with us some very well-known activists and celebrities who will share their experiences and their points of view. So I would like to introduce the chairpersons for this session now. Our first, Dolly, can I have the slides, please?
Yes, ma'am, I'm sharing it.
I can't see them. Okay. All right. So our first chairperson is Dr. Anita Sabarwal. She is a consultant gynecologist in South Delhi and has been a chairperson of the Adolescent Health Committee of AOGD and is currently the chairperson of Public Awareness Committee of ISCCP. Welcome, ma'am. Our second chairperson is Dr. Preeti Vyas. She is a consultant gynecologist and laparoscopic surgeon from Mumbai, and she has been a national coordinator for the Sexual Medicine Committee and Youth Cell of FOXY. Welcome, madam. Dr. Anita, over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Priyati, so much for the kind introduction. And also thanks to our great President, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, for giving us the opportunity to be here for this great, grand conference on a very, very important subject. And today we are going to listen to great messages from celebrities like Madam Sharmila Tagore. So we'll be listening to her. Before we listen to her video, I'll give a little introduction of her because I think she needs no introduction. In fact, she's our time actress, heroine, so popular. We were so fond of her. I remember Kashmir Ki Kali and then Pushpa, I don't have ki aankhon mein aansu, no tears in your eyes, from Rajesh Khanna to her. She was so popular for these movies. But I must say that she's related to Rabindranath Tagore ji, and she has acted in movies from 1959 till 2010, and she has been awarded with various national film awards, Filmfare Award, Filmfare Lifetime Achievement Award, and also she has been honored with Padma Bhushan, which is India's third highest civilian honor, for her contributions to the Indian culture through performing arts in 2013 by Government of India. And she also has served as the chairperson of the Central Board of Film Certification from October 2004 to March 2011. And in December 2005, she was chosen as UNICEF Goodwill Ambassador. So as I just mentioned that she started from 1959, World of Apu. I think I was born that year. And till 2010, she has been working in the movies. And see, even today, she is with us, giving her special message to us. So let's listen to Sharmila Tagore ji.
Foremost, all rights of women that we talk about is her right to say no. It establishes her autonomy and improves her quality of life and well-being. Women are often stereotyped. They are supposed to be simple, compliant, and hardworking. It is assumed she will bring dowry when she gets married and do all the cooking and look after her husband's house and parents. Her consent is simply taken for granted. Boys growing up in traditional houses are often overindulged, clearly given preference over the girl child. They are not taught to respect her as an individual and expect her to be subservient, with no right to deny any of their demands, including her right to say no to their sexual overtures. Clearly, being a man is a cause of celebration in Indian society. And this could be one reason for the rising graph of sexual crimes. Not allowing a woman the right to say no is a gross violation of human rights. It needs intense gender sensitization, as well as creating an enabling environment where women can be empowered women to say no. Women need autonomy to be free from violence. Let's join hands in building and strengthening our society towards accepting the basic rights and respect the autonomy of women. Say no to VAGW.
Thanks to Sharmila Tagore ji for such a wonderful message for our women and girls, because जैसे कि कहा गया है, परेशानियों से भागना आसान होता है, हिम्मत हारने वालों को कुछ नहीं मिलता जिंदगी में, और मुश्किलों से लड़ने वालों के कदमों में ही तो जहान होता है. So listening to her, we have to move forward, and all girls and women have to gather courage and fight with the society for this heinous act. Now over to my other co-chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Anita.
It was indeed nice and to listen to somebody who is so senior, Sharmila Tagorji. I have now the pleasure of inviting and introducing our next guest speaker, Ms. Sakshi Vidyarthi. She's a social activist, a lawyer who's completed her education from the Mewar Institute of Ghaziabad. She's completed her master's in law, is now pursuing her PhD. Unfortunately, at a young age of 15, she was exploited sexually by a deputy superintendent of police by intoxicating a tea. He took advantage of his position, manipulated the case, but they fought for justice. They sat on a hunger strike, and this compelled former CM to provide justice and send the person behind bars. She now runs an NGO in the name of Sakshi Foundation, which works in the field of women empowerment and social rehabilitation for the women survivor. Through this, they deal with cases of violence against women and girls, and they provide free legal assistance, counseling, and rehabilitation and remedial measures to these people. For this daring step, she has received a number of awards. To name a few of them, one of the main ones is Salam India Award, which was given to her by the former Home Minister, Mr. Rajnath Singh Ji. The Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Award, given by the former Governor, Shri Ram Nayak Ji. The HT Women's Award, also given to her by the by the UP CM, Shri Yogi Adityanath Ji. The Foxy also has taken the step to felicitate her by giving her the Foxy Braveheart Award, which was given to her in the time of our past president, Dr. Jaideep Malhotra. The Youth Icon Award also was given to her by the Minister Prakash Pant. She has a long list of awards, and I'm sure a lot of blessings from all the people she has touched and has helped in her life. Can we please have the message from Ms. Sakshi Vidyarthi?
Hello everyone, I'm Sakshi Vidyarthi. I'm Foxy's daughter and a social activist working in the field of women empowerment and social rehabilitation of women survivors. I'm a practicing lawyer also. First of all, I would like to thank Foxy once again for their consistent effort toward women well-being, their safety and security, and raising their voice through this powerful medium and discussing the issues relating to women in this platform. As we all know, women's safety has become a big challenge and a sensitive issue not in India but across the world. As per the data, we came to know that 35% of women worldwide have experienced either sexual or physical violence through their intimate partner. Globally, 7% of women have experienced sexual assault by the unknown person. 200 million of women across the world have experienced genital cutting, and globally, between 38% to 50% of a murder of women took place by their intimate partners. And these numbers just shows that violence against women is a global pandemic which affect 1 in 3 women globally during their lifetime. And these are just numbers who got registered and recognized by the competent authorities. The numbers, there are around 55% to 90% of women and girl survivors who don't came forward. They don't talk to anyone about their cases due to social stigma, due to family pressure, due to the negligence of society and their loved ones. Violence can negatively affect women's physical and their mental health and their well-being. It can cause serious health issues, sleeping disorders, chronic pain, increased suicidal tendency, depression. Sexual violence increases the risk of HIV, unwanted pregnancies. Violence against women and girls is preventable. In order to prevent the violence against women, mitigate the risk factor, and amplify the protective factors, we have to take few initiatives. At society level, we have to recognize the role of gender. We have to promote the laws which promote the gender equality. We have to create some space where we talk about what gender is, gender-based violence with our friend and with our youth. And we have to educate ourselves on the roots of violence which take place against women and girls. Interrupt abuse. If you see any guy doing something wrong to any woman, immediately stop him and recover her. Interrupt homophobic and transphobic language. Changing the way you speak can change the way you think. Be respectful to women and with girls. Stop rape culture. Don't make funny jokes on this sensitive issue. It is very ridiculous that people make fun of this sensitive issue, and if anyone doing so, please stop him also. Understand the meaning of consent. It is very important for our boys and for our men also to understand the meaning of consent before coming into a sexual union. They must clearly talk about women consent, and they should be gentle with them. Stop blaming victim. If anything took place with any women, with any girl, society, parents start accusing that women, that girl. It is very shameful for our society. So we have to be gentle with them. We have to be supportive. Be supportive. Come forward and embrace her. We should not accuse her and accuse her lifestyle, accuse her. These are the few ways through which we can prevent the violence against women and the violence against a girl child, and we can empower women to make an autonomous decision. And we all have to remember that in ending the violence against women and girl, we all have a very important role, and we all have to take the responsibility to end this violence against women and girl. It is not in my hand, it is in your hand, it is in our hand. And once again, thank you, Foxy.
I think that was a wonderful talk by somebody who's so young and so dynamic. Somebody who's so young has managed to fight for her rights and is a true inspiration to all of us. And I would like to say thank you to Sakshi from all us women folk, from all the girls whose life you have touched, from the great initiative you've taken, and for the help that you're giving to help them, to guide them, especially at a moment of their life where they suddenly tend to freeze and they just have no road. The road looks absolutely dead. And I think people like you are the ones who would make a great difference to all of us and to society in general. I'd like to now invite our next speaker and introduce our next speaker. I don't think Virendra Sehwag requires any introduction at all. Affectionately, we all know him as Viru, and he is incidentally also the Nawab of Nazafgarh. He's been known popularly as the Zen master for modern cricket, or the Vivian Richards of our era. And he was one of the finest and the most destructive batsmen in the world of cricket. He's even became the first one to retain the honor of leading cricketer of the year, the Wisdens, in the year 2010. And in the same year, he even received the ICC Test Player of the Year award. In 2011, Sehwag started a school. It is an international school called Sehwag International School in Haryana, Jajjar, around 65 kilometers away from Delhi. And this was a dream of his father that he fulfilled. It was inaugurated by his mother, and the father's dream was that there should be an institution where the children not only study and stay, but also train and play sports. And sports is given a lot of importance at this institute. He, of course, retired from cricket, international cricket, in the year 2015. Now he's taken up to a new role of being a commentator sometimes, and the humorous observations that he has on social media is extremely popular with all the fans. And he received even a Padma Shri in the year 2010, which is extremely prestigious. In 2007, he received the Polly Umegra Award for International Cricketer of the Year. So I would like to share Mr. Virendra Sehwag's message here for us Foxians and the people. Can you please play that?
Domestic violence is top crime against women. Of the total 4.05 lakh crimes against women registered by the National Crime Records Bureau NCRB during 2019, 1.26 lakh, over 30% were that of domestic violence. The crime rate regarded per lakh women population is 62.4 in 2019 in comparison with 58.8 in 2018. These figures are likely to be just the tip of the iceberg. In all societies, women experience subordinate in regardless of the calls to which they belong. Women have been treated as the other who require controlled subordination in and differential treatment. There is a clear gender gap between men and women in terms of health, education, economic, with political inequality. India ranks 108th out of 144 on the World Economic Forum's gender. Domestic violence can be verbal, financially, psychologically, and sexually, and includes the abuser withholding financial or medical assistance. Violence against women is a breach of fundamental rights, and studies indicate that in India, women lose at least 5 paid work days for each incident of intimate partner violence. That is not acceptable. Though India has laws that deal with violence against women, their implementation remains a challenge. These challenges include lack of budget, the absence of dedicated protection officers, and a clear SOP. Even where funds are budgeted, their utilization towards services that would help women overcome violence is very low. A mere 30% of INR 1300 crores of the Nirbhaya fund has so far been utilized only. Tragically, traditional forms of support are now not available to domestic violence victims. They don't go to their parental homes for fear of infecting the elderly parents. Shelter homes are crowded, and so they are vulnerable to greater infection there. Hospitals do not have the space or time to look at domestic violence cases. Government must include measures to address gender-based violence, GBV, and child protection in COVID-19 response, and recovery plans, and ensure that these are gender and age responsive and multi-sectorial. Girl and youth-led groups should be severely and meaningfully involved in the process of the plans and regularly assess and monitor the risk and prevalence of violence. As the world grapples with health crises of unparalleled magnitude, women are facing domestic violence crisis. We must collectively ensure women's safety and provide them shelter and relief during these difficult times. Let us join with the VAWG and have one voice, big voice, strong voice, no to violence against women and girls. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sehwag, for such a strong message and such a strong encouragement for us Foxians. And I now hand over to my colleague, Dr. Anita, for taking forward. You need to unmute, ma'am.
Yes, I was so much taken aback with the lecture, forgot to unmute. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for handing me over the next part. Now we have a very important part where our great Foxians are going to release the survey results. So for that, I'm going to invite Dr. Sebanti Goswami, one of the jewels in the field of Obs and Gynae, a great Foxian who's a consultant gynecologist at Kolkata, former associate professor, Medical College, Kolkata, and she has many publications in national and international journals, has been a chairperson quiz committee of Foxy 2018-20 with a special interest in vaginal surgery and cosmetic gynecology. I welcome Dr. Sebanti, and at the same time, I welcome Dr. Mitra Saxena, another jewel in the field of Obs and Gynae. I think she's a very magnetized person who's full of faith and confidence, born to succeed and win. I've been knowing her actually ever since we were teenagers. We started, I think, in '77. And she is MD DNB, FICMH, FICOG, Diploma Endoscopy, Director Shri Ashwini Saxena Hospital, Rewari, and a senior consultant OB-GYN in private practice in Rewari, Haryana, and active in Foxy for the last 20 years, and North Zone Coordinator, Ethics and Medical Legal Committee, Foxy, 2020-22 presently, and North Zone Coordinator, Breast Committee, Foxy, 2019 and 21. So now also, and State Coordinator, Cervical Cancer Screening, March 2020, and member GCPR Ectopic Pregnancy Foxy 2020, and past President Rewari Obs and Gynae Society. So over to both our great Foxians.
Good evening. Can I share my screen?
Sure, sure.
Visible?
Yes.
Okay.
We can see, yeah.
So good evening, seniors, juniors, and my friends. It's my proud privilege to have conducted this service on the violence against women and girls under the able guidance of our President, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi. And may I have the pleasure of releasing the results, what we had of the responses from the Foxians all over India. Now, we had 10 questions in this survey, all relating to the violence against women and girls. And we had about 1,006 participants, all Foxians participating in their surveys. I'll be reading each of the questions and I'll be showing the statistical analysis of the answers too. And Dr. Mitra Saxena would be also joining me in between in putting her inputs and reflecting the ideas. So before we go with the results, the first question was, do you routinely survey or do you routinely screen for pregnant women? The answer reflects that 43.5%, that is majority of the Foxians, are doing so only when there are telltale evidence of any trauma. Dr. Mitra, what's your reflection?
So as we understand from this question, our final decision and learning point is that being the first point of contact, हम ही लोग होते हैं जो स्त्रियों से सबसे पहली बार मिलते हैं, तो हमें भांपने का पूरा मौका मिलता है और हमें वेट नहीं करना चाहिए. डॉक्टर शुभा गुडी ने बहुत क्लियरली बताया था कि वायलेंस को आप बहुत अच्छी तरह से डिटेक्ट कर सकते हैं क्योंकि इतने सारे मौके आते हैं जब आप इस चीज को असेस कर सकते हैं. So I think the first lesson for all of us is that we should be alert and not wait for telltale signs. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Sebanti.
The second question was, do you think it necessary to screen for VAWG by obstetrician and gynecologist? And what do we see our colleagues saying? We see 91.5% saying that yes, it is necessary that we should be screening. But again, 8.5% of our colleagues do not think it is necessary for our point, even though we are the first point of contact with the woman, to screen for VAWG.
So my take would be that as a Foxian and after such a comprehensive, complete date dedicated to this conclave, let it be 100% by all of us, that all of us should be alert so that no woman suffers at violence. Next.
Third question was, do you think, a very pertinent question, do you think reproductive coercion comes under the violence against women? about 89.5%, that is almost 90% of the Foxians said, yes, it does come. But 10.5% of our gynae colleagues do not still think that reproductive coercion comes under violence against women. So where do we lie, Dr. Saxena?
This is again very questionable, because as gynecologists and obstetricians, we really know that only when a woman has the reproductive freedom, the choice to have a pregnancy because of choice and not by chance, only then she's free. So again, this is a point where 100% of us should understand that reproductive coercion is a very, very, strong way to suppress a woman. So we should help in alleviating this and get the women the freedom they need.
So only education and financial empowerment won't do. Empowerment to say no is also very important for the woman.
ये उनकी human right है कि वो pregnancy अपनी चाह से करें, ना कि किसी influence या किसी pressure में करें.
Fourth, what percentages of women married or in a union do you find are able to make the decisions about sexual relations and contraceptive use freely? So what have we found? 58.8% of the have said that only less than 30% of the women have the choice of theirs to make in their sexual relations, to say yes or no, or to have a choice of the use of contraceptive freely without coercion.
So again, this is a very big area which we have identified, and this gap can be easily filled by spending just 5 more extra minutes. क्योंकि ये उत्तर बहुत ही निराशाजनक है कि less than 30% of women, they have their own choice. तो यहाँ पर obstetricians और gynecologists जिसका बहुत active role है, क्योंकि हम ही सबसे अच्छी और correct information मरीजों को और स्त्रियों को दे सकते हैं, परिवारों को दे सकते हैं.
And only 1.1% of the obstetricians have found that greater than 70% of the women have, which is a sunny part, but still it is only one.
Too less a percentage to have any importance in translation.
Fifth question was, what do you think is the root cause for VAWG? And we had 5 options, out of which we see that 68% said that it is male predominance in the society, and another 41% said it's gender bias, whereas 53% said it is economically dependent woman. So taken together, the entire things goes in favor of a gender bias, male independence, male dependence. So everything is pointed to the gender inequality, basically.
So आज सुबह से हम लोग इसी बात पर चर्चा कर रहे हैं कि वायलेंस अगेंस्ट वुमेन का सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट रीजन हमारे देश में, हमारे समाज में पुरुष प्रधान समाज है. वो देश जहां पर स्त्रियों की इज्जत की जाती थी, जहां पर उनको देवियों का दर्जा दिया जाता था, आज हमको अपने अधिकारों के लिए आवाज उठानी पड़ रही है. बट आई एम श्योर कि फॉक्सी के इस इनिशिएटिव से हमने कुछ आवाज जरूर उठाई है.
So what are the effects of VAWG on women? We gave the choices of physical trauma, emotional trauma, mental trauma, and social unrest. Now, taking together choices, we have found that majority have pointed towards the emotional trauma and mental trauma. जैसे कि हम लोगों ने अभी सुना है कि the first thing which comes is in the form of tapki, and then it comes in the form of thappad. So naturally, the emotional and mental trauma have been found to be more important as the options given by our participants.
डॉक्टर सिबांती, इस आंसर में मुझे जो सबसे दुखद लगा, ऑफ कोर्स फिजिकल, इमोशनल, मेंटल ट्रॉमा तो जिसके साथ है, बट सबसे दुख की बात यह है कि समाज चुप है. लेस देन 50% आर स्टिल वेटिंग, यानी कि औरत के साथ हिंसा होती है और जब तक कोई बहुत ही हिला देने वाला इंसिडेंट नहीं होता, समाज उठता नहीं है. एंड दिस इज द ट्रूथ that we have become indifferent and almost insensitive to what's happening on a daily basis. So this should be changed.
Actually is empowering the perpetrators. That is the main thing. Steps by government towards reducing VAWG should be appointing district committee, appointing women police force and giving them power, training to women on using defense. We have seen an entire session on it, and fast track courts and justice in time. Majority of our participants give the choice of fast track courts and justice in time, because if our judiciary and our government is not active, then it's very difficult to impose the laws.
यही समाज की कड़वा सच है कि जब क्रिमिनल को दंडित नहीं किया जाता तो जो पूरा समाज है वो एक डिग्री नीचे हो जाता है किसी के भी साथ जस्टिस होने के लिए। तो हमारे फॉक्सी ने और सारे फॉक्सियंस ने इस बात को बहुत जोर से इम्पोर्टेंस दी है कि हमारी सरकार को बहुत ज्यादा कर्तव्यबद्ध होने की आवश्यकता है और औरतों के खिलाफ हिंसा को बहुत स्ट्रांगली प्रोटेक्ट करना है लेडीज को।
And that is the reason why many victims, they don't go to the courts because they think that the cases will be held up for years together. No.
Yes. Justice delayed is justice denied. We all know that.
Justice delayed is justice denied. What do you do when a patient presents with the telltale signs of a violence? Do you immediately inform the police? Do you just ignore her, or inform an NGO, or inform the patient about helpline numbers? Now, our participants, as per the survey we see, majority have said inform the patient about about the helpline numbers, which is definitely very important. But I would also like to have a sad part that 1.7% of our Foxians, they felt that we could just ignore this. And
yes, Dr. Sibanti, that is extremely important to say, that how can even 1.7% of us think, with maybe at least 10 people have said, just
yes.
ignore. Really, our sensitivity cannot allow us to be insensitive. So that should have been 0. We would have been happier. But yes, a very good solution has been pointed out by our authorities and seniors, that all societies, all Foxians should find out and have a helpline number displayed in their clinics, and should be aware that we should be proactive and not ignore or just leave it.
Yeah. And clinics and even in the hospitals where 24/7 hours displays should be there, so that anytime a woman is in a problem, she can, just take resort of that.
And there has to be a SOP. We all should know what to do.
How to proceed. Yeah. What percentage of the women in your practice have you found to have been victims of VAWG? Now, we know about 35% of the women in the world, 1 in 3 of the women in the world face violence. But what our Foxians have said, about 47.4%, majority said that less than 10% of the women have been victims of VAWG. But I feel in the first question we had asked them, do you screen them routinely or do you screen them only you have telltale evidence? Their majority had said we screen them only when we see telltale evidence. So that is why probably I think this percentage is low. That is, they are saying that only less than 10% are facing the violence.
Also, our number of respondents is a bit low, and also all the Foxians are dealing with a slightly higher strata of people. So also that may be a reason that we have not picked up high percentage of victims. But yes, we are the first people, so we can never ignore it, and we should not ever ignore it.
And often we do not give up in leading questions where we do not find any telltale evidence. That's the main thing we miss so many. And the last question, how do you think we can reduce the violence against women? We give by putting the gender equality, by glorifying women, by educating and empowering women, by equal representation in politics, that is in lawmaking, strict and fast punitive actions against it. So there, the 65% of them had said that strict and fast punitive actions against the crimes. That's the main thing.
So I will just wrap up this last question with my own inputs, कि स्वयं को, समाज को और सरकार को बदलाव लाना पड़ेगा। स्वयं में हमारी फॉक्सी ने आज बहुत अच्छी तरीके से बताया है कि कैसे हम स्वयं को भी, जैसे कि अभी लास्ट सेशन में सेल्फ डिफेंस के बारे में भी था, सेल्फ इम्प्रूवमेंट, सेल्फ वैलिडेशन की होनी चाहिए, दूसरों से आवश्यकता नहीं होती अपने आप को असेस करने की। और समाज के लिए मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि जब हम छोटे थे तब हम पढ़ते थे कि साहित्य समाज का दर्पण है। आजकल साहित्य तो नहीं है, पर सोशल मीडिया और बॉलीवुड हमारे साहित्य को रिप्रेजेंट करता है, और वहां पर स्त्री की जो पोजीशन है वो बड़ी डिसमल है, डिसरिस्पेक्टफुल है। तो हम लोगों को चीजों को टॉलरेट नहीं करना, जैसा कि लास्ट सेलिब्रिटी ने भी बोला कि लेट अस नॉट डिमीन द वुमेन एंड लेट अस नॉट अलाउ इट टू बी डन लाइक दैट टू अस। and of course our government. अगर सरकार बहुत strong है, strict है with women respect, then I'm sure we will not be making so much of noise because we'll be respected for what we are. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Sibanti. Thank you, Foxy.
Ultimately, empowerment of women, changing the attitude of the society, and prioritization by the government about this issue, which is not only a woman's issue, but your issue, my issue, could ultimately end the most awful violation of rights in our human race. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mitra, and thanks to Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, and thanks to the organizers.
Thank you, Dr. Alpesh. Thank you, Dr. Shanta. Thank you, Foxians. And I'm sure from the time I've logged in, I could not go out because everything is so important, so close to us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mitra and Dr. Sebanti. It was a very wonderfully put forward survey. Of course, the numbers were very small. I'm sure when we take this survey a little more forward and we get the more numbers, we will get some more data. But what you all said and pointed out was very right, that maybe we don't come across more number of gender violences purely because we don't ask the questions. Professor Leslie also mentioned in the morning, and a lot of our esteemed guests have mentioned that yes, the gender violence is as high as 2/3 of women in their domestic lives are facing it, and that too from the near and dear ones. And probably we don't come across it because we are too busy asking them the questions which are related to the medical pathology rather than their personal lives. And maybe we need to change that. We put forward some more pamphlets outside, some posters outside. Let's try and spread the awareness. Foxy has taken a fantastic initiative to do this, and I think we all as Foxians need to carry this forward. With this, I would like to end the session. I'd like to thank our chairperson, co-chairperson, Dr. Anita, Dr. Mitra, Dr. Sebanti, and the guest speakers that we had today. Lakshmi, who was there in the previous session, Ms. Sakshi, Viru, Sehwag, and Mrs. Tagore for a very nice and touching message that they have given to us for us to carry it forward to the people and the society in general. Thank you. Over to you, Dr. Aarti.
Thank you so much, Anita ma'am, Preeti ma'am. Thank you so much for conducting that session so beautifully. And of course, thank you to Sebanti ma'am and Mitra ma'am as well. So this brings us to the end of this session. I will now hand over the reins to Dhwani to take us forward. Dhwani.
Thank you, Dr. Aarti. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have now come to the second segment, which is on violence against doctors and HCPs. And the topic for our next session is release of results of survey on violence against doctors and documentaries. Our coordinator for the same is Dr. Rohan Palshetkar, head of unit Bloom IVF DY Patil. Welcome, Dr. Rohan, and over to you.
Yeah, Dhwani, I would just add to it before Rohan starts.
Sure.
Hello, am I audible to you?
Yes, yes, ma'am, you are.
So we are starting with this session, and I'm very grateful to Dr. Alpesh sir and team to taking up this topic. And not too long ago, there was a time when doctors were respected, as healthcare workers were very respected, and God knows where the time has gone. आजकल जो हम लोग पहले सुनते थे, William Ostlers famously said that a good physician treats a disease and the great physician treats the patient who has the disease. So let us revisit in this session, as Dhwani already mentioned previously. And with me, there is Rohan, who's taking up the next session of the release. So I welcome you all for this session, and over to you, Rohan. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And very aptly said that the violence against doctors has been on the rise since quite some time. And that entire concept of respect has decreased. We need to go back and see where exactly it's lost. So without taking too much time, I'd like to introduce Dr. Gorak Mandrapkar. He is a consultant reproductive medicine and IVF specialist. He's also the secretary of the World Gestosis Organization, and he's a part of the Government of India expert groups as well. So over to Dr. Gorak Mandrapkar to release the survey results on violence against doctors.
Rohan. Dr. Rohan, I'll be sharing the screen for Dr. Gorak.
Yes, ma'am.
So thank you very much. At the outset, I thank organizers and especially Dr. Alpesh Gandhi sir for inviting us in this session. And we all know that there is a problem regarding the violence against women we are discussing today, but there is another issue of
You're muted, Dr. Gorak.
right. Now is it fine?
Yes.
Right. Can you please share the first slide?
Yeah. Able to see?
Yeah, directly it is coming as a fourth slide.
No. Are you able to see now?
No, not possible.
Ma'am, you just need to scroll down a little.
Yeah.
I think you scroll up. This is number 4.
This is the introduction part of it.
Okay. So the survey was conducted by Foxy and Dr. Puneet Bojani, Dr. Nilesh, and Dr. Sebanti. They were the coordinators for this survey, and they have done the survey for violence against doctors. And the 5 questions were asked to them. The first question was, what do you think is the most common cause for violence against doctors? And as we have heard in many conferences, the conclusion is same, and that is the mainly almost 62% they have given the response as a lack of communication, while 62.6% they have given the response as a general aversion of the community to the doctors. High medical care cost, yes, this is the on third one, but lack of skill or lack of giving care, these definitely they are on the lower side. So this is the experience of the doctors, that it is mainly the lack of communication, and it is a general aversion of the community towards the doctors is the main cause for the violence against doctors. Second question was asked as, what do you mean by violence against doctors? And yes, everybody has responded this as yes, it is the physical, then verbal, even the abuse on social media, unnecessary medical legal harassment. So almost all of these points, they are being given equal weightage, and I think everybody will agree that yes, all of these points are very important. Not only the physical violence, but importance is given nowadays to the abuse on social media, because this is stirring whole environment. So that's a very important thing. And I think as an organization, we should be very vigilant to take actions against even the abuse on social media. So that is the message I think we have got through this second question. Then the third question was asked, if you have ever faced violence from the patient, and which form of violence have you faced? A very great thing, it has come that at least, though I not say great, but at least 30% of our colleagues have said that it is not applicable, has never faced the violence. So that's at least there is a ray of hope that yes, still 30% of the doctors have not faced the violence. But remaining, most of them, verbal threats or abuse, and very important part, if you see, that is the refusal to pay the fees. So I think that is a very important point which has come out, that this is a form of violence that nowadays our colleagues, they are facing, that refusal to pay the fees, unnecessary media trials, and even the rampage and destruction in the clinic. Though it is on lesser side, but still 6.9%, and even the physical violence of 3.3%, I will say that it is still significant. So we have to be very much, we have to give importance, and we have to be united. Next question was, what should be the main strategy for stopping violence against doctors? So then again, it was shown that Private security, though it is said that in many lectures we are saying that some of the doctors now they have put the bouncers, some of the doctors they have now they are calling for the private security, but still it has shown a very less percentage and enforcement of the law by the authority. That means again this is a good message, strong message to the society and to the politicians from the good doctors of VAWG that yes, we still believe in the law and enforcement of the law by the authority. If it is done, definitely we may come out to stop the violence against doctors. And 80.3% of doctors, they are trusting the law of India and they are saying that. Awareness campaign, yes, only for 40%. That means almost 1/3 of the doctors have said that. And improving the communication skill, 65.7%. So again, I will go back. Dr. Suchitra Pandit just has left, but in her tenure, she has conducted very well communication skill program. I still remember Dr. Suchitra Pandit, Dr. Parag Biniwale, myself, Dr. Manish Masve. We have done very good programs across the country. And yes, it has shown that if we really teach our colleagues, the youngsters, how to talk, how to deal with the patient, probably it is improving. So that is another important thing. And the last question was, did you join VAWG newly introduced indemnity insurance scheme? And it is not actually, it has shown a very bad answer. We are not happy that almost 42% they have not yet, but they want to join, but not yet joined, and only 15% they have joined. So I think it's a little wrong part. Though you may have enrolled with the other insurance, indemnity insurance scheme, it is a sincere urge to all of these members on behalf of the VAWG, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, Dr. Jaideep Tank, and all of the VAWG office bearers, to all of you that please join VAWG's newly introduced indemnity insurance scheme. And this is really good. They have given very low stakes, but again, with the low insurance premium, we are getting a good benefit. A very important thing, those who have unfortunately gone through the litigation, they will agree that VAWG immediately help the doctor, VAWG gives the lawyer, and all of these things, they are being taken care by the insurance company. So please, please, please join this newly introduced VAWG indemnity insurance policy. So I think this survey, along with the survey on the violence against women, the violence against doctor survey is also very important. And I thank Dr. Alpesh Gandhi sir for this idea, and Dr. Bojani, Nilesh, and Dr. Sebanti for very aptly conducting this survey. And I thank organizers. I thank Dr. Rohan for introducing me in a nice way. And thank you very much for allowing me to share my views also on this. Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr. Rohan.
Thank you so much, sir. I think you brought out a very in-depth and introspective view about the entire survey on violence against doctors. And thank you for your opinion and your aspect, as we've already gotten from all the VAWGians about their outlook on violence against doctors. Now for the next session, I would like to invite Dr. Sarita Bhalerao. She's an obstetrician and gynecologist from Bombay. She's the Vice President of the Mumbai OBGY Society, and she's the Chairperson of the AICC RCOG West Zone. Ma'am, I'd request you to discuss the petition on to stop girls against violence, which VAWG had conducted.
And also the results of the competition.
Thank you, Rohan, for that kind introduction. And I'd like to start by thanking the organizers, especially Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, for giving me this opportunity. And we start with the petition. This petition on Stop Violence Against Women was widely circulated through all the social media, through the WhatsApps and everything. It's the brainchild of Dr. Alpesh Gandhi. And I'm very, very happy to say that 1,500 people have signed. Our aim is to get to 2,500. So please sign, share and support. Say no to violence against women and girls. Dr. Kiranmai, next slide, please. So we conducted some very nice contests. There was an essay contest, there was a slogan contest and a poster contest. And I'd first like to announce the results of the essay contest. The topic of the essay contest was Say No to Violence Against Women and Girls, Your Solutions as Foxians. And myself, Dr. Kiranmai and Dr. Preeti Kumar were the coordinators for these contests. Next slide, please. Our judges for the essay contest were Dr. T. Ramani Devi, Vice President Foxy, Dr. Archana Verma, Vice President-elect Foxy, Dr. Milind Shah, President of ISOPAB 2016-18, and Dr. Sujata Sharma from Amritsar. And it was a great, difficult task because they were very, very good essays. But I'm happy to say that we have the results ready. Dr. Kiranmai, would you like to show the results? In the third place, in the English section, we have Dr. Jigyasa Dengra from Jabalpur, who got the third prize in the essay. The second prize has for English has gone to Dr. Veera Lohia from Gwalior. And the first prize has gone to Priyanka Dilip Kumar from Bengaluru. Congratulations, a big congratulations to all the winners for this. We'd also like to do a special mention of Kanishka Bharati from Lucknow, the nursing student who also wrote a very, very good essay in English. Thank you for your participation. Now we come to the slogan contest results, and we were flooded with slogans. So they were divided into two categories, the Foxian category and the non-Foxian category. In the Foxian category, we had 60 entries. Our judges were Dr. Nandita Palshetkar, past President Foxy, Dr. Ragini Agarwal, Dr. Alka Pandey, and Dr. Basab Mukherjee. And I'm very, very happy to announce the results. In the third place, we have Dr. Suryapalli Vipanshi, who's a Foxy member. And his slogan, can you show? That is his slogan, Abla kehte hai, sabla kehte ho, kyun nahi mujhe insaan kehte. So that was very, very nice, and the judges unanimously gave this as the third prize. In the second prize, can we go ahead? We have none other than Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Seshadri, our own, very own member from the South, and she gave a very nice slogan, for safety and right, day or night, each woman should fight with all her might. So I think that's excellent. Congratulations, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, for a wonderful slogan. And in the first prize, we have Dr. Monica Agarwal from the Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology from Lucknow, who says, this is her slogan, says no to violence against women and girls. Nari se hai pehchan tumhari, kyun samjho ise abla bechari. Band karo atyachar aur durvyavahar, ab na sahegi, ab na daregi, yah nari hai, ab na bechari. Wonderful, congratulations. And that brings me to the end of my section. Dr. Kiranmai, over to you.
Dr. Rohan, shall I take over from here?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yeah.
Let me just give a quick introduction of Dr. Kiranmai, ma'am. Dr. Kiranmai is an associate professor of OBGY in Usmania Medical College, Hyderabad. She's also the vice president of the OGSH Hyderabad 2019-2020. And she's also been the Dr. Kamini Rao Yuva Foxy orator. Kiranmai, ma'am, over to you.
Thank you, Rohan. Actually, we are here to, a very important part where voices of Foxians and the general public, non-Foxians and other streams are heard. Since morning, we have been hearing the voices of experts because contests lead to involvement, participation and amplification of voices, and the streams of thought from the young persons and discussions and debate, the thought-provoking which these contests do is really, really great as I have been seeing. So to go ahead, now I invite the Safe Motherhood Committee team, Dr. Preeti Kumar, Dr. Vinita Avasti and Dr. Priyanka Garg, who will do the honors for the poster section. Again, it was divided into Foxy and non-Foxy categories.
Ma'am, I need to share my screen for this.
Yes.
Can I do that?
Rohan, technical support, yes.
So, good evening to all of you. First of all, I want to thankful to Dr. Alpesh Gandhi sir, President Foxy, for giving the Safe Motherhood Committee this opportunity. Myself, Dr. Vinita Avasti and Dr. Priyanka Garg, on behalf of Safe Motherhood Committee, pay my regards to all of you. That is a great initiative of Foxy President Dr. Alpesh Gandhi sir, and it's well supported by Chairperson Safe Motherhood Committee Dr. Preeti Kumar for organizing poster competition, and a unique part is that not only for the Foxian but for the non-Foxian also, to create the awareness on violence against women and girls. And response बहुत अच्छा रहा from almost all the Foxy society, sent so many entries in spite of Diwali festival. We have got almost 135 entries, 41 from Foxy and 94 from non-Foxy members. और हमारे esteemed judges रहे इस पोस्टर Foxy कैटेगरी कंपटीशन के डॉक्टर संपत कुमारी मैडम, डॉक्टर राजेंद्र सिंह परदेसी सर, डॉक्टर अलका मुखर्जी मैडम एंड डॉक्टर एम कृष्णा कुमारी मैडम. तो अब आप दिल थाम कर बैठिए क्योंकि आपके सामने रिजल्ट आने जा रहे हैं फॉक्सी पोस्टर कंपटीशन के, और पहला स्थान फर्स्ट प्राइज गोज टू इन द पोस्टर फॉक्सी कैटेगरी. ये जो खूबसूरत सा पोस्टर आप अपनी स्क्रीन पे देख रहे हैं, इसको बनाया है डॉक्टर गुरप्रीत कौर संधू फ्रॉम औरंगाबाद ऑफ सेंट गायनी सोसाइटी. बहुत बहुत बधाई डॉक्टर गुरप्रीत को, इतनी खूबसूरती से उन्होंने इस सब्जेक्ट को पोस्टर के माध्यम से यहाँ रखा है. दूसरा स्थान मिला है सेकंड प्राइज इन द पोस्टर फॉक्सी कैटेगरी गोज टू डॉक्टर शुल्भा बाबरे फ्रॉम भिलाई ऑफ सेंट गायनी सोसाइटी. बहुत कांग्रेचुलेशन डॉक्टर सुलभा को. एंड थर्ड प्राइज गोज टू डॉक्टर सौम्या शुगना त्रिपाठी फ्रॉम कटक ऑफ सेंट गायनी सोसाइटी. थर्ड डॉक्टर प्रियंका प्लीज डिस्प्ले द थर्ड वन. सो इन सभी विनर्स को बहुत बहुत बधाई. इसके साथ ही हार्दिक धन्यवाद उन सभी कंटेस्टेंट को जिन्होंने इतनी बिजी शेड्यूल के बाद इसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया और इस कार्यक्रम में हिस्सा लिया, अपनी एंट्रीज भेजी. और इसके साथ साथ मैं अपने जजेस को, एस्टीम जजेस को भी थैंक यू कहना चाहूंगी कि जिन्होंने अपने इतनी बिजी शेड्यूल से और बहुत शॉर्ट टर्म में हमें रिजल्ट बना के दिए. तो अब नॉन फॉक्सी कैटेगरी के लिए डॉक्टर प्रियंका आपके सामने. ओवर टू डॉक्टर प्रियंका. Thank you, Dr. Vinita. We all Foxians and Safe Motherhood Committee Foxy is committed to fight against violence on women. In this endeavor to spread awareness on the issue amongst nurses, physiotherapists, non-gynec doctors, school-going students, a poster competition was held. Around 100 beautiful hand-sketched posters were received, which were thoroughly scrutinized by an esteemed panel of judges, including Professor Dr. Naren Malhotra sir, Professor Dr. Rajal Thakkar, Dr. Anita Sabarwal, Dr. Tejavati madam. Each and every poster was outstanding, but the ones adorned with garlands as follows. The first prize for poster non-Foxy category goes to Miss Anjali Gautam. Her poster, which is displayed on the screen, sketched in pencil, speaks mammoth on violence against women on internet, Facebook, Twitter, and a mask that seals her face from speaking for herself. The prestigious jury has awarded the second prize to Miss Radhika Anand from Tirthankar Mahavir University, Moradabad. You can see the poster sketched on a black background, which speaks loud and clear. क्यों परछाइयों से डरती हो तुम, एक बेटी माँ बनकर भी क्यों पल पल मरती हो तुम.
The third prize has been awarded to Miss Karishma Singh from Mirzapur. Her hand-drawn poster depicts a lady with a female fetus locked in a cage, pleading to all of us to stand united to end violence against women and the girl child So thank you on behalf of Safe Motherhood Committee Foxy, our chairperson Dr. Preeti Kumar. I congratulate the organizers for an extraordinary show and the judges for the untiring efforts and an unbiased opinion. I hand over now to Dr. Kiran, my ma'am, for her efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Priyanka and Vinita. That was wonderfully done poster session. Next, we will move on to the slogans of non-Foxy category and also the much awaited, very, very beautiful skits our Foxians and non-Foxians have done. So to move ahead, I would share my screen. Yeah, are you able to see and hear? Yeah, for the non-Foxy slogans also we had received quite a good number of entries despite being Diwali and the festive week, and also some beautiful entries for the skit contest. So for the non-slogan category, we have had esteemed judges, Dr. Anita Singh Madam, Vice President, Dr. Supriya Jaiswal, Dr. Kanti Bansal Ma'am, and then Dr. Saswati Sanyal Chaudhary. Because of the Diwali fest, we had to extend the date, and the judges had to, we had to be at the back of judges to do the judgment fast, and, they had put in a lot of efforts, and it was a wonderful interaction with them. So to come to the third prize, winner is Pavani Vatsal, who is care of Dr. Preeti Vatsal Professor, who is a non-Foxy member, and her slogan is beautiful, Nari Shakti ka ek hi astra, Mahila Suraksha mein desh ho ekatra. Beautifully rhymed sentences. Congratulations, Pavani. Then comes the second prize by Dr. G. Sheila Swarupa Rani, again in the non-Foxy category. Her slogan is equally beautiful in English. Don't ever raise your hand against the hand that raised you. So such a profound, powerful message. Thought-provoking again. Congratulations, Sheila. Then comes the final first prize by Nityashri Madan, who is daughter of one of our members, I think Dr. Jyotsna Madan from Bengaluru. Her slogan looks and sounds like this: don't keep silence when you witness violence. Is the take-home message for today is this, I think. Don't keep silence when you witness. Congratulations to all the winners. Now I move on to the skit contest. Actually, this was open for both Foxy and non-Foxians. We have had really, really good entries. Again, our judges were very, very cooperative, and though we had difficulty in downloading, we all together did it, and it was very, very beautiful interaction with the judges. Dr. Manoj Chelani sir, who is IVF specialist, laparoscopic and hysteroscopic surgeon. Dr. Sonal Parihar, you have already heard her. And then we had Professor Mala Srivastava Madam, and also Dr. Vidya Pancholia. These were our judges. Yeah, just let me know if this was the third prize. The audio is clear by Dr. Padmasri BSOG. So that's it. The one of the two third prizes, the confident gait and the walk of the woman in the video tells it all. Then the third prize, Dr. Gurpreet Kaur Raipur, Dharti ko Mangal Kare.
दहेज प्रथा को बंद करके धरती को मंगल करे, फिर मंगल ग्रह को जाए। बच्चों को शीश खिलौने दिलवाए, उनके हाथ से पत्थर छीन के उनको हम पढ़ाए। बाल मजदूरी और प्रताड़ना को बंद करके आओ धरती को स्वर्ग बनाए। धरती को मंगल करे, फिर मंगल ग्रह को जाए। घर की बेटी, घर की लक्ष्मी बाहर भी सुरक्षित। आओ सब मिलकर आवाज हम उठाएं। धरती को मंगल करे, फिर मंगल ग्रह को जाए।
A beautiful, thought that first let's make Earth beautiful, then we think of another planet. Congratulations, Gurpreet, for the third prize. The next is the second prize, Dr. Anuradha Dang and team from the Jabalpur Society, which is titled as Chal.
तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तो किस लिए हताश है? तो चलो, तेरे वजूद की समय को भी तलाश है, समय को भी तलाश है। जो तुझसे लिपटी बेड़ियां, समझना इनको वस्त्र तू। जो तुझसे लिपटी बेड़ियां, समझना इनको वस्त्र तू। ये बेड़ियां पिघाल के बना ले इनको शस्त्र तू, बना ले इनको शस्त्र तू। चरित्र जब पवित्र है, तो क्यों है ये दशा तेरी? चरित्र जब पवित्र है, तो क्यों है ये दशा तेरी? ये पापियों को हक नहीं कि ले परीक्षा तेरी, परीक्षा तेरी। जला के भस्म करो उसे, जो क्रूरता का जाल है।
No means no. No violence against women. No more Nirhaya. No more Hathras. Let's teach our society. Respect females. Stop violence against women.
So much can be told in a couple of minutes, so beautifully, so powerfully. So for the final, the first prize, our judges had unanimously chosen without batting their eyelids. I am presenting to you all. Yeah.
तू खुद की खोज में निकल, तो किस लिए हताश है?
Oh, sorry. Let me share it again, the first prize. Yeah, I think it made little more suspense. I think.
Your screen is not shared.
Oh, 1 second.
Ring the bell. On hearing the bell, the man
Oh,
would just stop
my God.
beating. See?
Your screen is not yet shared, ma'am.
You're muted. You're on mute.
Shall I replay it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Just, sorry. Yeah. Please see it from the beginning.
Ring the bell. Ring the bell. On hearing the bell, the man would just stop beating. See? Now, it's very important to keep ringing the bell till somebody opens the door, because the man will stop and fearing that somebody is at the door. I heard some voices coming from here.
Stay calm, I'm with you. Law, NGO, police, everyone is with you. You have to not tolerate this violence or abuse. Listen to me, I will be there in no time.
Rekha, your husband may be my son, but I will never support my son for any abuse against you. I am a woman, and I will empower every other woman, whoever it may be, to stand up and fight against abuse and violence against us women.
I'm not just your doctor. I'm your well-wisher too. You don't have to suffer this trauma all by yourself. You can confide in me. I'll surely be able to help and support you in this.
I'm not scared of the domestic violence anymore. I'm an empowered woman. You better stay away from me. I can take help of many people. My friend can come to me at a phone call. My neighbor can come to help me even at the odd hour. My mother-in-law, lawyer, social worker, police, all can help me. That you cannot abuse me. Understand?
So, friends, this is it. This is from the Bangalore team. Dr. Shantala had directed it. Dr. Pratima Radhakrishnan, Dr. Shubha, then Dr. Rekha Rajendran and team have done it. This was chosen unanimously. So also the rest of it. With this, I come to this end of these competitions. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, Alpesh sir, Shanta madam, Archana ma'am, and the whole team. And also thanks to all the judges, Dr. Sarita Balerao, and also Dr. Preeti and team. Rohan, over to you.
Rohan, can I make an announcement?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you, Rohan. And I'm very happy to announce the release of this publication called Kavach. I hope you can see it. I'm trying to show it to you on my phone. It's the cover page of Kavach, which Foxy has released. It's an entire manual on telephone numbers, helpline numbers, NGOs, what to do when there is abuse. And Dr. Alpesh Gandhi has come up with this. Dr. Reena Vani has worked very hard on this. And congratulations, it will be uploaded on the website for everybody to see very shortly.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think that's a very good publication that Foxy is coming out with, and congratulations to the entire team of Foxy, Alpesh sir, Reena ma'am, for the release of this publication. Now, I think we have a documentary to be shown by Dr. Vaidehi Marathe, but Kiran ma'am, do you have the...
The technical support has the video. It is a video against documentary against violence against doctors by Dr. Vaidehi Marathe and her Nagpur team.
Yeah.
take support as it, yes.
Yes.
नन्ही सी हंसी भोली सी खुशी फूलों सी वो बाहें भूल गए।
कोरोना इंसानों की बीमारी है और डॉक्टर भी एक इंसान है। दिन रात सेवारत डॉक्टर अगर खुद इस बीमारी का शिकार हो जाए तो उनसे इंसानियत रखें, नफरत नहीं। दोस्तों, कोरोना से लड़ना है, कोरोना वॉरियर से नहीं।
जब देश ने दी आवाज हमें, हम घर की राहें भूल गए।
रुग्ण सेवा करते वक्त अगर किसी डॉक्टर की कोरोना टेस्ट पॉजिटिव हो जाती है और वो होम आइसोलेशन में जाता है तो उसकी वजह से पड़ोसियों को धोखा नहीं है, वो कोरोना नहीं फैलाता। फिर भी न जाने कल तालियां बजाने वाले लोग आज उसका बहिष्कार क्यों करते हैं। दोस्तों, हम भगवान नहीं हैं, हम आप जैसे इंसान हैं। हमने आपकी तरफ दोस्ती का हाथ बढ़ाया है, क्या हम आपसे इंसानियत की उम्मीद रख सकते हैं?
हम सोए नहीं कई रातों से, जाने वतन सो चांद बुझे। हमें नींद उसी दिन आएगी जब देखेंगे आबाद तुझे।
हमारा खून लाल है आप ही की तरह, हमारा भी एक प्यारा सा परिवार है आप ही की तरह। हम दानव नहीं, इंसान हैं आप ही की तरह।
मजबूर हुई जब दिल की दुआ तो हमने दवा से काम ली। वो नब्ज नहीं फिर थमने दी जिस नब्ज को हमने थाम लिया।
दुनिया को कोरोना जैसे महासंकट से मुक्ति दिलाने के लिए जो असल योद्धा काम कर रहे हैं वो है डॉक्टर्स और नर्सेस। इनके निस्वार्थ कार्य की हमें सराहना करनी चाहिए। इनका अपमान या इनके साथ में दुर्व्यवहार अस्वीकार्य है। ऐसा करने वालों पर कड़ी से कड़ी कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए।
बीमार है जो किस धर्म का है, हमसे न कभी यह भेद हुआ।
हे आम जनता, तेरी फिक्र, तेरा जिक्र, तेरा एहसास, तेरा ख्याल, तेरी ही सेवा में अगर कोविड पॉजिटिव डॉक्टर होता है तो क्या होता है उसका हाल। मत भूले ये घायल सिपाही अपनी धुन का पक्का है। मत भूले ये घायल सिपाही अपनी धुन का पक्का है। ठीक होने के बाद में फिर से कोरोना की सरहद पर लड़ने पहुंचता है। रिस्पेक्ट कोविड पॉजिटिव डॉक्टर्स।
सरहद पे जो वर्दी खाकी थी अब उसका रंग सफेद हुआ।
कोरोना की ट्रीटमेंट करते हुए यदि कोई डॉक्टर पॉजिटिव टेस्ट करता है तो उसे देखभाल की और सहानुभूति की ज़रूरत होती है। सेल्फ क्वारंटाइन करने से कोरोना नहीं बढ़ेगा, इससे अपने देश का स्वास्थ्य बढ़ेगा। याद रहिए, हमें बीमारी से लड़ना है, बीमारों से नहीं।
डॉक्टर्स भगवान का रूप होते हैं, पर आज ऐसा लगता है कि कोरोना वायरस से लड़ने की इस चुनौती की घड़ियों में भगवान ने ही डॉक्टर्स का रूप ले लिया।
I think that was a wonderful documentary shown by Dr. Vaidhi Marathe, the president of Nagpur OBGYN Society, and her entire team. And with this, we conclude the session for now, and we now hand it over to Ms. Dhwani to introduce the coordinator for the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Rohan. And indeed, the documentary was heart-touching. I mean, beautiful. I like to salute all the doctors. Well, thank you. Because of you, we are safe here. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, a very emotional note. Up next, we've got verbal violence against HCP and laws. Let me go and introduce the coordinator for the same, Dr. Jyoti Malik, Medical Superintendent at the JJ Institute of Medical Sciences. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Jyoti. Welcome, Dr. Jyoti, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Dhwani. Thank you. How beautifully the day has shaped for all of us. We've seen such beautiful messages, wonderful talks, and these documentaries. And I mean, it is absolutely stunning, mind-boggling. And how coming on now to this next session 10, that is against verbal violence against the doctors, the healthcare providers, and the laws. And we have a beautiful and a very elite set of chairpersons who would be chairing this very, very important session for us. This session is being jointly organized with Medical, Legal, and Ethics Committee of VAWG. And I have a proud privilege to introduce a very dear and a very respectable chairperson, the first chairperson, Dr. Professor Prakash Trivedi, sir, who's a gynecologist, endoscopist, ART, a urogynecologist, a pioneer of hysteroscopic surgery, laparoscopic suturing, 3D laparoscopy, balloon morcellation. He's Director, Trivedi Total Healthcare Private Limited, Akar IVF Sector. He is a gynec endoscopist, Fortis Mulund, Mumbai, President ESA 2020 to 21, was past President IAGE and VAWG, and was scientific chair of AAGL in India 2016 and again now in 2021. Welcome, Professor Dr. Prakash Trivedi, sir. Then we have our next chairperson, a very senior Dr. Atul Praful Munshi, sir, ex-professor GCS and NHL Medical College, Ahmedabad, IMS representative to International Menopause Society CMS 2017-18, convener Academic Council ICOG 2015 to 17, VAWG representative to VAWG 2016-17, chairperson ICOG 2014, president IMS 2010, senior vice president VAWG 2007, past president Ahmedabad OBGYN, and on editorial board of Pediatric Oncology Journal of Midlife Health. Coming on to our third chairperson, Dr. Durga Shankar Das. Dr. Durga Shankar Das is a gynecologist, reproductive and sexual health consultant, was a governing council member ICOG 2018 to 2020. He was chairperson Public Awareness Committee of the VAWG cell on violence, on sexual violence 2015 to 2017, recipient of VAWG Dr. Duru Shah Distinguished Community Service Award, a recipient of VAWG Dr. R.D. Pandit Research Prize. So over to my esteemed chairperson for conducting this session. Thank you. We have our Dr. Shall I introduce? Dr. Sanjay Gupte, sir. He is the FIGO, the International Federation of Gynecologists Obstetric Ethics Committee Chair, has been awarded FRCOG in 2010, President VAWG 2010, President DIPSI 2013, Secretary General World Justice Organization, and Chairman Technical Research Committee of Council of Medical Research. So I welcome all the 4 chairpersons to conduct this session. So should I be introducing? No,
we'll introduce, don't worry.
Right, sir. Right.
We'll introduce.
Sure, sir.
Shakespeare has rightly said
the most powerful weapon on the earth is words. So verbal violence is one part of the thing which is very dangerous. Today we are going to talk about what is verbal violence, and also we are going to talk about from expert what are the laws, what are the things against this. And we have got Dr. You already introduced Dr. Gupte. He is one of the senior most medical legal expert as far as Foxy is concerned. Manish Menchav is also from Pune, and he is also next. Manish, he is also practicing as a gynec endoscopic surgeon, and he is also there as a medical legal expert. So we'll have a panel of people along with them. These are two moderators. I'll request moderators to start the session.
Good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Respected chairpersons, Dr. Trivedi sir, Dr. Munshi sir, and Dr. Dash sir, I will just share my screen. Can you allow me to share the screen? Organizers.
Can you introduce the panelists?
Sir, they are on the slide. So if I can share my screen first, that will be better.
Sure.
I request the organizers to allow me to screen share. Okay. Okay, is my slide visible, sir?
Yes, completely.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. It's a very fantastic show going on since morning, and from the bottom of my heart, I thank Dr. Alpesh Gandhi sir, Dr. Shanta Kumari madam, Dr. Jaideep Tank, and everybody at the helm at Foxy for arranging a very different kind of webinar today, which not only involves and appeals us, but involves and appeals everybody in the society. I pray to Lord Ganesha to sail us through. This is me. Thank you again for involving me here. And it's an extremely proud privilege for me today to be able to moderate this panel with the god of medical legal, if I may use this word in Foxy, Dr. Sanjay Gupte sir. I am feeling like a first MBBS student who meets Grey, or maybe a gynec student who meets D Sweet, or somebody who meets, a writer of a textbook. So it's a great privilege to be here with the one and only Dr. Sanjay Gupte sir, who started the concept of medical legal in Foxy, and under his guidance, everybody's learned. So I welcome my panelists, Dr. Gitendra Sharma. He is the ex-chairperson of Ethics Medical Legal Committee, Foxy, and Vice President-elect of Foxy. Dr. Nikhil Datar from Mumbai, a medical legal expert, a pioneer in getting the amendments in MTP Act done for us. Dr. Geeta Guin, who happens to be one of my national coordinators for Ethics Medical Legal Committee this year. Dr. Alka Kute, she is the national coordinator for my committee, that's Ethics and Medical Legal Committee. Dr. Maninder Ahuja, senior OBGYN specialist, and everybody knows her as one of the most enthusiastic person in Foxy, and if I may use this word, she's ageless. And Dr. Rajkumari Savana from Eastern India, who will also participate and give the comments. So what I propose to discuss today, Dr. Gupte sir will also help and sail us through
Manish,
this kind of discussion.
Yeah.
Sure.
Manish, let me say a few things. First of all, let me welcome all the panelists. I think they're great experts and done tremendous. And before I do that, I must congratulate Dr. Alpesh and Dr. Shanta and the whole team. I think what we have witnessed today is a start of a movement from Foxy of violence against women. And I think this is going to go a long way in really creating the difference in our country. If we stick to that, and I'm sure we will, because not only Dr. Alpesh is taking the cudgels on behalf of all of us, but Dr. Shanta, who is going to follow, already is, has started the Dhira movement internationally. And so I think this particular conference is going to go on as a landmark conference as far as violence against women is concerned. And we have again great experts in this panel, and Manish is now one of the stars on the medical legal firmament, and he has not studied, but he has stood first in his LLB also, leave aside his MD Gynec. So he's going to do justice to today's seminar. And verbal violence is again a very, very important part of the violence that we have seen today of various types against the women. And this goes many times undetected, unpunished. And what we need to do about violence against women, I think there have to be some strong measures that we have to discuss. And I think Dr. Manish will start and do justice with all the panelists concerned. So please, Manish, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Violence against healthcare worker also.
Yes,
Violence against healthcare worker and doctors also.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, so if we consider violence against healthcare workers, very aptly, we have divided into two parts, and that is why we are having two different panels. So it is against the body. So this panel, we will deal with the verbal abuse, actually, which goes unnoticed and so many times is forgiven. But we do not realize that in n number of times it lands up with physical abuse also. Then there is vandalism against property and something called as defamation, which is also there. And we have to also consider defamation as a part of abuse against the healthcare professionals. So I would like to start with any of the panelists. Maybe Dr. Gitendra Sharma will start with you. When we enter medicine, now Dr. Gitendra Sharma's son has just now entered first MBBS. My daughter is entering first MBBS. So should we tell our kids who are entering medicine that because your practice makes you vulnerable, this is a part of your fate that you will be verbally or physically abused sometime? Is it that way? Or how should we counsel the young people who want to enter medicine? Because there are so many factors like politicians, hooligans, law, media, socialists, doctors, community, and patients everywhere around us. So how do you counsel? How do you see that problem coming up? Dr. Gitendra, are you there? Okay, I can see Dr. Geeta, ma'am. You can start.
Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am. So,
very good
for
evening.
young people who are, this is the time of MBBS admissions that is going on.
Yeah,
So, what do you tell our? Do you tell them this is our fate and we cannot do anything, or what do you tell them?
No. I think as a professor in a medical college, what I really feel is that most of the faculty are of the belief that we should be telling our children that this is a profession where you are supposed to be very gentlemanish, and you are not supposed to react to. While I personally am of the opinion that it is rather, what is more important is to teach our children how they are supposed to react to. Instead of telling them that they don't react, I always tell them, please do react, but just understand that what is the kind of reaction that is expected of you. I mean, it is not like a subdued reaction. अगर आपको कोई abuse कर रहा है तो आप अंदर घुस जाएं, आपको कोई झापड़ मार रहा है तो आप डर जाएं. Rather empower them with the wisdom, with the ability that they are able to handle it in a more assertive way, I would say. They should be very taught to be assertive by their body language. We are not teaching our students anything to do with how they are supposed to be handling the social pressures. You know, we are telling them, see, as even my postgraduates, if they get a phone call from a local politician saying ki falana mareej admitted hai aur aap usko dekh lijiye, I always tell them that please tell the politician that I am doing my job. I have taken up your request very well, but please do not dictate when I am supposed to do what and operate. I mean, we have to work more on the reaction. Yeah.
So your point is we need to train them in a way that they should be able to face this, and they should be able to put the foot down and be assertive whenever it is required.
Yes,
because we are now in this panel, we are not discussing the physical aspect. We are discussing the verbal aspect. So there are so many times that students or even doctors get intimidated. So iska bill kam kar do, उसको free कर दो. So the intimidation.
आपने उसको ऑपरेट नहीं किया, वो 3 दिन से भर्ती है, अभी तक उसका ऑपरेशन नहीं हुआ.
Yes, so the intimidation part, the part of threatening somebody, which is short of a physical abuse, but at lot of times it goes. So what we have to tell our kids and very clearly that this is not our fate, and it is not a part of medical profession that you be abused either verbally or physically. Now there are some questions that we need to answer, and we'll go through one of them. Now, what the questions are: what are the triggers to such violence, and what are the underlying conditions which give rise to such kind of conflict? So, if Dr. Nikhil Datar is there, he can take up this. So, there is a patient who comes to you either in the OPD or is admitted. What triggers this verbal abuse, or what do you think are the areas that we should work on? Is Dr. Nikhil there? Dr. Maninder ma'am, you can take this. What are the areas? So in OPD and in IPD, what are the areas where this thing can start?
See, Manish, what even in the previous question, but we have to tell it is that I'm heard now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. What we have to tell our children also, and what we have to share about us, that there is a paradigm shift now between the relationships of the patient and the doctor. So previously we used to prescribe the treatment. Now we have to ask them what they would like to have. So this paradigm shift in the relationship starts with the proper counseling from the day one. Rather, the moment the patient enters your OPD, you start preparing the patient with proper counseling of what their present history is, what we are going to do, how we are going to do, and this counseling continues throughout the treatment. It's not once we have done the counseling and we are stopped there. So this is the one faith between the patient and the doctor we have to develop again, which has been lost because of many factors. Can be economical factors, one of them being main. Secondly, we have technological advancement to which our patients are still not able to comprehend, the investments which are there involved, and the level of stress which we are also undergoing now, because we are expected to work like computers now. So many conditions, so many differential diagnoses. So we have a complete paradigm shift in the scenario of the medical science, the patient and the doctor.
The point is that doctor-patient relationship has changed. My question was, what triggers this? So for example, if somebody has to wait longer for the doctor to arrive, somebody is not happy with the bill, somebody is not happy with the patient not recovering as per what was told earlier. So what are these triggers? I mean, Gupta sir, you would be able to throw so much light on these small triggers that we can take care of.
Sure. Actually everything starts even before the patient enters the hospital. It may be the behavior of your receptionist on the telephone, not attending to the telephone properly, then patient coming to the hospital having to wait for too long. You're given an appointment and patient has to wait too long. Then the junior staff, how they approach the doctor. Many times we have to also understand, though as you said, that's not the fate, but we have to teach a certain etiquettes also to our doctors and staff, because many times they are on the phone, their personal phone calls are going on when they are talking to the patients, and patients get irritated. Patients, we have to also tell them that the patient has come up with a problem, and that's why the patient has come to the hospital. So naturally they are agitated. So what we need to do is, we must teach them communication and perception of the situation. I think that's the most important thing, that we at every step, the doctor should know the perception of the situation, the perception from the of the patient, what patient wants, not only that, but what exactly the situation is. And this perception is difficult, because we have given correct treatment, so I've done the right thing. But if the patient perceive it so, then we get into trouble. So communication and perception are the two things which are really the bottom line everything that we do in the hospital or in the practice.
Perfect, sir. That is what I was wanting from this question. So next, Dr. Alka ma'am, are you there? Yeah, sure, sir, please. Hello?
Durga Shankar ji, are muted.
Sir, yes, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I just want to add one line that of late I have realized there are some triggering factors in mostly government hospitals. That is not complying to the dictated deals. People's expectations in government hospitals have increased like anything. They come, supposing recently there was alterations in the Motor Vehicles Act. People used to come sign this driving license certificate. People used to come say, they comply this disability certificate, comply this leave applications. And there are so many advantages given in unnatural deaths and all. So of late, the expectation of public has increased, and not complying to the dictated deals at times causes mostly verbal abuse in almost 100% of cases. Of late, I have done a survey with young persons. So of late now, government has introduced a subject in MBBS communication skill. But I think these are the some of the triggers which are remaining unnoticed. And we have to find out solutions for that.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And very well brought out by everybody. Gupta sir summed it up very nicely. It is a perception of the patient even before the patient comes to the hospital. So that is why I put this. We need to train our paramedical staff, sisters, receptionists, everyone in a way that they make the visit of the patient smooth and easy and in accordance with what they expect from us. So that is the trigger points in OPD, IPD, and also how we take care about it.
Anish,
now, if yes,
doing the by appointment only. That way we can give them better services if they come by appointment. If they are not come by appointment, then of course we can give them the numbers and everything. Yeah, we have to start from the receptionist level. So that means the training of the paramedical staff is of utmost importance as far as the patient and doctor relationships are also concerned with the healthcare workers actually on the whole.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Dr. Alka ma'am, if you are there, so if there is this building up of conflict, so we are still in the preemptive stage. We are the stages where the patient is dissatisfied, then it gives rise to verbal abuse, then it gives rise to physical. So it's a continuum. Now then, if the patient is, somewhat getting irritated, the patient is not happy with your OPD or IPD, who is responsible at what level? So is it the doctors always, paramedical staff, nurses, hospital administration? So for example, at times when a particular bill is told to the patient and the patient does not understand the contents of the bill, at admission there is signature taken and later there is a conflict. Patient attendants who come and see the patient later, they can ignite the resources which are available for the patient to ask questions and get doubts clarified? Or is it always the fact that although in India it is very rare, but there are a lot of lawyers abroad who are only practicing litigation suits and making huge money? So what is it responsible, or everybody is responsible? Dr. Alka ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I think everybody is responsible for such situation. Doctor, paramedicals, nurses, hospital administration, patient attendants, and limited resources of the staff and hospital, of course, and law. Law, we can give example of PCP law. It asks us to fill the form when the other patients are waiting in a queue for sonography. Why doctors? Because if the doctor is conducting a high-risk pregnancy clinic, then he must have that typical clinic for high-risk pregnancy. Otherwise, the patient who comes with some problem, he or she is in the waiting room for an hour, there is high risk. So doctor has to manage his or her OPD accordingly. Of course, staffs need to be trained how to talk with the patient, how to handle the patient's relative. The whole hospital administration is of course responsible because there are some separate jobs to conduct. So each should follow his or her own job, not to mix with other jobs. And secondly, many times one patient and 4 or 5 relatives accompany the patient. So they also make a big crowd and the patient is neglected. So all these things, all these at all these levels, there can be a tricky situation or there can be some problem while attending the patient. So all these factors should be taken into account.
So thank you, ma'am. Now
Manish,
what
can I
just
add? But
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
dealing with very young doctors. What I've realized is they have become very restless vis-a-vis their life goals, you know.
Okay.
And
Yes.
there is an urgent need to retrain them so that, I mean, I don't know whether I can put forward to you, but I think what I needed or what I aim to achieve in 15 years, the children now aim to achieve that in just 5 years. And
Okay.
that makes them do a lot of things that they are not supposed to do, like unethical advertisements and claims and all those things. And that really spoils the situation, I guess.
Yes. Okay. So another point. Now this is the crux of the whole matter, this slide, because these are the known triggers where there is a issue with the patients. Now what I want to do is I want each panelist to take one, and at the end I would want Gupte sir to summarize, what we can do in these areas, because these are the areas where 99% of the problems arise. So either there is sudden death or denial of admission. So for example, there is a serious patient who has come to your hospital where there is no ICU, a eclamptic patient, let us say. That patient has convulsed, that patient has come to you, you cannot manage, you have a small setup. Or nowadays, if the patient is COVID positive, the patient has high grade fever, breathlessness and has come to you, now you cannot, you have to deny admission, you are referring. Delay in providing care, it may be because the doctor is not there or the doctor is arriving from outside, absence of equipment or drugs, negligence by staff, junior doctors communicating about that, limited understanding about disease. Now, these are the trigger areas. So we will start with, is Dr. Nikhil Datar there? Dr. Gitendra Sharma?
They are not there.
All right. So we will start with, Dr. Geeta, we'll start with you. You can take sudden death. So just tell us about 2-3 issues that we have to take care when there is sudden death in the hospital, because this is a trigger. And at that point in time, I know we have had lectures, all this, we have had seminars, we have discussed as workshops. When we had National Medical Legal Conference, we had a workshop on, death in a healthcare, which went on for almost 4.5-5 hours. But what are the quick very correct take-home messages for these to avoid the patient conflict? So I want you to discuss about the patient and relative management when these triggers are there. Geeta ma'am, you
See,
can take
Manish, I work in a medical college. So there are certain ground rules which are strictly followed. One is that if there is sudden death, that means the faculty of that particular unit, including me, the senior most, my lecturer, my associate, will have to report to the hospital at the earliest. Because, the minute we walk in, the things are better handled. One. Okay. Second is that all sorts of talking by the residents amongst themselves, particularly in the vernacular language like Hindi, we are strictly prohibiting, because we understand that the ayabais and nurses, they are listening to everything. They are getting only a very small part of what we are discussing. And then when they are going out, they are speaking to the outsiders. And we always alert the superintendent and the hospital security in turn. And of course, the senior doctors are the ones who are going to do the talking, and it will not be the junior RMO or the senior RMO.
Okay.
I think that's
so,
very important.
Yes. Okay. So senior doctors arriving at the scene, having a state protocol for how to manage it will really help. Second is denial of admission. Dr. Savana, Dr. Rajkumari Savana, are you there, ma'am? Okay, Dr. Ahuja ma'am, you can take this. So at times you cannot admit the patient. How do you manage that situation?
There are patients, if they come, I'm a gynecologist actually. So for me, the things become easier. If that's a non-gynecological patient, I can of course explain to them that I'm not tackling this thing and this is beyond me. And of course, I can arrange for even the ambulance and everything. I can arrange immediately if you don't have the vehicle, but I won't be able to give the services yet. But whatever required, the primary care, which I can give, I should be giving them and doing their counseling properly, that I am not able to admit. If they are already in a shock or condition, again, I have to give them the primary care, of course, but then tell them that this, mine is a primary service provider center. I cannot give you a tertiary care here, and you will have to go to a tertiary unit only if you want the real care to be given to your patient. So that proper counseling and handling of the patient at the very outset should be done. And actually our staff has to be trained to that, looking into the first vital parameters, whether the patients can be admitted or not. In these COVID conditions, of course, if the patient is coming with COVID positive, most of the time patients know that they have to go to, at least in Faridabad, COVID designated hospitals only, and we cannot take those COVID positive.
Yes, so arrange for transport, see that you treat the patient primarily, try and stabilize the patient, and call the patient and talk to the relatives. That is very important. Okay, Alka ma'am, I want you to take absence of equipments and drugs which the patient knows, and very important issue of negligence by staff. So this is a trigger.
Yeah, actually whatever specialty we are practicing, we must have necessary equipments and drugs to deal with any emergency related to that practice, because we are obstetricians, we know PPH can occur at any time. If you are not practicing to that particular specialty, then we can say, because this is not my specialty. But when I'm practicing as an obstetrician, I must have all necessary equipments and drugs. If at an 11th hour I ask for pitocin ampoules, when the patient is bleeding heavily, so it will be totally negligence, and court will not admit to a single statement. So it is very important to have the equipments and drugs optimum requirement, whatever we have as a specialty. Otherwise, negligence will be considered if something happens. Second, negligence by staff. It is called as vicarious liability. If the staff is working under us and is totally under our control, so any mistake, any negligence is done by our staff, we are held responsible. So there comes the role of practicing obstetrician or any specialty to train our staff, not only on communication skills, but how to deal with the emergency. If the patient faces any emergency, how to inform to the unity in charge or the private practitioners, what arrangements to be made if the patient bleeds immediately, because not only talking with the patient and the relative is important, but immediate management, like starting IV fluids, giving atropine or adrenaline, whatever emergency drug, of course, whatever the staff can give depends upon the training of the staff. But negligence of the staff is considered as the negligence of the treating obstetrician or the specialist.
Yes. So equipment and drugs,
one more moment. Dr. Meenakshi Patel, President Sogok is also one of the panelists. So you can also ask.
In this, sir, she was in the next this thing.
She was in the next. Okay.
Yes, sir. She in my program, she is shown in the next panel. So I did not include this.
That's right. That's fine. Thank you.
The next one is there on physical violence on doctors. She is the chairperson there, I think. Okay, so very well put up. Thank you. So negligence by staff, we are responsible. Absence of equipment and drugs, a lot of drills can be done. A 7 days checkup, or in a busy hospital, maybe a 24 hours checkup of what drugs have to are finishing and what drugs have to be purchased, and all those purchase orders have to be looked into. Oxygen cylinders have to be looked into. So these are trigger areas which gives rise to patient dissatisfaction, which can lead to further conflict. Dr. Gupte sir, I want you to kindly go through all and just tell us tips of how to avoid these triggers, because this is the most important slide for our panel.
Manisha, we have left this in junior doctors communicating about that to the patient.
Yeah, that is what Geeta ma'am.
Always be taken by a senior doctor. It should not be standing information. They should be taken to a separate room. If we don't have a separate room, then consulted room, they should be made to sit down. We should empathize with them and break the news in a proper way. Whatever could be done, what were the chain of events and everything, I think they were being communicated. But even if they were not communicated and it was a sudden episode, again they have to be told in a very confident and but empathizing with them, that we feel sorry for the situation, whatever has come, but it was beyond, and whatever we could do, we have done. And that stepwise documentation of the records is very, very important. It's not only talking to them, but it's documented. It should be there. in our records also from the very beginning, so that no conflicts occurs later on. And it's better to call somebody for help if you feel they are going to become violent. First thing is, I think if we talk in a civil way, nobody becomes violent. But if you know that they are going to become violent, that take the help of your staff. There should be some code, or we have now help centers made, like we have some areas designated to all the doctors. And when we call them, and immediately about 10 to 15 doctors will be there in your nursing home.
Yes.
If you need any support,
So as a rush
system is
team.
there. So
Yes.
that is calling for help is very, very important. And being very gentle with them and in a proper way. Don't throw this news in a just it happened like this. Just take them and talk to them in a sympathetic and empathetic way.
Yes. Okay, ma'am. Thank you for bringing that out. And this point, Geeta ma'am had covered also. Limited understanding about the disease is the fact where, you know, youngsters do want to do everything. So there are people now who just pass out and who also want to do obstetrics, gynec, urogynec, fetal medicine, endoscopy, IVF. I mean, there is something called as training and something called as experience. And then when you combine them over a period of time, you become expert. So time has to be spent. Gupta sir, I want you to please kindly go through each of these triggers and tell us two, three important things, because if we can avoid these triggers, almost 99% of conflicts with patients or their relatives can be avoided. And to it, kindly please add the issue of billing. So a lot of times everything goes on very well till the bill is discussed. And once the bill is discussed, then suddenly all things change and people start discussing कैसे नल में पानी नहीं आ रहा था और वो सिस्टर रात को सो रही थी, हमारा ब्लड प्रेशर देखने कोई नहीं आया, 4 दिन में हमारा बेडशीट नहीं चेंज किया है, and all those things suddenly come up when you show them the bill. So sir, kindly please go through all this.
Right. Right. To start with, Manish, I must say these are wonderful points. Every single trigger that you forward in this slide really is extremely important. And what I always keep on saying, and I think this is the task for you as the chairman of the Medical Legal and Ethics Committee, that we are, you know, teaching ourselves and so-called updating ourselves on every matter from, you know, PPH. I think we have discussed at least last 20-25 years in the almost similar way. We discussed of preeclampsia, eclampsia. We discussed so many things and keep on, you know, updating. But when it comes to these triggers which are vital for our own life, you know, we do not have a proper modules for all this, you know, and that's why it's important that, for example, you take the sudden death in a different situation, whether it is in the public hospital, in a government setup, or sudden death in a private hospital, has entirely different connotations. So, you know, we have to have separate SOPs and train doctors according to, we will have to have drills on all this. And I think this is what should be done by, you know, through VAWG, through medical committee, for every single medical college. As Geetaji just now told, they have at least a SOP of what is to be done. But this has to be again ingrained, you know, spend time with the resident doctors, spend time even with the students to teach them the communication in all these situations. Denial of admission, yes, again, in a public hospital, it can be a big issue. As Dr. Maninder said, in a small hospital, it's comparatively easy when you tell them that, no, we don't have equipment. You know, you go, sometimes they listen, sometimes they don't. Billing is a most vital issue, because everything finally boils down to billing, as you rightly said. You know, you give the treatment free and half of the problems will go away, or if you reduce the bill. So we have to be, you know, sensitive to all these things, you know, sensitive to the patient situation, make them aware, and what the bill is, you know, what you're told as a bill upfront, you should tell something and then try and stick to it. If the bills increase at every point of time, you have to explain to the patient. So communication, every single, you know, time, and in a proper way. And as Maninderji said, you should be empathetic, at the same time you should be emphatic. You know, both the things are very important to, you know, carry forward. So please have, you know, all these points are wonderful that you have taken out, Manish. Please have SOPs and training modules our junior doctors, for all this. I think that will go a long way, and people will remember, again, medical legal committee for at least next 25 years that, this is what happened and this is where we learn these things.
Yes, sir.
Manish,
Yes, sir.
I think what you have to go do is now to make small videos how the counseling should be done, how the patient should be received. First of all, you have to have that eye contact and the proper body language with the patient. That is very, very important. As Dr. Sanjay Gupta said initially, that we are talking on our phone and we receive the patient. That is not to be done. There is going to be definite shift in our attitude also, because that is the primary prevention. Then secondly will come the law, and thirdly will come the courts. The primary prevention has to come in our attitude, but for that we have to change our study curriculum completely, because in each and every specialty, counseling should be added, and how to do counseling, that is very important. That means you have to know your facts and figures. This is the percentage we are having, but then they don't understand percentage. You have to tell, if these are the persons we are treating, there are 80 will get cured, but then there are 20 who won't be get cured. But we don't know so far for the time being which percentage you are going to come. But have faith on us, we are going to give you the best services which are possible at our
Yes. And
Manish,
yes, sir.
Manish, just give me 1 minute.
Yes, ma'am.
We are actually running out of time, so we will.
Yes, yes. I mean, I'll be finished. If you give me 2 minutes, I'll finish. This was the most important slide, the previous one.
Yes, Dr.
I
Meenakshi.
will just enumerate the laws and we'll just finish. Yes, don't worry, we finish in time.
Right. Thank you so much. And I think Dr. Meenakshi is writing that she's in the same panel, so you can please include her for the same.
All right. Okay. So this is the strategy, proper training. And yes, Gupta sir, we will have SOPs on important subjects. We will list down. I have that Dr. Geeta madam had also sent me about admissions to ICUs in tertiary care hospitals, obstetric emergencies. So we are in a plan of making those, and we will definitely make. So these are the strategy points. There is a role of senior staff members, planned duty hours, public relation officers, so on and so forth. So this is one last question I will ask, maybe all the panelists, and then I'll go through some laws and we'll, wind up there with Gupta sir giving us the concluding remarks. So this is another thing. So is it justifiable to respond to a slap, or do we wait till one of us gets killed? Because why I'm saying this is because we always get a lot of videos on YouTube where 3-4 people are just beating one doctor, or sometimes one person is beating a doctor, and that beating just goes on and the doctor doesn't do anything, not even shouts, not even hits back. What is the problem? Section 96 to 106 of Indian Penal Code gives us protection. If somebody is vandalizing our property or beating us, we can hit back, we can revert back. And in fact, section 100 says you can even kill the person in self-defense. So why is it that, we do not retaliate? We do not, I'm not saying hitting, but we don't even answer back. So we are talking about a verbal abuse. Somebody is just shouting at us. Why don't we answer back? Why don't we say that I will not hear this nonsense? Whatever you are shouting, please we don't even say get out of my room, or we don't even say get out of my hospital. Why is that so? Is it because of fear? Because everybody says law is with you. And suppose I have seen videos where people are shouting at, so today we are talking about violence against women and women empowerment. There are so many videos where one of the relatives keeps on shouting at the female obstetrician, and she doesn't even revert back. She doesn't even ask the other 4 people to come for help, because at least India is one country where if one female says come for help, there will be 10 people jumping to help her. But she doesn't ask for it. She doesn't do anything. I mean, that is what I asked in one of the panels at AICOG where I was conducting. I said, अगर वो बंदा इतना चिल्ला रहा है तो पैर में से चप्पल निकाल के एक मार क्यों नहीं देते? क्या फर्क पड़ता? So what is it that is preventing us? Is it fear? Is it our reputation? What is it that prevents? I will ask all my 3 panelists, and I'll ask Meenakshi madam also since she's there. We'll start with Meenakshi ma'am. Ma'am, ऐसे situation में हम लोग revert back क्यों ना करें?
Sir, by law, ideally female gynecologist should not slap, because we are taking the laws in our hand, first of all.
Okay. मैम अगर आपकी ओपीडी में आपने चिल्ला भी दिया तो बाहर से 10 लोग आपके हेल्प के लिए आ जाएंगे, लेकिन आप चिल्लाते भी नहीं, क्यों ऐसे होता है?
No, but that is our ethics will not tell us like this, but we can do this type of things. Nowadays, the days are coming like that, so we have to ask for the help from others so that we can prevent this type of violence from the patient. And if we lose our anger, then the situation may get worsened, because as such patient is also angry. And even we get angry, then the situation may get worsened for the same thing.
Okay, that is one point of view. Geeta, ma'am?
I think it's a mental block, but the younger generation is not as gentle, I guess. They are not going to take it as easily as our generation has taken it.
Maninder,
it's a mental block.
I'm a different category. I'll tell them, and normally that's what I do. Don't shout, sit down and talk.
Yes.
Sit down and listen to me also.
Yes.
And then if you are not satisfied, we can have other opinion also. But like a gentleman or a gentle person, even the 4 persons are there, I'll tell them, sit down and talk to me, and we'll explain and we'll sort out the things, whether it's a bill or it's my treatment given to the patient, or my staff were somewhere negligent or whatever they were. But sit down like a civilian society. We are not violent mob people. We are not hooligans. Please sit down and talk to gently and in a proper civilized way. That is what I always do. And if we beyond that we need help, we of course call our colleagues. And I never forget one incident. One of our colleagues had a death because of anemia. The patient had PPH and she had vasovagal attack, and she died. And then they collected their 20-30 people, and we went from IMA side. I told them immediately, look at me. You are 40 here. We can be 400 here if we give a phone call here. But we will put a case against you because you did not look after your woman throughout 9 months of pregnancy. And when she starts bleeding, you bring her to us and want us to become gods, even when you could not arrange the blood and all that. So we have to assert ourselves that what we have done is the right thing. That is one way, in a gentle way, but not provoking them. If they are very out, very hot, just keep quiet for a few moments. Let them talk and then make them slow.
Okay, Alka ma'am.
Yeah, actually our own protection, our defense is our right. So we should take advantage of the IPC section also that protects us. Even if we use force, in times the other person is hurting us or killing or trying to rather damage to our property and ourselves. So we should shout. Why not we should shout? So that we should come inside. If need arises, we should protect ourselves by clapping also. Because your own protection is your right. Why you should get afraid of defamation? Because it is all given to you by your CRPC or IPC. So we should not wait for the person.
So at least call for help, and these videos come when there are a lot of patients, other patients sitting outside. And trust me, if one lady doctor says come and help me, all of them will come. They will come in a flash, in a second. All of them will just jump to help you, and then they will not see who those people are. They'll just throw them out. So that is one way.
Not only lady doctor, Manish, if you call for you also, people will come.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. So now coming to the different laws which deal with verbal abuse, I'll go through this very fast because these are just IPC sections and few acts. So section 350 tells us about use of criminal force. 351 specifies assault. So assault is just short of hitting. That is a gesture of preparation which is intending to cause some change in a person, thinking that कि उसको मार पड़ने वाली अभी. Then punishment is 3 months imprisonment plus fine. And assault is also in a tort law. So it is not only a crime, but also as a tort law. And there is another tort called battery, where actually there is use of force without lawful justification. So assault and battery in torts, and assault and use of criminal force in IPC. Then there is criminal intimidation, where जो हम लोग धमकी देने की बात करते हैं, where you are in a way trying to change what that person should lawfully do, and you are trying to make that person do things which that person should not be doing. Then obviously there is defamation, which is section 499. Again, this is a part of verbal abuse, and it is also the punishment is given in section 500, which can be maximum up to 2 years. And defamation is also a tort. So there is libel and slander, a tort, a form of defamation which you can write or which you can speak, and we have to also follow all this, because this is also a form of verbal abuse. And obviously then there is this Medicare Service Persons and Medicare Service Institution Prevention of Violence and Damage of Property Act, which I think the next panel would take in much detail, because a lot of it forms a part of physical violence. And important is that here the offense is non-bailable and cognizable. That means the culprits are arrested, they do not get bail as a right. And this is the impact. So after the law came, as you see in the graph, after 2008 when the discussion started, and 2010 when the law came, number of incidences went on decreasing. But again, this is just a tip of the iceberg, because a lot of these incidences are not reported. So we cannot say that this law has made a huge impact. So before we end, I want all the panelists to... Yes, sir.
Manish, one point.
Yes, sir.
There is this amendment in Epidemic Act 1897.
Yes.
Do we have to have someone to say that this has been said?
Plus fine, and if there is severe type of grievous hurt, then it will around 7 years of imprisonment and 5 lakhs of fine. If it is mild type of offense, then again depends upon the 1 lakh to 5 lakh and 3 months.
The Epidemic Disease Act has undergone amendments, but we need those amendments in this act. Because Epidemic Disease Act is only till the epidemic exists. So if those amendments are made in this act, it will go in a long way. So I would want all panelists first, and then Gupta sir, and then chairpersons to conclude. We'll start with Maninder madam. So we've gone through few triggers. What are your takes on how to decrease this verbal abuse or this buildup of tension between doctor and patient?
Is doing the Manyata program. That means you have to train your paramedical staff completely. That is very, very much required. After that, we have to retrain the doctors about the counseling from A to Z. Thirdly, documentation is very, very important of all them. So we have to tell them about the documentation, counseling, and training of the paramedical staff, and realizing that we are a service industry. So we should not forget it. We are not the gods. We cannot be gods, and we have to tell them we are the service industry, and we are going to give you the best of services. But now there is a different tiered services also. Now different slabs are there: primary care, secondary care, and tertiary care. And patients should also understand at which time and what is affordable to them. The treatment cost has to be very, very clear from the very beginning. This is the basic. And if you are going to have any complication, naturally the cost will increase. That should never be a hidden fact at all. That should be very absolutely clarified, because our people are coming with different economical status. So we have to cater to all of them with different services, but the thing should be transparent and patient-doctor relationship.
Yes. So good communication, clarity of cost, clear documentation. Yes, Alka ma'am, your take.
Yeah, actually always have medical knowledge, because we can't practice in the current scenario without updating ourselves on medical legal knowledge. So get updated medically as well as medico-legally, and be the best communicator. This is the first thing. Be the best communicator, and have a good training of your staff. These 3 things will save.
Okay, Geeta ma'am.
A point to deviate, because we are talking about violence against women.
Yes.
I think, Manish, you must take up the initiative, because women in labor need to be treated ethically. Why I say so is that it is not a very good scene vis-a-vis overloaded public hospitals with overworked doctors. So that is the starting point of a lot of problems,
Okay, ma'am. Okay, sure. I hope Dr. Savana madam, is she there? Dr. Nikhil Datar, Dr. Gitendra Sharma?
No, they are not.
Okay, Dr. Meenakshi madam, your take?
Yes,
your
sir.
tips on preventing this kind of problem?
We are running almost 2 hours late.
Hello. Am I audible?
Excuse me,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes,
We are
yes.
running almost 2 hours late of the session. I think we should
10
conclude.
seconds, I'm finishing. I'm just taking one line from all the
Display
panelists.
law of punishment for the assault with HPC on the wall of the hospital in the emergency department, and creation of an emergency protocol and evaluation of plan in each major case of violence.
Okay.
And usually counseling of the patient relatives and patient is very much important. So keep a counselor in the hospital. Mandatory registration of all the visitors before entering to the hospital, and restrict the number of the relatives with the patient.
Okay. All right. Okay, ma'am. Yes. Okay. So fine. Protocols and counseling. Dr. Gupte, sir, would you like to conclude?
Just in one sentence, everything else has been said regarding communication and all. But remember what Ms. Ruzan said when talking about the violence against women, that have a proper attitude and be prepared. You have to be prepared when the things come. You can't have things happening suddenly and come upon you as a surprise. So be prepared for things, and then you'll be able to face it correctly.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gupta sir, for allowing me to moderate.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Manish. You have done excellent homework. And Dr. Haji.
Thank you.
Dr. Munchi, sir.
Manish has done excellent homework and brought out each point very delicately and correctly. Dr. Gupta Sahib is always there to help us. So one more thing, as he says, counseling is important. See the patient's perception. Whatever she comes, we also go at patient at various places. We know what are our psychology at that particular time. That also should be kept in mind. And always keep number of Dr. Manish and Dr. In your clinic. If necessary, you can always call.
Yes, sir.
Manish,
Foxy is always with you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Manish, one line conclusion, please. One line. Manish.
Yes, sir.
So I'll give one line conclusion.
Yes.
So, hello, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yes,
That
sir,
was
we can
a good
hear you.
panel.
So I have taken one line as the Bhagavad Gita of my clinical practice, which is noted down by our Sanjay sir 10 years back. There are 3 lines. We must be medico-legally aware, clinically sound, ethically acceptable. So what we mean by that, we can broaden it, and if you apply as per individual based and best practice, hope we can satisfy ourselves as well as the community. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
So much. Thank you, everyone.
So much.
Thank you.
Chairpersons, Dr. Atul sir, Dr. Durga Shankar sir, our moderators, Dr. Sanjay Gupte and Dr. Manish, you were excellent, and our panelists were absolutely mind-boggling, very, very thorough. So we all understand the communication skill, the understanding the perception of patient, reducing the trigger points, SOPs for sudden death, training modules, medical legal knowledge, being emphatic and empathetic. So thank you very much, Dr. Alpesh sir, Shanta ma'am, and Dr. Jaideep Chan, Foxy, the whole team. Coming on to over to Dhwani for our next.
Thank you, Dr. Jyoti. Thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Foxy in association with Sherkill Mom is powered by 100% veg. DHA aims to strengthen India's stand for all HCPs. Words have a magical power. They can either bring the greatest happiness or deepest despair. It is a collective responsibility to stop violence against HCPs. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the last session of today, which is physical violence and mob violence and laws. And let me go ahead and introduce the coordinator for the same, Dr. Munjal Pandya. He is an assistant professor, AMC MET Medical College, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. A warm welcome to Dr. Munjal, and welcome to you.
Thank you.
Over to you, Dr. Munjal.
Thank you so much, Dhwani. I would like to introduce 3 expert chairpersons of this particular panel discussion. First of all, Dr. Dilip Kumar Datta sir, he has written many books, and we all are aware of his persona. And he has been an important part in ICOG Foxy as well as DNB and Ethical Committee of WBMC. The next chairperson is Dr. Ashwath Kumar sir, again one of the vibrant gynecologists who has been involved in a lot of laparoscopy work, as well as Foxy Quiz Committee and Vice President of Foxy for the year 2019. Next slide, please. Yeah. The third chairperson, who is again one more vibrant soul, and she has been involved in this particular preparation since launch, Dr. Supriya Jaiswal ma'am. She has been treasurer of POGS for the year 2019 and 20, and chairperson of Adolescent Health Committee, POGS. Again, involved in ISOPARB as well as IFS Patna chapter. We welcome you all as team chairpersons for introducing our moderators as well as panelists for the panel discussion on physical violence as well as mob violence. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good evening all. This coming to the last session, but it's a very important session on physical violence and mob violence and laws. Without any delay, I just want to introduce the moderators for the session. You are all waiting. First moderator for the session is, please put the slide of the moderator. first moderator is hello, MC Patel sir. As you know that he needs does not need much introduction. He was the vice president of VAWG in 2018, and he has organized so many conferences and is a medical legal expert who is always, whenever we need any help, always ready to help us with a phone call. And he has been a good friend of mine in VAWG for years. We have the next chairperson, Dr. Vipin Pandit. Vipin Pandit, he is Vice President elect VAWG 2020-21, and he was the past president of Mumbai Society, and he has held so many posts from Practical Obstetric Committee and so many other posts, and he was chairman of Violence Against Doctors Cell VAWG. So we have the two moderators. To introduce our panelists, my co-chairperson, Dr. Supriya Jaiswal, I call upon my co-chairperson, Supriya Jaiswal, to introduce the panelists. Dr. Supriya, you are there? Dr.
Yes.
Supriya?
Yes,
She's
yes,
there?
sir.
Yes, yes. Come on. Yes, yes. You can
Thank you,
introduce the
sir.
panelists.
Thank you, sir. Our first panelist is Professor Dr. Naren Malhotra, sir. He needs no introduction. Actually, everybody knows him. He is the director of Ian Donald School of Ultrasound, director Ian Donald School of Ultrasound, and vice president CEFOG, president INSAR, and past president ISPAT, past president ISAR, past president FOXY for the year 2008 and 2009. He's a dean ICMU, past president of IFUMB, national technical advisor for FOXY, Government of India. Then managing director, Global Rainbow Healthcare Agra, director ART Rainbow IVF, and he is a multi-talented and very big personality. Professor Naren Malhotra, I welcome you, sir. And over to the next panelist, Dr. Dilip Valke. He is consultant to Vita Life Point Hospital and Jupiter Hospital, Pune, President Pune OBGYN Society 1920, Chairman Ethics and Medical Legal Committee FOXY, Advisory Board Member and Investor, Dr. Prax Telemedicine App. Next panelist, Dr. Milind Shah, sir. He is a very known personality, very well known, President ISOPAB and Deputy Secretary General FAOPS, Asia Oceania Federation of Perinatal Societies, Vice President of FOXY, and Joint Treasurer ISPAT, Deputy Secretary General INSAC, and ex-chairperson Rural Obstetric Committee of FOXY, founder president of IHRF, managing committee member, and peer review for Journal of OBGYN of India. Sir, I welcome you. Next panel. Please show the next. Dr. Anita Rajoria. She is also a very, very active member. She is senior consultant and HOD Department of OBGYN, Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Hospital, Government of NCT of Delhi. Present affiliations, Asia and Oceania Federation of OBGYN, Federation of Obs and Gynae of India. Major achievements is founder, Vice President Delhi OBGYN Forum, Chairperson Reproductive Endocrinology Committee, AOGD, and member Reproductive Endocrinology and Infertility Committee, AOFOG. Madam, I welcome you. I welcome you to the panel. Dr. Sudhir Nayak, he is consultant obstetrician and gynecologist, director Sri Guru Hospital and Oyster Hospital, Mumbai, IVF consultant, Profert IVF Center, past president, Association of Medical Consultants and Association of Fellow Gynecologists, managing trustee, AFG, chairperson, Medical Legal Cell, AMC, honorary gynecologist, Ballabhai Thackeray Municipal Hospital, and winner of Sir Mangaldas Mehta and CG Saraya Gold Medal, Bombay University MD exams. So I welcome you, Dr. Sudhir Nayak, sir, to the panel.
Thank you.
So over to the moderators.
So thank you, Supriya and Dr. Ashwath, for kind words. And please allow me to share my screen.
Yeah.
So welcome all the panelists with my co-moderator, Dr. Bipin Pandit. I welcome you and greetings from Statue of Unity, tallest statue of world. And I would like to thank Team VAWG and Dr. Alpesh Gandhi in particular for inviting me to share my views about the subject and to moderate this important panel. Physical violence, mob violence against healthcare provider and laws is the subject of today's discussion. Let me know how many delegates are there, because मैं मानता हूँ कि समाज में जितनी ईमानदारी बची है शायद इतने डेलीगेट बचे होंगे. No problem. Welcome all the learned panelists and warm welcome all the delegates, and wishing you all litigation and mob violence free practice. Always I start my panel with this question: is it worth discussing? Anybody can take. Anita?
Yes, sir. First of all, thank you, Foxy, for giving all of us this opportunity to share our views with all of you. Of course, it is, a hot topic to be discussed right now. And current COVID situation has made it all the more relevant, because we have seen so many cases in the current pandemic also regarding physical violence towards doctors and hospitals, etc. So definitely it is a very, very important and relevant topic to be discussed.
Yes, so is violence against doctor in India a problem which is so big as to require a public debate? And naturally, yes. And then why? Rightly said by Dr. Anita. And let me share one incident which happened with our learned panelist, Dr. Dilip Walke only. In 2009, 27 years old boy, known case of rheumatic heart disease, history of heavy drinking and dancing in a politician's friend's marriage, brought dead in casualty by his friends. And as soon as casualty medical officer declared him a dead, Medipoint Hospital was ransacked by a mob of 100 people. They gathered within no time, and see the situation within no time it happened. And same way, it is not, of course, Dr. Walke, but at some other place, our gynecologist friend was bitten very cruelly by a relative of the patient, like this, like this, like this. So it has become very problematic patient, and it is real scene happened in state of Gujarat only, in Bharuch, and our doctor friend was bitten like this, all this relative of the patient. And same way it happened in one more city of Baroda. It happened same way. See how physical assault is going on. So, and it is very pity condition on our part. In examination of MD exam medicine, question is asked, write briefly on violence against doctors, causes, effects and solution. 15 marks question is asked in MD examination. So from this we can say that it is very important topic to be discussed. But questions comes, is violence against healthcare providers unique to India, or in other countries also our doctor friends are facing this type of incidents? Anybody can take.
Dr. Patel,
no,
can
I don't think.
Dr. Patel.
Can I come?
Yes, Vipin.
See, you asked a question pertinent. Is it worth discussing?
Yes.
I think we have had enough of discussions. Now the time has come to act. And
Yes.
Dr. Walke's incidents and what Dr. Walke did is the correct example how you should act.
We will come to that point.
Yes,
Just
yes.
now, is violence against healthcare providers unique to India, or other countries are also facing this type of problem?
Yeah. No, other absolutely. I countries, think they get. Yeah. Yeah. Someone is speaking. Okay.
Yes. Anybody?
Other
Anybody
countries
can
they also get this miscommunication, but the violence per se is not very commonly seen in other countries because they always have the fear of the action. In our country, I don't know, for some or other reasons, especially in the when it comes to the resident doctors or the casualty officers, people don't think even once before taking the weapon in their hand, which is very, very wrong. I remember in 1994 when I was in UK, there was a big headline that Dr. Thomas has killed a patient in laparoscopy where the endoscope, while putting the trocar, it went to aorta. But normally they go more for the medical legal suits rather than the violence. Whereas in our country, the violence is very common, which is increasing day, for which we need to come out with some good solutions.
No, I don't think so.
Milind, may I? Am I audible?
Yeah, you can add. Yeah, Dilip, you can add.
Dilip,
I mean,
can I come in?
we will be demeaning our country if we say that it is common only in India. Let me tell you, let me assure you, we have gone through many of the reports, and the situation in China is same as India. I mean, in 2006, China reported more than 5,000 cases of violence, physical violence against the doctor. Even in UK and USA, we may be talking about physical violence, but then the 50% of the staff, they had also invited some questionnaire from the staff in UK and USA. More than 50% have faced violence of some nature, maybe not physical, only 20% times physical, but most of the time verbal violence is there. So this is a global problem. This is not something which is unique to our country. But yes, Milind, I agree with you that we will have to have laws which are going to be more stronger to manage this violence. But this, let me assure everybody, this is quite a global problem.
So WHO took up this survey in 2014, and WHO received a report of 372 such attacks in 32 countries, resulting in 603 deaths and 958 injuries. So it is prevalent in other countries also. So types of violence, verbal violence already taken in further previous panel. So we do not go to in that. But as far as physical assault is concerned, see, one more incident happened in Tuticorin. 55 years old lady anesthesiologist working in ESI, T. Setulakshmi, was murdered by an auto rickshaw driver with arm in Tuticorin after his pregnant wife, who was admitted to hospital, reportedly in a serious condition, died before she could be taken to private hospital. Of course, a case was filed and all the culprits were arrested and they were behind the bar. But this had also happened with one of our colleagues in Tuticorin, state of Tamil Nadu. So this is very common. So one more thing, who is at risk? Only doctors or any healthcare providers?
No, I think
violence or when there is physical assault, who is at risk?
At risk is everybody, included from the doctor to your sister to your receptionist to your ayabai. Everybody is at risk, especially when you are working in a small nursing home. This could be, the ire of the crowd or the mob can be directed to anybody who's present at that time. Obviously, most of the time it is the young RMO who's on duty there who will be the first person to be asked questions. But it's not uncommon to have a mob attacking sisters, receptionists, and ayabais also. It's not
so rightly said by Dr. Sudhir, and it is naturally any health care provider is at risk in this type of incident. And this was one more very good survey. 2.4% are real fighters, destructive, verbally or physically aggressive. 4.7% are agitators. 26.2% will try to intervene to stop the violence. 61.1% will stand idle by and watch the violence, and 5.6% will leave the venue. When this type of incidents happens in any hospital or any big corporate, this type of the survey came out. So what could be effect of violence? Once there is physical violence, either on doctor or any healthcare provider, what could be the effect of that violence? Anybody
I think the best example of physical violence, was in, which I had encountered when I was the president of Association of Medical Consultants. One young physician practicing in Panvel, who was our member, was attacked early in the morning because an 84-year-old lady was admitted for 21 days on a ventilator, died, and a mob came and attacked him. They beat him up. This person left ICU practice and is now practicing only as a general physician. He left intensive care for so the mental trauma which he had to undergo, I can imagine, which forced him to leave intensive care as a specialty and go into only general medicine as a practice. So physically and mentally, it is very traumatic, and it is our duty as senior doctors to try and prevent this amongst the youngsters.
Not only switching over specialty, some doctors, they are hell-bent on leaving the medical profession only. So they just want to pursue some other career. They will say that the risk is too much to carry the medical.
They may or choose to shift into another country also. And in remote places, when there is this type of incidents happen, already we are very short in number of doctors as far as remote practice are concerned, and they opt not to go for remote places to serve. So these are some incidents. So hence assaulting on-duty doctor cannot be treated on the same way as assault on a common person, because many a times when there is an assault on any doctor, he is deprived of giving services to another patients also. They are innocent patients who are in need of his services, but he is not allowed to go for services of that also. So what are the reasons of increasing violence against doctors in India? Because we are observing that incidents of this kind of violence are increasing in number. But what could be the reason?
Dr. Patel,
yes.
Can I say something?
Yes, yes.
I want to ask panelists, especially Dr. Dilip Palke, see, this violence is uniform and universal everywhere. Yeah. But the incidence in India is growing a lot. Correct. Is it because of the delayed justice? Delayed justice is denied justice. So is it because people want instant justice? So they are taking this law in their hand, and that is one reason. And secondly, there is no punishment seen, perceived by the Aam Janta public. Because the doctors, the way you pursued the case, Dr. Dilip Palke, people are not, the doctor community is not coming forward to pursue the case.
I mean, the media has contributed to, even the literates have become intolerant about many things now. When you just open up a news channel and the only thing that comes to your mind is one religion is against another religion, one political party is against another political party. So when they come there as a patient, that they are very intolerant. Adding to that alcoholism, then success, as you said, is taken for granted, because whenever we as doctors, like tomorrow, I come from a media and I tell Bipin, why don't you write an article for my newspaper? You are going to write about the most difficult case that you managed successfully. Nobody from us will ever write about the PPH who died with you, or the amniotic fluid embolism case who died. So generally people tend to have this feeling that success always in an obstetric case is for granted. Always the good doctors are always successful doctors, and you don't have any failures in their practice. Adding to that, media always are after the TRP. They will not talk about successes. They will only talk about one mop which was kept inside the abdomen and things like that.
We are coming to that, Dilip.
Yeah, I was just trying to answer, giving a gist of what Bipin asked, so because then we can finish the panel as fast as possible.
Yes.
No, Dilip, my question is about the delayed justice. People are waiting for years together for the justice. So they don't want instant justice.
Correct. They want instant justice because no sooner the case goes in the court of law, it takes years and years. And even when it comes to a case against the miscreants who had done a violence against us, even my case of 2009 is still in the court now. So you can understand how things are going slow in our country.
There is expectation is increasing on part of society. Absolutely. And intolerance also. एक अच्छा डॉक्टर केवल वही है जो परिवार त्याग कर कंदमूल पर फल जीवन व्यापन करे, मुफ्त इलाज करे, वो भिक्षाटन करके दवाइयां एकत्रित करे, बाकी सभी डकैत माने जाएंगे. So this is social attitude towards medical fraternity.
Yeah,
so,
one more factor which is very important. Quite often, actually, they want to compare the cases with each other.
Yes. So
I think what Dr. Palke mentioned about the expectations of the patients is, the expectation is that any adverse outcome is because of negligence is now, accepted. It is very difficult for the patients to accept that there can be complications in spite of the doctor, not because of the doctor. So, this is the
Thanks,
attitude.
Sudhir, my question. Sudhir,
yeah, I will give one very
Sudhir,
good
what
example
I'm
of the
asking you
meeting.
is, Sudhir, what I'm asking you is there a fault lying in our doctor community also? Are we pursuing the cases the way Dr. Dilip Parke has pursued the case? None of the doctors, nobody wants that jhanjat to go to the court. Nobody wants to pursue because वही community में रहना है, वही जगह पे practice करना है. How can you antagonize the local gundas and the so-called social workers and politicians? Is it
Absolutely? I think
one very important experience I wanted to share.
Yeah, one person. Sudhir.
One more important thing, patient-doctor's relationship is deteriorating, we all know. So how much media responsible for increasing incidents of mob violence and ruining our impression in patient population?
But actually, media does not always, makes our society sensitive towards the overcrowding in hospitals, how tired and overworked the doctors and other medical fraternity is, the poor conditions in which they are working for long hours without any breaks. So media does not project it. It will always project the other side, the wrong side of the problem. So media's role is very, very important. They should highlight how sincerely doctors are working against all adversities in the current situations also. So that the media has got a large role, and moreover, there has to be a political will also, because our leaders, they should, sometimes they are the only ones who are creating problems for health organizations as such. Because whenever the mob violence will be there, they will come and, they will, for vested interest, they go on the other side of the problem. So that is also very important. The social and political aspects have to be taken care of.
Yes, so many a times media give this in a twisted manner or in exaggerated manner many a times, making some masala and making news spicy like this. This is a real picture that one is enjoying on Jula, but media will go like this. The same picture on Jula, but media will go like this. So many a times it happens with media. Is there a political nexus?
No. So Dr. Patel, that is media job. They are making money out of that. My question is, instead of we finding faults with other people, can we try to find faults in our community where we are going wrong, Dilip?
Exactly.
What I'm asking you is, are we not pursuing
no matter how much we talk about media, I mean, there was a time when there was only a media which was governed by the government. That was the time where we all said, "Nahi, privatize hona chahiye, privatize hona chahiye." Ab ho gaya privatize. Once they became privatized, it is going to be there. So let's not talk about media wale kya kar sakte hain, hum log unke liye kya sakte hain. Let's talk about what we can do.
Correct.
So when it comes to what we can do, I know, Dr. Patel, I know you're going to come to that question, but then since we are at it, let's give an impression to everybody, an answer to everybody that media के बारे में हम लोग जितना भी बोले, जितना भी माथापच्ची करे, वो लोग अपना काम करने वाले. They are going to talk ill about the doctor. So don't consider the media at all. Learn to neglect the media and then go move forward and do what we can do best for the violence.
Very good.
Yes.
So
and
now,
the best solution for
Can
that,
I come in,
Dr. MC,
Dr.
what I feel, that communication amongst our colleagues, quite often the loose talks are responsible for this violence, and which is very commonly seen in many of the district places when the cases go to tertiary level care. Quite often we find that there are very loose comments passed by some junior doctors, and the patients go back to the primary doctor in the village and they do the attack on that particular hospital.
So
now
it's a
the
very
things are
valid
slowly
point.
changing and people are getting more aware of it.
Yes, very valid point. So we must look ourselves inside where we are going wrong. We cannot change the media. We cannot change the politicians. We cannot change the social workers and so-called gundas in our area. But we can try to change ourselves, our attitude. What Dilip Parke did was the right thing. How many Dilip Parkes are there to face this problem?
Exactly. I think Dr. Pandit, you have hit the
Yeah.
nail on the head when you say this, that there is no dearth of laws to deter. I mean,
Yes.
violence against doctors, the Maharashtra, in fact, has one of the most stringent acts, which is which can be as a deterrent. But the problem is the implementation and the will, political will, as well as the will amongst our own community. I mean,
Exactly. That's what I mean.
as representatives of the Association of Medical Consultants, we have noticed that, I mean, for the first 15 days after a mob violence, the doctor is very charged up. He is very angry. He is very hurt. He wants to pursue the case. But slowly, as in the next 15 days, most of the time they lose their interest. They say कि जीना तो हमको, as you said, इसी इलाके में है, इन्हीं लोगों के साथ उठना बैठना है, जाने दो जो हो गया.
So since we are at that point, I'll just tell you what I did in my case, because Bipin has been telling everybody that what I did.
Dilip, 1 minute. Dilip, 1 minute. There is a law against rape and sexual assault. There is a law against murder. There is a law against kidnapping. Don't these things happening in India or everywhere all over the world in spite of the stringent law? But people who get suffered, the survivors, they go ahead and file a case and see that it comes to the end. Why don't we do that as doctors who are suffering?
So, Dilip, something about this role of politicians in this type of situation.
Yeah, politicians are going to take advantage of that fact. See, the politicians will come there because the mob में जो लोग हैं ना, they are there ultimately उनकी vote bank है वो. आप उनकी vote bank नहीं है. So just be sure that politicians are going to ultimately support these miscreants only. That's the very reason why many a times when I deliver talks on this, I say, you involve the politicians in the first hand only. The moment I say this, कि politicians को phone करो तो सब लोग उठते बोलते नहीं politicians के नाद में मत लो को, आज वो तुमको help करेगा, कल वो आपसे advantage लेगा. But if you need a politician ever in your life, this is the time. I'm not talking about call the politician whenever there is a medico-legal case against you. No. This is a different situation. This is mob violence. Your life is in danger. The life of your staff is in danger. Your infrastructure is in danger. Sometimes the life of your family also is in danger, because many of times you have nursing homes wherein the family, you're staying just nearby. At that moment of time, the best thing that you can do is to call the politician, because any which ways they will come. The local corporator, जैसे उनको पता चलता है ना यहाँ mob violence हो गया, वो वैसे भी आने वाले. So it is best that you call them. Try to see that they are on your side so that they start listening to you. The moment they come from the other party's side, they will show their colors. So that's the reason why I feel that for whatever varganis that you give for the Ganesh Utsav, for whatever party funds that you give them, whatever you give it to your BJP also, give it to your Congress also, give it to all the other parties. And so for whatever you have done for the politicians, you see to it that you call them and make use of them, because they are meant to manage the law and order situation in your area whenever there is such a problem. So this is one thing that I usually defer.
Actually, sir, Delhi government has set an example. Sir, let me share this, that Rogi Kalyan Samitis are there in all government hospitals, and the MLA is the chief of Rogi Kalyan Samiti. So they keep on having meetings as comfortably they find time, and all the problems are shared with MLA also, so that he knows and he has first-hand knowledge that what facilities are lacking and what politicians can contribute regarding the welfare of patients in that setup. So Rogi Kalyan Samiti is a very good option regarding this.
But just one word of caution here. Whenever you call the politician, please be under this impression कि वो लोग तो वो miscreants को बचाने के लिए आए, वो आपके लिए नहीं आए. Because what happened in my case was, the moment the politician came, and in Marathi, I'll just tell in Marathi, most of them will know, म्हणे आपण आपल्या हॉस्पिटलला उद्यापासून एकदम चकाचक सुरू करू. And he'll say, मैं माझी पोरं लावतो, मेरे बच्चे लगाता हूं और ये आपका जो नुकसान हो वो एकदम क्लियर कर देता हूं, कल से ओपीडी शुरू करेंगे. What he was doing was, he was trying to erase all the evidence of whatever damage they had done to the property. So please be careful. Whenever these politicians come, you have to be a little smart. Learn from the experience. So what I had done was, I had already taken the photograph of whatever damage was done. So I told the politician, आपको करना है करो, लेकिन मेरे पास ये photograph already है और ये मैंने पुलिस को दे दी है. So you have to be a little smart, understand the law and be a little smart when you're dealing with the
commonly seen in every part of the country.
very important part. Then how to prevent all this? Because what can medical professional and institution do to prevent violence against doctor? So first rule is do not panic, but it is very difficult to keep calm and quiet in this type of situation. And so we have to concentrate on this pre, during and post. Before mob violence, during mob violence and post violence. So whenever there is an adverse outcome, should face the situation or to run away. Say for
Always
example,
better to face the situation.
and
Yes.
there is crowd gathering outside the hospital. Should we face or should we run away?
We should increase our strength also. We should have a committee under the aegis of maybe local society or IMA. We should call other colleagues to help you. Quite often when they are together, it always makes a major difference. I still remember a case when a senior gynecologist had a similar issue, and when all of them then came together, naturally that severity of that, the psyche of that mob definitely comes down a little bit. Otherwise, if the doctor is alone, then definitely they become more aggressive.
देखिए सर, अगर आपका लाइफ डेंजर में है ना, पटेल सर, अगर आपका लाइफ डेंजर में है, आपके सामने 100 का मॉब है, आप अकेले हो और आप वहां से भाग भी गए ना, तो there is no problem. I will recommend anybody to run away if your life is in danger. Better thing is to run away. Just as the patient's life is important, your life is also important. So भागने की तैयारी रखो. अगर भागना है तो भाग जाओ, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं.
Absolutely. Exit route. Keep an exit route.
Can I come in, Dr. Pandit?
Yeah.
Yes.
So what Milind was discussing, he wrote about rush team or emergency team, which we call. So there should be rush team in each and every society. So in any given situation, one can avail services from member of rush team. So there is very important thing to have a rush team in each and every society. Any comments about rush team, Dilip?
Yeah, मेरे पास एक comment है because
basically
similarly
I wanted to put and ask Dilip, suppose the doctor runs away from that situation, does it indicate that there was a fault on his or her fault her side?
See, हम लोगों को
Suppose
क्या लगता है
he disappears from the situation.
हम लोगों को लगता है क्या है?
Suppose the people,
correct,
the rush team, and suppose all of them they come and they justify the whatever has happened. I think makes more actually the justifiable to that particular scenario.
You're right in saying that we should manage it as a group, 100% correct. But I'm just talking about a situation where the rush team has not yet come. You are alone. और बाहर लोग आ गए because the situation that my staff faced was they came with all the weapons, and at that time I told the staff, they called me, I said भागो वहां से, आप वहां रुको मत. So at this situation we tend to have this feeling, हम लोग सब अपने सर पे लेते हैं, नहीं भागना नहीं चाहिए, रुकना चाहिए, face करना चाहिए. Don't do that. If you are in trouble, just run away. Then talking about the rush team, I'll tell you the experience that we had in Aun, because we similarly found a rush team in the area that I practiced. Then similarly, there was a junior who faced a death on table because of a placenta previa which he operated, and there was bleeding and the patient died. Now here comes a senior gynecologist who was a part of the rush team, came there. He occupied the main chair of that doctor, the junior doctor जहाँ पे death हो गई थी. और पेशेंट के रिलेटिव को वो बोल रहा है, आपको याद है 25 साल पहले आपकी ऐसी एक पेशेंट आई थी, ये डॉक्टर बहुत अच्छा है वगैरह वगैरह पहले बोला. 25 साल पहले आपकी एक पेशेंट आई थी, उसको भी प्लासेंटा प्रीविया था, कैसे हम लोगों ने बचाया था 25 बॉटल देके. So what he was trying to say was, had you come to me, I would have saved you. So this is not the place that you settle your score with any junior because वो junior आया इसके लिए तेरी practice कम हो गई, ये करने की जरूरत नहीं. I think you should retire gracefully. Like today, my practice has come down and I'm very happy about it because some juniors have come in my area. Their practice has increased. So retire gracefully. Don't settle your scores in such situations. That is the time when you need to help the junior. So about rush team, I have my own SOPs when I say that the rush team, when it comes, the main chair has to be occupied by the person or the nursing home owner. He should be doing all the talking, and only if he is finding it difficult to communicate, that is the time when the senior should intervene and try to communicate and make the best of whatever he can do to solve the problem and not take the situation in his hand.
So first thing is to call for help, and because balanced teamwork is always beneficial, not only to the doctor but to the many times patient and relative also. So communication with relative is very much important. And how to declare bad news? Many times there is bad news to be declared. So rightly said by Dr. Dilip, main chair should be the person of the head of the institution only, and he should communicate with relative about all this. So let us.
May I, Patel sir,
yes.
may I intervene here?
Yes.
Before you even talk about communicating with the relatives, I always say communicate with your staff. आप अपने सब स्टाफ को अंदर बुलाओ, आया, मित्रानी, टेलीफोन ऑपरेटर, जो भी है, सबको अंदर बुलाओ, and tell the staff what happened. Because you know what happens whenever there is a death, तो वो relative आपको पहले पूछते नहीं, पहले आया भाई को पूछते हैं, अंदर क्या हुआ? Now, if you tell something and the II boy is going to tell something else, then there you are in trouble. So better call them inside, tell them what happened. So everybody will speak in the same voice, and the justification and the defense will be the same, whether it is the II boy, telephone operator, or the security guard. So call them.
Very good, carry on. Now,
respected
involvement
experts
of police.
Yeah, respected experts, we are running short of time, sir, for the session.
So we
how
go
much
fast,
time we left? Munjal? How much time we left?
We are short.
How many delegates are left? ये पूछो, कितने delegates are left? हम लोग ही है.
How much time we left, Munjal?
So, sir, actually,
only
the
panelists are remaining now.
One delegate you have.
Okay,
One delegate.
We will quickly conclude.
Yeah,
so
thank you, sir.
involvement of police, very quickly.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Anybody can take. Involvement of police.
Sir, in Delhi and other metropolitan cities, usually larger hospitals are having police jockey in the campus itself. So they can be of help, and they can be, SOS can be sent to them. So police arrives quickly, and it can just diffuse the problem then and there only, because after seeing the police personnel, they really become a bit शांत हो जाते हैं सारे miscreants, थोड़ा डर जाते हैं, थोड़ी अभी डर है पुलिस का, तो पुलिस का डेफिनेटली रोल है. अब जैसे कि सर ने पहले ही बताया कि स्लो एनफोर्समेंट की वजह से ही हमारे यहाँ केसेस जो है, so many pending cases are there, that is why the incidence is increasing. So involving police at the time of incidents is very, very important, along with the rush team.
Yes, it is necessary to inform the police, but one thing which you need to remember is once the police comes and there is an adverse, the police is going to, suppose there is a death, the police is going to take charge of the body and also take charge of the records. So it is always better to complete your medical records.
Yes.
If the pressure of the mob is not really great, see to it that your medical records of whatever the treatment you have given, all that is complete. Documentation of whatever resuscitation measures you have done, and all the injections. I mean, you need to check whether even one single expired drug give the police an excuse to say that this is the reason why the patient died, even if it may be totally unrelated.
Yes, but many a times it happens that you have no time to complete your record. So whichever record you have, you can give to the police writing this, this is incomplete record, and yet I have to give the record which treatment I have given to the patient. So you can very well give in that way, nothing to worry, because you can complete your record with fresh memory afterwards also. But at the time of when police is involved, and you should identify troublemakers and give names of those miscreants. If you have no knowledge or no name, then you can file complaint with unknown person. But file should be, complaint should be filed. It is very much important. And very rightly said previously also, photographs of incidents happen because it becomes a very valid evidence of damage occurred to the hospital and our staff injured. And medical checkup of injured persons is also very much important in nearby government hospital or so. So it also becomes a good evidence in future to fight the case. Involvement of politicians we have discussed. Something about laws. So we have so many laws in Indian Penal Code. offense affecting the human body, there is culpable homicide, murder, simple grievous hurt, wrongful restraint, wrongful confinement, criminal force assault, kidnapping, abduction, and provision of imprisonment from 2 years to lifetime, and in certain cases, death sentence also are there. And one more thing, which I think Dr. Sudhir has pointed out, Medicare ordinance in so many of states of our country, this is prevalence. Medicare service person and Medicare service institution preventions of violence and damage or loss of property. This ordinance passed in 2009 in Maharashtra, in Gujarat, in Karnataka, and so many other states. And there is a provision in that particular act. It is cognizable, non-bailable, and triable by first-class magistrate court only. And there is a provision of 3 years of imprisonment and compensation double the amount of loss. Damage occurred to the hospital, double the amount of loss. And if judge thinks it proper, then he can award 3 times of loss occurred in the hospital. So laws are always there, but is it enough? Because laws are there for murder also, for rape also, but due to that law, incidents are not getting decreased. So rightly said previously by Sudhir also, that it should be enforced very properly and very effectively. Then only law, act or any ordinance will work. So as far as this act is concerned, many a times police even doesn't know this type of act is in prevalence. So we should have copy of this act so that police can take cognizance of that act and may act accordingly. So, and insurance company, you should inform insurance company about your damage to the hospital. It is also a very vital point. One more important thing which very repeatedly Dr. Bipin is insisting, should one compromise one case is lodged? Say for example, Dilip had lodged case against miscreant, and afterward they were insisting Dilip to withdraw the complaint and compromise. So should one do or can one do? Can one compromise once he has lost the complaint?
No, Dr. Patel, one thing is the law that you told, one last point you did not say, it is non-compoundable. So
yes,
this is one kind of an act where both the parties cannot decide to compromise. So first thing is, जब भी मेरे ऊपर pressure आ रहा था from all the politicians, from the gundas in that area, कि आप compromise करो, I said this is not possible to compromise. So one thing is, this is non-compoundable. But the problem with this is what doctors do is they don't follow up this whenever there is a case in the court. I mean, जब भी तारीख पड़ती है, वो तारीख पे कोई जाता नहीं, and at the end what happens, the public prosecutor feels कि doctor कोई interest नहीं है इसमें, तो ultimately वो case weak हो जाता है, and that's the reason why these people get scot free. So what I am doing in my case is I am following it up. Every time there is a date of the court, I go there and I see to it that these people are going to get arrested. So that's
Dilip,
one of the miscreant. Yeah, Bolo.
Dilip, answer my question, all of you.
Yeah.
There are so many violent incidences happening in India, and so many assaults and so many FIRs are filed.
Yeah.
How many cases go to the logical aid? Except one case in Gujarat, I don't remember any.
So that's the reason why.
In Karnataka,
At least when it comes to a violence against a doctor, if see here in Pune, I am following it up. If everybody all over the country will see to it that they will follow it up till the end, then maybe even if one person gets into the jail because he had beaten up a doctor, then I think things will change. And
see,
only
what I
then.
feel, my idea is enough of discussion happening everywhere, but no action.
Yeah.
What is happening is, instead of pointing fingers at the politicians, social workers, media, Malana, Dikra, let us pursue these cases and let Fox or all the associations, IMA, AMC, join hands and support this doctor to follow this case.
Correct. The carry-on message of today's discussion should be this.
Yes.
Don't
and sir, Dr. Patel sir, you asked a question about compromise. There should not be any compromise. The moment public realizes that there is no compromise, everything will place in line.
Yes.
Otherwise, we are going to get beaten up
And
every day.
Dr. MC, because
Yes.
there are many actually the people other than medico also has logged in. हमें थोड़ी हिंदी में भी जानकारी देनी चाहिए लोगों को कि कभी भी डॉक्टर पे वायलेंस ये हमेशा बुरी बात है, इसलिए जहाँ जब भी कोई सिचुएशन ऐसी पैदा होती है उस समय पेशेंस रखना, अपने डॉक्टर पे विश्वास रखना और
अरे
डॉक्टर के साथ
मिलिन, everybody knows एक बात है, everybody knows there is a law, everybody knows डॉक्टर को मारना अच्छी बात नहीं है, still it is getting done. That means what? They are not scared. They are not scared of the repercussions. See, that is the problem. If they are not scared, there is no punishment, there is no pursuing by the doctor to the logical end. These things are bound to happen.
विपिन सर, मेरा ये मानना है कि जैसे पॉक्सो के अंतर्गत ये निर्धारित किया गया है कि 1 साल के अंदर हो जाएगा, ऐसा डॉक्टर्स के खिलाफ जब हिंसा होती है तो ऐसा ही कुछ प्रोविजन होना चाहिए सर.
Correct, you said it.
मैं
पॉक्सो is a stringent
very
act.
nicely put in हिंदी में डॉक्टर अनीता.
मैं दो इंसिडेंट्स अहमदाबाद का ही बताऊं. रिसेंट पास्ट में ऐसे हुआ था कि सिजेरियन का एक पेशेंट था, सीरियस हुआ ड्यूरिंग सिजेरियन. पेशेंट वाज शिफ्टेड टू म्युनिसिपल मेडिकल हॉस्पिटल फॉर फर्दर ट्रीटमेंट और गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट, एनेस्थेसियोलॉजिस्ट और स्टाफ सब मिलकर एम्बुलेंस में पेशेंट को ले गए और एनेस्थेसियोलॉजिस्ट हॉस्पिटल वापिस आया, रिकॉर्ड सब लिखना था इसलिए. इस दौरान पेशेंट की डेथ हो गई और क्राउड इकट्ठा हो गया हॉस्पिटल के बाहर और गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट तो नहीं मिले. क्राउड ने हॉस्पिटल से एनेस्थेसियोलॉजिस्ट को किडनैप कर लिया. गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट के सन ने पुलिस स्टेशन में फोन किया. पुलिस ने कहा कि पर्सनली आकर कंप्लेन लॉन्च करो. फिर वो पर्सनली गया. पुलिस ने 2-3 घंटे तक कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया. फिर मैटर केम टू अस, रश टीम ऑफ अहमदाबाद, and at that time President Dr. Anil Mehta and Secretary, and I directly called to Home Minister. Home Minister को मैंने फोन किया कि ये हुआ है और 15 डॉक्टर अभी आपको मिलने आ रहे हैं. अब सब उनसे मिले, पूरा जो इंसिडेंस हुआ था वो बताया. तो होम मिनिस्टर ने तुरंत कमिश्नर पुलिस को ऑर्डर किया. शाम तक सब जो मिसक्रिएंट थे सब पकड़े गए, डॉक्टर रिलीज हो गया और केस दर्ज हुआ और अटेम्प्ट टू मर्डर की कलम और किडनैपिंग की कलम इसमें दर्ज की गई. करीब 6-8 महीने से भी ज्यादा समय हुआ है. 6 के 6 आज भी जेल में बंद है.
रोल ऑफ पॉलिटिशियंस सर.
हाँ, नो पॉजिटिव पॉलिटिशियन. MC Patel इज पॉजिटिव पॉलिटिशियन. एंड वेरी रिसेंट पास्ट एक दूसरा इंसिडेंस हुआ अहमदाबाद की ही मैं बात बताता हूँ. सिजेरियन के 6-7वें दिन पेशेंट फॉलोअप के लिए आया था. स्टिच पर कुछ एब्सेस जैसा था और ड्रेन किया और ड्रिप चालू की. फॉर एनी रीजन पेशेंट कोलैप्स और बाहर हंगामा मच गया. डॉक्टर ने रश टीम के एक मेंबर को ही फोन किया था और रश टीम के डॉक्टर ने सभी डॉक्टरों को फोन किया. सब डॉक्टर, गायनेकोलॉजिस्ट ऑलमोस्ट 15 नंबर्स और अदर डॉक्टर्स भी, और सब आ गए. पुलिस को भी इन्फॉर्म कर दिया था, सब आ गए और वी इंसिस्टेड टू गो फॉर पोस्टमार्टम एग्जामिनेशन. रिलेटिव रिफ्यूज कर रहे थे, हमें पोस्टमार्टम एग्जामिनेशन नहीं करवाना है. तो फिर पुलिस ने क्या किया, पुलिस ने समझाया कि भाई अगर मृत्यु का चौक्कस कारण जानना है तो ये करना जरूरी है. रिलेटिव नहीं मान रहे थे. फिर रात 2 बजे का समय था, हमने एडवोकेट नोटरी को बुलाया और नोटराइज किया कि हमें पोस्टमार्टम करवाना नहीं है. जो भी ट्रीटमेंट है हॉस्पिटल में हमको दिया गया इसके हम संतुष्ट है. मृत्यु का चौक्कस कारण जानने के लिए हम पोस्टमार्टम करने के लिए राजी नहीं है. और विटनेस में हमने पुलिस का भी सिग्नेचर करवाया, नोटराइज किया. फिर डेड बॉडी पुलिस ने रिलेटिव को सौंप दिया. वो केस वहीं बंद हो गया. कोई आगे केस डॉक्टर के खिलाफ नहीं हुआ. सो ये भी हमारा एक एक्सपीरियंस अहमदाबाद का रहा.
ऑर्गेनाइजर बार-बार बोल रहे रैप अप करो करके.
हाँ, बस वो ही रहा है. तो under electronic surveillance, CCTV camera should be there because it gives good evidence of incidents happened. Security, what is about security, Dilip? One line.
नहीं सिक्योरिटी के बारे में अगेन वन लाइन में होने वाला नहीं है. I because whenever I start talking about security, I go from security to bouncers, and then I always also talk about why should we not have fire alarm license, why should we not keep a hockey stick in our consulting room, why should we not keep a cricket bat in our consulting room, why not a knife with a 4-inch knife which is allowed, why not a garden sickle in our consulting room. If not, अगर आप डरते हो तो एक कुत्ता तो रखो कम से कम अपने consulting room में या अपने hospital में. So when I talk about security, I just get carried away and I talk because ये बहुत हो गया अभी. A day is going to come, if this violence doesn't stop against us, then after 5 years we are going to discuss about how to get firearms and which firearm to get. कौन सी गोली लेनी है, गोली कितने को मिलती है. I have got every knowledge. 75 rupees per bullet charge है. And firearms 3.5 lakh rupees. I know from where to apply for firearms also. So अगर ये discussion वहां तक चला गया, now it is enough. We have to protect ourselves also. So this discussion will go there, Patel sir, and the organizer are after our head to stop.
If 10,000 doctors apply for firearms, government का ध्यान जाएगा.
Yes, definitely.
See last video. What happened? This is also a real case happened in state of Gujarat only. एक बिग छुरी के साथ वो अंदर आ गया है डॉक्टर के चैम्बर में.
डॉक्टर अकेला क्यों है? डॉक्टर अकेला क्यों है?
चैम्बर में वो आ गया था.
असिस्टेंट नहीं है.
कंसल्टिंग रूम ओनली.
अभी वो डॉक्टर के पास हॉकी स्टिक होती है या एक क्रिकेट बैट होती है,
तो उसको
या खुद के पास भी एक नाइफ होता तो बच जाता.
Only 1 minute we will go.
Fast forward करो सर.
नहीं ये 1 ही मिनट लगेगा. दिलीप बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है. अंत में क्या है वो देखो.
मुंजल पंड्या is looking at us.
Yes. Only 1 minute मुंजल. See what happened. So rightly said by Dr. Dilip, हॉकी स्टिक होती तो भी अच्छा था और इसने ऐसे भी मैनेज कर लिया था. और फायर आर्म के लिए भी दिलीप ने बताया डॉक्यूमेंटेशन इज वेरी मच इंपॉर्टेंट बिकॉज वी विल हैव टू फेस litigations also in future. So as far as record very much needed. There is always a way. If there is problem, there is always a way. So carry on message and tips from each panelist. Starting from Anita, what would you like to say? Carry on.
हिंदी में अपने मित्रों को जो डॉक्टर नहीं है, चिकित्सक नहीं है, जो हमारा प्रोग्राम देख रहे हैं, मैं उनसे यही कहना चाहूंगी कि यदि आपका डॉक्टर्स के प्रति सम्मान वाला व्यवहार नहीं रहेगा तो लॉन्ग रन में नुकसान आपका ही है, क्योंकि डॉक्टरों की जो संवेदना है मरीजों के प्रति वो धीरे धीरे कम होती जाएगी. क्योंकि आप सबको पता है कि लड़ने का हक तो छीना जा सकता है मगर खामोशी का नहीं. कभी कभी खामोशी समझदारी भी है और हमारी मजबूरी भी, लेकिन कभी ये खामोशी नजदीकियां बढ़ाती है और कभी दूरी भी. तो ध्यान रखिए, चिकित्सकों का सम्मान कीजिए. हम आपके लिए सेवा के लिए ही हैं और हमारी निरंतर यही प्रयास रहता है कि सब अभावों के होते हुए भी हम आपको बेस्ट ऑफ द केयर दे सके. यही मैं मैसेज देना चाहूँगी.
Very well said by Dr. Anita. I mean, I'll just take one step forward. Dr. Anita ने जो कहा कि आप वायलेंस नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन साथ ही साथ हमें इन सब लोगों को ये भी बताना चाहिए कि अगर आपको लगता है कि डॉक्टर ने कोई नेग्लिजेंस की किसी ट्रीटमेंट में, तो आपको रास्ता क्या है, लीगल रास्ता क्या है. अगर आप चाहते हैं कि डॉक्टर अरेस्ट हो, यू कैन मेक अ पुलिस केस और यू कैन मेक अ क्रिमिनल केस. अगर आप चाहते हैं कि डॉक्टर से कॉम्पेंसेशन मिले तो आप कंज्यूमर कोर्ट में केस कर सकते हैं या सिविल कोर्ट में से केस कर सकते हैं. अगर आप चाहते हैं कि डॉक्टर का लाइसेंस जब्त हो तो आप एमसीआई को, अभी एनएमसी हो गया, एमसीआई में कंप्लेन कर सकते हैं. तो हमें उन लोगों को ऑप्शन भी देना चाहिए. डॉक्टर को मारपीट करना या हॉस्पिटल की तोड़फोड़ करना ये ऑप्शन नहीं है, लेकिन आपके पास लीगल ऑप्शन भी है. So whenever we interact with our people who are not doctors, we will have to interact with them and tell them what are the legal options that you have in case you have anything against the doctor when you feel the doctor was negligent in the treatment.
Yes, Sudhir.
Yeah.
Dr. Sudhir. Then Bipin.
Want me to say?
Yes, Bipin.
I think the only option is to take this case to the logical end and not back out and no compromise and fight till the end. ये सब कुछ फायदा नहीं होने वाला है, मैं बोलता हूँ. बाकी जो चीज है ना वो तो होना ही है, ये वीडियो कैमरा, रश टीम, फलाना, देख, communication skill. But when the violence occurs, it doesn't occur by telling you that there is going to be violence. It occurs at the spur of the moment. Suddenly, you have no time to think.
Yes.
The life is very important. Keep an exit route. When there is a mob, best is to run away and be safe. But
and
to lodge a case, be persuasive.
Yes. The problem with world is that the intelligent people are full of doubts, while the stupid ones are full of confidence. And rightly said by Albert Einstein, only two things are infinite, the universe and human stupidity. And I am not so sure about the former. So wish you and me too all the best, and God bless you, and have a violence and litigation free medical practice. सत्य परेशान हो सकता है लेकिन पराजित नहीं. और सी एंड इट इज नीड ऑफ टाइम टू चेंज एटीट्यूड. अच्छा है कि नाव में छेद हमारी तरफ नहीं है, ये एटीट्यूड नहीं होना चाहिए. बिकॉज हम ये भी जानना चाहिए कि वी आर सेलिंग इन द सेम बोट. एंड योग करे या ना करे, किंतु एक दूसरों का सहयोग जरूर करें. यस. सो विथ रिगार्ड्स, salute to the organizers, and sorry to take little much time, Dr. Munjal, and sudden thank you all the panelists and all the delegates. So we are concluding and over to you, Munjal.
Yes, sir. Excellent. MC Patel sir and Vipin Pandit sir, as usual, excellent panel. Those who have sat till the end have benefited so many take-home messages, and excellent panelists. Dilip Walke sir, Milan sir, Anita madam, everybody were so good and so exciting. Dilip Walke sir and all was so much excitement as moderator sir was performing. So we got so many good points from all these things. I hope that everybody has benefited. Thanks at this time also, the full energy that MC Patel sir and Vipin Pandit sir were showing. That is so we are all till I was watching the whole program. Actually, one of the best panels. I can comment that it was one of the best panels of the day. Congrats for the moderators and panelists. Over to Munjal.
Thank you, Foxy, for
very much
this opportunity. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Dr. Patel, you are the best showstoppers. You are the showstoppers of the day.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are the best showstoppers.
Congratulations, sir.
Bye-bye.
Patel sir and Vipin Pandit sir and all the panelists.
Thank you so much, respected moderators and
thank you very much for giving us opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, all the experts. Now we would like to move on to vote of thanks. I would like to invite Joint Secretary Foxy, Dr. Sunil Shah sir, who is also Honorary Secretary of AOGS, Ahmedabad Obstetric Society. We would like to have vote of thanks, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Munjal. Thank you very much. Expressing gratitude is the simplest way yet most effective gesture a human being can have. So let me take this opportunity to express our gratitude towards people who have made difference in making this E-Conclave a grand success. I hope this initiative made by our dynamic National Foxy President, Dr. Alpesh Gandhi, along with Dr. Santa Kumari, Vice President Foxy, Dr. Archana Basar, and the whole team Foxy, with all the committees of the chairpersons who involved here, and would be continued till our goal of equality achieved and violence against women and doctors being abolished. I would like to thank our chief guest today, Mrs. Rekha Sharma, a chairperson, National Women Commission, and our guest of honor, Dr. R.P. Sunawala, sir. I congratulate and appreciate our non-Foxy guest speaker and faculties for coming and sparing their valuable time for this mega E-Conclave. I will start naming them in chronological order of their presentation in program. Soledad Herrero from UNICEF, Dr. Rajiv Seth from IAP, Dr. Ambrish Chandra, Dr. Mona Desai, President AMA, Dr. Abhay Dalvi, Vice President ASI, Dr. Leslie Regan, Secretary General FIGO, respected Mrs. Sumitra Mahajan, ex-Speaker Lok Sabha, Mrs. Devki, number 1 RJ, India from Red FM, Mrs. Supata Sanya, ex-DGP UP, Anuradha Kapoor, a well-known social activist, Professor T.S.S. Rao, General Secretary, Indian Psychiatric Society, Dr. Amod Kant, ex-DGP, Dr. Ruzan Khambata, a social activist and women empowerment activist, Dr. Preeti Patkar, well-known social activist, Lakshmi Agarwal, an inspirational speaker, Sarmila Tagore Madam, Sakshi Vidyarthi, and Virendra Sehwag. I would also like to sincerely congratulate and thanks all our own eminent and elite Foxy speakers, moderators, chairpersons, and panelists of all the 11 sessions for the whole day, and for spreading wonderful awareness and knowledge about the violence against women, child abuse, sexual abuse, and against the healthcare providers. I would also like to thanks from bottom of my heart for the hard work done by our coordinators and making this mega event a huge success by coordinating with all the faculties to start their names one by one. Our national coordinator, Dr. Aswat Kumar, Dr. Niharika, Dr. Priyankur, Dr. Apurva Kumar Datta, Dr. Apurva Pallam, Dr. Munjal Pandya, Dr. Aarti Gupte, Dr. Archana Divivedi, Dr. Rohan Palsetkar, Dr. Ruchi Pathak, and Dr. Jyoti Malik. Thank you very much, Dhwani Mittal, for comparing the whole program. I would also like to thank all the judges for sparing a valuable time and judging essays, Dr. Ramni Devi, Dr. Archana Verma, Dr. Milind Shah, Dr. Sujata Sharma, Dr. Sarita Bhalerao, Dr. Gorak, Dr. Sebanti, and Dr. Punit, helping in the survey. Foxy also thanks Torrent for supporting this program, and also the technical team of Virtual Bucket for smooth streaming of the whole program from morning 9 o'clock to night 9 p.m. If I have missed any name to thanks, please excuse me. It is unintentional. It is also very difficult to name all the faculties of the Foxy for all the panels across. So we thank all the faculties of the Foxy, and it is difficult to name all. So from bottom of the heart, I thanks all the faculties. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you all.
Yes, sir, we are concluding, but for the
Yeah,
national
Mr. Yeah, sir. We would like to rise for national anthem, sir. Mr. Amit Saxena, if you can.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Well, thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, our panelists, our speakers, all the guest speakers, all the viewers who are here with us since morning. Thank you very, very much. I must say today's session has been very, very enlightening, and getting the personal experiences from all the doctors and our speakers has been absolutely fantastic. Thank you very, very much once again, Foxy and Shell Care Mom. It has been a fabulous day today. Thank you once again. Take very good care of yourself. Remember to wear mask and use sanitizers. Stay home, stay safe. This is Dhwani Mehta signing off, and have a very good night. Thank you once again.
Thank you.